1 to 50, 10,000 years of cultivation, from ancient master to modern super dad. Roar, roar, roar. On a platform, hundreds of people were gathered, screaming and cheering. There were dozens of cars around the crowd. Most of them were super sports cars. The most eye-catching spot was the two cars that were about to leave. One was the most expensive bright red Ferrari 488, which cost more than $4 million, while the other was the cheapest Ford Mustang, which cost $500,000. The two cars standing next to each other formed a stark contrast. This was a showdown between the new young master of the Shang Jing, Lu Feng, and one of the first four young masters, Zhang Han. Zhang Han leaned on his car. His clothes were slovenly, and his hair was long. When he lowered his head, his eyes were covered with his bangs. No one could see his closed eyes, and from the cut on the lower half of his face, they could still see the unique handsome appearance that young Master Zhang had, but his temperament now had become depressed. As for Lu Feng, he was surrounded by the people on the right side as if he was surrounded by stars. His expression made it seem as if he was saying that the entire world was under his feet. Let's go to see the ever-superior young Master Zhang. Lu Feng waved his hand, and led the way with a cold smile. Young Master Zhang, walking up to it, Lu Feng saw that Zhang Han did not react, so he asked in a weird tone, "What's wrong? Are you asleep?" The previously insufferably arrogant young Master Zhang is now in such dire straits. Tisk tisk, the competition is about to begin, why are you still pretending to be cold, my young Master Zhang? Quote. The moment he opened his mouth, the lackeys beside him who wanted to show off all chimed in. With his current appearance, I think he's just a poor beggar. No, I don't think he's even as good as someone who asks for food. He might be living off pig food. Quote. At the side of the Mustang stood a fat, bespectacled man with a little girl of 3 or 4 years old on his lap. Other than her messy hair, everything else was perfect. It was just that at this time, the little girl's clear and large eyes were filled with tears. Listening to the crowd berating Zhang Han, she almost cried tears of grievance. If it was in normal times, the little girl's cute look would have attracted many gazes. But now, it was time for Lu Feng to perform alone. A burst of ridiculing and cursing finally got a reaction from Zhang Han. The moment Zhang Han opened his eyes, there was a blank look on his face. Seeing the actions of the people in front of him, his eyes focused, which were filled with a look of contempt for the world. You ants dare to bark in front of me? Zhang Han suddenly burst out with such strange words. The entire audience went silent for a moment, but the next moment, the mocking laughter filled the air. Zhang Han, I think you are F*** King crazy. I'm afraid he didn't turn into a fool. Quote. Everyone started to mock him again, but when Zhang Han saw the scene in front of him clearly, he was stunned. Isn't this when I was racing against Lu Feng in the Mount Langxing in 2009? Why am I here? Aren't I undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Could it be, I'm back? Quote, I was reborn by the divine thunder over the sky of the heavenly tribulation. Zhang Han's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. In Zhang Han's memories, 5 years ago, the Zhang family was one of the 8 great families of the Shang Jing. Zhang Han's father was the patriarch at the time, so Zhang Han was not afraid of the heavens or the earth. However, when his family traveled by plane, they suffered an air crash halfway. His parents and sister were died. The second uncle Zhang Ming was appointed as the owner, but he did not stop Zhang family from falling. Zhang Han had received a huge blow and thought that his family was being murdered, so he started to investigate Zhang Ming, who always hated his father, but after being discovered, coupled with the fact that Zhang Han had offended many people before, he was kicked out of Zhang family. It had already been 5 years and Zhang Han was unwilling to leave, so he wanted to investigate this matter thoroughly. His days were tough, but he persisted to the point, until the incident in Mount Langxing. He remembered that back then when he was driving in the Mount Langxing, he had sustained heavy injuries and lost both arms. He had panted for 5 years before jumping off a cliff, but he didn't expect to enter the cultivation world by accident. When he first came into contact with cultivation, Zhang Han immediately awakened his innate divine ability, treasure-sniffing nose. Relying on this ability, Zhang Han forcibly piled up his cultivation using various kinds of treasures in the span of 500 years. But who would have thought that when transcending the heavenly tribulation, he would be too weak to withstand a single blow due to his unstable foundation? Why not 5 years ago? Zhang Han's expression turned lonely. Before his relatives left, he, as a young man, was too young and too insolent. He had caused his father a lot of trouble, and he even said a lot of things that would make his mother sad. Although Zhang Han had been rebellious back then, the love he had for his parents was not inferior to others. Even if it was during the next 500 years of cultivation, Zhang Han would always think of one sentence. The tree wants peace but the wind does not stop, the child wants to raise but parents are not alive. Zhang Han. A gloomy voice interrupted Zhang Han's thoughts. Raising his head, he saw Lu Feng staring at him coldly. 5 years ago, you chased me out of the Shangjing city. 5 years later, I, the Los Angeles car king Lu Feng, return in a strong manner, but you, Zhang Han, will be worse off than a pig or a dog. Remember, I, Lu Feng, will let you, Zhang Han, walk out of the Shangjing city today. Oh, so powerful, Zhang Han asked in shock and rejected. Then I won't compete. Lu Feng was immediately startled, and the muscles on his face trembled. He felt as if a fist had just struck air, and the thief felt uncomfortable. Zhang Han, I'm putting a little bonus on you for this contest. Lu Feng shook the Ferrari key in his hand, and said, as long as you win, this car is yours. Then I will find it hard to refuse. Zhang Han said with a beaming smile. Hey, Lu Feng sneered. He raised his hand and ordered everyone present, set up the screen. With that word, the people behind him set up several television screens, and at the same time, remote control aircrafts rose up from various parts of Mount Langsheng. Opening the screen, one by one, the cameras on the remote control aircraft returned, shining the entire Mount Langsheng within. Get ready. Lu Feng secretly nodded to the fatty man who was sitting behind the wild horse and sat on the Ferrari. However, just as Zhang Han was about to enter the Ford Mustang, a timid and childish voice came from behind. Daddy, come on, beat the bad guys. Zhang Han was startled. He turned his head and saw the little princess standing beside the fatty's feet. Why would such a cute girl casually call someone, Dad? Zhang Han laughed and shook his head. Elder brother Han, you will definitely win. The fatty clenched his fists towards Zhang Han, showing an encouraging expression. With your blessings, your car will bring me luck. Zhang Han looked at him indifferently, then sat in the wild horse carriage. A tall beauty wearing a bikini walked to the front of the two cars with two small flags in her hands and raised them high. Get ready. The engines of the two cars roared angrily at the same time. Inside the Ferrari, Lu Feng's mouth formed a proud smile. The fatty behind revealed a meaningful smile. At his feet, the adorable princess's eyes were filled with fear and worry. Tears welled up in her eyes. And Zhang Han, who was inside the wild horse carriage, had a cold smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. You're colluding to harm me. Unfortunately, I am no longer the one of the past. Even if I don't have any cultivation right now, how can you ants provoke me? Begin. Suddenly, under the cheers and screams of the crowd, the two cars shot forward like lightning. People ran to the electronic screens and watched the contest between the two cars from the point of view of the mid-air remote control aircraft. Elder brother Feng's starting speed is so fast. Of course, the two cars are not even on the same level. After all, elder brother Feng has the strength of a professional gamer. But for Zhang Han, he hasn't touched a sports car in 5 years, right? From the screen, Lu Feng's Ferrari was 10 meters ahead of him after 5 seconds. Do not underestimate these 10 meters. In the first half of the winding road, the two cars drove through various fine drifts one after the other. As far as the mountain top, one could hear the sound of tires rubbing against the ground. Lu Feng is worthy of being the car king of Los Angeles. He has his own unique understanding and talent. A bald middle-aged man in his middle age was in discussion. He was a professional sports car commentator. As he was talking, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Who would have thought that Zhang Han's drifting was much better than Lu Feng's? He truly has the ability to be proficient in terms of distance and strength. Quote. From the camera, the speed and precision of the blue Ford Mustang was smoother than Ferrari's. Gradually, the distance between the two cars grew closer and closer. Seeing that the Mustang was about to overtake him, Ferrari began to sway from side to side, entering a sharp position. This also slowed down the progress of the Mustang. Yes, Lu Feng's skill is not bad. It's just that he has to pay attention to the following long bend. If he is not careful, he will get overtaken. The baldy stared at the screen and said. The two cars followed one after the other into the long bend in the road. As they moved about, Lu Feng controlled the car, not allowing Zhang Han's car to pass by. After seeing this, the baldy praised, not bad, not bad. This move is very eye-catching. That's right, after all, he's my elder brother Feng. How can a trifling Zhang Han be a match for the elder brother Feng? Quote. Next is a straight stretch of track, after which, they will reach the last and most difficult part of the road in the Mount Langxing, the 9 curves and 18 turns. Next is a straight stretch of track, after which they will reach the last and most difficult part of the road in the Mount Langxing. The baldy stroked his chin as he spoke. Sure enough, the 2 cars entered the straight runway and sped forward at full speed. At this moment, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the eyes of the fatty who was standing in the corner. At the same time, within the wild horse carriage, Zhang Han's mouth had a similar smile. Sure enough, the brake system is malfunctioning. In his previous life, he was seriously injured while overturning the car at the bend of the road because he couldn't slow down. The reason for this was all because of his former brother, Dong Hu. A few years ago, he was a drifter who followed Zhang Han around due to luck. Although Zhang Han was young, he was still very kind to his little brother, and with his help, Dong Hu had managed to get a few jobs. He ran a used car shop, and had car houses in the Shangjing. He had saved over 5 million, which made his life very comfortable. But 5 years ago, when something happened to Zhang Han, he did not greet her at all. It was only a few days ago that he had hypocritically contacted her about their relationship. However, actually, I don't even intend to slow down. Quote. Zhang Han laughed lightly. Normally speaking, it would be difficult to drift without a brake, but there was no absolute in this world. Zhang Han's precise control of his power could break this shackle. At this time, Lu Feng still kept controlling the car to Zhang Han's right until they reached the 18 entrances of the 9-winding passage. You found that you can't slow down. Lu Feng sneered, looking at the Ford that surpassed him. His eyes held a trace of anticipation for the destruction of the car. On the other end, the people watching carefully on the screen gasped in shock. He's not slowing down. Did he not want to live? If you are not careful, you will fall off a cliff. The bald man frowned. Damn, isn't Zhang Han too bold? I think he really has lived enough. If he died early, then so would he. He probably got over it too. Quote. In the corner at the back, the cute girl at Dong Hu's feet could only see the legs of the many people in front of her, but after hearing everyone's ridicule towards Zhang Han, she started to cry as if she was wrong. Daddy, shut up. Stop crying and I'll hit you. Dong Hu glared and bellowed. How could a 3 or 4-year-old little girl understand so much? She cried even louder after being frightened by Dong Hu. Dong Hu's face was filled with anger. He raised his hand wanting to hit the little girl, but seeing that many people were looking at him from the side, Dong Hu retracted his hand and laughed awkwardly. What a cute girl. When a 20-year-old woman saw the pitiful crying little princess, she couldn't help but run over to console her. What did I see? Quote. At the front of the crowd, a cry of disbelief came from the bald man's mouth. The Ford didn't slow down at all as it charged straight into the 9 corners and the 18 bends. The first curve was a semicircle, and the Mustang turned and crossed it with an ornate drift, not slowing down to the second curve. The second curve was 90 degrees, and the third was a conical curve. Because the 2 curves were very close together, it was very difficult for them to fly out of the mountain at high speeds. In everyone's eyes, the Ford Mustang was still moving at full speed, just like a ghost chariot. It turned right around the second bend and entered the third. It's over. This speed will not stop at all. The bald man sighed, pity in his eyes. However, the scene that happened in the next moment made him widen his eyes. He saw the Ford Mustang, which was speeding, spin at 360 degrees before it reached the third turn. After the first turn, the car entered the bend. The second turn, the car crossed the conical bend. After the third turn, the car had already started moving towards the fourth turn. My God, what kind of driving skill is this? 3 rounds and 360 degrees, how did he do it? He's the first one to step into the 9-winding path and not slow down. Zhang Han, he wants to write a legend of the Mount Langxing. Quote. Everyone was dumbstruck. They watched in amazement as the wild horses took beautiful turns, maintaining their full speed through all 9 curves. After turning a corner, the Ford wild horse was like a running wild beast, quickly advancing forward. And at this time, Lu Feng's Ferrari gave off a feeling as if it were a snail, and only then did it slowly make its way past the fourth bend. A few minutes later, with a violent rumble, the Mustang pulled back onto the platform, still at full speed. At 10 ornate 360 degrees, it stopped, facing the steep slope ahead. Bam! Zhang Han got off the car and leaned against the door. His body was still sloppy and his hair was still messy, to the point that his movements were the same as before. 7 minutes and 30 seconds, this is a terrifying record, unprecedented. The bald man said in awe. If he had also driven the Ferrari, the time would have shortened. Mount Langzing's fastest record is 10 minutes 20 seconds, right? Heavens, Zhang Han is too strong. Quote. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Ah, the elder brother Feng would have lost to him. Quote. Everyone shook their heads and lamented, but Donghu's expression was extremely ugly. When he turned his head and saw the little girl, who was crying and calling out, "Daddy," his expression changed into a smile. Then he picked up the little girl and walked towards Zhang Han. As expected of my elder brother Han, awesome. Donghu flattered. Hey, your car is still the best. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to win. Zhang Han said with a light laugh. Daddy. At this time, the little princess in Donghu's embrace struggled non-stop. Her voice was soft and there were still tears hanging from the corners of her eyes. Zhang Han subconsciously held the little princess in his arms, let out a light laugh, and said, Beautiful girl, why do you call me daddy? On the other hand, the little girl was tired from crying, and after standing there for a long time, she fell asleep in Zhang Han's arms. Is this your daughter? Zhang Han asked indifferently. How could I have such a cute daughter? Haha, elder brother Han, isn't she your daughter? Donghu said with a smile. How could I have a daughter? Then I don't know. In short, you've brought this little girl here, and she always calls you daddy. Didn't you ask me to take care of her just now? Did you forget? Donghu asked curiously. My daughter. Zhang Han's eyes that were hidden under her bangs focused. A daughter had appeared out of nowhere. What was going on? Before he could think much about it, Lu Feng's Ferrari drove back after a series of explosions. The car stopped by the side, and after a while, the pale Lu Feng got off. He stared at Zhang Han with 30% shock and 70% resentment, and walked over with large strides. At this moment, there was complete silence on the stage. Everyone's gaze was fixated on that spot. Do you dare to have another match with me? Lu Feng said as he gnashed his teeth. Hee, I have no interest in wasting my time with a defeated opponent. Zhang Han smiled and said, hand over the car keys. Hearing that, Lu Feng's eyes turned red, his right hand held the car key tightly as he said with hatred. We'll have a match in a month. Judging from his posture, it was likely that he would not let Zhang Han go if he did not agree to it. Fine. Give me the car keys. Zhang Han extended his hand. Lu Feng placed the car keys angrily into Zhang Han's hands. He had just bought a new car. At the first time it started running, it were courted by someone else. Zhang Han carried the keys to the red Ferrari and put the little princess who was in his arms on the front seat. He started the car and drove for 100 meters before stopping by the roadside, looking at the side of the road through the rearview mirror. After the competition ended, the crowd left in small groups. Donghu was currently apologizing and explaining something to Lu Feng. However, it could be seen that Lu Feng slapped each side of Donghu's face 5 times each. After slapping finish, Lu Feng entered into his friend's car and left. How would I know that Zhang Han that rubbish would be able to win? I'm sure that I definitely twinkled with the car. FK. Donghu cursed out in rage as he angrily entered into his Ford Mustang and stepped onto the pedal. Vroom. The Ford Mustang surged forward at high speed. But when Donghu stepped onto the brake, he discovered that the brake of the car that he twinkled with was indeed not working. Looking at the precipitous mountain slope that he was getting closer and closer to, Donghu's face turned deathly pale as his eyes contracted. Bang, bang, bang. The acute sound of a car flipping resounded throughout the entire Wolf Mountain, causing the expression of others who were leaving to change as they turned over to look at what happened. A sneer hung up on the corner of Zhang Han's mouth as he started up the Ferrari and slowly drove out of Wolf Mountain. Right now, Zhang Han was currently living in a shabby apartment building at Shangjing City's Wowan Road. On the journey towards the apartment, Zhang Han began to ponder. As of now, I do not have even a trace of qi and I am currently not able to revolve any cultivation technique. Basically, I am but a mortal right now. My spatial ring is gone too. There was a bit of heart pain in Zhang Han's expression. The treasures that I have collected for 500 years are all gone. Wretched ninth heaven god Thunder, since you let me rebirth, why didn't you give me some treasures too? Quote. Zhang Han mumbled to himself for a while and immediately stopped thinking about those thoughts afterwards. This was just how Zhang Han's character was, open-minded and optimistic. He would not be too obstinate about a matter. Of course, there was a line for everything. Once the line was crossed, Zhang Han would obstinately tackle the matter to the end. If not, he would also not have desperately remained in Shengjing City for 5 years and not be willing to leave. Do I still have any other treasures? Zhang Han began to ponder. The number of treasures he had was beyond measure, even to the point that he somewhat could not remember how many treasures he possessed. Suddenly, Zhang Han's eyes lit up and he quickly raised his head as he moved his hand towards his left ear. After digging his left ear for a while, a thing that was about a cm long which looked like a needle tip was dug out. The needle tip's entire body was crystal white, seemingly just like an immortal jade. After looking at it for a while, the excitement in Zhang Han's eyes became denser and denser. Ninth Heaven God Thunder, seems like you actually left me with a treasure in the end. Thunder Yang tree and a few seeds. Those are exactly the things I needed for me to get into cultivation. The Yang of Thunder, Yang tree is the Yang of Yin and Yang. In the large cultivation world, Thunder Yang tree was also a relatively rare treasure. Its abilities were very formidable. Apart from it being an energy source and being able to nourish spiritual medicinal herbs, it could also grow out Thunder Yang wood. Thunder Yang wood was a kind of wood which was necessary for a lot of medicinal pills. Even if a person was to waste the wood and directly absorb the wood's energy, the energy of the wood itself would also be able to enable the person to reach into the Shantian realm in an instant. However, Thunder Yang tree is only able to grow out Thunder Yang wood once every 100 years. Right before I rebirth and was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, I remembered that it was about to grow out Thunder Yang wood. So, it should take about 5 years for the Thunder Yang wood to grow out. Zhang Han shook his head, forget about it. No matter how long it takes, the first thing I have to do is to find a good place to plant the Thunder Yang tree and absorb the energy that it erupts out for the first time. After absorbing the energy, I will be able to reach Qi refining realm. At that time, I will be able to use my treasure-smelling nose. Adding on those seeds that I placed within the Thunder Yang tree, my future seems bright. While thinking about it, Zhang Han could not help but start laughing. The sound of Zhang Han's laughter woke up the little princess who slept for a while. After waking up, the little princess rubbed her eyes adorably and looked at Zhang Han muddle-headedly as she said in a sweet voice, "Daddy, I'm hungry." Zhang Han's laughter came to a halt as he turned his head to look at the little princess. For a moment, he actually forgot about this little girl. "Little girl, I am not your father. We are about to reach my house. I will find something for you to eat later," Zhang Han said as he curled his lips. Upon hearing that, the little princess had a look of feeling wronged and shyness. She wanted to talk, but at the same time did not dare to talk. She did not understand why her daddy said that he was not her daddy. With the Ferrari parked below the old apartment, there was a kind of inharmonious feeling when seen by others. Carrying the little princess upstairs and entering into his room, it could be seen that not only were the furniture old and shabby, the room was also disordered and in a mess. Only the small blanket on the bed and the pink suitcase at the bedside were new. What is the situation? Zhang Han's brows twitched. Sitting down on the sofa, he placed the little princess on the coffee table in front of him and examined her in detail. The little girl's face was exquisite. She had pretty brows, small and delicate nose, big lustrous eyes, cherry lips which were as thin as a willow leaf and the adorableness and gracefulness of a princess. However, her 5 sense organs did not resemble Zhang Han's masculinity. 5 sense organs refers to nose, eyes, lips, tongue, and ears. However, it was also lucky that she did not resemble Zhang Han's masculinity. Otherwise, if a little young lady was to look masculine, just the thought of it would give one goosebumps. This is really my daughter. It can't be right, Zhang Han mumbled to himself, when all of a sudden, a tearing pain bubbled forth in his mind. This was the surging forth of 20+ years of memories. At this moment, Zhang Han also understood everything. It turns out that when his 500 years of memories rushed into this body of his, it momentarily suppressed the 20+ years of memories of the body, and it was only now then did all the memories started merging together. After absorbing the 20+ years of memories of this current life of his, Zhang Han was somewhat stupefied. Why did the course of development changed in this life? In his previous life, his parents and sister met with an aviation incident and died. But right now, within his memories, his parents instead disappeared bizarrely 5 years ago. His second uncle Zhang Ming still hated his entire family, his sister ran away from home and her whereabouts were unknown. However, his sister would transfer money to him every month. And as for himself, he was still chased out of Zhang family by Zhang Ming just like in his previous life. Could this be God giving me a chance to make up for my regrets? The feeling of joy could be seen in Zhang Han's eyes. After finish attaining those memories, Zhang Han also finally became aware of the origin of this little girl in front of him. Her mother was called Ziyan. Zhang Han was not familiar with her and only knew that she was an aloof celebrity who had once starred in quite a few box office movies. 5 years ago when Ziyan was about to reach the peak of her career, it was also the same time when Zhang Han had fallen into the abyss and reached the peak of hedonistic. After what that could be counted as an occasion of a hero saving a beauty, the two of them bonded together by accident. However, who would have thought that the bullet that was shot out would be so accurate, and would have further even expected Ziyan to choose to retire right when she was about to reach the peak of her career to hide at North America and give birth to the little princess that was currently in front of Zhang Han. Right when this little princess was about to reach 4 years old, she began quarreling that she wants her father. At that time, Ziyan had the intention to come back out of retirement and go back into the entertainment industry, and thus came back to China. Upon reaching China, Ziyan straightforwardly brought the little princess to this shabby apartment and only gave the little princess 7 days to stay with Zhang Han. Perhaps, Ziyan was also trying to get the little princess to give up on this dispirited father of hers. When Zhang Han and Ziyan met, because of Ziyan's indifference, it incited the pride within Zhang Han and both of them had a big quarrel. In the end, Ziyan gnashed her teeth and left, while Zhang Han was disdained towards this matter as he thought towards himself. Celebrities were nothing but actors only, what was she acting aloof for? Of course, this was the opinion of Zhang Han before rebirth. Today was the 3rd day where Zhang Han's life was joined by the existence of the little girl. After confirming that the little girl was indeed his own daughter, Zhang Han's complexion changed greatly. As if he had been struck by lightning, he stared in a daze at the little girl and mumbled with grief. A child that doesn't have a handle. God, are you playing a joke on me? How am I going to pass on my orthodox if my child doesn't have a handle? In a moment, emotions surged up in him as he gloomily picked up a cigarette that was on the coffee table, lit it up and took a deep inhale with the cigarette. Cough, cough, cough. Little princess started coughing after being choked by the cigarette smoke. This caused Zhang Han's hand to come to a pause. Although he wanted a son to carry on his orthodox, the little girl was still in the end his own daughter. Zhang Han sighed as he extinguished the cigarette and stood up to go make a cup of milk for the little girl to drink. Thank you, Daddy, the little princess said timidly. Looking at his daughter's shy look, Zhang Han sighed once again. If this was a son, he reckoned that the speaking style would be like this: Dad, I am hungry. Don't daze anymore and quickly make a cup of milk for me. Unlike his daughter in front of him, who was shy and delicate. However, as quickly as those emotions of his came, those emotions also disappeared just as quickly. Shortly after, Zhang Han began to look attentively at the little girl who was currently gracefully drinking milk. Unknowingly, a trace of tenderness appeared in his expression. Having finished drinking the milk, the little girl placed the baby bottle onto the coffee table, then stretched out both of her slim and tiny arms while speaking in a cute voice. Daddy, hug hug. Zhang Han carried her in his arms and the little girl let out a shy smile as she said happily. Daddy, you are my hero, I love you. The little girl did not mind that her father was sloppy and straightforwardly kissed onto Zhang Han's cheeks. In a moment, Zhang Han's heart was dissolved by the kiss. This kiss made Zhang Han felt warm and tenderness which he had not felt for a very long time. This kind of family love quickly filled the hollow of Zhang Han's 500 years of lonesome. I finally have a child. A daughter it should be then. Isn't it said that a daughter is just like a considerate little cotton-padded jacket, right? Zhang Han began to laugh heartily. Although the little princess within his arms did not know why her daddy laughed, but seeing him laugh, the little princess also began laughing too. In a moment, the room was filled with laughter and comfort. Daughter, did your mother give you a name? Zhang Han asked gently. Even he himself also did not know that his masculine voice would actually be able to let out such a gentle voice. Yes, Mommy already gave me a name. The little princess raised her hand and pointed to herself as she spoke in a cute voice. I'm called Emily. After speaking, the smile which was originally on Zhang Han's face immediately disappeared, and even the muscle at the corner of his eyes could be seen twitching, revealing out just how dissatisfied he felt right now. Emily, Zhang Han said fumingly, this woman is truly over. For his daughter to not be surnamed Zhang, and even given an English name. Just what was the meaning of this? Daddy, seeing Zhang Han's expression, the little princess thought that he was being angry at her and tears quickly filled her eyes. Hey, hey, don't cry, Daddy is not talking about you. Zhang Han quickly coaxed. Daddy, don't be angry, the little princess said timidly. Zhang Han shook his head and said, Daddy just felt that your name is not good. Let's pick a new name for you instead, okay? All right. Seeing that her daddy was not angry at her and was even going to pick a new name for her, the little princess became happy once again. What should you be called? Zhang Han pondered, and in less than 2 seconds, he looked towards the little princess within his arms and said, your name should be called Zhang Yumeng, and your pet name should be called Meng Meng. What do you think? Is the name nice? After finished speaking, Zhang Han looked at the little princess with a look of anticipation. However, the expression of the little princess in his arms began to hesitate. But I still prefer Emily. That is the name mommy picked for me. Zhang Han's expression stiffed up as he said solemnly, that won't do. But just after finished saying those 3 words, because of the solemn expression on Zhang Han's face, the little princess's expression changed and it could be seen that tears were about to burst out from her eyes anytime soon. Upon seeing that, Zhang Han immediately changed his tone and said in a gentle voice, my little darling. Zhang Han quickly began to coax the little princess. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. People said that women are made of water. But children are the ones that are made of water. Especially little girls. Zhang Han, who was experiencing the life of a father for the first time, was currently sweating. Coaxing a child was truly a skill that needed to be trained. Little darling. After coaxing finish, Zhang Han thought for a while and said, Daddy ask you a question. What race are you? I am Chinese. The little princess replied in a cute voice. That's not correct though, Zhang Han said, you see, you are called Emily, so aren't you a North American? No, the little princess was not satisfied by what Zhang Han said as she pouted her mouth and protested, I am Chinese. My hair is black. My eyes are black. They are all black. I am a Chinese. If you are a Chinese, then you can't be called Emily anymore though. Emily is a foreign name. So if you are called Emily, aren't you a foreign? Zhang Han coerced the little princess step by step. How would a child understand that much stuff? Upon hearing that, the little princess immediately protested. I am not a foreign. Emily is foreign, I don't want Emily anymore. Heh. Zhang Han smiled just like a wretched old uncle and said, what are you called then? The little princess immediately went into a daze, not knowing how to answer. You are called Zhang Yumeng, your pet name is Meng Meng. The little princess pointed to herself and said, Zhang, Yu, Meng. Correct. Zhang Han grinned and started laughing heartily as the little princess kept on repeating the words, Meng. After succeeding making the little girl accept her new name, Zhang Han felt like he had just defeated a war. Daddy's clothes are too dirty, let Daddy go change first. Zhang Han placed the little princess on the shabby sofa and walked to the front of the cloth wardrobe. After pulling open the zip of the cloth wardrobe, the scene that was within made the muscle of Zhang Han's face twitched endlessly. Within the decent-size wardrobe, there were but only 4 or 5 set of clothes, and moreover, they were all dirty and old. Immediately after, Zhang Han's gaze swept through the entire shabby and messy room. At the end, his gaze reached to a mirror. Seeing just how incomparably sloppy he was through the mirror, he couldn't help but sigh. I actually forget that there was once a time when I was so sloppy. If I told the people of the cultivation world that I, Han Yan immortal monarch, was once in such a dire state, I reckon no one would believe me, right? Ever since he was a child, Zhang Han had been growing in an extremely wealthy family and his life's aim had always been to enjoy the best quality of things. Although he had been in a dire state for a certain period of time, but after coming into contact with the cultivation world, Zhang Han's quality of life had been raised many times higher compared to when he was living on Earth. The place he stayed at was the peerless immortal palace. The drink that he drank was the immortal wine that has been brewed for 10,000 years. The food he ate was the first-rate delicacies of the myriad worlds. Even when going out, the vehicle that he rode in was the 9-dragon war chariot. Everywhere it passed by, tens of thousands of people would prostrate before it. However, looking at the current scene in the room, Zhang Han could not stand it anymore. Meng Meng, Daddy bring you go out okay? Zhang Han asked casually. All right, Meng Meng likes to go out and play with Daddy, Meng Meng said happily. One must say, the learning capability of a child was truly extremely strong. Only after a while, Meng Meng had already memorized the name her father picked for her. Zhang Han smiled and shook his head as he began to pack all of Meng Meng's stuff into her suitcase. When opening the suitcase, Zhang Han was able to see the 100k RMB that was placed neatly in the corner of the suitcase. Those cash were left by Meng Meng's mother, Ziyan. Of course, Zhang Han did not intend to use those cash. However, upon seeing those cash, it made Zhang Han think back to 2 days ago when he quarreled with Ziyan. Zhang Han's opinion of celebrities in the past was that celebrities were but only actors. When quarreling with Ziyan, he set out his opinion which caused Ziyan to become immeasurably angry. But the Zhang Han right now did not have this kind of opinion. Because of how famous he was, his name, Han Yan Immortal Monarch, was well known throughout the cultivation world. Speaking from the fundamental, he was no different from a celebrity. After packing finish Meng Meng's suitcase, Zhang Han took out some cash from within his bedside cabinet. From the looks of it, there was about 20k plus RMB. Those cash were banked to him by his sister. Because Zhang Han normally doesn't leave the house, as time passed, the money piled up. Daddy, are we not coming back? Meng Meng pointed towards the suitcase in Zhang Han's hand and asked. We are not coming back. Daddy is going to bring you go enjoy life. Zhang Han carried the suitcase with his left hand and Meng Meng in his right hand. Alright, go enjoy life. Meng Meng raised her small arms and shouted out happily. After coming down from the apartment, Zhang Han first placed the suitcase in the trunk, then placed Meng Meng in the front passenger seat and helped her wear the seat belt. After finishing all those, Zhang Han drove the car straight forward. While driving, he saw a barber shop not far away and drove towards it. Upon reaching the barber shop, Zhang Han carried Meng Meng out of the car and walked towards the barber shop. When the staffs in the barber shop saw this father and daughter combination, they all felt somewhat strange and thought to themselves. A sloppy old uncle and an adorable little princess pairing up together, what a strange combination. Or could it be child trafficking? However, when the barber finished cutting Zhang Han's hair, everyone's eyes all lit up. This guy's appearance seems quite full of spirit. Everyone all thought to themselves. After losing the covering from his hair, Zhang Han's blade-like face gave others a kind of spirited aura feeling. Although his looks was not that of a super handsome guy where others would turn their head to look at him when passing by each other, but his face still belonged to the kind which was quite decent. Daddy, so cool, the little princess who had been shyly sitting on the chair at the side praised. Zhang Han smiled as he shook his head. After paying for the haircut, Zhang Han carried Meng Meng and walked out of the barber shop. After getting on the car, Zhang Han said with a serious face. Meng Meng, when you are outside, your guts have to be bigger. You or I, Zhang Han's daughter. Whatever that you want to do, you can just do it. Even if you pierce through the sky, your daddy will also be able to help you fix it. Do you understand? Zhang Han earnestly taught Meng Meng. Oh, daddy, but the sky is too high. I cannot reach it. Meng Meng said adorably. Oh, this is nothing. In the future when daddy bring you along and fly to the sky, you will be able to reach it. Zhang Han smiled and said casually, Daddy is only telling you that, no matter where you are, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Whatever that you want to say, you can just say it. Wait a while later when we reach the shopping mall, Daddy will teach how to train you guts. Alright, go shopping mall, train guts, Meng Meng said as she raised her small hands. Thus, Zhang Han brought Meng Meng to a shopping mall in the vicinity. At the shopping mall, Zhang Han bought a white shirt, black leisure jacket, a pair of leisure shoes and a set of washed new clothes. The two set of clothes were all international brand and it cost him close to a total of 20k RMB. This was still after Zhang Han picked the clothes that he was not satisfied with. A human depends on his clothes and a horse depends on its saddle. After changing into the new clothes, Zhang Han's entire temperament raised up some degree. The feeling he gave others right now was that of a successful figure bringing his adorable daughter to shop at the shopping mall. Before leaving the shopping mall, Zhang Han said to the little princess. Meng Meng, we are going to practice your guts for a bit now. Okay, practice. Meng Meng replied while lying in Zhang Han's embrace. Now, look at those people in front of you, Meng Meng, and loudly say to them, you bunch of insects, don't you dare bark in front of me. Come on, you can do it. Zhang Han encouraged. Oh, Meng Meng pouted her mouth and was about to speak. But when she saw the crowd that were moving in front of her, and the many people who were looking at her, she immediately hid into Zhang Han's embrace and said shyly, I don't dare. Zhang Han's expression froze. Without choice, he started discussing with Meng Meng. In the end, under the entice of an ice cream, Meng Meng finally summoned up her courage as she blinked with her clear eyes and said in a big yet cute voice. You bunch of insects, don't you dare bark in front of me. When those words came out, it immediately attracted the gaze of the people around Zhang Han and Meng Meng. Upon seeing Meng Meng, most of the people couldn't help but be captivated by Meng Meng's adorableness and laughed. Seeing that so many people were looking at her, the little princess shyly hid her head within Zhang Han's embrace. Upon seeing that, Zhang Han helplessly stroked on Meng Meng's little head and thought in his heart, seems like, to strengthen her guts is truly a difficult matter. Contrary to the crowd, an ant who saw the whole matter from the start to finish with her own eyes mumbled angrily at Zhang Han. What kind of teaching method is this? This is offending public morals. Public morals are truly degenerating with each passing day. This is truly unreasonable. Upon hearing that, Zhang Han also did not react to it. Letting out a gentle laughter, Zhang Han bought an ice cream for Meng Meng as her reward, then carried her out of the shopping mall. Actually, Zhang Han's intention was that he only wanted to teach Meng Meng be more courageous and have no need to be shy. However, being a father for the first time, he also do not know how to properly educate a child. If this goes on, it was reckoned that Zhang Han would tot out a little devil. Luckily, Zhang Han's education was cut off by Ziyan's visit few days later. But even so, through the few days of Zhang Han's education, later on in life, Meng Meng did a few actions which trolled him all over. However, Zhang Han did not mind even if he taught out a little devil. In his view, so what if he taught out a little devil? He intends to even make her daughter to be the most fortunate daughter in this world and the most fearless daughter. Driving the new crimson Ferrari, Zhang Han brought Meng Meng to a 5-star hotel that was called Ling Yu. With a sports car and upper-class clothing, although Zhang Han was carrying a little princess in his embrace, he still attracted the hotel's beautiful receiver's amorous glances. It could be seen that, if Zhang Han had any thoughts, the beautiful receiver would not mind going into a deeper development. But what they did not know was that, in Zhang Han's wallet, there was only a total of 6k plus RMB, which was also the entire amount of money he had right now. However, even though he did not have much left, he still confidently spent 2.8k RMB for a luxurious suite. We'll just have to make do with this for now. Zhang Han was somewhat heartache that he could not stay in the peerless immortal palace anymore. However, his words made the expression of the beautiful receiver's expression at the side froze. Alright, so staying in a luxurious suite is counted as making do. Truly, comparing oneself to other people will only make one feel vexed. The beautiful receiver personally led Zhang Han to his luxurious suite. On the way, she kept on casting amorous glances at Zhang Han. No matter what, it would definitely be beneficial making friends with a rich man. However, the little fellow was too vigilant already. Right now, the shyness that she had was all gone. Glaring with her big eyes while tightly hugging onto Zhang Han, she said, "This is my daddy. You, don't come too close." Although the little fellow did not understand that much things, she understood that apart from her mother, any women who attempted to get close to her father and try to snatch her father away were all bad women. Peef. The beautiful receiver couldn't help but laugh lightly. Without choice, she maintained a distance away from Zhang Han. Upon reaching the room, Zhang Han properly placed the suitcase, then carried Meng Meng to the Western restaurant at the second floor to eat dinner. At the Western restaurant, he ordered a well-done steak for Meng Meng and a medium well for himself. Although Zhang Han did not have any experience with parenting, but he still understood small general knowledge. The immune system and digestive system of children were not that good and thus was not suitable for eating steaks that were not well done. With a seemingly good posture, Meng Meng held onto a fork with her left hand and a knife with her right hand. But when cutting into the steak, it was still very hard for her to cut. "Let daddy help you cut." Zhang Han smiled while shaking his head. "Oh, I want, small one." Meng Meng reminded Zhang Han. "Sure, small one." Zhang Han cut up the steak into small cubes. Afterward, the father and daughter both began their somewhat high-class dinner since they first met. After eating finish, Zhang Han's phone rang. Picking up the phone, it was a call from Lu Feng's subordinate, calling to inform Zhang Han that the series of procedures for the car have all been prepared finish. Half an hour later, after meeting with the subordinate at the hotel, Zhang Han kept the documents, then went to the parking lot to take pictures of the Ferrari. Back to the room, he straightaway used his phone to post the Ferrari for sale on a second-hand car website. The price on the post for the Ferrari was only 2 million RMB. At this side, after Zhang Han posted the post, on the other side, one of the employees of the website company who was currently preparing to get off work suddenly saw the post. As the employee scrolled through the post, his eyes became bigger and bigger as he started shouting, "Manager! Manager! What's the matter?" The manager wrinkled his brow as he spoke in a dissatisfied tone. It was already 7 p.m. night currently. The time to leave work had been delayed by 2 hours and yet his subordinate was still making a big fuss. With everything adding together, the manager could not help but felt annoyed. He had already decided that if this subordinate of his was shouting for nothing, he was prepared to punish him. "Manager, quickly come and take a look at this. There is a serious matter." The employee shouted, and his shouting voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone who was just about to leave. All of them turned their head to look at the employee. The manager wrinkled his brows as he hurriedly walked over. When he saw the post on the screen, his eyes opened wide open as exclaimed. "What? A Ferrari 488 that has been bought for less than a month is only being resold at 2 million RMB. The manager's words caused everyone to gather around to take a look at the screen. The total cost of this car is around 4.8 million RMB, and someone is only reselling it at 2 million RMB. Is it fake or real? If it is real, then whoever who buys it will definitely profit from it. That's right. After buying it at 2 million RMB, one can resell it for at least 3 million RMB. Could this person be in urgent need of money? Even if he is urgent for money to use, isn't this somewhat negligent of him? Even if he posted it for 3 million RMB, I reckon it would also be able to be sold within less than 3 days. All of those people understood the price of the Ferrari, so naturally, the manager himself also understood. The manager quickly instructed the employee in front of the computer. Quickly seal away this post and pass me the vehicle owner's phone number. The manager was currently prepared to personally buy the car. While the employee in front of the computer hurriedly gets working, the other employees all looked at the general with envy. This was also the strength of the manager. After all, the manager had the money to buy and resell the car. If it was them, they do not even have 2 million RMB, so even they want to buy and resell, they would also not be able to do it. After the manager called Zhang Han's number and discussed finish when to meet to take a look at the car, he laughed heartily as he pats onto his subordinate's back, intending to award him heavily after he sealed the deal with Zhang Han. The manager prepared for a bit, then brought few of his car-examining subordinates to the hotel where Zhang Han was at. After a series of examining, the satisfied manager made an appointment with Zhang Han to deal the car tomorrow. After finishing all those, when Zhang Han carried Meng Meng back to the room, it was already 9 p.m. Yawn. Meng Meng yawned while lying within Zhang Han's embrace, then mumbled, "Daddy, I want to listen to story." Listen to story. Zhang Han went into a daze. He had never told a story for anyone before. But since his daughter wanted to listen to story, he of course had to do it. After arranging the story within his mind, he said, "Daddy will tell you the story of Snow White then. The story is like this: once upon a time, there was a Snow White." "Oh, don't want. I listened to Snow White before already." Meng Meng shook her head and rejected. Then, how about Daddy tell you the story of Little Red Riding Hood?" "Don't want. Then, Daddy tell you the story of 7 Little Dwarfs." "Don't want. Then, Daddy tell you the story of Big Bad Wolf." "Don't want. Quote. Zhang Han set out all the 10+ fairy tale story that he knew within his mind, but in the end, the little fellow had already listened before many times to all of those stories already and kept on shaking her head, saying, "Don't want." In a moment, Zhang Han was somewhat at a loss. After thinking for a while, suddenly, Zhang Han's expression lit up as an idea came to his mind. With a discussing tone, he asked, "Darling, do you want to listen to the story of Han Yan, Immortal Monarch?" "Don't, Meng Meng went into a daze. After pondering for a while and discovering that she had never heard of the story before, she clapped her hands and said happily, all right, all right. Heh, heh, heh. Zhang Han cleared his throat, and with a trace of complacent hang on his face, he said. Han Yan Immortal Monarch is an incredibly awesome person. The story of Han Yan Immortal Monarch still has to start from Earth. When Han Yan Immortal Monarch was on Earth, his life was not going as planned and he led a very miserable life. In the end, he jumped down from a precipice. But who would have thought that he would instead enter into a whole new world by accident? The world that he entered by accident is called the Cultivation World. Oh, Daddy, what is a cultivation world? Meng asked somewhat muddle-headedly. Cultivation World is an extremely big world. Within it, there is a countless number of planets and people. In some places, even a river was bigger compared to Earth, and in some places, a mainland was almost comparable to the Milky Way. In any way, Cultivation World is an extremely peculiar world. Han Yan Immortal Monarch was very powerful in the Cultivation World. From the beginning when he came into contact with the Cultivation World, he only used 500 years to become a big shot that was in the Tribulation realm. How was he able to do it? That is because that he has an innate magic power, which was known as the treasure-smelling nose that was able to smell the aura of a treasure. Ever since then, Han Yan Immortal Monarch has never lacked any treasures at all. Although 500 years was very long, but in those 500 years, Han Yan Immortal Monarch was either searching for treasure, or on the journey to searching for treasure. Furthermore, he also had to study the unusually complicated cultivation method. In a flash, 500 years had passed. The number of people he had come into contact was very few and he also did not have any friends, thus he was very lonely. However, in the last few years, Han Yan Immortal Monarch cultivated to the peak of Tribulation realm. Before the heavenly tribulation befell him, he went to travel around the myriad worlds. In the end, do you know what happened? He immediately became famous. He squandered money like dirt. The tip that he gave to others was enough for others to spend for few hundred years. Therefore, later on wherever he went to, he was the center of everyone's attention. Everyone who saw him would flatter and worship him. That kind of aura, is it domineering or not? Domineering. Meng was sort of confused listening to Zhang Han's story and answered subconsciously. Because of this, everyone all gave Han Yan Immortal Monarch a nickname, which was Money-Scattering Immortal Monarch. Having received her daughter's praise, Zhang Han's mouth could not help but smile constantly. However, later on, his nickname was upgraded to Wealthy Emperor Immortal Monarch because he was just too wealthy already. His wealth alone was able to compete against the total wealth of 100 super sects added together. There were also some people who loved to call him Treasure Virtue Immortal Monarch because every time when a treasure appeared, he would always be there, and the treasure would also be his too in the end. Han Yan Immortal Monarch had many nicknames, so Daddy won't talk about it anymore. Other than searching for treasures, it seems that Han Yan Immortal Monarch also did not do much. In the 500 years of cultivation, he only showed his capability once. During that time, it could be said that the sky and earth were turning upside down. Han Yan Immortal Monarch suppressed 10 super sects at the same time. His strength was truly incomparable. However, no matter how strong he was also not able to avoid the heavenly tribulation. When he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, he was met with the legendary 9th heaven god Thunder. He took out countless amount of treasures, but in the end, he was still not able to block against the 9th heaven god Thunder. Therefore, he got rebirth and came back to Earth. Speaking up to here, with a smiling face, he turned his head towards Meng and said complacently. Do you know what Han Yan Immortal Monarch's name was? Haha, let me tell you, Han Yan Immortal Monarch is your dad, Zhang, E.H. When he turned over his head, he instead saw that the little princess was asleep. Upon seeing that, his face froze. He felt that he was currently just like a teenager with Chunbu syndrome who was being complacent. If this situation was to be seen by those people in the cultivation world who were well acquainted with Han Yan Immortal Monarch, it would most likely topple their 3 views. 3 views refers to view of the world, view of value, and view of life. The corner of Zhang Yan's mouth twitched as he covered a blanket onto the little princess. Looking at his adorable daughter, the twitching at the corner of his mouth gradually changed into a warm smile. Next, I have to look for a treasure land to plant the Thunder Yang tree and those seeds. Zhang Han shook his head and started pondering. There was no problem with the treasure land. With Thunder Yang tree, even if the land wasn't a treasure land, under the Thunder Yang tree's nourishment, it would also be able to gradually become a treasure land. The key point now was to look for a good location. Where should I go? Zhang Han lied down, took out the black color Apple phone that her sister mailed to him and started searching China's map. After searching for a while, his gaze stopped at a location at the south of the map. Shangjiang. Although it seemed like Zhang Han casually picked it, but it was actually picked after layer upon layer of consideration. Winter was approaching and the temperature of areas at the north was gradually decreasing. Thus, staying at the north was not suitable for Meng Meng to play around. For Shangjing City, it was where Zhang family's nest was situated at. Although Zhang family was declining, but Zhang family's branches were pretty much everywhere at Shangjing City and Zhang Han did not intend in living under Zhang family's eyes. At the east side, Linhai was where his mother's family was situated at. He recalls that back then his mother married over to Zhang family, his mother had some unpleasant quarrels with her family. Moreover, it seems that his mother's family also does not accept him and his sister. Leaving aside the matter of all those big cities, there were still a lot of other places with green hills and clear waters for him to choose. However, Zhang Han chose Shangjiang. Speaking frankly, everything were all but excuses. The reason Zhang Han chose Shangjiang was solely because Meng Meng her mother's company was at Shangjiang. Currently, Meng Meng was still not entirely his. After settling things with Ziyan, when the time comes, he would be able to bring Meng Meng to wherever that he wanted. Zhang Han was not optimistic about his relationship with Ziyan. Leaving aside his identity as Han Yan immortal monarch, even the him before also was not optimistic about the relationship with Ziyan. The entertainment industry was too complicated already. With Zhang Han's identity of being one of Shangjing City's 4 young master, he naturally knew quite a bit of what happens behind the scene of the entertainment industry. Just how many young girls in the prime of their youth sacrificed everything they had to climb up to the top. And just how much trials and hardships have famous celebrities experienced. Within the eyes of the rich, just how many celebrities were nothing but plaything within their eyes. In Zhang Han's view, the entertainment industry was just like a big dye jar where most of the people within it had already been dyed. Although Ziyan was one of the famous celebrities who practically did not have any scandal, but this does not mean that Zhang Han would change his view. Let's have a trip of coming and going whenever I want. Zhang Han smiled as he looked at Meng Meng who was sleeping soundly, then immediately used his phone to book airplane tickets online. The tickets he booked was for the flight at tomorrow evening. However, when the payment section, he was stupefied. Within all of his credit cards, all of them did not even had a cent in it at all. Without choice, he could only wait for tomorrow to go deposit money first, then buy the tickets afterward. While thinking, with a ding, the message notification of his phone rang out. Opening his phone to take a look, he discovered that 5k RMB was deposited into his bank. Zhang Han's expression froze for a moment, then immediately booked the airplane tickets. Soon after, he got up and walked to the toilet. After closing the toilet door, he dialed Zhang Li's phone number. Li, I just received your money. Zhang Han said. Oh, Zhang Li responded. Li refers to Zhang Li and is a more intimate way of calling Zhang Li. Instead of the repeating of a part of a person's name, like Li or Meng Meng. Sometimes, the word, Xiao, maybe also be added to the front of a part of a person's name. For example, if it is in Zhang Li's case, it would most of the time be Xiao Li, or otherwise Xiao Zhang. It is basically a more intimate way of calling someone. Although it sounds as if that Zhang Li was not interested in talking, but Zhang Han knew that his sister actually cares a lot about him. 5 years ago when their parents disappeared, Zhang Li believed that it was because of Zhang Han stirring up troubles for years that caused it, and thus left Zhang family and did not even contact Zhang Han for more than a year. It was only until later on when Zhang Li found out that Zhang Han was not willing to leave Shangjing City because he wants to stay at Shangjing City to investigate the matter and was living a very dire life, then did she began contacting Zhang Han once again. What a coincidence, I was intending to book 2 airplane tickets just now, but in the end found out that my bank had no money. Right after that, I received the money you sent to me. Zhang Han said with a faint laugh. Oh, Zhang Li said in astonishment, by airplane ticket. Brother, could it be that you? That's right, I am intending to go somewhere else. Zhang Han said. You are finally willing to leave Shangjing City. Zhang Li's voice was trembling, and there was happiness in her tone. That's right, it is just as you said, I would also not be able to investigate anything much by staying in Shangjing City like this. Once my strength becomes higher, everything will naturally come to light. Zhang Han said with a laugh. It is good as long as you understand. Zhang Li's eyes turned red as she asked, where do you intend to go? Shangjiang. Zhang Han replied, you should settle your things and come to Shangjiang too. Come to Shangjiang and enjoy life together with your brother me. I am currently at Shangjiang. Zhang Li said slowly. Oh, I will be taking the flight at tomorrow evening 6 p.m. and will be reaching Shangjiang International Airport at 9:30 p.m. You can come fetch me at that time. Zhang Han said. Zhang Li hesitated for a while, then replied, all right then. Wait, you said that you booked 2 airplane tickets just now. Who are you coming with? With my daughter. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a phone dropping on the floor could be heard, followed by Zhang Li's cry of astonishment. What did you say? Your daughter? Yep, my daughter, which is also your niece. Zhang Han laughed while shaking his head. How is it possible? Why do I not know about it? Is it real or fake? You are not bluffing me. Zhang Li let out a succession of questioning. It is of course true. Even I myself was somewhat shocked. Zhang Han replied. My God, I am already an aunt. Zhang Li mumbled at a loss. You will be able to see her when we meet tomorrow. No, I want to see her now. Let me send you a video chat. After speaking finish, Zhang Li immediately hung up the phone. Followed after, a video chat invitation arrived in Zhang Han's WeChat. WeChat is something like WhatsApp. After connecting through, when Zhang Li saw the neatly dressed Zhang Han who seemed just like in the past, she was immediately stumped, and tears filled her eyes unconsciously. Alright, you are such a big person already, there is no need to cry. Zhang Han said with a smile. No matter how big I am still your little sister. Seeing you being able to pull yourself together, I am very happy. Zhang Li wiped her tears and adjusted her emotions, then said, where is my niece? Quickly let me see her. Zhang Han walked to the bedside and adjusted the phone's camera lens right at the little princess who was currently sleeping soundly. What a pretty and adorable little girl. Zhang Li said tenderly, brother, who is my sister-in-law? To be able to give birth to such a pretty child, she must also be very beautiful, right? Being afraid to wake up Meng Meng from her sleep, Zhang Han replied softly, let's talk about it when we meet instead. Despite Zhang Han's voice being very soft, but the little fellow seemed to be able to hear his voice. Twisting around her little body, she kicked away the blanket with her little legs, revealing out her little legs and little buttocks, which was still wearing a disposable diaper. Zhang Han tenderly covered the little fellow with the blanket again, then walked to a corner to continue chatting with Zhang Li. After chatting close to an hour, only then did he hang up the video chat. Walking back to the bed, Zhang Han took off his clothes and placed it on the side. Looking at the adorable little fellow at his side, Zhang Han gradually fell asleep. On this night, he had a very good sleep. The next day when the sun just came out, Zhang Han was woken up by a burst of crying sound. Whoosh! Zhang Han quickly opened his eyes and saw that the little fellow beside him was currently crying loudly. What's the matter, little daring? Don't cry, don't cry. Come, daddy hug. Zhang Han quickly hugged the little fellow in his embrace. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, dad, there was a big monster chasing after me. I'm scared, Meng Meng cried. Upon hearing that, Zhang Han immediately understood what happened and said lightly, Meng Meng, it was only a dream. You were just dreaming. Boo-hoo, I'm scared. After coaxing for a while and seeing that it was not working at all, he suddenly thought of an idea in a hurry. Raising his left hand and attracting the little fellow's attention. Meng Meng, don't be scared. Big monsters are all stupid and ugly. Watch as daddy beat the big monster up. Ha, watch this fist of mine. Bang, the monster's nose has been beaten crooked by me. Watch this 2 fingers of mine. Ha, the monster's eyes got hit away by me. Looking at this palm of mine. Smack, the monster got beaten to death with a slap from my palm. Seeing that the little fellow stopped crying after being attracted by his actions, Zhang Han let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Alright, the big monster has been beaten to death by daddy. Wow, daddy is so powerful. There were still tear stains hang on Meng Meng's eyes, but the crying had stopped. Looking at Zhang Han, she said with a somewhat worshipping tone. That is only natural, your dad is the most powerful. Zhang Han said proudly. Daddy, I'm hungry, I want to drink milk. Give daddy a while, daddy go help you make milk. Zhang Han stood up and went to make a cup of milk for the little fellow. After making the cup of milk, the milk's fragrance was very faint. Zhang Han took a look at the powdered milk and laughed in disdain, then said, Meng Meng, wait after we settle down, Daddy will raise a dairy cow and let you drink pure milk every day. After finished speaking, he passed the milk bottle over to Meng Meng. Taking over the milk bottle, Meng Meng drank a big mouthful, then asked confusedly. What is a dairy cow? Dairy cow is a cow that can produce milk. Zhang Han explained, the powdered milk that you are currently drinking is manufactured out by cow's milk. Little children all have to drink milk to grow up because there are lots of nutrition in milk. Didn't I drank mommy's milk to grow up? Meng Meng asked confusedly. Your mother's milk is drunk by you when you were a year old. After a year old, you will have to start drinking cow's milk. Zhang Han replied. Luckily Zhang Han's view of family love was comparably high. If it was an outsider or some other family's child asking him question upon question, Zhang Han would most definitely say while feeling annoyed. Am I the great Han Yan immortal monarch supposed to be here to answer all your questions? Quickly scram to the side. But towards his own daughter, Zhang Han had no choice but to answer all her question, while feeling both helpless and enjoyment in the process of answering Meng Meng's questions. Morning 9 a.m., the manager of the second-hand car website arrived as planned. After finished dealing the car, Zhang Han rejected the manager's invitation to eating together. Back to the hotel, he threw away all the other bank cards in his wallet, leaving himself with the new card that had 2 million RMB in it. There were quite a few things that auto-deducted fees from those few cards and Zhang Han also did not intend to use those things anymore. Afterward, Zhang Han and the little fellow remained in the hotel to wait for night to come and head to the airport. Under normal circumstances, when going to Shangjiang, one had to set up their visa, and at the same time, they were not allowed to stay at Shangjiang for too long. However, Zhang Han did not need to trouble himself with those minor details, because not only did he have a house at Shangjiang, he also has the permanent residency of Shangjiang. As someone who was once the young master of a rich and powerful family, if he was not able to even do those things, it would really be a joke. In the afternoon, while eating a simple lunch at the hotel's restaurant, Zhang Han looked at those food in front of him that seemed sumptuous and started considering that he should find a larger mountain to set as his base. If he were to personally grow the ingredients himself, it would definitely be much better than eating out at restaurants. Meng Meng's body is currently in the growing period and requires abundant of nutrition, thus the food she eat must be the best. Seems like I will have to prepare a detailed plan. Currently, when Zhang Han ponder over things, he would start by pondering with Meng Meng as the basis. It must be said that, after having a daughter, Zhang Han's mindset has started to change. At 4 p.m. afternoon, Zhang Han carried the little fellow and took a taxi to head to the international airport. Arriving at 5 p.m., they stayed at the airport lounge to wait for the plane. It could be seen that the little fellow was very excited towards traveling. At Zhang Han's destination, Shangjiang, within one of the offices at Imperial Corporation's subsidiary company, Imperial Entertainment. Big Sister Yan, you also don't have to be too anxious. After all, you just came back out of retirement, and because the company's competition is so fierce right now, it is impossible for the company to arrange plans for you in a short time. A woman with a ponytail said towards Ziyan. I know. Sitting at the sofa by the window, Ziyan's exquisite face was filled with exhaustion currently. With her gaze looking out of the window, she shook her head and said. But if I wait for the company to plan, I would have to wait for at least half a year or more before I am able to get a role in a show. The news about me coming out of retirement have already been reported out. If I were to not have any activity in this coming half a year, my fans will be very disappointed. Prince Li invited you to eat dinner at Amber Restaurant tomorrow. His father is one of the members of Imperial Corporation's board of directors. If he is to open his mouth, there will be no problems with getting a role in a show. The woman said. It is not that simple. Ziyan sighed while feeling vexed. The entertainment industry was a very complex place. For example, the motive of Prince Li's dinner invitation was very obvious. If Ziyan was to agree to whatever his conditions were during the dinner, the matter of getting a role in a show would be solved very quickly. But, was this kind of result the result that Ziyan wants? Ziyan had always rejected this kind of business deal. Back then when she signed a 5-year contract with Imperial Entertainment, she relied on her beautiful appearance and heart-touching voice, and after 3 years of hard work, along with the company's grooming, she became famous immediately. On the 4th year, she changed from a singer to an actress. During that year, the number of movies and shows that she was in were endless, causing her reputation to become greater and greater, even to the point that she had the chance to attack onto the title of Best Actress Award during the 5th year. However, on the 5th year, the accident with Zhang Han happened. Originally, when Ziyan was pregnant, she wanted to immediately retire, but her company did not allow it. Without choice, she persevered for a few more months until the contract with the company came to an end, then went to North America. 5 years later, when she returned to China, the entertainment industry was however already not how it used to be. The competition in the entertainment industry was much fiercer right now. Once again signing a contract with the company, which was a 3-year contract, the company also did not give her resources in a moment. After all, everyone was all queuing up for their turn to get resources, so it was not possible for a has-been celebrity to cut the queue. In the company, there were many people who pointed at her, and even time to time say out, "has-been celebrity," those 3 words, which even more made Ziyan felt indignant, and thus causing Ziyan to want to use her own strength to prove herself. "Big sister, take a sip of water. We can definitely slowly do it, I believe you." The ponytail woman passed a glass of water over to Ziyan and said. "Thank you, Xiao Fei," Ziyan said with a slight smile. The ponytail woman's name was Zhou Fei. She was an orphan since young and suffered quite a bit when she became a manager after growing up. However, when she was working as Ziyan's manager, she felt comfort and warmth from Ziyan, and thus became extremely faithful to Ziyan. Even during the time when Ziyan retired and went to North America to hide, she was also there with Ziyan. Right now, not only was she Ziyan's manager, she was also her assistant and housekeeper. Towards Ziyan, she was very nice, but towards outsiders, she was somewhat harsh with her mouth. "What are you being courteous to me for? Big sister, how about you release an album first? The company has recently gotten quite a few songs. You can go discuss with Big Sister May, I reckon she might agree to let you choose the songs, after all, you did indeed debut through music." Zhou Fei said. "Let's see how things go first." Ziyan nodded her head, then picked up her bag to look for her phone as she said, "I'm giving Emily a call." When talking about the little fellow, Zhou Fei became moody and rolled her eyes at Ziyan as she said, "Big sister, I don't understand how you are able to feel reassured about leaving Emily at that sloppy male's place. If the little fellow was to become sick because of hygiene problem, you will surely regret it. Emily is after all his daughter too. He will pay attention to the hygiene, right?" Ziyan said with uncertainty as she took out her phone and dialed Zhang Han's phone number. Ring, ring. The phone rang for 10+ times before it was connected. From the phone, her daughter's tender and cheerful voice could be heard, "Mommy, I miss you so much." Opening parenthesis question mark comma question mark exclamation mark closing parenthesis quote. Hearing her daughter's voice, the fidgety in Ziyan's heart got swept away immediately, and a smile which outsiders would hardly be able to see was hung on her face, as she said gently, "Emily, are you happy playing at your father's place those few days?" Oh, you called wrong, I am not Emily." "Who are you then?" Ziyan said with a smile, thinking that her daughter was joking with her. "I am, Zhang Yumeng, Meng Meng, Meng Meng." Meng Meng's cheerful voice transmitted out from the phone. Hearing that, Ziyan's expression went rigid as she thought to herself in a moment of panic, "Zhang Yumeng. He gave Emily a new name. Could it be that he wants to snatch Emily away from my side? Why did you change your name?" Ziyan suppressed her emotion and asked. "Because I am a Chinese, and Emily is foreign, I don't want it." "Oh, then did you have fun those few days?" Ziyan went into a daze for a while, then asked. "Yes, I am enjoying life with Daddy. Enjoying life, not bearing hardships while staying with him would be counted as good enough already." Ziyan thought to herself. From the little fellow's tone, it could be discerned out that she was quite dependent on that wretched, bad-tempered and inflexible-minded father of hers. "How are you enjoying life then?" Ziyan asked. Daddy, Mommy asked how we are enjoying life." Meng Meng did not know how to answer and quickly looked towards her father for help. Very quickly, Meng Meng's sweet voice once again transmitted out from the phone, "Daddy said that, we are going to eat the best food, drink the best drink, and play the best thing. Oh, in a while, I am going to sit the big bird too. Mommy, I have to hang up, I am going to go enjoy life with Daddy already." After Meng Meng finished speaking, Ziyan vaguely heard those few words from the phone, "attention," from Shengjing towards Then followed by the phone hanging up. At that moment, Ziyan was in a daze. My daughter hang up on my call. Enjoy life. Bluffing little children with graceful words and flowery speech. Zhang Han, how are you going to enjoy life when you were wretched to that state? What was the meaning of that last sentence from the phone? Was he at a bus stop, airport, or somewhere else? With how obstinate he is, would he actually leave Shangjing? Big sister, big sister, big sister. After calling out for a few times, Zhou Fei then saw that Ziyan turned her head towards her, and within Ziyan's eyes, there was bewilderedness. What's the matter, big sister? What did Emily say? Did she had enough of staying there? Zhou Fei asked curiously. She didn't say anything, Ziyan replied as she woke up from being dazed. Lowering her head, she felt upset in her heart. In the past, when she called her daughter on the phone, it would always be her coaxing her daughter to hang up the phone. But right now, the little fellow did not even ask her anything and straight away hung up the phone. This kind of change made Ziyan's mood felt very terrible. It is not early already, let's go back first. Zhou Fei took a look at her watch and said. At this time, Ziyan raised her head and said, I'm not going back. Xiao Fei, go and book the earliest flight to Shangjing now. Ah, Zhou Fei went into a daze for a moment, but, the company is holding 2 meetings tomorrow, and there is the matter of eating dinner with young Master Li. Push off everything, we have to quickly bring Emily back. Ziyan took a deep breath, she became bad. Oh, okay, Zhou Fei nodded her head. She understood that anything that concerned the little fellow, Ziyan would always say one and mean just that. Therefore, she quickly took out her phone to book the airplane tickets. Actually, Ziyan misunderstood Meng Meng. Meng Meng actually still wanted to continue chatting with her mother, but the plane was about to take off. Zhang Han reminded the little fellow, and after the little fellow said goodbye to her mother, Zhang Han took over the phone and straight away hung up, which caused the little fellow to feel immensely dissatisfied. All right, Meng Meng, we have to go sit the big bird. After we reach our destination, you can continue chatting with your mother, okay? Zhang Han said lightly. Oh, go and sit big bird, talk with mommy after we reach the destination. Meng Meng brandished her arms and legs while she was within Zhang Han's embrace. The little fellow was fond of riding airplane, because when riding an airplane, she would be able to see the cotton candy-like clouds through the outside of the airplane's window. However, she was not able to see the cloud this time because the sky was already dark. At night, 9:30 p.m., the plane reached Shangjiang International Airport right on time. Pulling the luggage with his left hand and carrying the little fellow with his right hand, Zhang Han walked out of the airport. At another side of the airport's entrance, Ziyan, who wore a mask and sunglasses, was currently hurriedly heading towards the plane room with Zhou Fei. This trip of Ziyan's was destined to be a waste. After walking out of the airport, Zhang Han's gaze swept around and finally, his gaze came to a stop at a woman within the crowd. The woman's appearance was somewhat similar to Zhang Han's appearance, only that her eyebrows were like willow leaves, and her nose and lips were much more small and exquisite. The woman was precisely Zhang Li, who had a height of 1.7 meters. Zhang Han smiled and walked towards Zhang Li. When Zhang Han came close to Zhang Li and Zhang Li saw Zhang Han, who dressed neatly and had the graceful bearing that he possessed back in the past, her eyes became red all of a sudden. Brother! Zhang Li cried out lightly as hurriedly walked up and entered into Zhang Han's embrace. Boo-hoo! When Meng Meng, who was very vigilantly looking at the woman who was looking face to face with her father, saw that the two hugged together, she immediately started crying. Aiyo, what's the matter, Meng Meng? Zhang Han let go of his sister and quickly went to console the little princess. At this moment then did Zhang Li notice Meng Meng. Seeing Meng Meng's adorable and sad little face, Zhang Li smiled and said, Meng Meng, don't cry, be obedient. Later on, Aunt will bring you to eat good things, okay? While speaking, Zhang Li wanted to carry Meng Meng over from Zhang Han. But, who knew the little fellow raised her little hand to protest. You go away, bad woman. Daddy belongs to me and mommy. Other people cannot hug daddy. Peef! Zhang Li went into a daze for a moment. Soon after, she could not help but start laughing out. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry at the situation, Zhang Han began explaining the meaning of aunt to Meng Meng. After knowing that Zhang Li was her daddy's little sister, only then did the little princess's mood begin to gradually improve. Originally Zhang Li wanted to treat them seafood, but Zhang Han immediately rejected it. Firstly, he felt that eating seafood was easy to cause children to have diarrhea. Secondly, he was not reassured about the restaurants outside. Even if they were to eat seafood, the seafood should also at least be personally prepared by him. Towards culinary delicacy, this aspect, Zhang Han's expectation was high to the extreme. He intends to personally cultivate ingredients for Meng Meng to eat after he planted the Thunder Yang tree. Before that, he can only make do with normal ingredients for Meng Meng for now. In the end, Zhang Han chose to eat at a pastry restaurant. While eating, Zhang Han found out that Zhang Li was working as a DJ at a bar that was at Causeway Bay. Every week, only Sunday was her off day. Do not compare the locations in the novel too seriously to real-life location. In the raw, the location, Causeway Bay, which is written as. Note, some of the locations in the novel do not exist in real life too. Not speaking about how exhausting working as a DJ was, the working environment was also not really good, as crooks and honest folks were all mixed together in that kind of environment. Zhang Han did not want Zhang Li to continue working as a DJ, but Zhang Li said that working as a DJ was her hobby. Seeing that his persuasion was useless, Zhang Han did not talk about it anymore. After finish eating, it was already close to night 11 p.m. and the little princess was already feeling sleepy. Zhang Li called for a cab and wanted to let Zhang Han go to her rented apartment to stay. But after Zhang Han learned that his sister was co-renting the apartment with someone else, he gave up the idea of staying at the apartment and told Zhang Li to instead stay together with him at Fuxi Hotel, which was at Causeway Bay. Of course, with Zhang Ham's life goal of enjoying life, he handed over 500 KRMB advance payment and stayed at the President's Suite, which cost 180 KRMB per day. This caused Zhang Li's expression to freeze for a moment. Seems like brother's situation is not as bad as I imagined. However, followed after, Zhang Li got angry for a bit in her heart. Alright, fancy that I actually deposited 5 KRMB to him every month and right now he actually casually take out 500 KRMB. How was this even counted as his situation being bad? Seems like Zhang family still has some conscience in the end and left him with a bit of money. Entering into the room, Zhang Han first placed the little princess who was asleep in the main bedroom. Afterward, he went back to the living room and explained simply about the matter of the car racing. After that then did Zhang Li knew where Zhang Han's money came from. The brother and sister had not seen each other for a few years and thus they naturally had a lot to talk about. They chatted until about midnight 1 a.m. before coming to a stop. While chatting, when Zhang Li asked about Meng Meng's mother, Zhang Han did not give a specific answer. Seeing that, Zhang Li also did not persist on with the question. After talking until she felt tired, she then went to the secondary bedroom to rest. Although Zhang Han was feeling drowsy, he had a much more important thing to do. Perking up his mind, he went to the computer table and opened up the computer. After taking out a pen from the drawer, he started to ponder. After the Thunder Yang tree is planted, I can consider a mountain as a domain and undergo nourishment for the mountain and transform the soil into spiritual land. Other than planting the other seeds, I can also plant some fruits and vegetables. However, I will have to consider how big the land should be. The bigger the land, the spiritual strength of the soil would be sparser. I have to first think about what I need. No, it should be about what Meng Meng need. Zhang Han took the pen and started writing on a paper. Meng Meng needs to drink milk, so I will have to raise a dairy cow. Not only that, chickens, ducks, fishes and so on are also needed for eating. This area can be counted as the poultry area. Meng Meng's main foods are rice and wheat flour. Thus, I will have to grow rice and wheat. Fruits and vegetables are also needed too. An area should be used as the planting area then. For the area at the mountain top, other than Thunder Yang tree and Yuanqing tree, those things which are required for cultivating, there is no need to plant other things there. This area should be used as the residential area then. The poultry area and planting area will be placed at the back of the mountain. Oh, that's right, I can also raise some house pets for Meng Meng to play with. So, I will have to leave an area for the pet area. At the mountain front, I can leave out an area for the amusement area. At the amusement area, I can build a swimming pool, golf course or something else there. The place must also be pleasing to the eyes, so I will have to set up a viewing area too. At the viewing area, I can plant some beautiful flowers, plants and trees there. I can also get a giant fish tank and raise some uncommon fishes in it. Then, I can make a pond too to grow some lotus. Lastly, I can build an above-water courtyard, which would be a pretty nice place for viewing the scenery. It would be best if I can also make a seawater area. However, it is quite difficult to make a seawater area. It is not something I should consider currently. 2 area can be leave out as the reserve area and that should be enough. For the 2 reserve area, one will be at the mountain back and the other will be at the mountain front. After finish writing all those, Zhang Han began to read everything he had written to check if there was any problem. After finish reading, he immediately went into a daze. Poultry area, planting area, residential area, pet area, amusement area, viewing area, seawater area and reserve area. Not speaking about the last 2 area, just the 6 area in the front was also too much already. The amount of work that would be needed was too enormous and the Thunder Yang tree did not have that much amount of energy. During the moment when the Thunder Yang tree was planted, the Thunder Yang tree would view the mountain as its domain and release the first batch of energy to transform the domain. Afterward, the domain will refill the Thunder Yang tree with energy, and after the Thunder Yang tree absorbed enough energy, it will release the second batch of energy to transform the domain. This cycle will repeat again and in the end, the Thunder Yang tree and the domain will fuse together and become a treasure land. However, the chance to transform the domain was only 3 times. Han has 3 chance to transform the domain however he wants. But after 3 times, whatever that he wants to do to the land, he would have to do it by hand. The power of transformation was not endless too. The Thunder Yang tree's energy was limited and Zhang Han needed to absorb a portion of the energy to rise to Qi refining realm. Just the energy that he needed was already more than half of the energy. Furthermore, the Yuanqing tree that was going to be planted on the mountaintop also needed 20% of the energy so that its growth would be guaranteed. After counting all that, the remaining amount of energy was totally not able to support that many amount of areas. This is a tough problem. Zhang Han rubbed his head while feeling somewhat troubled. He had no choice but to give up on the idea of settling everything in one go. Forget it. Food have to be eaten one mouthful at a time and the road have to be walked a step by a step. Besides, Meng is still small and do not need to have an early rural lifestyle. Without choice, Zhang Han placed the residential area, amusement area and viewing area on hold temporarily and the pet area that was at the back of the mountain on pending. The main priority was to first settle the planting area and poultry area. After finish planning, Zhang Han went on the web page and opened Shangjiang's satellite map to view the size and position of different mountains. It must be said that the number of mountains in Shangjiang was numerous. However, as someone whose aim was to enjoy life, the leading choices were mountains which faced against the sea, because if one were to live on a mountain which faced against the sea, they would be able to view the scenery of the sea at any time that they want. After viewing for quite a while, Zhang Han discovered that most of the mountains had a very huge surface area. As a perfectionist, Zhang Han wanted to find a mountain which was extremely suitable for him. The mountain's surface had to be not too big, but at the same time, be big enough to accommodate the size of the areas that Zhang Han will be working on. After viewing for an hour, Zhang Han ultimately wrote down 7 addresses on the paper. Mountains which faced against the sea and had a moderate size. Those were the first batch of options. Hope that I will be able to find a treasure land within one of those mountains. Zhang Han lightly muttered to himself. Feeling somewhat exhausted, he decided to go and rest. Right after standing up, his phone rang. It is already so late. Who is calling the phone? Zhang Han took out the phone from his pocket and upon seeing the dialer, he couldn't help going into a short daze. Ziyan. After connecting through the phone call, Ziyan's ferocious voice transmitted out from the phone. Where are you? I am currently at a hotel. Zhang Han calmly replied. It appears that this seems to be the first time I have truly communicated with Ziyan. To speak the truth, Zhang Han was currently feeling somewhat complicated. Towards Ziyan, he wasn't able to treat her indifferently like other people. Perhaps, it is because she is Meng's mother, I guess. Zhang Han lightly muttered in his heart. Towards Ziyan, it is best that I just follow my true heart and not be deliberate or artificial. Just follow my heart will do. Hotel. Ziyan wrinkled her brows, then immediately relaxed afterward. Seems like this rigid-minded guy cares a lot about Emily. If not, he would also not give up on that messy house of his and go stay at a hotel instead. Which hotel are you at? Ziyan's voice calmed down. Fuxi Hotel. Zhang Han shortly replied. Seeing that Zhang Han seems to not have any interest in speaking with her, Ziyan couldn't help but feel angry in her heart. It is already not bad that I patiently talked with you, and yet you speak so coldly to me. What is the meaning of this? Thus, she said snappishly, send the location to my WeChat. After finished speaking, Ziyan rolled her eyes, then hang up the phone. What is the matter with this woman? Zhang Han curled his lips while feeling somewhat puzzled. He just reached Shangjiang and Ziyan was about to come over. How did she know that I came to Shangjiang? Oh, that's right, she must have heard the airport's announcement when she was talking with Meng Meng on the phone just now. After opening up his phone's WeChat, he immediately sent his location over to Ziyan. Ring, ring, ring. 2 seconds later, the phone rang once again and Zhang Han answered the call. Zhang Han, Ziyan's angry voice transmitted out from the phone. What's the matter? Zhang Han got shocked, as expected of a singer. Even a phone was not able to obstruct Ziyan's rather powerful voice. You were at Shangjiang, why didn't you tell me? Why did you bring Emily to Shangjiang on your own initiative? You caused me to rush over to Shangjing. You have no good intentions. Ziyan said in succession. This matter simply angered her to the point that her teeth could itch. Originally, she was already very tired after being busy at the company for a whole day. Furthermore, during night time, she was not resting and was actually instead rushing over to Shangjing. But upon reaching Zhang Han's house, no one was there. You also didn't ask, Zhang Han said with an innocent tone. Just because I didn't ask, you can't tell me. Ziyan was feeling angrier now as she grinds her teeth and said, you wait and see. After finished speaking, the phone was immediately hung up by her. Bad temper. Zhang Han also did not mind it at all. Taking a stretch and feeling the exhaustion in his body, he walked towards the bedroom, preparing to sleep while hugging his daughter. While walking towards the bedroom, he mumbled to himself. It's most likely that her great-aunt came, I guess. Great-aunt, slang for menstruation. At the other side, below the apartment that Zhang Han lived at in Shangjing. Yawn, Zhou Fei took a yawn. Big sister, he went to Shangjiang already, so what do we do? Book plane tickets to go back to Shangjiang now. Towards things that concerned her daughter, Ziyan had always been very decisive. Although it was already very late, Zhou Fei knows that Ziyan would not mind rushing back to Shangjiang for Meng Meng. Forget it, let's find a hotel to rest first. We will go back tomorrow. Ziyan shook her head. On the road towards the hotel, Ziyan was somewhat absent-minded. He is willing to leave Shangjing. Towards Zhang Han, the father of her child, Ziyan had also paid attention to him in these past few years. Naturally, she has some friends who were at Shangjing. After asking about for a bit, she understood the circumstances of Zhang Han, this wretched young master. Towards Zhang Han's obstinate and not willing to leave Shangjing, she was also naturally aware of it. Perhaps it is because of his daughter. For him to choose to go Shangjiang, could it be because of me? Thinking up to here, Ziyan's emotion indescribably became slightly frenetic. The following morning, while Zhang Han was enjoying his sleep, Meng Meng's crying sound once again woke up Zhang Han from his sleep. What's the matter, Meng Meng? Zhang Han swayed his head as he carried the little princess and said gently, did you have a nightmare again? Meng Meng did not answer and only kept on crying. After messing around for a while, then did Zhang Han knew what the problem was. It turns out that the little fellow wetted the bed and her disposable diaper was nearly fully drenched. Daddy, help you change your pants. Don't cry, okay? Zhang Han frantically helped the little fellow change her clothes. Afterward, Zhang Han made a cup of milk for the little princess and only after she started drinking it, then did her crying gradually stopped. Seeing that the little princess was somewhat embarrassed and bashful, Zhang Han immediately knew what the matter was. While finding it funny, Zhang Han said, Meng Meng, you are not even 4 years old yet. Wetting bed below the age of 5 is very normal. Oh, Meng Meng twisted her little body. Haha, Zhang Han smiled while patting onto the little princess's head, Daddy will bring you out to play today. We will go to Disneyland. Meng Meng went into a daze for a while, then placed down her baby bottle and happily clapped her hands, all right. Go Disneyland play. Let's go and wake Aunt up. Zhang Han carried Meng Meng and walked to the secondary bedroom. Under Zhang Han's guts training guidance, Meng Meng shouted out with her sweet voice. Oh, Aunt, the sun is already shining on your butt and you are still sleeping. So embarrassing. If you still don't wake up, we will go and play on our own. Under the little princess's shouting, Zhang Li also woke up. Taking a look at the clock and seeing that it was only 8 a.m., she sighed vexingly. After finished tidying up, Zhang Li opened the door and walked out. Seeing Zhang Han and Meng Meng playing around on the sofa, she rolled her eyes at Zhang Han petulantly. Brother, it is only 8 a.m. you know. What you mean, only? It is 8 a.m. already and you are still sleeping. Quickly go and wash up. We are going to Disneyland later on. Zhang Han hurried. Okay. I will hurry up. Zhang Li curled her lips. After Zhang Li finished washing up and just when they were about to leave, she saw that the little princess wore too little and shook her head. This won't do. Brother, you have to bring a jacket for Meng Meng. Bring a jacket for what? Zhang Han asked while feeling puzzled. The temperature in Shangjiang was quite high. Even though it was currently the autumn in the 10th month, walking on the road would still cause one to sweat. Aren't we going to Disneyland? The temperature at Disneyland is very low indoor and quite high outdoor. What will you do if Meng Meng catches a cold because of the large change in temperature? Brother, you are also a father now, you have to take note of this kind of general knowledge. Zhang Li said. Oh, you are right. Zhang Han nodded his head, then went back to the bedroom and took a jacket with a cartoon on it for Meng Meng. It must be said that, women are always much more attentive compared to men. After having a simple breakfast at the hotel's restaurant, Zhang Han brought his daughter to Disneyland to begin their first trip at a theme park together. Zhang Han had not come to Shangjiang's Disneyland before, thus Zhang Li assumed the position of being the host, or to say it simply, bitter work. At the Disneyland's entrance, Zhang Han carried the little princess and stood at a shady place while Zhang Li queued up to buy tickets under the sun. Disneyland was after all a first-rate theme park in all over the world. Although there was no Ferris wheel that ordinary theme park would have here, the playability here towards children was much higher. Each and every fairy tale themed area received the fondness of many children. However, Meng Meng was after all only 3 years old and her height was not even a meter tall, thus there were many things that she wasn't able to play. Wow, there are so many people. Daddy, look at that balloon, it is so big. Daddy, look at there, look at there. Meng Meng happily giggled continuously while her big eyes kept on looking all around everywhere. Entering into Disneyland, the first stop was Main Street, USA, which was actually a street where on the left and right side of the street, there were stores that sold souvenir. Zhang Han did not intend to waste time here and thus straight away asked Zhang Li to help him take a few photos of him and Meng Meng. After finished taking the photos, they immediately came to the second stop, Frontierland. Daddy, with a grievance look, Meng Meng pointed to the rapid roller coaster and asked pitifully, why can't I play? Because Meng Meng is still small. Wait after you grow up to 1.1 meters tall, you would be able to play. Zhang Li smiled and pinched Meng Meng's face. Since that rapid roller coaster couldn't be played, they had no choice but to go to the Geyser Gulch. After taking a few pictures at the Geyser Gulch, they came to the Mystic Manor. Daddy, I'm scared. Meng Meng squeezed into Zhang Han's embrace, while secretly looking at the surroundings with her big eyes. The making of the Mystic Manor was excellent and the effects there were very good. The somewhat cold atmosphere made the little princess felt slightly afraid. Let's go to another place to play then. Zhang Han said with a smile, then carried the little princess to the Garden of Wonders. Garden of Wonders was also considered as a place for taking photos. After walking one round at the Garden of Wonders, it felt somewhat boring already. It is about to reach 12 p.m. Let's go to Adventureland. At exactly 12 p.m., there will be the Lion King's celebration performance. Set, off. The little princess raised her hands. After reaching Adventureland, there was still about 5 minutes before 12 p.m. Carrying Meng Meng, Zhang Han sat in the third row near the corridor. Looking at the adorable characters within fairy tales, Meng Meng excitedly brandished her hands while within Zhang Han's embrace. The performance was all in English. For Zhang Han, who was a beginner in speaking English, he could only barely make out some of the simple words. Contrary to Zhang Han, Meng Meng was born in North America, was able to understand English perfectly fine. The Lion King which was on the stage ran towards the audience while continuously brandishing his body. When the Lion King reached in front of Meng Meng, the actor within the Lion King costume deepened his voice and said, "Children, are you afraid that I eat you? Seeing that everyone's gaze all moved towards her, Meng Meng shyly hid into Zhang Han's embrace, and said shyly, "I'm not afraid, because I have Daddy." Upon seeing that, the Lion King deepened his voice and said, "Roar, roar, roar. I will eat you along with your father then." No, Meng Meng hugged Zhang Han, displaying out a position of her protecting her father. Upon seeing that, Zhang Han slightly smiled, then lowered his head to the side of Meng Meng's ear and said a few words. Meng Meng was very obedient. Lifting up her head and blinking with her clear big eyes, she looked at the Lion King and said in a cute voice. Humph, you this insect also dared to try to scare me. Do you believe that my daddy will send you flying away with a slap? Upon seeing that, all the audiences could not help but start laughing. They were all melted away by Meng Meng's adorable appearance. All the audiences also thought that Meng Meng was just joking about what she said, but little did they know, this was all Zhang Han's unique Zhang family's education. Ha ha ha, what a truly adorable little princess. The Lion King said a sentence, then went to the front of other children to start continuing his performance. The half-an-hour performance ended amidst the sounds of cheers and laughter. After playing for 3 hours, Zhang Han was afraid that Meng Meng was somewhat tired and thus brought her to a restaurant to eat and rest. At afternoon 2 p.m., under Zhang Li's lead, Zhang Han brought Meng Meng to Toy Story Land. The first amusement item was Toy Soldier Parachute Drop, where Meng Meng, who was slightly afraid of height, felt somewhat afraid. After leaving the Toy Soldier Parachute Drop, they came to Slinky Dog Spin. At Slinky Dog Spin, Meng Meng felt that it was not as fun as the other amusement items, and thus the group went to the next area, Fantasyland. Meng Meng felt that Fantasyland was very fun, especially the Dumbo the flying elephant, which made Meng Meng raise her hands and cheered happily. Seeing Meng Meng's adorable little look, Zhang Han smiled pleasingly. If it was placed in the past, it was reckoned that the shy Meng Meng would not do this kind of action. But right now, after going through Zhang family's education, Meng Meng's guts had become slightly bigger. It was reckoned that, don't need too long, Zhang Han would be able to teach out a daughter that he would be satisfied with. After playing finish at the Fantasyland, it was already nearly afternoon 4 p.m. Under Zhang Li's lead, their journey in Disneyland was very strategically planned out. The next stop was Tomorrowland. After finish playing at Tomorrowland, they went back to Main Street, USA. The sky was beginning to become dark and thus the lights in Disneyland were opened in succession. After all the lights were turned on, the Disneyland was completely different from the Disneyland during the day. It was a completely different kind of scenery. After strolling for a while and finished buying some souvenirs, Zhang Li brought the father and daughter to Sleeping Beauty Castle. The Sleeping Beauty Castle was the best place to watch the Disneyland's fireworks. After finish watching the fantasy-like fireworks, a day of playing had also came to an end. Returning back to the hotel, Zhang Han first coaxed the little princess, who was exhausted, to sleep, then came to the living room. Zhang Li had already finished packing up her clothes. "Brother, I'm going to work now." Zhang Li looked at Zhang Han's expression and said cautiously. Go then." Zhang Han casually waved his hand. This made Zhang Li felt somewhat unexpected. She knew her brother's temper was somewhat obstinate. Bar DJ, this kind of job was surely a job that he did not approve of her working. Zhang Li was previously still very afraid of Zhang Han obstinately giving her some lectures. However, Zhang Han's sudden speaking caused Zhang Li to become nervous again, as she heard Zhang Han said, "Working at that kind of place, you have to be a bit more careful. You are also not ugly. If someone were to harass you, you can just straightforwardly kick his crotch. Whatever problem that arises, your brother I will block it all for you." What would have been very warm and comforting was all ruined by that. "You are also not ugly." Zhang Li glared with her eyes opened wide. "Zhang Han, what do you mean by I am also not ugly? What do you mean by that? I am the bar trumped card beauty DJ, you know." Zhang went into a daze, then smiled. Fine. You are the most beautiful." "Humph, no taste." Zhang Li rolled her eyes. Just when she was about to leave, she remembered something and said, "That's right. Brother, you are not like back in the past already. You cannot keep on spending money away extravagantly anymore. This hotel is too expensive already, just one night alone costs 180k RMB. Don't you have a house at Shangjiang? Back then you even spent 2 million RMB to renovate it. It should be much better compared to this hotel, right?" "I understand." Zhang Han nodded his head. "That house have not been taken care of for a few years. I have to first call a cleaner to tidy up the house first. As long as you understand. I will go to work first then." After finished speaking, Zhang Li hurriedly left. While leaving, the corner of Zhang Li's mouth hung up a smile. Seeing that Zhang Han was able to pull himself together, as his own sister, she was naturally very happy about it. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Han casually opened the television to watch. The television was currently broadcasting the movie, 2012. This was an epic grade disaster movie. In his previous life, Zhang Han had watched it for not less than 5 times. However, when he saw the unfamiliar male lead in the television, he was dazed. Wasn't the male lead supposed to be John Cusack? Why is it another person? Zhang Han went into a daze for a while, then stood up and walked to the computer table and began searching for John Cusack's information. However, after searching for a while, he wasn't able to find any information that belongs to John Cusack. There is no information of John Cusack. Zhang Han frowned as his fingers started typing rapidly on the keyboard, continuously searching for information about the entertainment industry. Gradually, the astonishment in Zhang Han's gaze became much more astonished. He discovered that, not only John Cusack was gone, even some other familiar superstars were also gone. Not only Hollywood superstars, even some China superstars in his past life also did not exist anymore. Also, there were some movies and television shows that were not filmed. Even though that, within the large entertainment industry, those movies and television shows were pretty much nothing, but those information all explained one thing. The development trajectory of the world in this lifetime has changed. That's right, Zhang Han's gaze revealed out pondering, in the previous life, the children's mother, Ziyan also did not appear. But in this life, she appeared, and I even have a daughter. I should have thought of this sooner. Perhaps the development trajectory of this lifetime changed because of my rebirth. After all, I am Han Yan, immortal monarch. When a monarch arrives at Earth, causing a bit of effect to the Earth was natural. After finished pondering about the matter, Zhang Han smiled and shook his head. Whether if some people exist or do not exist in this lifetime, it also does not have anything to do with me. Right now, my main task is to be a good father. Good father? To Meng Meng, he was indeed a good father. But, if his Zhang family's education was to be known by others, it was reckoned that there would be a dispute whether if he was a good father or not. There was nothing wrong with doting your daughter, but where would people teach their own daughter to say, "You insect"? This Zhang family's education was indeed a huge problem in the eyes of other people, but since Zhang Han did not think that there was any problem, it was all ultimately useless even if others think that there was a problem. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound of door knocking rang out. It was already reaching 9 p.m. Who would be knocking the door at this timing? Could it be special service? Zhang Han went to open the door. When he opened the door, he was stunned as he discovered that the person that stood out the door was a tall beautiful woman that wore sunglasses. The beautiful woman had an alluring body. She wore a Fendi down dress. The white as jade soft fur of the dress was clean and unique. On her feet, she wore a pair of crystal high-heeled shoes. The straight white legs of the beautiful woman were much more attracting than her clothes. On her left hand, she wore a silver Cartier wristwatch, and on her right hand, she held a Hermes Constance black alligator skin gold buttoned female shoulder bag. The woman's outfit and style were very fitting. With a look, Zhang Han, this former rich second generation, was able to make out the value of the entire items that was on the woman. Fendi Weston style dress 100k, shoes 50k, wristwatch 150k, alligator handbag 400k, and adding together all the other jewelries, it was more or less 1 million RMB. Just how much are those alluring legs worth though? Zhang Han's gaze sized up and down at the beautiful woman's legs. Have you finished looking? A distinct cold voice suddenly rang out. The person who knocked the door was naturally not any special service, and was instead Meng Meng's mother, Ziyan. Hearing that, Zhang Han curled his lips and looked at the legs for a bit more, then raised his head up and said, "Why did you come?" Ziyan slightly went into a daze. Seeing her look, she was just like an enlarged version of when Meng Meng went into a daze. When this kind of expression and tone appeared on this iceberg beauty, it immediately made her seem endearing, adorable. However, at the next moment, the aura on Ziyan's body immediately became cold. "You ask why I came?" Ziyan said with a rather big grievance, "I came to pick up my daughter." After finished speaking, Ziyan walked past Zhang Han and entered into the hotel room. Looking around, she asked, "Where is Emily?" Hearing that, Zhang Han slightly frowned as he closed the door and said, "Firstly, she is not called Emily, she is called Zhang Yumeng, and her pet name is Meng Meng. Secondly, she is currently asleep, so be a bit softer when you talk." Originally, Ziyan already had grievance when she went to Shangjing and found out that Zhang Han and Meng Meng were not there. Right now, after hearing Zhang Han's tone, she immediately became angrier. Taking off her sunglasses, she glared at Zhang Han ferociously, "You say change name, so change name. Based on what should I listen to you? Based on that I am the child's father. My surname is Zhang, so she must also be surnamed Zhang. It was still fine not bringing up this matter, but when this matter was brought up, Zhang Han felt indignant. From the past up to now, where was there such a thing as a person's own child not having the same surname as the person? Hearing that, the anger within Ziyan's heart became much bigger. Walking to the front of Zhang Han, she said stiffly, I am the child's mother. I carried her in my womb for 10 months and gave birth to her. It was I who raised her up till now. It was already very good of me to let you meet with her. What rights do you have to change her name without my permission? Why did you not inform me advance that you were coming to Shangjiang? Do you still have in me in your eyes? Yet now you, this convenient father who did not even take care of me or her for a single day, still have a temper. The facts tell us that, never ever quarrel with a woman. The series of words caused the corner of Zhang Han's mouth to twitch endlessly. Also, he couldn't help but sighed in his heart. Everything that Ziyan said was the truth. Since the hard won't do, the soft should do right. Zhang Han's voice became feeble as he said, sit down and have a rest first. I will go and pour a cup of water for you. Humph, this sounds more like something a human would say. Ziyan petulantly rolled her eyes at Zhang Han as she gracefully walked with her high-heeled shoes and sat on the sofa. After pouring a cup of water for Ziyan, Zhang Han sat at the opposite and attentively took a few looks at Ziyan. So it seems that, Meng Meng's delicate face, beautiful eyebrows, exquisite nose, lustrous big eyes and that lips which were thin like willow leaf were practically all inherited from Ziyan's superior gene. Of course, the yellow skin, black eyes and black hair of Meng Meng were all inherited from Zhang Han's superior gene. Alright, speaking the truth, the only things similar between Zhang Han and Meng Meng were only the eyebrows and earlobe. This was even found out by Zhang Han after he had observed Meng Meng for quite a while. Looking at Ziyan, her earlobe was much thinner, whereas Zhang Han's and Meng Meng's earlobe were more round. Also, aside from having a delicate face, Ziyan's figure was also very curvy, possessing an S-shaped devil figure. The places that protrude out were plump and round. Comparing Ziyan now back to when she just started her career, her body was much plumper and rounder now. Right now, there was as if a kind of magic in Ziyan's body, being able to keep on attracting Zhang Han's gaze, and even so much as to be able to give Zhang Han a kind of wanting to swallow his saliva kind of feeling. This woman, after becoming a mother, her figure had become much better and also much appealing. The attraction strength that the body has towards Zhang Han was truly not small. While Zhang Han was sizing Ziyan up and down, Ziyan was also sizing Zhang Han up and down. Seeing the trace of perverted look on Zhang Han's face, Ziyan felt somewhat proud in her heart. Rigid brain, to dare to not want to speak with me and act aloof. Yet right now, your true character has appeared. Humph. However, Zhang Han's neat and tidy dressing also made Ziyan felt somewhat surprised. The previous time when she met with Zhang Han at his apartment, the sloppy look of his made Ziyan to not even have the mood to speak with him. But right now, the appearance was still the same as 5 years ago, just that, the dissolute and elegant that he had back then had disappeared. Right now, there was more of a maturity and steadiness, and also the feeling of casualness. With Ziyan's taste, she liked the Zhang Han right now much more, and not that Zhang Han 5 years ago who was crude and rough. Humph, who likes him? Ziyan lightly snorted in her heart. The two people stared at each other with their eyes, one staring with her big eyes and the other staring with his small eyes. While staring at each other, both of them did not say anything, causing the atmosphere to become slightly awkward. Don't you have anything that you want to say? Ziyan said as she blinked her big clear eyes. Within her words, there was the intention of reminding Zhang Han. It would have been alright if Zhang Han had said something pleasant. But right now, he was not even speaking at all. I rushed from Shangjiang to Shangjing during the night and rushed back from Shangjing to Shangjiang the next day. The reason as to why I had to rush about was all because of Zhang Han, and yet he actually doesn't say a word of apology at all. Say what? Zhang Han opened his mouth and replied. In a moment, Ziyan became much angrier and also felt very disappointed towards Zhang Han in her heart. She immediately stood up and said angrily, forget it, I also have nothing to speak to you, I will go and pick Emily now. Wait, hearing that, Zhang Han quickly stood up and walked to the front of Ziyan in a few steps. Originally, with Zhang Han's temper, he would have straightforwardly said, Meng Meng is my daughter, she will be following with me from now on. But when the words reached his mouth, Zhang Han was not able to say it out. Without a doubt, he was not a fool. He knew that if he were to say those words, the woman in front of him would instantly turn into a tigress. Thus, Zhang Han used a discussing tone. Didn't you say that you are letting Meng Meng stay with me for a week time? Today is only the 5th day. Meng Meng is mine. I can do whatever I want and don't need you to care. Ziyan declared her sovereignty. While speaking, Ziyan suddenly realizes her mistake. Spit, spit, spit. I mean Emily. After finished speaking, she did not pay any more attention to Zhang Han. Opening the bedroom's door, she walked into the bedroom. Mommy. Hearing the sound of people speaking, Meng Meng muddle-headedly opened her eyes. Seeing that her mother was in front of her, the little princess was incomparably happy. To not have seen each other for 5 days, Ziyan also missed the little princess very much. Sitting at the bedside, she gently hugged Meng Meng into her embrace. The expression on Ziyan's face right now was very warm. Emitting out the radiance of maternal love, her voice was also 100 times gentler compared to when she spoke with Zhang Han. My baby, did you miss mommy? Miss, Meng Meng said happily as she pouted her little mouth and kissed Ziyan's face. Zhang Han looked at the cosmetics on Ziyan's face and wanted to remind, don't kiss already, you are kissing a mouth of foundation. But when the words reached his mouth, he was not able to say out the words again. It was most probably that he did not bear to interrupt this warm moment between Ziyan and Meng Meng. Right now, Meng Meng also did not completely belong to him. She has her own mother, and the mother was about to bring her away. Sigh. Zhang Han sighed lightly. His heart was somewhat reluctant to part with Meng Meng. Mommy is here to pick you up. Aunt Fei Fei is still waiting downstairs for us. Let's go back home after wearing your clothes, okay? Ziyan said with a smile. All right, go home. Meng Meng raised her hands happily. Meng Meng missed those hairy toys of hers that were at home very much. However, after Meng Meng finished wearing her clothes and Ziyan held her with her right hand and pulled the suitcase with her left hand and walked towards the door, Meng Meng then finally reacted. Mommy, wait for a while, Daddy still haven't finished wearing his clothes. Your daddy he still has some things to do. That's why Mommy is here to pick you up. Ziyan thought for a while and said. When Zhang Han who was at the side heard that, his lips wiggled and wanted to say, I am free. Let Meng Meng continue staying here. However, the reality wasn't like this. Even if Ziyan didn't say anything, Zhang Han also indeed had things that he needed to do. Hearing that her father was not going home with her, Meng Meng's clear big eyes began tearing up within a second. Boo-hoo, no, I want daddy, together. Meng Meng wiggled around in her mother's embrace and began crying, as she stretched her little arms towards her father, requesting her father to hug her. Zhang Han's heart slightly trembled and he hurriedly went forward and brought Meng Meng into his embrace and starting consoling her. Father consoling his own daughter. This should have been a very warm scene, but Ziyan, on the other hand, felt somewhat upset. It has only been 5 days and she is already so intimate with her father. If the time gets longer, will I still be able to bring her away? Ziyan felt that this was a dangerous signal. She could not allow anyone to snatch away her daughter from her. Thus, she glared at Zhang Han with a threatening gaze. Zhang Han shook his head helplessly and consoled, Meng Meng, Daddy really have things to do. Daddy has to go find a domain during the next few days, so that I can build a utopia for Meng Meng. Like that, in the future, Meng Meng would be able to be together with Daddy, and also Mommy forever. Really? Of course. Daddy would never ever bluff you. Zhang Han said with a slight smile. Then what are there in utopia? Is there any adorable dolls? Meng Meng stopped crying. However, the tears were still hanging at the corner of her eyes, making her seem very pitiful. Zhang Han wiped away the tears in the corner of Meng Meng's eyes and said with a smile, not only are there dolls, there is also a very big house, adorable doggies, beautiful cats and also many other pets that you can play with. Also, there will be a lot of delicious food and a lot of fun places there. Wah, doggies and cats. Meng Meng like it. Meng Meng said longingly. As long as you like it. Therefore, Daddy really has things to do. After Daddy finishes with things, I will come and pick up Meng Meng, okay? Looking at Zhang Han coaxed Meng Meng to stop crying with just a few sentences, while letting out a breath of relief, she also lightly snorted in heart. Graceful words and flowery speech. This Zhang Han really knows how to bluff children. However, this was still the first time that Ziyan had seen such a tender side of Zhang Han. From Zhang Han's smile, she could not see any resemblance to that stiff and rigid-minded Zhang Han who she quarreled with a few days ago. All right, Emily, say goodbye to your daddy. We have to go already. Ziyan once again carried the little princess in her embrace. Goodbye, daddy. The little princess waved her hand. Even after the coaxing, the little princess was still somewhat reluctant to part with her daddy. Let me send you all. Zhang Han silently picked up the slightly heavy suitcase. Walking out of the door and seeing the sulky Meng Meng, Zhang Han smiled and patted on her head. Meng Meng, next time you have to call me daddy, not the third tone, but the fourth tone. Daddy. Meng Meng's age was still small and thus her pronunciation was not clear. Furthermore, she grew up in North America. Her English was fluent, but for her Chinese, she had only just begun learning it only and thus was still not that good with the pronunciation. Incorrect, Zhang Han said with a weird face, the daddy that you are speaking of is dung, which means poop. Do daddy look like poop? In Chinese, Meng Meng calls Zhang Han as ba ba. Ba ba has quite a few meaning to it, one of them is poop and the other is father. The actual word for father should be ba ba, though. The pinyin for both, ba ba, and ba ba, are ba ba, but just different tone or something. Hope this explanation is understandable. Facing against Zhang Han's weird face, the little princess giggled continuously. I feel that you do look like poop. Ziyan agreed deeply with the comparison and said with a teasing tone, baby, next time you can just call him daddy. No, call him smelly daddy. He, smelly daddy, smelly daddy. Amidst laughter, the few of them reached downstairs. When it was time to leave, the little fellow was still reluctantly as she asked pitifully. Mommy, when will I be able to see daddy again? After he finishes with the things he has to do. Ziyan casually answered. Then, when will you finish with your things daddy? Meng Meng asked. Hearing the question, Zhang Han wanted to say, daddy is not busy. But in the end, he said, daddy will be very fast. After I finish with my things, I will immediately go and pick you up. So, you must stay at home obediently until then. Meng Meng will be very obedient. After Meng Meng and Ziyan got into the car and Meng Meng stood by the car's window at the back, Zhang Han couldn't help but remind. Meng Meng, you have to remember the name that daddy got for you, okay? Zhang Han's reminder caused the rolling of Ziyan's eyes. I understand, Meng Meng replied. The car started up and gradually drove far away. Zhang Han stood still and looked at the car drove further and further away blankly. Only until the car disappeared from his field of vision, then did he let out a light sigh and went back to the hotel. Oh, that fellow gave Emily a new name. While driving the car, Zhou Fei snorted lightly. Back then when she accompanied Ziyan to meet with Zhang Han, the incident where Zhang Han and Ziyan quarreled caused her to deem Zhang Han as a scumbag. Furthermore, he was deemed as a wretched, big temper and small capability kind of scumbag. He is very obstinate about it. When he heard of Emily's name, he was even not happy, saying that because his surname is Zhang, Emily also have to be surnamed Zhang. Ziyan said petulantly. Back then when she gave birth to the little princess and was thinking of a name for the little princess, she subconsciously only gave the little princess a pet name, Emily. In her heart, she had perhaps also fantasized about building a family with the children and the children's father. But after coming into contact with Zhang Han, she was incomparably disappointed and that trace of fantasy in her heart also disappeared. That fellow also think too much already. Zhou Fei said with a disdain tone. Humph. Hearing that, Meng Meng was not happy about that and said loudly, smelly Aunt Fei Fei. You cannot speak badly of daddy. This scene made Ziyan felt somewhat astonished. The Meng Meng in the past would never speak so loudly. What was the matter right now? Zhou Fei's face froze and said helplessly. All right, I will not say badly of your daddy, okay? Emily, why are you not gentle anymore after staying with him for a few days? I am not called Emily. Meng Meng said. Then what are you called? Zhou Fei asked with a smile. I am called Zhang Yumeng, Meng Meng, Meng 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 Meng. The little princess adorably raised up her hands and said. Ah, that rough and rigid-minded fellow is actually able to think of such a feminine name. Zhou Fei smiled lightly and shook her head. Han went back to the hotel and sat alone on the sofa. Meng Meng's depart made him felt like he had lost something, giving him a feeling of uneasiness. Actually, this did not mean that Zhang Han's character was delicate or anything. If someone was in the same position as Zhang Han, learning the knowledge of cultivation and all sorts of treasures for 500 years in the cultivation world, it was reckoned that the person would also be extremely lonely just like Zhang Han. After rebirth and meeting with this adorable daughter of his, the void within Zhang Han's heart was immediately completely filled. Furthermore, his parents were still alive and he had the chance to make up for his regret. When all of those things combined, it caused Zhang Han's mental state to become much gentler. Of course, the person who contributed the most to causing his mental state to become much gentler was the adorable little princess, Meng. I should go and investigate those 7 mountains, I guess. Zhang Han shook his head, then opened up the computer and entered into Baidu Map to check the location of the mountains. Baidu is the Chinese version of Google. The first mountain was a short mountain at Moxie Range, which was at the west of Shangjiang, and the rest of the mountains were at southeast side. The second mountain starts from the east side of Shangjiang, which was the Shangya Mountain, and the rest of the mountains were all between Shangya Mountain and the Crescent Mountain, which was at the south. There were only 7 mountains which faced against the ocean and had a suitable surface area that Zhang Han needed. The Causeway Bay which Zhang Han was currently at was at the north of Shangjiang. Thus, he intends to first go to Moxie Range which was at the west, then afterward go east and head to Shangya Mountain, and from Shangya Mountain, begin to head south. After finish planning the route for the next day, Zhang Han also began to perfect the plan for the domain. When the Thunder Yang tree was planted, it would erupt out the energy which Zhang Han would need for cultivating and transforming the domain. The energy erupted out would be able to allow Zhang Han to rise to the weakest realm, Qi Refining Realm. Qi Refining Realm was more or less the same with internal strength, which most people were familiar with. Also, it could also be called as Qi. Both internal strength and Qi were able to use by people to increase their speed, strength and so on. When Zhang Han reached Qi Refining Realm, he would barely be able to use his treasure-smelling nose. Although Qi Refining Realm was the weakest realm, but do not belittle this Qi Refining Realm. Qi Refining Realm was the beginning of cultivation to immortality. Although only by reaching to the Shantian realm would one then truly become a true cultivator, which almighty beings did not start their journey from the Qi Refining Realm. A night without words. Next morning, 8 a.m., after Zhang Han quickly finished his breakfast, he checked out from the hotel. The cost of staying at the hotel for 2 days was 360 KRMB. After the receptionist verified that there was no problem with the room, she gave back Zhang Han 140 KRMB. Adding up with the expense during the past 2 days, there was currently still 1.6 million RMB in Zhang Han's bank card. Carrying a simple luggage, Zhang Han set out on his journey. He did not choose to take the subway and also did not choose to extravagantly buy a car, but instead very realistically went to a car rental company in the vicinity and spent 28 KRMB to rent a blue-purple Jeep. The rental of the Jeep was for a month. Driving the Jeep, Zhang Han used half an hour to reach his first destination, Moxie Range. After walking for about 20 minutes, Zhang Han reached the peak of the short mountain at Moxie Range. Looking at the surroundings and walking path around the mountain, he nodded his head. Not bad, just not sure if this place will be able to give me a surprise or not. Zhang Han raised his right hand and took out the Thunder Yang tree from his ear. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Han pricked the Thunder Yang tree which seemed just like a white jade needle into his vein. In the past, Zhang Han had refined this Thunder Yang tree before. Although right now he had no cultivation at all, there was still a very faint thread of connection between him and the Thunder Yang tree. Right now, Zhang Han was using his blood to stimulate the Thunder Yang tree, making it transfer its energy to him so that he would be able to use his treasure-smelling nose. The moment the Thunder Yang tree pricked into his vessel, Zhang Han felt his blood flowing and at the same time, he also felt the faint threads of spiritual strength. Treasure-smelling nose, open. Zhang Han closed his eyes, and the image of the mountain below his feet appeared within his mind. Exhaling out a deep breath, the faint threads of spiritual strength continuously converged to his nose. At the next moment, Zhang Han lightly sniffed. At the same time when he sniffed, there was a change in the image of the mountain within Zhang Han's mind. From the flowers to the grasses, trees, soil, and rocks, threads of faint light continuously converged together, and in the end, got sniffed into Zhang Han's nose. The fragrance of the grasses and flowers, the astringent of the trees, and also the unique smell of the rocks and soil. Different smells all converged together. But within the smell, the unique smell of a treasure was not there. This is not a treasure land. Plucking out the Thunder Yang tree, Zhang Han placed it back into his ear and lightly shook his head. Silently walking back to the jeep, he started driving to the second destination, Shangya Mountain. Half an hour later, after Zhang Han lost a bit of his blood, he stood at the mountaintop and shook his head. Not a treasure land. Driving towards the south, he investigated mountain after mountain. The results that Zhang Han received made him felt disappointed, but at the same time, the results were also within his expectation. Not a treasure land too. I expected too much already. How could a treasure land be found that easily? Zhang Han's complexion was slightly pale. This was the sign of losing too much blood. Entering into the jeep, Zhang Han headed towards the last location, Crescent Mountain. Hope this Crescent Mountain will not disappoint me. Zhang Han lightly shook his head. Crescent Mountain was situated on the east side of Crescent Gulf. Crescent Gulf was Shangjiang's famous tourist attraction. Leaning against a mountain and facing against the sea, the gulf had the shape of a crescent and was thus called Crescent Gulf. Crescent Gulf also had the nickname of Number One Gulf under the heaven, and the reputation of being the Hawaii of the East. It was the Gulf of Shangjiang which had the most representativeness. The scenery at the Crescent Mountain which Crescent Gulf leaned against in the east was very pleasant. Standing at the top of Crescent Mountain, the entire view of Crescent Gulf could be seen. This location was the best location within the 7 mountains. Pretty good. Standing at the mountaintop of Crescent Mountain and looking at the scenery of Crescent Gulf, Zhang Han exclaimed. His house was located at Bamboo District, which was on the west side of Crescent Gulf. If it was to be said by the locals of Shangjiang, Zhang Han's house, which was 115 square meter big, was already counted as a mansion already. In Shangjiang, a house that was more than a 1,000 foot was counted as a mansion. This was because the house price in Shangjiang was extremely high. Once before, the house price in Shangjiang broke the record and became the highest priced house in the world and became famous throughout the world. 1,000 foot was equivalent to 93 square meters and Zhang Han's house was 115 square meters big. 7 years ago, he spent 15 million RMB to buy the house. Adding up with the renovation and furniture which cost 3 million RMB, he spent a total of 18 million for the house. Furthermore, Zhang Han was not really satisfied with the result of the house. Compared to Bamboo District, Crescent Gulf was the place which he wanted to stay at. However, the house price at Crescent Gulf was somewhat too much even for the Zhang Han back then, who was one of the 4 young masters in Shangjing. Land was extremely expensive. Only this sentence was able to describe the houses in Crescent Gulf. Especially the mansions that were at Crescent Gulf, where a mansion could easily go for more than 1 billion RMB and above. Even the much more ordinary houses in Crescent Gulf were also absurdly expensive. Therefore, the Zhang Han back then gave up on the idea of wanting to buy a house in Crescent Gulf. If this Crescent Mountain is okay, it would also count as fulfilling a small regret of mine, I guess. Zhang Han shook his head and once again took out the Thunder Yang tree from his ear. Pricking the Thunder Yang tree into his vessel, his blood began to be absorbed by the Thunder Yang tree. Deepening the connection with the Thunder Yang tree, the Thunder Yang tree once again released out a bit of energy to Zhang Han. Treasure-smelling nose, open. Zhang Han closed his eyes and lightly sniffed. Various kind of smell rushed towards his nose. Suddenly, an extremely strong and pure fragrance entered into his nose. The smell was just like 100-year-old excellent wine. The heaven did not turn its back on me. It is actually a pond of spiritual water. Ha ha ha. Zhang Han looked towards the sky and started laughing out loud. While he was laughing, his eyes suddenly rolled as he happily fainted due to excess blood loss. Woof, woof. Not sure how long passed, Zhang Han suddenly felt a dog barking beside him, and after the dog barked out 2 times, it bit onto shoulder part of his cloth and dragged him backward. Zhang Han muddle-headedly opened his eyes. Right now, he had the symptoms of someone who had excess blood loss. His complexion and lips were very pale, there was cold sweat on his skin, his hands and legs were cold and lacking in strength, his breathing was slightly rapid and his pulse was quick and weak. Sitting up his body with great effort, he immediately saw that at his side, there was indeed a dog. This was a 4-eyed dog which was filthy from top to bottom. This dog was also called as Chinese rural dog and commonly referred as native dog. Taking a look at his surroundings, Zhang Han discovered that his current position was 20 meters away from the position where he fainted at. Seems like it was this dog who saw Zhang Han fainted and wanted to drag him down the mountain. Seems like a kind-hearted dog. Zhang Han lightly laughed. Looking at the somewhat vigilant native dog who did not dare to come forward, he stretched out his palm towards the dog. Receiving the friendly signal, the dog then slowly walked towards Zhang Han. Zhang Han also did not mind that the dog was filthy and patted the dog on its head. This caused the dog to wag its tail happily. At this moment, Zhang Han then discovered that the dog's right leg, which was at the back, was broken. Seems like it was a dog that was abandoned. The dog walked 2 rounds around Zhang Han. Seeing that Zhang Han was fine, the dog turned around and left. Zhang Han silently sat still for a few minutes before leaving the mountain. Entering into the jeep, Zhang Han squinted his eyes and looked at the crescent mountain. While looking, a trace of smile could not help but hang up on the corner of his mouth. Spiritual water. As the name implies, it was similar with spiritual soil, spiritual grass and so on. It was something which could be used for cultivating. Within the middle part of Crescent Mountain, there was a cave there, and within the case, there was a pond of spiritual water. Although it was the most ordinary kind of spiritual water, and there was also not much spiritual water, but under the nourishment of Thunder Yang tree, the spiritual water would be able to turn into pure Yang water. The use of pure Yang water was much bigger compared to spiritual water. It could nourish the Thunder Yang tree and start a beneficial cycle for both the Thunder Yang tree and itself. If it was said that the Thunder Yang tree was able to nourish the domain, then it could be said that the pure Yang water was able to nourish living creature. Speaking from the capability alone, pure Yang water was better, but speaking from the essence, Thunder Yang tree was still much higher ranked compared to pure Yang water. There were countless amount of treasures in the cultivation world, and some of those treasures belong to the classification of spiritual treasure too. Spiritual treasure can go from rank 1 all the way up to rank 9. The higher the rank, the better the spiritual treasure. Thunder Yang tree was a rank 5 spiritual treasure and pure Yang water was only rank 1. What was the rank of spiritual water then? Spiritual water was not even counted as a spiritual treasure. Spiritual treasure was an all-inclusive general term. All kinds of flower, grass, tree, wood, pill, and weapon and so on could all be counted as spiritual treasure. Back when Hanyang Immortal Monarch shook the cultivation world, this rank 5 spiritual treasure, Thunder Yang tree, was nothing to him at all. But right now, it was a necessary item for Zhang Han to step into the entrance of cultivation to immortality. Although Zhang Han found a treasure land, he did not intend to immediately occupy the mountain and deem himself as the king of the mountain. Right now, he was not Hanyang Immortal Monarch anymore. The current him was not even able to block against the bullets of this profane world. Therefore, he had to follow the rule and go back home first and research more about the Crescent Mountain before he decides what to do. However, before all that, Zhang Han intends to go back to the mansion, which he had never stayed in for 7 years. The mansion was situated at Bamboo District's neighborhood, Milan neighborhood. Zhang Han straightforwardly drove to the property management area. Towards Zhang Han's arrival, the property management personnel felt somewhat unexpected, but they were still very passionate. Although many of the property management personnel here have already been changed countless times, all of the personnel naturally knew the information of the property owners here. Therefore, they also naturally knew Zhang Han, this special property owner. Back then when Zhang Han bought the house, he straightforwardly paid 10 years of property fee. This kind of thing was rarely seen. Mr. Zhang, the management personnel passed the house key to Zhang Han's house and said with a smile, every half a month, our property management would send a cleaner to your house to clean the house. Since right now you have returned, we will return the key to you. If there is any matter, you can contact us anytime. Oh, Zhang Han slightly went in nowadays. He did not expect that the service would be that good. After nodding his head in response, he left the property management area. Looking at the house which has been cleaned very cleanly, Zhang Han nodded his head with satisfaction. The layout of the house was 3 bedroom and 1 living room. The house faced towards the north and south. Within the house, there was a big living room and an open kitchen. No matter was it the living room, bathroom, or bedroom, they were all renovated extremely luxuriously. With the German imported marble floor, extremely exquisite roof, modern-styled kitchen and so on, even after 7 years have passed, the renovation was still up to one's expectation. After taking a look around the house, Zhang Han felt that his body was somewhat exhausted. Right now, he was an ordinary human being. The effect of excess blood loss was still quite big on him. However, after planting the Thunder Yang tree and taking in the energy and rising to Qi refining realm, his body would be able to completely recover. Lying down on the sofa, he casually opened the television. After watching the television for less than 2 minutes, he dizzily fell asleep on the sofa. Imperial Entertainment Company, within the office of artist director Mei Qi. Big Sister Mei. Ziyan lightly knocked on the door and walked into the office. After taking a look at young Master Li Cheng, she nodded her head towards Mei Qi and said, I have finished considering. I decided to first release an album. Oh, Mei Qi leaned her back onto the office chair. Her expression did not have the enthusiasm she had during a few years ago. With an indifferent tone, she said, it is good that you can think like this. After all, you have not appeared in the entertainment industry for 5 years already. Who knows how the fans of yours back then feel about you right now? Let's release an album first and test the water then. Big Sister Mei, didn't you told me last week that there are 10 premium songs within the company's music library? Can you let me choose 4 songs from it? During the afternoon, I intend to. Ziyan got right to the point and said. That was last week. Before Ziyan finished speaking, Mei Qi straightforwardly waved her hand and interrupted, Xiao Yan, you also know that there are not enough resources within the company to share with all the artists. Right now, within the 10 premium songs, 8 songs had already been taken. I can give you the remaining 2 songs, but the album needs to have at least 10 songs and above. Therefore, for the other 8 songs, you will have to choose them from the ordinary songs in the music library. After hearing what Mei Qi said, Ziyan slightly went into a daze and felt somewhat disappointed within her heart. During the 5 years where she was working in the entertainment industry, it could be said that Ziyan was groomed to the peak of the entertainment industry solely by Mei Qi. The relationship between the two of them was also not bad, and Mei Qi cared for her a lot. Every time when the company received premium songs, Mei Qi would always let Ziyan choose first, and even more, Mei Qi would pay visits to famous composers to specially request songs for Ziyan. But right now when Ziyan had returned to the company, not only did Mei Qi barely showed any interest, she even strictly scolded Zhou Fei, who came quite to find her a few times to request for resources. Mei Qi had seemed to change into a completely new person. However, Ziyan did not blame Mei Qi because back then when she left the company, Mei Qi was also somewhat affected by it. However, Ziyan couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed in her heart. Just when she was about to open her mouth and accept Mei Qi's proposal, Li Cheng, who was at the side, opened his mouth first. Mei Qi, Ziyan is after all your gold artist back in the past. How can you go back on what you promised her? Just let Ziyan choose 4 songs from the 10 premium songs. After Li Cheng finished speaking, Mei Qi's expression froze and revealed out a troubled expression. Ziyan also took a look at Li Cheng. This young Master Li was a typical second-generation rich. His father Li Hai, was one of the members of Imperial Entertainment Company's board of directors, holding a high position in the company. Therefore, although Li Cheng did not hold any position within the company, he still has somewhat of a position within the company. Li Cheng had a height of 1.8 meters. His figure was well-shaped and his handsome outer appearance allowed him to be like a fish in water when picking up girls. His appearance was very fitting with many women's taste. However, his private life was very dissipated. It was even rumored that there were quite a few artists within the company who had an ambiguous relationship with him before. Just this point alone was something that Ziyan could not accept. Also, not speaking about all of those, Ziyan also has a daughter right now and also even have an unclear relationship with Zhang Han. Before she finished settling her relationship with Zhang Han, she did not intend to find her other half yet. There was trouble and hesitation within Mei Qi's face, but in the end, it all turned into a helpless tone. Since young Master Li has spoken, I will of course not refuse. Ziyan, you have to properly thank young Master Li. I heard that you did not attend the appointment to have dinner with young Master Li yesterday. Ziyan's expression did not change. Her cold face made others not able to guess what she was thinking about. After Ziyan finished listening to everything, she stood up and slightly nodded at Li Cheng. Thanks young Master Li for the good intention. However, I do not want to spoil the company's rules. I will follow according to what Big Sister Mei previously said. I will go pick the songs first then. After finished speaking, Ziyan walked out of the office with her high-heeled shoes. She did not want to accept Li Cheng's help. Although accepting Li Cheng's help would help her rise in the entertainment industry, she disdained doing that. Ha ha ha, Li Cheng laughed faintly, looking at Ziyan who was walking at the corridor through the window, a pondering smile raised within his gaze. Humph, unable to tell what is good from bad. Mei Qi frowned and snorted, she still really thinks that she was still in the same position as she was back then. How could a has-been celebrity be able to shine again that easily? Say, I actually likes this temper of hers. The more aloof she is, the more I want to conquer her. Li Cheng slightly shook his head. How about I let her taste some hardships first? People like her have to see through the reality first before they would become well-behaved. That's a good idea. Li Cheng nodded his head. I will not give her even a single song from within the 10 premium songs. I will just casually find 2 songs from the music library and say that those 2 songs are premium songs. As for the rest of the songs, I will just let her find on her own. Mei Qi sneered. Originally, all 10 premium songs were still not taken yet. The words that Mei Qi previously said to Ziyan were all Li Cheng's indications. Li Cheng's motives. Well, there was no need to explain his obvious motives. On her journey back to her own office, there was not a single person who greeted her. Even more, she even heard a few soft comments that said, has been celebrity. However, Ziyan did not pay any attention to it. Her cold face was just like a defensive shield which would not allow anyone to see her exhaustion and helplessness. Big Sister Yan, how did it go? Did Mei Qi give you any premium songs? After Ziyan walked into the office, Zhou Fei immediately stood up and asked. She only gave me 2 premium songs. Ziyan slightly shook her head. 2. Zhou Fei frowned and said somewhat angrily, how can you release an album with only 2 premium songs? You have to at least have 4 premium songs. I reckon that old witch is doing it on purpose. Fei, don't anyhow say. There were only 2 songs left within the 10 premium songs. After sitting on the sofa, Ziyan lightly sighed. How is that possible? Why haven't I heard of anyone who gotten the premium songs? I reckon that she just doesn't want to give it to us. Zhou Fei said. Don't say any more already. Let's go downstairs and have lunch first. During the afternoon, we will go pick out the songs for the album. Ziyan stood up and said. Zhou Fei angrily followed Ziyan to the restaurant downstairs. After having a simple lunch, they hurriedly went back upstairs. They came to the department for choosing songs. Within the department, there was 2 small private rooms for listening to song. Within each room, there was a computer and a high sound quality speaker. Upon reaching the hallway, the door of the first private room opened and 3 people walked out from the room. The person who was in the lead had a tall and slender figure, and wore a very revealing V-neck dress. Upon seeing Ziyan, a trace of complacence flashed on her face as she said eccentrically. Oh, isn't this the big celebrity, Ziyan? Didn't you already change profession and went to the movies and television world? Why did you still come here to pick songs? Shu Ruiyu, whatever that we do doesn't seem to concern you, right? Why are you everywhere that we go? Zhou Fei retaliated snappishly. Shu Ruiyu was the new third-rate singer which the company had started grooming not too long ago. She has a bit of popularity and a very big pride. Also, her relationship with that Li Cheng was quite ambiguous. Well, it is true that it doesn't concern us. A woman who was at Shu Ruoyu's side sneered. However, it seems that the popularity of a certain someone is beyond terrible to the point that even the company doesn't want waste any energy on grooming the person. Within the 10 premium songs that the company has this time, Big Sister Mei had actually given 8 of the songs to Ruoyu. As for the remaining 2 songs, you 2 can go ahead and listen attentively. I reckoned that those 2 songs would be the best choice that you 2 would be able to have. Haha, people who are ugly does indeed need to use a high quantity of premium songs to make up for it. Zhou Fei said ruthlessly. What did you say? Shu Ruiyu glared with her eyes opened wide. Fei, let's go. Ziyan's expression remained cold from start to finish. After taking a slight look at Shu Ruiyu, she walked past them and walked towards one of the private rooms. Humph. Shu Ruiyu lightly snorted and said without turning her head, Ziyan, let me give you a reminder. Today is the 1st of September and my album will be released on the 15th. It is best that you avoid releasing your album during that period of time. If not, with you standard, I'm afraid you will fall into the bottom of a pit. Hearing that, Ziyan's footsteps came to a stop as she turned her head around and said coldly, oh, thanks for your reminder then. After finished speaking, she went into the private room with Zhou Fei. Just what kind of person is that? Seeing her act like that just makes me feel disgusting. Zhou Fei said angrily. Although Ziyan was expressionless, but her tone also became somewhat heavier. Let's pick the songs first. Opening the computer and entering into the company's music library, Ziyan immediately saw the 2 premium music that Mei Qi left for her. Clicking open the first music, both Ziyan and Zhou Fei entered into their working mode and began attentively listening to the song. Bang! After finished listening to the song, Zhou Fei couldn't help but slammed onto the table and said angrily, "This kind of song can also be counted as premium. That old witch must definitely be trying to make things difficult for us. Since when has the company's premium songs deteriorate to this kind of degree?" At this time, Ziyan did not say anything and silently acknowledged with what Zhou Fei said. Lightly sighed, Ziyan opened the second song. However, the second song was also not up to one's expectation. Those two songs were only a bit better than the worst songs within the music library. If those two songs had to be compared to premium songs, it had to be said that those two songs did not even have half the quality of a premium song. This result caused Zhou Fei to be angry to the point that she gnashed on her teeth. After finished venting away her anger, Zhou Fei then began listening to the songs in the music library one by one with Ziyan. From the moment they started listening to the songs, they listened from afternoon 1 p.m. to 7 p.m., which was a total of 6 hours. After listening to more than 100 songs, they picked out 5 somewhat decent songs. Of course, the general that was picked out within a bunch of dwarves was still but after all a dwarf. "Let's go back home," Ziyan said after taking a look at the time. "I can still accompany Meng Meng if I go back now. If I were to go back a bit later, the little fellow would most likely have fallen asleep." "How are we going to choose those lousy songs?" Zhou Fei mumbled with a worried look on her face. Standing up and after finished packing up their things, they left the company. On the way back home, Ziyan, who was sitting at the back of the car, suddenly said, "Fei Fei, we will have to work a bit harder in those next few days. We will also release our album on the 15th. Big sister Yan, you want to?" Zhou Fei slightly went into a daze. Ziyan did not reply and looked out of the window. "Shu Ruiyu, you are intending to release your album on the 15th, right? You like to provoke me with mocks and ridicules, right? All right, I will also release my album on the 15th then." Ziyan was not a saint. Facing against Shu Ruiyu's provocation, she would of course also feel angry. Just that, she wouldn't show the softness in her heart on her face only. For people to live, they have to breathe. For a tree to live, it has to have its bark. Ziyan wants to prove herself by using her own strength. Ren Huoyi Ko Chi, Shu Huoyi Zhang Pai. For people to live, they have to breathe. For trees to live, they have to have their bark. In Chinese, the bark is the pai, and the breathe is the qi. The qi, aka breathe, refers to gu qi, which means backbone. The pai, aka bark, refers to lian pai, which means face. Basically, what this sentence means is that one must live with a backbone. Another explanation is that people live for their face. Yan's house was situated at East District's Union Garden neighborhood. Back then, when she was still a popular celebrity, her social status was very high, thus, the house that she bought was also naturally a grand residence. The house was a high-floor duplex house. The total surface area of the first and second floor was about 400 plus square meter, which also meant that each floor was about 200 plus square big. Back when Ziyan bought the house price of the houses in this area was 150k RMB per square. For the house, renovation, and furniture, Ziyan spent a total of close to 70 million RMB. No matter where this house was placed in China, this house would still be counted as a grand residence. Ziyan had a lot of money back then, but after retiring, the money that she spent in the 5 years after she retired was not a small amount. Up to today, she also only had around 10 million RMB left in her bank savings. Perhaps if that amount of money was given to some other ordinary people, it would be enough for them to spend an entire lifetime. However, in Ziyan's view, that amount of money was far from enough to spend. She wants to give Meng Meng an extremely good life, which was also one of the reasons she came back out of retirement. Of course, the biggest reason that she came back out of retirement was still because of her celebrity dream. She had still yet to fulfill her dream and did not want to give up on the dream. Returning back to the home. "Meng Meng, did you had fun playing with Aunt Wang?" Ziyan said with a smile. Upon seeing Meng Meng, the pressure in her heart immediately became much lighter. Only when she was with Meng Meng, then would she unload the coldness on her face and hang up a gentle and sweet smile. Aunt Wang was a professional nanny which Ziyan hired over with a high salary. Aunt Wang's name was Wang Wan and she was in charge of looking after Meng Meng and tidying up the house. Quite a bit, but not as fun as when I was playing with Daddy. I miss Daddy already. Meng Meng pouted her little mouth and said. You will be able to see your father after he finished with his things. Ziyan said petulantly. The little fellow is already somewhat dependent on her father after only staying with him for 5 days. If she is to stay longer with her father, just how dependent will she be on her father? Right now, Ziyan was already thinking to herself that she must not let Meng Meng and Zhang Han get in touch with each other too frequently. Control. Correct, I must control the amount of time that they meet with each other. At this side, Ziyan was happily playing with the little fellow, while at another side, Zhang Han who was lying on the sofa was muddle-headedly opening his eyes. It is already 8 p.m. Zhang Han sat his body up. He had slept all the way from afternoon to nighttime 8 p.m. But even after having slept for such a long time, he still felt very exhausted. Grumble, grumble, Zhang Han's stomach grumbled, reminding Zhang Han that he should go eat dinner right now. Zhang Han went to a restaurant nearby and straightforwardly ordered some blood-enriching food. Black chicken soup, pig liver with stir-fried spinach, and a big cup of brown sugar water that was specially requested. The black chicken soup was very fresh. But with Zhang Han's somewhat fussiness, after he ate a few mouthfuls of the chicken meat, he immediately knew that the black chicken was not an authentic free-range chicken. Free-range chickens were also known as stupid chickens, which were chickens that were domestically raised without feeding those fodder that hurried their growth. Although the size of those chickens, ducks, and gooses that were fed with fodder that hurried their growth was much bigger, the nutrition they should have possessed were not that abundant, and even more, within their body, they had some chemical substances which were harmful to the human body. But for the case of free-range chickens, that was not the case. To speak from every aspect, free-range chickens were much better compared to those fodder-fed chickens, especially on the aspect of taste, where free-range chickens were much more fragrant and tender. Another thing was that the chickens that were normally bought from supermarkets, when stewed in a pot for an hour, they were easy to become overcooked. While on the other hand, when free-range chickens were stewed in a pot for an hour, its meat would still be firm. Thus, speaking from the root, free-range chickens were much better compared to fodder-fed chickens. As a result, the price of a free-range chicken would normally be above 100 RMB, while the price of a fodder-fed chicken would normally be around 20 RMB. Additionally, those market that sold free-range chicken for around 50 RMB to 70 RMB each would normally always be fake goods. The black chicken that Zhang Han was currently eating was said to be a domestic-raised free-range chicken on the menu. But when he was eating the black chicken, he could tell that the chicken wasn't actually a domestic-raised free-range chicken. Honestly, Zhang Han didn't really mind about it. Wait, after he planted the Thunder Yang tree, he could just raise some himself. But before that, he would have to just make do with his current situation. Because of excess blood loss, Zhang Han forcibly finished the entire black chicken. Not only that, he also finished the soup, and the entire cup of brown sugar water, and finished the entire plate of pork liver with stir-fried spinach. After eating and drinking everything, Zhang Han truly felt that his stomach was somewhat bloated. After eating finish, Zhang Han sat in the restaurant to rest for 10 minutes. After paying the bill, Zhang Han left the restaurant, then gave Zhang Li a call and proceeded to head towards her rented apartment. The rented apartment was 88 square meters and had 2 rooms and 1 living room. The decoration of the rented apartment was much more in the comforting aspect. Also, it could be seen that the apartment was taken care well by the 2 female. Xiao Li, do you know of anyone in the lands department? Within Zhang Li's bedroom, Zhang Han opened his mouth and asked. Nope. Brother, why is your complexion somewhat pale? Are you sick? Zhang Li asked with concern. Most probably caught a cold while I was sleeping. Don't worry about it, it's nothing at all. Zhang Han smiled and shook his head. Why did you ask if I knew anyone in the lands department? Zhang Li asked curiously. I want to rent a mountain. Peef. In a moment, Zhang Li almost got choked by her saliva. Opening her eyes up wide, she said while feeling inconceivable, I didn't hear wrong, right, brother? What do you want to rent a mountain for? Don't make a fuss about nothing. Zhang Han lightly tapped onto Zhang Li's forehead and said, I want to rent a mountain to plant some things. There is no need to rent a mountain just for planting things, right? In Shangjiang, this place, do you think you can rent a mountain just because you want to rent it? What's more, even if the mountain can be rented, the price of renting the mountain would also definitely be absurdly high. Brother, you are really being too rush already. Zhang Li said with a tone of hating iron for not becoming steel. Hen Tai Bu Shang Gang hating iron for not becoming steel. To be disappointed at someone for not being able to meet their expectations. You will understand when the time comes. About the mountain, I have to rent it for sure. So, do you have anyone friend who works in the lands department? I don't know anyone who works in the lands department, wait. Let me go ask Liana. After finished speaking, Zhang Li hurriedly ran out of the room. Liana was the other tenant of the rented apartment. She attended school at Shangjiang University for 4 years. After she graduated, she worked as an office worker into a large company, and thus knew a lot of people. Liana was roughly around 1.6 meters tall. Her height was relatively short and her plump face gave her a trace of adorableness. Liana was fond of males that were tall. Upon seeing Zhang Han, who was 1.8 meters tall, her eyes lighted up as she greeted. Hello, big brother Zhang. Hello. Zhang Han nodded his head. I heard that big brother Zhang you wanted to rent a mountain. Which mountain did you have your eyes on? Liana asked with a smile. Although she was fond of males that were tall, it did not mean that she would fall in love just upon seeing a tall male. In this world, where would there be that many instances of love at first sight? Therefore, after finish the simple greeting, she started to ask about the main matter. Crescent Mountain. Crescent Mountain. Liana's complexion slightly changed. The answer that she got was somewhat out of her expectation. Her tone became somewhat serious. Crescent Mountain is not that simple. Even the officials of Shangjiang are not sure if they are going to develop Crescent Mountain or not. After all, Crescent Mountain was right next to Crescent Gulf. Even if they wanted to develop Crescent Mountain, they still have to undergo land bidding. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but if you want to rent the mountain by yourself, you are really thinking too much already. Then what about renting for short term? Rent period of between 1 year above and 5 years below would do. Zhang Han frowned. Not speaking of other aspects of Crescent Mountain, just the spiritual water that was found within Crescent Mountain was enough for Zhang Han to not give up on Crescent Mountain. If it is really impossible, I will just occupy the mountain by force. How can the laws of the profane world be able to restrict me, the Grand Hanyang Immortal Monarch? Of course, this kind of thoughts only flashed through his mind for a bit. Right now, he, Hanyang Immortal Monarch, actually really have to be well behaved. Short term. Liana slightly went into a daze. If you are looking to rent Crescent Mountain for a short term, it is still possible. Let me call my friend and help you about it first. Thanks. Zhang Han nodded his head. Liana took out her phone and called her friend right in front of Zhang Han. It could be seen that she was indeed sincerely helping Zhang Han and that she was a person who had a warm heart. After finishing the call, Liana smiled and said. He said that regarding this matter, you can call him at tomorrow morning 7 a.m. and meet up with him to talk about it. Seems like there is hope for renting Crescent Mountain. Big brother Zhang, you take down his phone number first and just contact him tomorrow will do. His name is Lu Meng. His phone number is XXXXXXX. Alright, thanks. Have you eaten dinner, Anna? Let me treat you to supper. Zhang Han said with a smile. Zhang Han's polite words and bright smile gave Liana a pretty good impression of Zhang Han. However, she still shook her head and said with a smile. I'm not eating supper. Eating food at night is easy to become fat. Big brother Zhang, you don't have to be that courteous, my relationship with Zhang Li is very close. Alright, don't be that genteel. I have to go work already. Are you staying here, brother? Zhang Li asked. I will be going back to Milan neighborhood. Zhang Han stood up and said. At downstairs, after bidding farewell to his sister, Zhang Han drove that purple-blue jeep and went back to his house that was at Milan neighborhood. When passing by a supermarket, Zhang Han went into the supermarket and bought brown sugar and red dates. Back home, Zhang Han boiled a pot of brown sugar red date drink and drank 3 cups of it. Those were things that were able to enrich his blood. Sleeping early and after waking up at morning 7 a.m., Zhang Han dialed Lu Meng's phone and straightforwardly explained the matter. Afterward, the two of them decided on meeting at a Starbucks near Milan neighborhood at 8 a.m. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Lu Meng reached the Starbucks punctually. Upon seeing Zhang Han, he passionately stretched out his hand. Zhang Han slightly nodded his head. After finished shaking hands, he sized up Lu Meng for a bit. Lu Meng wore a formal attire, had a thin build and tanned skin. From Lu Meng's actions and bearings, it could be seen that he was a slick person. I heard that Mr. Zhang you wanted to rent Crescent Mountain. Lu Meng asked. That's right. There may be plans to develop Crescent Mountain in the few coming years. Do you have any consideration for renting other mountains? Lu Meng said with a smile. Nope, I just want to ask whether if it is possible to rent Crescent Mountain or not. Zhang Han headed straight to the point and said. Then, I want to ask, what are you intending to rent the Crescent Mountain for? Lu Meng asked. To plant some things. Zhang Han smiled faintly and said. This matter is not that easy to deal with. However, since you are a friend of Anna, I can help you ask about it. But, even if it can be rented, there will also be a lot of restrictions, like for example that you can't cut down the trees or modify the mountain. I'm not sure if you are able to accept this kind of condition. Lu Meng said. I can accept it. Zhang Han nodded his head, then said, if you have any other requests, you can feel free to say it now. This sentence was what Lu Meng wanted to hear. After all, he also did not want to help Zhang Han for free. Therefore, upon hearing that, he became much more enthusiastic when discussing the matter of renting Crescent Moon. After discussing for quite a while and the time was about to reach 9 a.m., Lu Meng stood up to bid farewell and said that he would give a definite answer to Zhang Han at night. During the afternoon, Zhang Han went to buy some high-quality beef, kelp, wood ear, and other food which were able to indirectly enrich his blood. After buying finished those food, he then went to a Chinese medicinal store to buy some Chinese medicine which were able to enrich his blood. Zhang Han intends to spend the entire day at home to nourish his body because, during the time when he plants the Thunder Yang tree, he would have to let the Thunder Yang tree absorb a lot of his blood. Therefore, within the next few days, he had to nourish his body. If not, when the times come and he actually dies due to losing too much blood, it would be the joke of the century. At another side, at Imperial Entertainment Company, Ziyan and Zhou Fei were currently still in the private room listening to songs. Filtering songs by listening to one song after another was also a very tiring thing. But, the main reason for it being tiring was still also because the songs within the music library were all too ordinary already. What's more, it could even be said that most of the songs within the music library could be counted as rubbish. However, Ziyan and Zhou Fei had no choice. All the songs that were available were all here. Thus, the two of them was only able to choose to use Ziyan's excellent voice to raise the quality of those songs. This path would definitely be difficult, but Ziyan was still willing to continue persisting forward. After using an entire day, they only finished choosing 30 songs that were decent. After they finish picking out 100 songs that were decent, they intend to pick out the somewhat better ones from within the 100 feet dwarves. The time moved very quickly and it was already evening. At 5 p.m., Zhang Han received a call from Lu Meng. Mr. Zhang, I have some lead on the matter already. Lu Meng said with a smile. What is the situation? Zhang Han raised his brows. He felt somewhat unexpected that there was already a lead regarding the matter. Seems like, this Lu Meng actually has some doorways within the lands department. Let me speak about the conditions first, and you see if you can accept it or not. If you can accept it, I will tell you about the matter in detail. Okay, firstly, you can only rent the mountain for 1 to 3 years' time, and most likely during the 3rd year, the mountain will be expropriated. When that time comes, you will have to unconditionally comply with everything concerning Crescent Mountain. Furthermore, there are also a lot of restrictions of what you can and can't do at Crescent Mountain even after you rent Crescent Mountain. I will not speak about those restrictions first. As for the cost of renting the mountain, originally for your situation, it would normally be at least 20 million RMB per year. However, since you are a friend of Anna, I will give you face. You give me 2 million RMB to bribe around the lands department, and I will be able to push down the rental fee of the mountain to 10 million RMB per year. Lu Meng went straight to the point and said. I have no issues. Zhang Han was also not draggy and straightforwardly agreed. Alright, then let me tell you about the restrictions that will follow along with renting Crescent Mountain. Lu Meng began his lengthy conversation. Zhang Han quietly listened to Lu Meng talk. For a whole 5 minutes, Zhang Han listened to Lu Meng talk about the restrictions. Thus, it was obvious that there were a lot of restrictions. Simply explain the restrictions, it was that Zhang Han could not move around anything that was in Crescent Mountain. With the rental cost of 10 million RMB per year, the most Zhang Han could do was plant some things in the mountain and also climb the mountain to go sightseeing. After all, this was just renting of the mountain and not bidding of the mountain. If it was bidding of the mountain, the amount of money that would be needed would be absurdly high. It has to be known that, the mansions that were at Crescent Gulf were priced at 10 million RMB above each. So, for a place like Crescent Mountain where the land location was much better compared to Crescent Gulf, If any mansions were built at Crescent Mountain, the price of each of those mansions would be insanely high. For there to be so many restrictions even after renting the mountain, if it was changed to someone else, they would definitely not be able to agree with it. However, Zhang Han only lightly nodded his head and said, "Can." At the same time, a faint radiance flickered within Zhang Han's eyes. Not able to move anything. Restrictions. All of those were nonsense. Right now, it was also mainly because Zhang Han did not have any strength. If he was in the Shantian realm, he would not have the need to care about that much stuff and just immediately occupy the mountain with force. However, as for now, he still has to be honest and well-behaved. Silently becoming rich was the true way of the king. With regards to silently becoming rich, Zhang Han had comprehended it to the greatest heights. Back then when he entered into the cultivation world, he had searched for treasures for 500 years. Before he had reached the Tribulation Realm, no one knew just who Hanyang Immortal Monarch was. But when he reached the peak of Tribulation Realm, after only a few years passed, the name of Hanyang Immortal Monarch had resonated throughout the myriad worlds. Back to the topic. At the other side of the phone, hearing that Zhang Han was okay with it, Lu Meng became delighted and said, "You can just transfer the 2 million RMB to my bank later on then. The contract can most likely be signed tomorrow." Lu Meng truly needed the 2 million RMB to bribe around the department. However, after he finished bribing, he would still have 20% remaining to keep for himself. "Tomorrow is not possible, I still have things to do. How about this? Today is Monday, I will contact you again before Friday arrives." Zhang Han said. "All right then, I will wait for your news." Lu Meng slightly went into a daze and his tone also became somewhat disappointed. After finished talking and hanging up the phone, Lu Meng felt that Zhang Han was most likely not intending to rent the mountain already. After all, with those restrictions, it was no different from not renting the mountain. And as for Zhang Han, the reason he rejected to sign the contract tomorrow was that he had no money. Right now, he truly had no money. Currently, he only had 1.6 million within his bank. This amount of money was far from enough. However, that was not a problem. Zhang Han had already thought of a plan. The plan was, sell his house. That was right, the only movable asset that Zhang Han had right now was his house. During the day, Zhang Han found out the house price of houses within Milan neighborhood and also took photos of his house. 7 years ago, Zhang Han spent 15 million to buy this house. Currently, 7 years later, the price of houses in China was all currently rising, especially the houses in large cities, where the house price was rising like crazy. However, the bamboo district that Zhang Han was at was already very developed 7 years ago and price of houses here was also already extremely high 7 years ago. Thus, the rise in the price of houses at Bamboo District was not that high and did not insanely rise multiple times like those houses in the new districts. Still, no matter what, this house that belonged to Zhang Han was still worth at least 20 million currently. Adding on with the renovation and furniture that Zhang Han spent a total of 3 million for, the total value of the house was at the least around 23 million RMB. However, Zhang Han did not intend to sell his house at the original price. Just like when he was selling the Ferrari, he straightforwardly posted the complete photos of his house on a certain website for sale at 18 million RMB and emphasized that 3 million RMB worth of renovation and furniture was counted as free. People who worked in Shangjiang all understood that Shangjiang was a heaven for the wealthy and a hell for the average worker. The living tempo speed of workers in Shangjiang was extremely fast. They all had the awareness of, if you don't work hard enough, others will have the chance to surpass you. Thus, everyone was all stressing themselves to work harder and harder and harder when working. Therefore, when Zhang Han posted his house for sale, practically all of the real estate agent companies within Bamboo District all discovered this news immediately. "Manager, manager, quickly come, there is a big matter." Practically almost everyone said out those words at the first moment they discovered Zhang Han's post. And after all the managers also saw the post, they more or less also said the same words. "Quickly, quickly, quickly, quickly give the person a call." Therefore, within less than 2 minutes after Zhang Han posted his house for sale, a series of phone calls followed upon. After picking up 10+ phone calls and understanding that all of them were coming over to take a look at the house in a while, Zhang Han felt that there more or less enough amount of people and thus rejected the incoming phone call. After turning his phone off, he also went to the site to remove his post. In a moment, the house became quiet once again. But little did Zhang Han knew, right after he turned off his phone, at Union Garden, within Ziyan's house. Meng, your daddy's phone is turned off. We will give him a call tomorrow again, okay? Ziyan helplessly placed down her phone. Meng was full of joy, as she blinked her clear big eyes and looked forward to talking with her daddy on the phone. But who knew that, in the end, a bucket of cold water was splashed onto her. In a moment, the little princess felt more grievance. Smelly daddy, does he not want to talk with Meng? I don't like him already, smelly daddy, Meng starting crying and throwing a tantrum. Originally, Ziyan wanted to seize the opportunity to criticize Zhang Han, to make Meng not be that dependent on him. But, upon seeing Meng's pitiful look, Ziyan actually instead helped speak good of Zhang Han. Your daddy is most likely still busy. Meng, your daddy also definitely miss you too. Didn't he say that he is going to build a utopia for you? He is most likely busy with that matter. The next time you meet with your daddy, he will bring you to the utopia he built for you. Ray, really? Meng stopped crying and was filled with anticipation towards the utopia that her daddy spoke of. Really? Ziyan held back her laugh and said with a serious face. Humph, rigid-minded fellow. Bluff children more. Boast more. I want to see just how you are going to deal with the lie during the next time you meet with Meng. Little did Ziyan knew, Zhang Han was actually currently working towards the goal of building Meng's utopia. The reason he was willing to sell the house at low price was also because he wanted to be able to quickly rent the mountain and build a utopia for Meng. The earlier that he could settle down, the earlier he could be able to be with her little daughter and properly undergo his special Zhang family's education. As Hanyang immortal monarch's daughter, Meng was destined to never be ordinary. Zhang Han's first small goal was to teach out the strongest little devil in this world. Right now, at Zhang Han's house, the first wave of people had arrived. Only 10 minutes had passed and they were already here. It must be said that the efficiency of the agent companies in this area was really fast. There were 3 people in the first wave. There were 1 male and 2 females. The male was the manager of an agent company, and the other 2 females were people who discovered Zhang Han's post and confirmed with Zhang Han to come view house. Wow, it is really the same as in the photos. One of the females who had a ponytail gasped with surprise. Although the 3 million RMB renovation and furniture cost were not comparable to the truly wealthy people at Shangjiang, this place, it was still much better compared to the average family and belonged to the upper class level. Truly not bad. After the manager finished viewing around the house, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Mr. Zhang, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but this house of yours is able to be sold for at least 22 million RMB currently. Are you sure that you want to sell it at 18 million RMB? Yep. Zhang Han lightly nodded his head and said with a calm face, I only want to sell the house away as fast as possible. Upon getting Zhang Han's confirmation, the manager's face became delighted. Mr. Zhang, can I have a look at your identity card and property proof? They are all on the table, you can have a look. Zhang Han had already prepared the documents earlier on, as he pointed towards the table in the living room and said. The manager hurriedly went over to take a look at the documents. After confirming the documents, a smear of excitement appeared on his face. Excuse me for a while, I have to contact my superior. As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to see the business opportunity of the house. If they were able to buy the house and resell it, they would be able to get a profit of more than 4 million RMB. The manager even wanted to immediately buy the house by himself. But helplessly, he simply did not have 18 million RMB at all. Not every manager was as lucky as that manager who bought the Ferrari from Zhang Han. While the manager walked into the sub-bedroom to call his superior, another wave of people had arrived. The people who arrived this time was 2 males. One of them was a 30+ years old middle-aged man, while the other was a male with the appearance of 20+ years old. When the 2 of them entered into the house and saw that someone else had arrived earlier than them, their face slightly changed as they hurriedly went up to greet Zhang Han. How were they able to know who Mr. Zhang was? That was because, no matter male or female, all the people who worked at an agent company would wear a formal attire. That way, they would be able to give their client a kind of sense of security. And as for the first wave of people, upon seeing another bunch of people arriving, hostility flickered within their eyes. Those 2 people who just arrived were also top quality, as they relentlessly glared back at the first wave of people who arrived. In a moment, the house was overflowing with hostility. However, the main matter was what that was important. After finished glaring, the two males quickly hurried to Zhang Han's side to discuss the matter. Similarly with the previous manager, after confirming Zhang Han's documents, the two males immediately contacted their superior. Thus, in the following hour, Zhang Han was completely busy as he had to deal with the 10+ waves of people who arrived in succession. However, the inner quality of those people was pretty good. Before entering the house, they would first wear a brand new shoe cover. Thus, the house did not become dirty because of having too many people. 80% of the managers all wanted to immediately seal the deal with Zhang Han, but Zhang Han did not give them a definite answer and instead told them that he would deal with whoever who had the fastest transaction speed. Normally, the sequence of processes of a house transaction would take at least a month. However, the boss of some agent companies possessed wide connections and was able to very quickly settle the complicated sequence of processes, which was also what people, so-called, cut in line. All the way until nighttime 10 p.m. then did Zhang Han opened his phone. But he did not expect that, within half an hour, he would receive 3 phone calls. All of the contents of the 3 phone calls were practically the same, where they told Zhang Han that in the following afternoon, after he goes to the second-hand house transaction center and signed the papers, they can transfer him the money on the day. As for the other procedures, the agent company would settle it. Thus, Zhang Han told them that he would deal whoever who arrived the earliest tomorrow. After all, he was not able to extinguish just who was who. The next day, early morning 3 a.m., Zhang Han woke up from the sound of knockings on a door. What is going on? Zhang Han muddle-headedly opened his eyes and slightly frowned. Getting up and opened the door, the person standing outside the door was one of the people from the first batch of people who came to view the house yesterday, Manager Ma. With dark circles under his eyes, Manager Ma said with an apologetic tone, "Mr. Zhang, I am truly sorry for disturbing your rest. Can I invite you to go sauna, and also have a chat together?" Not going. Zhang Han still did not have enough sleep and was intending to close the door and go back to continue to sleep. A trace of anxiousness flashed across Manager Ma's face. "Mr. Zhang, please give me a chance, I have stayed outside your house for a whole night already. If you go back to sleep now, there will definitely still be other people coming here and bother you. So, why not you go to the sauna with me? I will guarantee that you will be able to have the best rest." Hearing that, Zhang Han's brows raised. It was said that the early bird gets the worm. This Manager Ma was not only early, but super early. "You wait a while for me." Zhang Han stroked his face with his hand and said. Without even closing the door, Zhang Han immediately went back to his room to change his clothing. Upon seeing that, Manager Ma let out a sigh of relief. 5 minutes later, together with Manager Ma, Zhang Han headed towards a high-grade sauna in the vicinity. Right after they left and not even had 20 minutes passed, another manager knocked onto Zhang Han's house door. However, the manager after Manager Ma was destined to not be able to meet Zhang Han. At the sauna, Zhang Han slept all the way until morning 8 a.m. After waking up, he was invited by Manager Ma to eat breakfast, followed by being brought to the head office. Arriving at the head office, Zhang Han then followed with a region manager to go to the transaction area to sign the contract. At noon 12 p.m., all of the procedures were handled, and within Zhang Han's bank card, there was also 18 million RMB more in it. After getting the money, Zhang Han straightforwardly called Lu Meng's phone and asked for Lu Meng's bank account number, then transferred 2 million RMB over to Lu Meng's bank account. After finishing with all those, it was already afternoon. I checked online and it seems that Zhangwu noon is either 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. or 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Shangwu afternoon is 1/2 p.m. 5 p.m. Right now, there was 17.6 million RMB in Zhang Han's bank account. Subtracting out 10 million RMB for the cost of renting the mountain, he was still left with 7.6 million RMB. Although 7.6 million RMB seems to be a lot, the amount things that could be done with it was not a lot. At 1 o'clock, Zhang Han drove the jeep and drove a few rounds around the area at Crescent Mountain. Since there was already progress with renting the mountain, the next thing Zhang Han needed to do was to find a place to stay at temporarily. Although there was a pond of spiritual water at Crescent Mountain, the use of the spiritual water was only to enable the soil in Crescent Mountain to transform into spiritual soil. Also, not all of the spiritual water was able to transform into pure yang water. Therefore, the transforming of Crescent Mountain still had to go according to Zhang Han's original plan. First, Finish with the areas in the back of the mountain, then slowly finish with the residential area and areas at the front of the mountain. I still have to rent a house. Zhang Han muttered to himself, then immediately took out his phone and dialed Manager Ma's phone number. Hearing that Zhang Han wants to rent a house, Manager Ma was very enthusiastic. It makes sense that Manager Ma was enthusiastic. After all, Manager Ma got a reward of 1 million RMB from Zhang Han's house deal. Manager Ma requested Zhang Han to come to his company to take a look at the photos of the different houses and furthermore promised that he would not take any commission fee when Zhang Han rented a house through him, indirectly conveying his gratitude towards Zhang Han. Zhang Han did not say anything and straightforwardly drove towards Manager Ma's company. The company was situated at a small retail store at a back street. Within the small retail store, there was a total of 13 employees. Manager Ma stood right at the doorway. Upon seeing Zhang Han arrive, he enthusiastically welcomed him. "Welcome Mr. Zhang. Come, have a sit inside." Entering into the store and sat on the sofa, Manager Ma took out a carton of peppermint flavor cigarette which cost 20 RMB. After passing over a cigarette to Zhang Han and also helped Zhang Han lighted up the cigarette, Manager Ma lighted up a cigarette for himself, then asked with a smile. "Not sure what kind of house Mr. Zhang want to rent?" "A house in Crescent Gulf. One that is slightly better than normal too." "Slightly better than normal," Manager Ma muttered to himself, then said, "For better ones, there are villas, where the rents are about 4 million RMB every year. There are also scenery viewing houses, where 1.5 million RMB would be needed every year for those that are 100 squares meter and above. As for the other small size houses and apartment houses, I feel that Mr. Zhang would not be interested." Are there any photos?" Zhang Han asked. "Yes, there are photos. Follow me Mr. Zhang." Hearing that, Manager Ma stood up and brought Zhang Han to the front of his computer table. At the computer table, Manager Ma began searching for houses that were around Crescent Gulf. Manager Ma showed Zhang Han all the villas and family houses at Crescent Gulf to Zhang Han. There were all sorts of interior decoration. Some were Western style oriented, some were modern style oriented, but there were only a few which caught Zhang Han's attention. "Where is this villa located at?" Zhang Han pointed to a villa. This villa was the only villa which caught Zhang Han's attention. The renovation was not exaggeratingly luxurious, and the house had a mixed color of white, blue and grass green, giving the house a kind of fresh feeling that one was close to nature. However, the rent of the villa was somewhat expensive, where the cost of the rent was 4.5 million RMB each year. This villa is located at Yongxing Road. Yongxing Road is located at the middle of the zone between Crescent Gulf and Bamboo District. Manager Ma said. "It is somewhat far." Zhang Han's brows raised. The ideal location of the house in Zhang Han's mind was one that was near to Crescent Mountain. That way, he can go to the mountain whenever he wants. If the house he was staying at was far away from Crescent Mountain, it would be quite troublesome for him. Far, Manager Ma went into a daze for a while, then asked, "Where do Mr. Zhang want to rent a house at?" "A house that is near Crescent Mountain." Zhang Han replied. Near Crescent Mountain, Manager Ma began pondering and searched for houses near Crescent Mountain. However, there was no suitable house that was located near Crescent Mountain. Is Mr. Zhang living alone? Unable to find any house that Zhang Han was truly satisfied with, Manager Ma was somewhat discouraged. While thinking about a solution, he began chatting with Zhang Han. "I am living with my daughter. The main thing for getting a house is to cook delicious food for her." Meng Meng's adorable little figure floated by Zhang Han's mind and a trace of smile was hanging on the corner of his mouth. Cook food. Manager Ma's eyes lighted up as he said, "I think that there is a solution which is possible. With Mr. Zhang's unique taste picky towards decoration, I think that you can rent a small retail house. For small retail houses, you can renovate it however you want, while residence houses are quite troublesome if you want to renovate it." Retail house. Zhang Han's eyes squinted. Open a restaurant. That is possible. Meng Meng is currently only 3 years old and the amount of food she can eat is quite little. The extra food that are made can be used to sell and most importantly, the renovation can be casually renovated to my taste. The renovation part was something which Zhang Han was more concerned of. Pursuing quality lifestyle, Zhang Han would never mistreat himself. Furthermore, there was now Meng Meng. That was the little princess who should even more not be mistreated. Thus, Zhang Han nodded his head and said, "That is okay too. Are there any photos to look at?" "There are." Manager Ma laughed, then searched for the retail houses that were near Crescent Mountain. At the start, the retail houses that were searched up were all small retail houses that were 60 to 70 square meter big. In Manager Ma's view, those retail houses were more than enough for Zhang Han to live in with his daughter. But Zhang Han kept on shaking his head. Too small, take a look at the bigger ones instead. Thus, Manager Ma began searching for bigger retail houses. Finally, after looking at more than 20 plus retail houses, Manager Ma saw Zhang Han nodded his head at one of the retail house. This house is a 2-floor retail house. The first floor is the restaurant and the second floor is the household. This retail house is managed by an elderly husband and wife. The location of this retail house is the nearest to Crescent Mountain. I went to the retail house 2 times during the past few days and the business there is quite good. If it were not for the elderly husband and wife having to take care of their grandson, they would also not rent out the retail house. While introducing the retail house, Manager Ma opened the photos of the retail house. The first floor is quite simple. It is 130 square meter big and there is a breakfast counter and some tables and chairs. The second floor is a family-orientated household. The renovation is quite decent and the structure is 2-room and 1 living room. The house faces against the south and the daylighting is good. To sum it all up, the renovation space of the house is very big and I feel that it is very suitable for you. Zhang Han looked at the few photos and finally nodded his head in satisfaction. This house is okay. The total cost is 4 million RMB, which covers for 1 year and 3-month rent. Is Mr. Zhang satisfied with the price of this house? If not, I feel that it is still possible to negotiate with them and lower the price. Manager Ma said with a smile. There is no need to negotiate. All right, then, let me bring you over to take a look at the house. Manager Ma smiled, as he stood up and brought Zhang Han to his car. The car that he drove was a black color Honda Accord. In Shangjiang, those who have a car normally have quite a pretty decent life. The cars in Shangjiang were not expensive and were many times cheaper compared to cars in mainland China. After all, there was less tax in Shangjiang. With Manager Ma taking the lead, the two of them came to Don Road to take a look at the restaurant. On the road, Manager Ma had already contacted the elderly wife and husband. Thus, when they entered the house, they immediately saw a married couple who were in their 50s sitting at the living room chatting. Upon seeing people, the married couple greeted them, then brought Zhang Han to take a look around the house. The structure on the second floor was quite decent. There were not many furniture as most of them had already been moved away. On a whole, the second floor was very clean. On the first floor, most of the furniture and goods were still there. With the size of 130 meters square, the living room was originally very big. But after using 2 walls to make a kitchen, the living room appeared to be not that big. The structure was not bad and the renovation space was very big, thus Zhang Han immediately rented the retail house. Manager Ma gave both sides a contract to sign on. After both sides signed the contract, starting from now, the restaurant belonged to Zhang Han for a year and 3 months. After the elderly married couple left, Manager Ma and Zhang Han sat on the chairs at the living room. Let me transfer you the commission fee. Zhang Han opened his mouth and said, but Manager Ma shook his head and rejected. Mr. Zhang, I am very grateful that you chose me to deal your house. Therefore, there is no need to bring up about the commission fee. Hearing that, Zhang Han smiled and shook his head, then asked, do you know any renovation company? Yeah, do you need me to contact them for you now? Manager Ma replied. Yeah, Manager Ma made a phone call to a renovation company right in front of Zhang Han, and in less than 30 minutes, 2 male who wore western suit knocked and walked into the house. One of the males was a square-faced middle-aged man, and the other was a 25-years-old youth who wore glasses. Hello Mr. Zhang, I am Blue Road Renovation Company's manager, Zhao Kai. The middle-aged man greeted with a smile. Taking a look at the house, Zhao Kai felt that the decoration of the house should be a few years old and had been maintained pretty well, thus thought to himself that Zhang Han was probably wanting to either revamp or make a small change to the house. Thus, Zhao Kai opened his mouth and asked, Mr. Zhang, how do you want to renovate the house? Do you want to revamp the house or remodel a part of the house that you are not fond of? However, Zhang Han's answer made him somewhat dumbfounded. Tear down the house and renovate from scratch. Apart from Manager Ma, both Zhao Kai and the youth was dazed. For the first floor, tear down everything and renovate it from scratch. For the second floor, renovate it with its original structure. Zhang Han added on. Big deal. Zhao Kai's eyes lighted up and asked hurriedly. Do Mr. Zhang want the full package or half package? Full package means that the renovation company cover full work and full materials. The price of full package was also much higher compared to half package. As for the half package, it means that the company cover light engineering and supplementary materials. The main materials like floor tiles, wall bricks, and boards and so on other main materials would have to be provided by Zhang Han himself. This chapter is updated by bestnovel.org. What materials do you all have for the full package? Zhang Han casually asked. About things regarding renovation, Zhang Han had learned quite a bit of it back then. Although the things he knew about renovation was not much, it was still at the least enough for him to not get conned easily by someone else. Our company has retail stores at Xylong Renovation Market, and furthermore have cooperation relationship with quite a few international brand shops. Therefore, whatever decoration and materials that Mr. Zhang you would want, we have it all. Moreover, the price will definitely be cheaper compared to you personally going to the shop to buy. Zhao Kai replied truthfully. This kind of situation was normally mutually beneficial. Zhao Kai's company would buy the materials at wholesale price, then sell the materials to the buyer at a profitable price. This way, the company could earn money, and the buyers could also save some money too. Of course, for this kind of situation to work, the inner quality of a company matters too. If a company were to substitute the materials with fake materials, the buyers could only count themselves unlucky. I will take the full package then. Zhang Han nodded his head and said. Hearing that, Zhao Kai's smile became more enthusiastic. Taking the iPad over from the youth's hand, he opened up the photo album and said, I'm not sure what kind of renovation style Mr. Zhang wants. This is our company's renovation examples, you can take a look first. After you have decided, when we go back today, we will make drawings according to your opinion to provide for you to choose. Zhang Han began to look at the pictures on the iPad, while Manager Ma took his leave and left after picking up a phone call. After looking for a while, Zhang Han had his own opinion. He intends to renovate the first floor to family style, and not business store type. The structure of the first floor was very simple, there was only a staircase at the inner left side, and a toilet at the right side. For the remaining space, it was just the living room. The door faced towards the south and was located at between two very wide French windows. Zhang Han muttered to himself for a while, then said out his opinion. At somewhere near the middle, make a television wall at the wall in the east side. In front of the television wall, place a sofa and coffee table. This way, Meng Meng can watch the television when she is waiting for me to cook for her. The kitchen will be on the west side, and it will be a square-shape open kitchen. The stove will be placed at the side facing towards the television. This way, I can look at Meng Meng while I cook. Near the television, a small stage can be built there for me to put a piano. When I am free, I can teach Meng Meng to play the piano, which is pretty nice. Near the piano, and at the corner near to the door, I can put a small high table there and place a laptop on the small high table, then at the surroundings, I can install some high-quality sound system. That way, when eating, I can play some music to listen to. At the place near the window and sofa, place a small round table and 4 ball-shaped chairs. It will be the corner for eating snacks and drinking beverages. At the outer side, place a dinner table, and a big crystal chandelier on top of the dinner table. Also, around the surroundings of the dinner table, I want some decorations. Mr. Zhang, the workload of those things that you speak of are not big. There will also be no problem in the renovation. Zhao Kai opened his phone's calculator and said while calculating. I will speak about the specific works. Floor tiles, kitchen's wall bricks, a small area of integrated ceiling at the kitchen, rest of the ceilings, television wall, small stage, few other furniture, the cost of tearing down the original decorations, and also the cost of the revamp of the second floor. Not counting the materials, the total fee for the manual work cost 150k RMB. How long will it take for you all to finish the renovation? Zhang Han asked. About 20+ days should be enough. Zhao Kai muttered for a while, then replied. 1 week. Zhang Han raised up a finger and said lightly, finish the renovation in a week. I will give you 300k RMB for the manual work fee. Ah, Zhao Kai thought he didn't hear clearly at first and went into a daze for a while, then followed by being overjoyed at the unexpected good news and quickly nodded his head and said, all right. The renovation will be finished within a week. Then, Mr. Zhang, do you want to hand over some down payment first? It is currently 3 p.m. I can call people to come down to tear down the original decorations right now. Before night, they will most likely be able to finish tearing down the original decorations. Alright, Zhang Han signed a contract with Zhao Kai, then immediately transferred 300k RMB over to Zhao Kai. After signing the contract, Zhao Kai contacted people to come down. Within less than 30 minutes, 2 pickup trucks arrived at the door. Within the 2 pickup trucks, there were a total of 5 workers. Mr. Zhang, about those chairs, tables and, Zhao Kai asked with hesitation. Handle it as you wish. Zhang Han waved his hand. Zhao Kai slightly smiled. All of those chairs, tables and other various items could be sold for at least 2k 3k RMB, which could be counted as a small tiny profit. Mr. Zhang, I will let people to start working with the drawings, and at night you will be able to choose from one of the 3D drawings. After you finish choosing, we will be able to start working tomorrow. Zhao Kai said with a smile. I will draw a simple drawing for you first. You all can just follow according to my drawing and refine upon it. Zhang Han was well aware of how he wanted to renovate the house. Taking over the paper Zhao Kai handed over to him, Zhang Han began drawing according to the design in his mind. Although the drawing was ordinary, the specific details and shapes could still be made out. Seeing Zhang Han's drawing, the corner of Zhao Kai's mouth twitched. Seems like the carpenters will have to suffer for a bit. Not sure how did he even think of those exquisite designs. The designs appeared to be very fitting and pleasing to the eyes, especially the 3-dimensional small fences surroundings of the dinner table. Oh yeah, I want to make a jadeite lotus decoration on the television wall. The petals have to be a crossover of pink and white. Zhang Han added. Jadeite, lotus, television wall decoration. Zhao Kai opened his eyes fully wide and said out the sentence with difficulty. The workload that he thought was little, now seems to actually be the contrary. Just the television wall decoration alone was more than enough to cause headache. Furthermore, the estimated cost of just this television wall decoration alone was above 1 million RMB. This, Mr. Zhang, Zhao Kai laughed bitterly, according to your opinion, I think 7 days is not enough. Oh, Zhang Han's expression did not change as he said lightly, I will give you 500k RMB of manual work fee then. 7 days was not enough. Add money then. Upon hearing that, Zhao Kai went into a daze again. While feeling pleasantly surprised in his heart, he also somewhat sighed in his heart. It was the first time that he actually met with such a unconventional customer. Some customer would also give tips, but the tips they gave would not be a lot. For someone like Zhang Han who increases the price of manual work fee after a few exchanging of words, it was still the first time for Zhao Kai to encounter. Alright, I guarantee that the renovation will be completed within 7 days. Zhao Kai took a deep breath and gave his guarantee. He had already decided to double the number of workers and renovate 24 hours every day for this forthright customer. Mr. Zhang, the time is pressing. Do you have any materials that you would want for the materials of the floor tiles, wall bricks and ceilings? Or else, how about you come with me to Xylong Renovation Market to choose the materials that you want? After Zhao Kai instructed the youth beside him to quickly go work with the drawings, he turned around and said to Zhang Han. Zhang Han nodded his head and followed along with Zhao Kai to Xylong Renovation Market. At the first store, they came to a high-end international brand ceramic tile store. After seeing something that he was satisfied with, Zhang Han immediately ordered it. The floor tile that Zhang Han chose was the pseudo-classic bricks which belong to the Mocha Palace series. A square meter cost 2,500 RMB. Adding the wall bricks, skirting board and other things, the total came around to 490k RMB. As for the materials for the ceilings and cement, sand and so on other supplementary materials, the total came around to close to 300k RMB. The reason why the price of those materials was expensive was all because that the materials that Zhang Han chose were all high-end, formaldehyde-free environmentally friendly materials. After the renovation was complete, he would be able to immediately start staying in the house. After spending close to an hour to buy the materials, Zhao Kai saw that there was still time, and thus asked. Mr. Zhang, the time is still early right now. Should we go to the furniture marketplace and take a look at the sofa, exhaust hood and so on other furniture? This way, we can just straightforwardly help you install the furniture when we renovate. Alright, Zhang Han nodded his head. The two of them went straight to the furniture market in the vicinity and undergo another round of shopping. The sofa that would be placed in front of the sofa was a white color high-end leather sofa, which had the shape of a bent moon and the length of 4 meters. The cost of the sofa was not expensive. Only 40k RMB. Not expensive. For the television, coffee table, chairs, and tables, those were all much easier to choose. For the first floor and second floor, Zhang Han spent up to a total of 500k RMB. The cost included the bathtub, smart toilet bowl, smart washing machine, 4 doors large-scale fridge, air conditioners, air purifiers and so on other items. After finished buying everything and they were intending to leave, Zhao Kai suddenly thought of a matter, and asked with a somewhat astonished expression. Mr. Zhang, aren't you opening a restaurant? There doesn't seem to be a place for the customers to sit and eat at. Customers. Zhang Han went into a daze. He also forgot about this matter. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and said. There is still a small space at the place near the right window right. Place 3 small table there will do. Upon hearing that, the corner of Zhao Kai's mouth could not help but twitched a bit. He felt that Zhang Han was not opening a restaurant at all and was just messing around. Thus, Zhang Han bought 3 small tables and 6 chairs, spending a total of 1k RMB. Since it was for outsiders to use, it would be enough as long as the furniture seems clean. At all the stores where they bought things, for the contact information, Zhao Kai's phone number was used instead of Zhang Han's. Zhao Kai very seriously took pictures of each and every furniture, which were to be used when making the pictures tonight. At the same time, he also guaranteed to give Zhang Han an entirely new restaurant within a week. After getting on the car, Zhang Han and Zhao Kai exchanged contact information with each other. Suddenly, Zhao Kai recalled that they did not buy a piano and thus asked. Mr. Zhang, can I know what kind of piano do you want? I have a friend who works in a piano store. I can help you ask around. Piano. Zhang Han muttered to himself. Zhang Han understood quite a bit about piano. When he was small, he had learned before piano. In the cultivation world, he also made a piano because he was bored. During the time of 500 years, he would play the piano occasionally. Under such a long time, his understanding towards piano was already very profound. Incorrect, it should be said that, his understanding towards piano music was already very profound. For the brand of the piano, Zhang Han did not intend to buy a cheap one. Some people would say that a piano's quality was not in the price of the piano and was in the tone. Towards that, Zhang Han felt that it was a bunch of nonsense. Let alone the reasoning of, you get what you pay for. To speak about the quality, expensive pianos were much better than cheap pianos. To want to live a quality life, how could the things that were going to be used be bad? For example, the 7 colors serene piano that Zhang Han used back when he was at the Cultivation World. The piano was made with the Cultivation World's top quality materials. It could still be remembered that back when Zhang Han played canon variation at a planet, the sound caused the people in the entire planet to be bewitched within it. Even more, if Zhang Han wanted, the piano sound could even be turned into killing sound and instantly wipe out the life of the planet. Speaking far already, Zhang Han muttered to himself, then said forthrightly. Buy a Steinway model O grand piano. All right. Zhao Kai did not know much about piano and straightforwardly nodded his head and called his friend. A minute later, Peef, how much? The pitch of Zhao Kai's voice raised. Afterward, he looked at Zhang Han with a stupefied gaze. His lips wiggled and said out. Mr. Zhang, the piano that you said cost 1.1 million RMB. Guaranteed to be a genuine imported product. Can. Zhang Han nodded his head. 1.1 million RMB was also the market price. Thus, Zhang Han immediately agreed. After passing over the restaurant's key to Zhao Kai, Zhang Han went to find a hotel to stay at. The front of the hotel reception desk. Give me a hotel, standard room. Zhang Han stopped what he wanted to say in time. The reason why he stopped what he wanted to say was because he was running out of money again. A total of 19.6 million RMB. After subtracting the mountain rent, which was 12 million RMB, there was still 7.6 million RMB left. 3 million RMB for renting house, 500k RMB for manual work fee, 500k RMB for ceramic tiles, 300k for supplementary materials, 1 million RMB for the television wall, 500k RMB for the furniture, 1.1 million RMB for the piano, which was a total of 6.9 million RMB. This also meant that, after Zhang Han finished signing the contract for the renting of Crescent Mountain tomorrow, he would be left with around 700k RMB. This was not enough to support him to stay in a president's suite. Peef, the girl receptionist who was receiving Zhang Han could not help but laugh, as she handed over the room card to Zhang Han with all smiles and said, Here, your president's standard room. Zhang Han took a look ineffably at the girl who was laughing. According to the hotel standard and strict system, even if he had changed what he wanted to said, the receptionist should not be allowed to straight out laugh like that. It was reckoned that the receptionist was a big family's young lady who was working here just to experience life. After taking over the room card, Zhang Han did not go to his room immediately, and instead went to a restaurant to eat dinner. When the time came to 7 p.m., Lu Meng called Zhang Han to inform him to go find him tomorrow at morning 9 a.m. to sign the contract for the renting of the mountain. Returning back to the room, Zhang Han lied down on the bed. His gaze was looking at the television, but his mind was filled with Meng Meng, that little princess. He was missing his daughter. At the other side, Union Garden, Ziyan and Zhou Fei just arrived back home. We have finally finished picking 100 garbage songs, Zhou Fei said petulantly. Her face was filled with exhaustion. It has been hard on you, Xiao Fei. Ziyan lightly smiled and said, tomorrow after we filter out 12 songs from the 100 songs, it will not be that tiring anymore. Listening to songs should have been a wonderful matter. A song that was good was able to indirectly affect others' mood. Songs that were cheerful were able to make others feel cheerful, songs that were sad were about to make others start tearing up, songs that were melodious were able to make others relax that tense mental state. And the songs that Ziyan and Zhou Fei listened to, the effect those songs had on them, was nothing but suffering. It was fine even if the songs were unpleasant to listen to, but there should also at least be a limit to how bad the songs were. Some of the songs were even extremely unbearable to listen to. But even if that was the case, the two of them still listened to hundreds of songs. Those past 2 days were just like an ordeal for them. Big Sister Yan, if you had 4 real high-quality songs, this upcoming album of yours would still at least be able to cause quite a bit of sensation. But those songs that we have now are just too terrible already. Zhou Fei said with a face full of indignant. Furthermore, I heard that apart from Xu Ruiyu, who received 8 high-quality songs, another third-rate singer actually also got 2 high-quality songs. It is obvious that the high-quality songs that the witch gave you were just some random songs she found from the company's music library. I think that we should not compete with Xu Ruiyu on the 15th. Upon hearing that, Ziyan frowned and said obstinately, no, we will release the album on the 15th. As someone who was once one of the most popular celebrities in China, Ziyan has her own pride. How could a mere Xu Ruiyu be able to make her lower her head? Alright, we will fight with all we have then. Zhou Fei smiled and shook her head. In her heart, she felt somewhat helpless. She knew that there was no use in persuading Ziyan, as Ziyan was very obstinate in this aspect. Those words that she said just now was but merely just her being grouchy only. I'm going to look for Meng Meng. Ziyan shook her head and slightly smiled, as she changed into slippers and walked towards the second floor. Only when facing her daughter, then would Ziyan often reveal out a smile. Forget your friend when you have your daughter. Humph. Zhou Fei rolled her eyes and mumbled, Meng Meng this, Meng Meng that. Didn't you say that you did not approve of the name that the fellow gave for the little fellow? Just when Ziyan reached the staircase, she immediately heard the little princess crying on the second floor. What's the matter, Meng Meng? Ziyan quickly walked up to the second floor, and upon seeing the little princess crying, she immediately walked over and hugged the little princess in her embrace. At the side, housekeeper Wang Wan was somewhat anxious. She herself was also quite confused. Everything was fine until out of nowhere, the little princess just started crying all of a sudden. I miss my daddy very much. Wo hao shang wo dai dai ya. Normally, Meng Meng would also be able to speak fluent Chinese. But when she gets anxious, she would instead use English to express what she wants to say. After hearing that, Ziyan's expression froze as she said with a helpless tone, didn't mommy already told you? After your daddy finishes with his things, he will come and find you. But I want to see him now. Mommy, can you let daddy come accompany Meng Meng? Meng Meng said pitifully. Meng Meng. Ziyan slightly frowned and said, if you continue to be like this, mommy will be angry already. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, I don't want you to hug anymore. Meng Meng began struggling around in Ziyan's embrace, with a heartbroken look on her face. Upon seeing that, Ziyan felt both angry and helpless at the same time. Why, they were only together for 5 days and it was like this already. However, when Ziyan's gaze saw that the television was currently showing an interaction program between father and children, she understood just what had happened. Lightly sighed, after having Auntie Wang close the television, Ziyan said tenderly. Meng Meng, don't cry, be obedient. Mommy also loves you very much. Can you tell mommy why you miss daddy? It is just that, I want to play with daddy. Meng Meng said in a low voice. What do you play together with your daddy? Is it very fun? Ziyan said, trying to divert Meng Meng's attention. It is very fun. Daddy brought me go to the mountain. A lot of cars were there. When daddy was driving the car, he was very fast, and the sound was very big. Those bad people talked bad about daddy. But later on, they all complimented that daddy was very powerful. Meng Meng stopped crying and answered as she pondered. After finished listening, Ziyan's face turned black. This scoundrel, he actually brought his daughter to car racing. He is truly a scoundrel. Ziyan was angry to hell in her heart, but the smile was still maintained on her face as she asked, then what else did your daddy brought you go play? Daddy also brought me to go sit the big bird and go to Disneyland to play. Mommy, Disneyland is very fun. In Disneyland, there are a lot of fun things to play. Meng Meng still wants to go to Disneyland again. When talking about Disneyland, Meng Meng's eyes lighted up. After hearing that, there was regret and disappointed hidden in Ziyan's expression. Meng Meng has grown till so big and yet I have not even brought her to a theme park before. If Zhang Han that fellow had not brought Meng Meng to Disneyland to play before, and left behind a deep impression in Meng Meng's heart, Ziyan would also not had made this kind of decision. It could be heard from Ziyan as she opened her mouth to speak. Meng Meng, then how about mommy also bring you go Disneyland play during the day after tomorrow? She decided to squeeze out all her energy to focus on her work tomorrow, then properly accompany Meng Meng to play for an entire day during the day after tomorrow. Meng Meng first went into a daze, followed by her eyes lighting up and clapping her hands as she shouted happily, all right. Go Disneyland play, go Disneyland play. Mommy is the best. After finished speaking, the adorable Meng Meng pouted her mouth and lightly kissed Ziyan's cheek. Upon seeing that, Zhou Fei who was at the side said with a smile, Meng Meng, give Aunt Feifei a kiss too. After finished speaking, Zhou Fei lowered down her body and waited for the little princess's kiss. However, after waiting for a while, she did not see any movement from the little princess. Uzu, I am not kissing. Meng Meng stared at Zhou Fei with her clear eyes as she shook her head and said. Oh, Zhou Fei went into a daze for a while, then said, little fellow, last time when Aunt let you kiss, you would kiss. Why did you change now? Humph, quickly come give me Aunt Feifei a kiss, or else Aunt Feifei is going to be angry. Don't want, I am not kissing. Meng Meng immediately hid in Ziyan's embrace. Upon seeing that, Ziyan thought that it was because Meng Meng was somewhat shy and could not help but hang up a smile in the corner of her mouth. Zhou Fei pouted her mouth and said, Meng Meng, do you not like Aunt Feifei anymore? Like, Meng Meng answered with her cute voice. Then why do you not want to Aunt Feifei anymore? Zhou Fei was confused about this matter. Daddy said I cannot kiss. Meng Meng said with a serious face, Daddy said that, apart from Daddy and Mommy, Meng Meng cannot kiss anyone else, or else I would fall sick. Zhou Fei's expression froze. Upon seeing that, Ziyan could not help but laughed. This Zhou Fei who had a ruthless mouth would only be defeated in front of Meng Meng. Looking at Zhou Fei being defeated, Ziyan felt that it was very funny. However, what Meng Meng said next made Ziyan's face turned black. Daddy also said that I should kiss Mommy less, because when I kiss Mommy, I would kiss a mouthful of cosmetic foundation. Daddy said that cosmetic foundation is not clean. Meng Meng recalled of the words that Zhang Han had said to her. Peef. Seeing Ziyan's blackened face, it became Zhou Fei's turn to laugh this time. Your daddy is right, Meng Meng, I think that you should also not kiss your mommy anymore in the future. Zhou Fei mumbled. This scoundrel. Ziyan gnashed her teeth with anger. Ooh, Mommy, you are not allowed to talk badly about Daddy. Mommy, I want to talk with Daddy. Can you call him please? The little princess said with her cute voice. Sure, I will call him. Ziyan immediately took out her phone and dialed Zhang Han's phone number. Zhang Han. When the phone call connected, Ziyan said petulantly, how did you even teach Meng Meng? What is wrong with Meng Meng kissing me? Do my face have that much cosmetic foundation? I obviously very rarely put on makeup, okay? Moreover, there is practically no cosmetic foundation with that little bit of light makeup that I put on. Humph, rigid brain, Meng Meng wants to talk to you. Ziyan spoke finish everything in one breath. When seeing that, Meng Meng was actually somewhat unsatisfied with it, But when she saw Ziyan handed the phone over to her, she immediately took over the phone with great joy. Did this woman ate the wrong medicine? While Zhang Han was thinking to himself, Meng Meng's voice transmitted out from the phone. Zhang Han, guess who am I? Meng Meng imitated her mother's tone and spoke. I guess, you are, the beautiful and adorable little princess, Meng Meng. Zhang Han said tenderly. Incorrect, incorrect, I am not Meng Meng. I am Yan Yan. Meng Meng spoke, while still imitating her mother's tone. Hearing that, Zhou Fei could not help but laugh, while Ziyan rolled her eyes petulantly. Yan Yan, Zhang Han smiled, then deepened his tone as he said, cough, cough, Yan Yan, where is Meng Meng? I miss her already, let her get on the phone. Oh, all right then, you wait for a while. Meng Meng spoke, then placed the phone away from her ear. 2 seconds later, she brought the phone back to her ear and spoke in her cute voice, Daddy, I am Meng Meng. I miss you so much. Ha ha ha, Zhang Han laughed heartily, then said, Daddy also miss you very much. Daddy, when are you coming to come find me to play? Meng Meng asked. Daddy will go come and pick you up in a week. Oh, there are still so many days. That's right, Daddy, Mommy is going to bring me to Disneyland during the day after tomorrow. Daddy, can you come with us also? Meng Meng straightforwardly sent out her own invitation to Zhang Han. Sure, hearing that her daddy agreed, Meng Meng felt extremely happy and began chuckling. After speaking a huge bunch of words, Meng Meng then hanged up the phone. Mommy, Daddy said that we are not going to go to Disneyland this time. We are going to go to other theme parks to play. Meng Meng raised her hands and said. Go where play? Ziyan asked. Go, Ocean Park. Daddy said that there are a lot of fishes at Ocean Park, and that there are Ferris wheel and cable car to ride on. Meng Meng said with her face full of anticipation. Oh, Ziyan responded, as her gaze was somewhat lost in thought and her heart was somewhat in a mess. Originally, she intended for Zhou Fei and herself to accompany Meng Meng to play. But with Zhang Han joining in, it seemed to become just like a family outing. Could this be counted as a family? Perhaps. Ziyan's heart was at a loss. She did not know she should treat Zhang Han. But right now, at the least, what she could confirm was that how she treated Zhang Han was not the same as how she treated others. Otherwise, she would also not kept on getting angry at Zhang Han. Ziyan shook her head and stopped thinking about those things. After playing with Meng Meng for a while, it was time to rest. Before Meng Meng went to bed, she was still looking forward to the family outing on the day after tomorrow. Just taking a look at Meng Meng's giggling and excited expression was able to let one know that Mommy and Daddy accompanying her to play together were the time that she felt the happiest. Right when it was about to reach 11 p.m., Zhao Kai sent to Zhang Han 5 different 3D interior image of the restaurant. Zhang Han picked the one that he liked the most and Zhao Kai replied that the renovation will begin tomorrow. A night without words. The next day, morning 9 a.m., Zhang Han punctually arrived at the main entrance of Land Department's office. Welcome Mr. Zhang. Lu Meng welcomed Zhang Han with a face full of smiles. Zhang Han lightly nodded his head. A groaning sound made, normally indicating the meaning of, yeah, or, okay. If a was placed behind n, for example, n, it most probably meant something like, Come, step inside, Lu Meng said with a smile, I will bring you to go sign the contract now. After finished speaking, Lu Meng led the way in front of Zhang Han. When they arrived in front of an office, Lu Meng's expression paused, then turned his head backward and softly reminded. Mr. Zhang, the person that will be signing the contract with you is Director Wang Qishan. He is in charge of the land around Crescent Gulf. His temper is not that good, therefore, if he is to say any harsh words later on, Mr. Zhang you will have to pardon him a bit. Zhang Han responded dully. After Lu Meng finished knocking on the door, he stood right at the spot and waited silently. After waiting for a full minute, then a rough voice came from within the office. Come in. Right after opening the door, they immediately saw a female who was in her 20s walked out from the office with her face blushing. Haha, Zhang Han grinned. This Director Wang sure was amorous. After entering the office, Wang Qishan could be seen sitting right at the office table. Wang Qishan was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a bald head, thin face and wore glasses that was over 400 degrees. Speak, Wang Qishan said coldly. Listening to his tone, it seems that he did not really welcome people to come to his office. Lu Meng's expression was somewhat awkward as he said in a low voice, "Director Wang, it is the matter that I talked to you about yesterday. Mr. Zhang has come to sign the contract." And, hearing that, Wang Qishan did not bother to raise his head, and also did not even bother to take a look at Zhang Han. He was still messing around with the computer on his office table as he said coldly, "We will speak about this after I finished handling my work." All right, Lu Meng nodded his head repeatedly. After taking a look at Zhang Han with a somewhat apologetic look, the two of them sat down on the sofa at the side. After waiting for about 30 minutes, then did Wang Qishan raised his head. He first took a few looks at Zhang Han, then took out a stack of documents from the drawer and threw it on the table. "The documents are here. Go to the financial department and hand over the money first, then come to my office to stamp the documents." "Yes." Lu Meng slightly bended over his body and took the documents, then signaled Zhang Han, as he took the lead and walked out of the office. Zhang Han stood up, then took a few looks at Wang Qishan with a somewhat dissatisfied look. Just taking out a stack of documents only, and this person could also drag it for 30 minutes. What an interesting person. If this was the cultivation world, this kind of people would not be able to live for more than a day. "Mr. Zhang, my apologies." Outside the office door, Lu Meng smiled awkwardly. "Let's go hand over the payment." Zhang Han dully responded. At the financial department, after swiping the bank card and deducted 10 million RMB, the financial department stamped a few stamps on the documents. However, when they returned back to Director Wang's office, they discovered that Director Wang himself was missing. After waiting for 30 minutes, then did they saw Director Wang walking back into the office in high spirits. "Director Wang, the money has already been handed over to the financial department. All that is left is to wait for you to stamp the documents." Lu Meng quickly stood up and with a smile. Come. The way Wang Qishan spoke was as if that he was using his nose to speak, letting others who heard it often felt unhappy. After Wang Qishan entered the office and finished stamping the documents, he took the documents and looked towards Zhang Han, as he said, "You are Mr. Zhang. Aren't you asking the obvious?" Zhang Han's eyelid did not even raise the tiny bit. Wang Qishan's expression sunk. A flame of anger raised up within his gaze. Lu Meng was frightened to the point that his face turned pale as he quickly signaled Zhang Han with his gaze. However, Zhang Han did not pay any attention to him, and instead looked towards Wang Qishan and said with a dissatisfied tone, "What are you enning about? Quickly pass me the contract." "What did you say?" Wang Qishan glared at Zhang Han and said angrily. "Do you not have ears?" Zhang Han looked towards Wang Qishan's ears with a confused expression and said, "Your gaze was already not functioning well. If your ears were to not function well too, that would be somewhat tragic." "Brat, are you speaking to me?" Wang Qishan was already at the edge of exploding. Lu Meng was frightened by this aura to the point that he did not dare to speak. However, Zhang Han on the other hand, stood up and walked to the front of the office table and grabbed away the contract from Wang Qishan's hand, then stared at Wang Qishan for a while, then said, "You dropped your underpants." "You." Wang Qishan pointing at Zhang Han with his finger that was trembling. Wang Qishan had already been accustomed to being in a high position and having almost everyone who met him to always be respectful towards him. Where has he ever had a squabble with someone before? Right now, he was angry to the point that he did not even know what to say. To not even able to understand words, how did you even manage to become the director? Zhang Han shook his head and sighed, then pointed to the floor where Wang Qishan's legs were stepping on. "I said that you underpants had dropped on the floor. You are already an adult, how can you be that careless? Even if you had the hobby of collecting others' underpants when you are having a love affair, you also have to keep it properly right. To negligently drop it on the ground, if it was to be seen by others, your reputation as director will most likely be gone." Hearing that, Wang Qishan hurriedly lowered his head to take a look. When he discovered the lace underpants that was right beside his foot, his face immediately became bright red, and within his gaze that was looking towards Zhang Han, there was somewhat of a panic in it. "This contract of mine, has it been signed finish?" Zhang Han lightly smiled. This Wang Qishan was able to become a director with this kind of mental quality. It was reckoned that this Wang Qishan most likely entered through the back door. "It has been signed finish," Wang Qishan replied subconsciously. After hearing that, Zhang Han took the contract and left, not even turning his head back at all while leaving. And as for Lu Meng, he had his head lowered down all this time, as if he was trying to say, "I did not see anything at all. I did not hear anything at all, as he closely followed after Zhang Han and left Director Wang's office. Mr. Zhang, your guts is just too big already. Lu Meng said with a bitter smile, if you had not discovered the underpants, I reckoned that the contract would have fallen into ruins today. But even if that was the case, after Director Wang regained his composure, with his petty character, he would most likely make things difficult for you. Make things difficult for me? Zhang Han's expression was calm as he said lightly, let him come and make things difficult for me then. Lu Meng helplessly sighed. He had felt an uncommon aura from Zhang Han and felt that Zhang Han was not afraid of Director Wang at all. Therefore, he felt that Zhang Han should more or less have some social connections. But to rent the Crescent Mountain after offending Director Wang, Zhang Han had already stood on the disadvantaged side. If Zhang Han knew Lu Meng's thoughts, it was reckoned that Zhang Han would sneer endlessly. How would he, the Grand Han Yang immortal monarch, be afraid of a mere Director Wang? Lu Meng saw Zhang Han off all the way to the main entrance. Before Zhang Han entered the car, Lu Meng smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, from now on, Crescent Mountain will belong to you for a year. You can plant things on the mountain, but the guarding of the things that you planted on the mountain will have to be taken care of yourself. After all, there are quite a few mountain climbers who like to go to Crescent Mountain. I understand. Zhang Han nodded his head. Zhang Han was after all not a rash youngster. He did not straight away rush to the Crescent Mountain which he just rented so that he could quickly reconstruct Crescent Mountain and instead first went to the restaurant which was undergoing renovation. Before he had even reached the restaurant, from far away, he saw that there was 2 trucks outside of the restaurant that was currently loading some goods. When he walked into the restaurant, Zhao Kai immediately came up to Zhang Han and welcomed him passionately. The restaurant had already been torn apart by the workers. The first floor became a spacious living room, while not really much changes were made to the second floor. The things that should have been torn down had already been torn down. At the second floor, there was currently 5 people renovating the restaurant. Seems like, in order to finish the renovation within a work, the amount of manpower used was indeed quite a lot. At the first floor, 8 workers were renovating the restaurant. Zhang Han stood at the side and watched quietly. At the east side, a skilled worker was currently carving a jadeite for the television wall. At the west side, some workers were beginning to spread the floor tiles and the brick wall for the kitchen. The number of ceramic tiles needed and places that needed to be cut were all settled during the day. When night came, a new batch of workers swapped with the batch of workers who were renovating the restaurant during the day. Renovating all the day from day to night, the speed of the renovation was of course naturally very fast. All the way until midnight 3 a.m. plus, Zhang Han then stood up and left. It is time. Sitting within the jeep, Zhang Han's gaze looked towards the direction of Crescent Mountain, as a smile hanged in the corner of his mouth. The speed of the car was very fast. Within 10 minutes, Zhang Han had already reached Crescent Mountain. After walking 20 minutes, Zhang Han reached the mountaintop. Under the bright moonlight, Crescent Mountain was hazy and very quiet. Zhang Han's gaze examined his surroundings for one last time. In his heart, he already had a meticulous idea of how he wants to reconstruct the mountain. Let's begin. Zhang Han took a deep breath, then take out jade-color needle-like thunder yang tree from within his ear and straightaway pricked it into his vein. When the thunder yang tree was pricked into his vein, it started absorbing his blood. After losing a huge amount of blood, Zhang Han's complexion became incredibly pale, but deep within Zhang Han's eyes, it was still calm and unstartled. After the thunder yang tree absorbed enough blood, Zhang Han felt that his connection with the thunder yang tree became much deeper. Hence, he plucked out the jade-color thunder yang tree from his veins. Go! Zhang Han flung his fingers and the needle-like thunder yang tree got thrown into the ground below his feet. Rumbling, the entire Crescent Mountain began trembling. The trembling was so loud that even the people that were at Crescent Gulf were able to hear a low trembling sound. Fuse! Zhang Han closed his eyes. From under his feet, strands of mild color light continuously flowed upwards and converged at Zhang Han's head. Currently, Zhang Han's consciousness was fused together with Thunder Yang Tree. After processing through Zhang Han's thoughts, Thunder Yang Tree began to operate. Above the ground, not a trace of billows could be seen. But within the ground, the jade-color needle-like Thunder Yang Tree was quietly undergoing a drastic change. If someone was able to see what was happening, they would be able to see that the jade color of the Thunder Yang Tree faded away and changed into an ash-brown color which a tree would normally possess. After that, tree roots which were just like strands of hair began to spread outward. Gradually, the hair-like tree roots grown as thick as a finger, then grown into as thick as an arm, then finally grown into as thick as a bucket. Meanwhile, the diameter of the Thunder Yang tree began 3 meters. The tree roots continuously invaded and occupied Crescent Mountain. All the way until it occupied the entire land of the Crescent Mountain, the Thunder Yang tree then started growing upwards. Crack, crack, the Thunder Yang tree, which had a diameter of 3 meters, broke out through the ground in front of Zhang Han. Merely within 5 seconds, the Thunder Yang tree's height grown up to 30 meters. After another 5 seconds, the branches of Thunder Yang tree began to spread outwards, just like a flower that was blooming. Very quickly, the main body of Thunder Yang tree finished growing. If one was to stand from far away, they would be able to see that this Thunder Yang tree was situated at the mountaintop of Crescent Mountain, seemingly just like a world tree from within a game. The Thunder Yang tree had finished growing and its tree roots had occupied the entire Crescent Mountain. However, right now, the reconstruction of the domain has only just begun. At the center of Crescent Mountain, within a narrow space, there was a small pond of spiritual water, which Zhang Han needed. Thus, the tree roots of Thunder Yang tree trembled continuously, seemingly just like an octopus brandishing its tentacles. The tree roots directly moved the narrow space to right below the Thunder Yang tree. As for the other tree roots, they were sweeping and trembling within the underground, seemingly just like they were opening up tunnels. Not long after, within the inside of Crescent Mountain, a winding corridor-shaped space was built. Suck in. A branch of the Thunder Yang tree plunged into the spiritual water and absorbed all of the spiritual water. In the next moment, the tree roots that were within the winding corridor-shaped cave suddenly released out water. Those water, all of it were spiritual water. In a moment, the entire winding corridor-shaped cave was filled with spiritual water. And right below the Thunder Yang tree, at the tree roots part, drips of water were slowly dripping downwards. The water droplets had a milky white color and were sparkling and translucent. This water was rank 1 spiritual treasure, pure Yang water. Raise. Zhang Han's mouth lightly spat out a word. Immediately, Thunder Yang tree began to operate. At the mountaintop of Crescent Mountain, all of the precipitous terrain swelled upward. After smoothing out to a moderate level, then did the change stop. At the surroundings of Crescent Mountain, the ground started trembling. At the 3 sides of the mountain, the ground terrain started to rise upwards, forming a small-scale steep cliff which was 3 meters tall. At the direction towards Crescent Gulf, the road there did not change at all. The reason why Zhang Han made those small-scale steep cliff was to prevent other people from coming to Crescent Mountain. Crescent Mountain has already been occupied by me and you people still want to come here to climb mountain. Go to other places instead. The exterior appearance reconstruction had been finished. Right now, all that was left were the specific details. Zhang Han pressed his palm onto Thunder Yang tree and closed his eyes. He was able to feel and sense everything that was within Crescent Mountain. A grass, a wood, a granule, a stone, all of it were within his mind. The current situation of Crescent Mountain right now was that there were a lot of trees and very little space. But this was a small later. Zhang Han used his own consciousness to connect to Thunder Yang tree's energy and began another part of the reconstruction. In the middle of Crescent Mountain, the ground rolled continuously and the trees began to move outwards in all directions. In a moment, a large vacant space appeared in the middle of Crescent Mountain, while the trees were all situated all around the large vacant space, seemingly just like a perimeter wall that was formed around the large vacant space. The trees were densely packed together, especially the side that was near the road, where trees stood in great numbers, seemingly just like a city wall. At the 3 other sides of Crescent Mountain, the gap of each trees was also very short, and furthermore, under Zhang Han's control, the branches of all the different trees extended downwards, forming a big net. Therefore, even if someone was to climb over the 3 meters tall steep cliff, when faced against those messy and hard branches, even if they wanted to climb up to the mountaintop of Crescent Mountain, they would also have to spend a large amount of time. In addition, normally when trees were assembled at the edge of a mountain and were crowded together, it was disadvantageous for the trees to grow. But at Crescent Mountain, under the nourishment of spiritual soil, there was no disadvantageous for the trees to grow at all. Even if the trees were all packed too closely, it wouldn't even matter too. But, if the trees were all packed too closely together, the aesthetic of it would be somewhat unpleasing to the eyes. If this kind of transformation was to be seen by someone else, they would surely shout out loud that a miracle was happening in front of their eyes. Although no human was able to see it, a dog was able to see it. It was the Chinese rural dog that had come into contact with Zhang Han once. Seeing that the trees there were around him continuously moving around, the dog had already been frightened dumb and was shivering its body as it stood on the ground. After a while, the moving of the trees stopped and the dog that was standing on the ground saw Zhang Han, who was below the huge tree that was situated at the mountaintop. "It is him." The doggy's memory was very good. With just a look, it recognized Zhang Han. After mustering up its courage, the dog quietly walked towards Zhang Han. After walking up to the point that it was approximately 10 meters away from Zhang Han, it sat on the ground and looked at Zhang Han curiously. Towards the arrival of the doggy, Zhang Han was naturally well aware. However, he did not bother about the dog and continued reconstructing Crescent Mountain. Right now, all that was left was to make the areas. At Crescent Mountain, there was not only tall trees, there was also quite a few flowers and plants. There was even a few hollies that was normally used for the purpose of making fence at city neighborhood. Within cities, holly was commonly seen. Sometimes, holly was even able to seen at the roadside. The growth of holly was somewhat tiny, with a height growth of about 1 meter. The holly that could be seen within cities were normally trimmed nicely, and was a nice sight to look at. Upon seeing the holly, Zhang Han decided to use holly to separate out each different area. However, the amount of holly was just too little. No problem. Using the energy that the Thunder Yang tree released out right now as it occupied the land, transplanting the holly and making it grow was just a matter of a blink of an eye. "Raise," Zhang Han lightly said. Immediately, all of the weeds that were growing on the ground were all plucked out and blew away by the cold breeze. Within a few breaths, all of the weeds were cleaned out. Plant. The few hollies flew into the sky, then fell into the different spots that Zhang Han wanted to be planted at. The holly grew out one by one, just like dominoes, spreading outwards in all of the different areas, forming 3 big areas at the back of the mountain. At the direction that Zhang Han was facing against, the left side was the planting area, the middle was the poultry area, and the right side was the pet area. All of the flowers that were at the back of the mountain, like the Chinese redbuds, few roses, mutan peony, frangipanis that were a cross between yellow and white, and so on other flowers, were all moved to the left area of the front of the mountain. There was a limit to the Thunder Yang tree's energy, therefore, Zhang Han could only first reconstruct the back of the mountain for the first reconstruction. As for the front of the mountain, that would have to wait for the second reconstruction. Originally, the second reconstruction would need 2 to 3 year time. But with the nourishment of pure Yang water, the amount time would be reduced. Furthermore, the Thunder Yang wood did not need 5 years that long amount of time to grow. Towards Zhang Han, this was indeed an extremely good news. Sweet scent grass. Zhang Han palm was still pressed onto Thunder Yang tree, as he lightly said out 3 words. Immediately, from within the leaves of the Thunder Yang tree, seeds of sweet scent grass were sprinkled out. Apart from the planting area, the seeds of sweet scent grass were sprinkled out to everywhere else. Sweet scent grass was a very common grass in the cultivation world. Its growth was not big, and was able to grow to become just like the lawn of a football field. As its name implies, the main thing it could do was release out a sweet scent, which could help improve the air of a domain. Its use was equivalent to an air purifier. Sweet scent grass could not even be counted as a rank 1 spiritual treasure. But back then, Zhang Han would still always store some sweet scent grass seeds within Thunder Yang tree, for the use of planting it every time when he changed a domain. Evidently, the use of sweet scent grass right now was quite useful. After finish planting sweet scent grass, Zhang Han planted Yuanqing tree 10 meters away from Thunder Yang tree, then used holly to surround around the Yuanqing tree. Right now, Yuanqing tree was still a small tree, just like a small poplar tree. According to its growth speed, it was reckoned that within a year, it would be able to grow out Yuanqing fruit. When that time comes, Zhang Han would be able to refine Yuan cultivation pill and reach the Foundation Establishment realm. At Foundation Establishment realm, Zhang Han would be able to release out spiritual strength from his body and use some small abilities. When that time comes, it would also mean that Zhang Han was able to stand firmly at earth. That's right, heaven fragrant wood also have to be planted. Thus, Zhang Han used holly to make a small circle right beside Yuanqing tree and placed heaven fragrant wood within the circle. Heaven fragrant wood was a tree trunk. The usefulness of heaven fragrant wood could be either said to be big or small. For its usefulness to be small, it was because that heaven fragrant wood could only be used when cooking food, and for its usefulness to be big, it was because that the food that was made with the use of heaven fragrant wood was indeed very fragrant. After finishing settling those things, it was time to subdivide the 3 areas. The planting area will temporarily be split into crop area and orchard area. The few fruit tree saplings that I have collected cannot be planted currently. The amount of energy those few fruit tree saplings need to absorb is just too much already. I will preserve this area first then. After Zhang Han pondered, the holly grew once again and split the planting area into 2. What should I plant in the crop area? There are rice, wheat, corn, soybean, broad bean and so on other things. I will consider planting rice and wheat first for now. The thunder yang tree operated once again. At the back area of the planting area, the soil started protruding upwards, forming a piece of rice field. That's right, I have to make a vegetable area too. The holly grew once again, separating out a vegetable area in the planting area. There were much more choices for what vegetables to grow. The lowest minimal was to let Meng eat all different kind of vegetables. For the vegetables that were grown in Crescent Mountain, there was no such thing as being picky because all the vegetables would definitely taste good. Nutrition must be balanced. Zhang Han was very satisfied with the areas he split apart in the planting area. The next was the poultry area. There needs to be a pond to use for raising fish. In addition, Meng has to drink milk, eat chicken meat, duck meat, fish meat, goat meat and so on other things. Let's split into a small, middle and big body type poultry areas then. Followed by Zhang Han's thoughts, the holly began growing once again and split the poultry area into different areas. Within the most inner side of the poultry area, the ground of the pond area concaved downwards, forming a pond that was 5 meters deep. At the poultry area, a separate 3 meters deep small pond was made for the poultry and cattle to drink water and swim at. For the pet area, I can only consider some adorable dogs and cats right now, which are able to accompany Meng play. For tigers and lions, those can be set aside for now. I will first make a pond in the pet area. For the pet area, it was much simpler. All there was to do was to make a long rectangular pond. After subdividing finish, a trace of satisfaction flashed across Zhang Han's face. Although it was not the best, it could only be like this for now. Oh, that's right, I still have to build house for them to be protected from the rain. Zhang Han almost forgot about this matter. The energy of the thunder yang tree was used once again. The tall trees that were in the distance flew into the air one by one. While it was flying, the trees were shaved and became a plank. Planks after planks landed onto each different areas and formed into a few different houses. The house of the chickens was a chicken coop, where it was half a meter high away from the ground. The weeds that were swept away by the breeze, some of it flew back and was placed into each of the chicken coops. With weeds, the chickens would be able to make its own nest. The ducks, gooses and other animals all have their own houses. Those houses were all situated near the edge of the forest, seemingly somewhat neat. Of course, the dogs and cats have their own houses too. The row of houses was just like a bunch of personal small villas. Although it does look neat, the aesthetic doesn't seem to be enough. Zhang Han muttered to himself. Using his own conscience to control the thunder yang tree's energy again, a bunch of green leaves covered the top of all the small houses, seemingly just like houses which were piled up by leaves. The use of the leaves was not only for aesthetic, but it was also able to prevent the rain from soaking the wood below. This time's reconstruction is more or less finished. Zhang Han smiled slightly, then took a deep breath. Let's begin. The thunder yang tree emitted out a deep noise and half of the spiritual water within the mountain cave was absorbed by thunder yang tree. On the leaves of the thunder yang tree, droplets of water enveloped the entire crescent mountain. Seemingly just like a light rainfall. The energy of thunder yang tree cleansed crescent mountain one time after another time, all the way until the soil transformed into spiritual soil. At the ground of Crescent Mountain, sweet scent grass broke out through the ground. Apart from the planting area, the rest of Crescent Mountain was covered by an entire sheet of green color. In a moment, Crescent Mountain was brimming with full of vitality. Advanced to Qi refining realm. At the front of the mountain, flowers after flowers withered down very quickly. But afterward, just like a phoenix being rebirth, those flowers were rebirth. After blossoming once again, the color of those flowers was much more penetrating and the shape of the petals of the flowers was much more perfect looking. Compared to before, the flowers right now could be said to have practically transformed into the king of flowers. The bunch of flowers were gorgeous and pulled onto the heart of others, while at the same time attracting the gaze from others. Only left with meat grass now. Zhang Han's consciousness moved. At the tree trunk of Thunder Yang Tree, a bunch of meat grass seeds flew whistling towards the poultry area and pet area. The meat grass seeds landed on the inner side of both of the areas. As soon as the seeds were seeded into the ground, after 2 seconds, they germinated out of the ground. Then 5 seconds later, a white color bud that was as big as a glass sphere was formed on the top of each of the meat grass. Looking from afar, the meat grass looked just like the enlarged form of the ear of wheat. Meat grass belonged to rank 1 spiritual treasure. The purpose of meat grass was to be used as the fodder of animals. When eating it, there would be a vegetable kind of fragrant. But when chewing it, it tasted like meat. After chewing for a bit, the taste somewhat tasted like red braised pork. This was also known by Zhang Han because of him tasting the meat grass out of curiosity. However, Zhang Han also only took a bite. After all, meat grass was a fodder. Just knowing how it tasted like was enough. After finishing with the meat grass, the first transformation of the land had also come to an end. However, from the total amount of energy that the Thunder Yang Tree could release for the first time, there was still half of it left. Of course, those energy were for Zhang Han to promote to Qi refining realm. Open meridians. Zhang Han tightly closed his eyes as he moved his right hand away from the Thunder Yang Tree, then raised both of his hands up high. At this time, the rural dog which was at one side was looking at Zhang Han confusedly. If it was able to speak, it would definitely say, "What is this stupid person doing?" However, it did not have the high level of thought process of a human after all, thus it was only confusedly looking at Zhang Han. However, the image at the next moment scared the rural dog, causing it to quiver from its head to foot. It was seen that the Thunder Yang Tree suddenly emitted out a faint serene light. At this moment, every piece of leaf was just like jadeite. Strands of gentle multicolored light continuously gathered together, then formed into a light beam in the end as it shot towards Zhang Han and entered into Zhang Han's body. Rumbling, Zhang Han felt as if he heard the sound of thunder. Within Zhang Han's body, the energy of the Thunder Yang Tree transformed into a sharp sword and continuously opened access to one meridian after another. In wuxia novels, 8 extraordinary meridians were paid particular attention to. People who were able to open all 8 extraordinary meridians were counted as a genius. But right now, after Zhang Han opened up all the 8 extraordinary meridians, the rest of the energy was beginning to continuously strengthen the 12 meridians of the human body. 8 extraordinary meridians are supposed to be hidden from the normal human body, and the 12 meridians seem to be the meridians which connect from the hand to feet. The 12 meridians flow in a full circle. The 8 extraordinary meridians did not directly subordinate to the inner organs and also did not have a content list to match with, thus was thereby called extraordinary. The use of the 8 extraordinary meridians was its function of being able to revolve qi and blood circulation and adjusting of the 12 meridians. After the meridians were opened, the strands of energy of the Thunder Yang Tree gathered into the meridians. At the start, the energy was frantic, causing Zhang Han to feel as if his body was going to burst. At this time, what Zhang Han needed to do was to revolve the cultivation technique and refine all those energy, turning all those energy into his own spiritual strength. Should I still cultivate treasure hunting technique this time? Zhang Han muttered. In his previous life, he had countless treasures and relied too much on treasures. Thus later on, during time for the heavenly tribulation, he was not able to withstand the attack from the 9 heaven god thunder. Right now, Zhang Han was hesitating. Or not, how about I cultivate 5-phase technique? In the future, after I finish cultivating into 5-phase sage body, I suppose that I would be able to smoothly overcome the 9 heaven god thunder, right? Actually, Greenwood Monarch technique is okay too. The recovery strength of Greenwood Monarch body is much more frightening and is known as the Undying body. It would definitely be able to overcome the 9 heaven god thunder. Zhang Han was somewhat hesitant. Cultivation technique was very important, as it concerned one's strength growth. In the big cultivation world, cultivation techniques were split into ranks of 3, 6 and 9. Treasure hunting technique was a cultivation technique which Zhang Han created after he had researched about cultivation for 300 years. The front of the mountain, flowers after flowers withered down very quickly. But afterward, just like a phoenix being rebirth, those flowers were rebirth. After blossoming once again, the color of those flowers was much more penetrating and the shape of the petals of the flowers was much more perfect looking. Compared to before, the flowers right now could be said to have practically transformed into the king of flowers. The bunch of flowers were gorgeous and pulled onto the heart of others, while at the same time attracting the gaze from others. Only left with meat grass now. Zhang Han's consciousness moved. At the tree trunk of Thunder Yang Tree, a bunch of meat grass seeds flew whistling towards the poultry area and pet area. The meat grass seeds landed on the inner side of both of the areas. As soon as the seeds were seeded into the ground, within after 2 seconds, they germinated out of the ground, then 5 seconds later, a white color bud that was as big as a glass sphere was formed on the top of each of the meat grass. Looking from afar, the meat grass looked just like the enlarged form of the ear of wheat. Meat grass belonged to rank 1 spiritual treasure. The purpose of meat grass was to be used as the fodder of animals. When eating it, there would be a vegetable kind of fragrant. But when chewing it, it tasted like meat. After chewing for a bit, the taste somewhat tasted like red braised pork. This was also known by Zhang Han because of him tasting the meat grass out of curiosity. However, Zhang Han also only took a bite. After all, meat grass was a fodder. Just knowing how it tasted like was enough. After finishing with the meat grass, the first transformation of the land had also come to an end. However, from the total amount of energy that the Thunder Yang Tree could release for the first time, there was still half of it left. Of course, those energy were for Zhang Han to promote to Qi refining realm. Open meridians. Zhang Han tightly closed his eyes as he moved his right hand away from the Thunder Yang Tree, then raised both of his hands up high. At this time, the rural dog which was at one side was looking at Zhang Han confusedly. If it was able to speak, it would definitely say, "What is this stupid person doing?" However, it did not have the high level of thought process of a human after all, thus it was only confusedly looking at Zhang Han. However, the image at the next moment scared the rural dog, causing it to quiver from its head to foot. It was seen that the Thunder Yang Tree suddenly emitted out a faint serene light. At this moment, every piece of leaf was just like jadeite. Strands of gentle multicolored light continuously gathered together, then formed into a light beam in the end as it shot towards Zhang Han and entered into Zhang Han's body. Rumbling, Zhang Han felt as if he heard the sound of thunder. Within Zhang Han's body, the energy of the Thunder Yang Tree transformed into a sharp sword and continuously opened access to one meridian after another. In wuxia novels, 8 extraordinary meridians were paid particular attention to. People who were able to open all 8 extraordinary meridians were counted as a genius. But right now, after Zhang Han opened up all the 8 extraordinary meridians, the rest of the energy was beginning to continuously strengthen the 12 meridians of the human body. 8 extraordinary meridians are supposed to be hidden from the normal human body, and the 12 meridians seem to be the meridians which connect from the hand to feet. The 12 meridians flow in a full circle. The 8 extraordinary meridians did not directly subordinate to the inner organs and also did not have a content list to match with, thus was thereby called extraordinary. The use of the 8 extraordinary meridians was its function of being able to revolve qi and blood circulation and adjusting of the 12 meridians. After the meridians were opened, the strands of energy of the Thunder Yang Tree gathered into the meridians. At the start, the energy was frantic, causing Zhang Han to feel as if his body was going to burst. At this time, what Zhang Han needed to do was to revolve the cultivation technique and refine all those energy, turning all those energy into his own spiritual strength. Should I still cultivate treasure hunting technique this time? Zhang Han muttered. In his previous life, he had countless treasures and relied too much on treasures. Thus later on, during time for the heavenly tribulation, he was not able to withstand the attack from the 9 heaven god thunder. Right now, Zhang Han was hesitating. Or not, how about I cultivate 5-phase technique? In the future, after I finish cultivating into 5-phase sage body, I suppose that I would be able to smoothly overcome the 9 heaven god thunder, right? Actually, Greenwood Monarch technique is okay too. The recovery strength of Greenwood Monarch body is much more frightening and is known as the undying body. It would definitely be able to overcome the 9 heaven god thunder. Zhang Han was somewhat hesitant. Cultivation technique was very important, as it concerned one's strength growth. In the big cultivation world, cultivation techniques were split into ranks of 3, 6 and 9. Treasure hunting technique was a cultivation technique which Zhang Han created after he had researched about cultivation for 300 years and got a sudden moment of enlightenment. The use of treasure hunting technique was not small at all. It was even the main reason that Zhang Han was able to get X amount of treasures. For example, treasure hunting technique was able to power up concealing technique. The concealing technique that was power up afterward was known as God concealing technique. Not only was God concealing technique able to let Zhang Han's body become completely concealed, it was even able to cause mighty experts in the tribulation realm to not be able to detect Zhang Han. The effect of treasure hunting technique was that it was able to power up other techniques that were used for treasure hunting, like for example, speed, breaking formations, concealing and so on. However, treasure hunting technique's biggest effect was that it was able to power up treasure-smelling nose, which was also the reason why Zhang Han did not want to give up on cultivating treasure hunting technique. Forget it, I should just cultivate treasure hunting technique. It could be said that I am starting all over again this time. Worst come to worst, I could just spend a bit more resources to attain sage corporeal body. Treasures are still after all the fundamental for cultivating. After hesitating for up to less than a minute, Zhang Han made up his mind. Sat down cross-legged, Zhang Han started revolving treasure hunting technique. The energy within Zhang Han's body was slowly being refined and beginning to go in a cycle according to treasure hunting technique's directions. At this current moment, a smear of morning sun slowly raised up from the east, while a human and a dog were quietly sitting under Thunder Yang tree, revealing a warm image. At Union Garden, within Ziyan's house. Big Sister Yan, are we going to work? It is only 7 a.m. right now. Zhou Fei yawned. Normally, she would sleep until 8 a.m. Let's go to work earlier today and finish the songs. Tomorrow we will accompany Meng Meng to Ocean Park to play for a day. Ziyan said calmly. You can leave me out. I will be at the company tomorrow planning out the music videos according to the songs. Zhou Fei shook her head. You are not going. Ziyan was slightly dazed. I go for what? To be a light bulb? I am not going to come along with you family of 3. Zhou Fei said petulantly. Who is a family of 3? Ziyan lightly spat, not literally spitting, just a simple light gesture. Tisk, Big Sister Yan, it is not that I am saying nonsense, just take a look at you right now, continually saying Meng Meng, Meng Meng, Meng Meng. Meng Meng was the name that fellow thought out. Also, yesterday when that fellow said to go Ocean Park, you didn't even reject all and had a total look of a wife who was obedient to all of her husband's requests. Those few years when we were at North America, you have never been like this. Zhou Fei pouted her mouth and said. Don't anyhow speak nonsense. Ziyan glared at Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei was well behaved this time and did not continue speaking. After coming downstairs, they entered black-color Mercedes-Benz S600L. The total cost of this car was close to 3 million RMB. It was the car that Ziyan used when she was working. Most of the time, Zhou Fei would be the one driving. Sitting at the back of the car, Ziyan's gaze was looking outside the window, seemingly somewhat absent-minded. A family of 3 going to Ocean Park, huh? Just what is my attitude towards Zhang Han? In the beginning, Ziyan thought that her heart treated Zhang Han as a total passerby. However, the fact was that it wasn't the case. It seems that, when facing against Zhang Han, she who was always tranquil and even-tempered would always not able to remain calm. All of Zhang Han's words and actions did indeed had some influence on Ziyan. Perhaps it is because of Meng Meng. Ziyan lightly sighed in her heart. Only this kind of explanation was able to convince her. Because Zhang Han was Meng Meng's father, therefore she was not able to be indifferent towards him. This is definitely not romance. The romance in Ziyan's heart was not like this. No matter which women, all of them would have a perfect Prince Charming in their heart. The Prince Charming in Ziyan's heart was much more inclined to someone who was multi-talented, elegant, refined in manner, possesses both talent and virtue, and also have a passable appearance. It was not someone like Zhang Han, this down-and-out big young master who has a bad temper and also thought that my performing career was, what was that again that he said? A mere celebrity on the TV screen. It is nothing but an actor that could be casually invited with money. What kind of words were those? Just thinking about it was enough to make Ziyan become angry. Especially when they were fighting, that fellow even said, if you want to stay in this messy entertainment industry, it is impossible for me to be together with you. Please, when did I said that I wanted to be together with you? Who would ever like a rigid brain who has a bad temper? Zhang Han's figure flashed past Ziyan's mind, and as she recalled of those words, in a moment, an obscure flame of anger raised up in her heart. Big Sister Yan, Big Sister Yan. Ziyan only reacted after Zhou Fei called out to her a couple of times. Ah, Ziyan was in a daze. What were you thinking about? We have reached the company already. Zhou Fei said speechlessly. Oh, let's go then. I am not going to think of that rigid brain, time to go to work. Ziyan thought to herself in her heart. The sun gradually raised, and people left their home in succession to begin their either busy or leisure day. As for Zhang Han, he sat under the Thunder Yang tree for an entire day. All the way until the sky gradually became dark, Zhang Han then finally turned those energy into his own and advanced to Qi refining realm. And during this day, that Chinese rural dog was running back and forth around the crescent mountain, which was now just like a public square. It strolled around at each of the different areas, ate the meat grass which just grown out not long ago, and walked around every doghouse in a circle for a few times as it wagged its tail back and forth excitedly. Under Thunder Yang tree, when Zhang Han opened both of his eyes, a trace of radiance flashed across his eyes. As he stood up, the bones in his entire body started making cracking sounds. At this moment, he had been reborn. Although it was only the Qi refining realm, but Zhang Han had the strength of easily close to 500 kg. Also, when using spiritual Qi, his speed would become very fast, becoming able to immediately surpass those famous sprinters or long-distance runners. Although Zhang Han had this kind of strength, he would not compete against them. Cough, cough, be low profile. There would be no pleasure in striving over victory with a bunch of insects. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, the sound of the barking of a dog could be heard. Zhang Han's gaze congealed as he said in a deep tone, "Which insect dare to bark in front of me?" Turning his head over, Zhang Han saw the Chinese rural dog who wanted to save him back then was barking behind him. "Haha, so it is you." Zhang Han smiled faintly. He had known that it was this dog from the start. Those words that he spoke just now were merely but a joke he made to celebrate himself, entering into cultivating for the first time. Woof, woof. The Chinese rural dog went up to Zhang Han's foot, displaying a boot-licking image. Zhang Han looked at the dog and muttered to himself, then shook his head and said, "Forget about it, you had a kind heart towards me, and also have faith with me. From now on, you will be my domain's little housekeeper who helps me look after and protect the domain." Zhang Han's words had decided that this dog would become very capable in the future. "Never thought that pure yang water would be used by you, this little fellow first." Zhang Han shook his head, then stretched out his hand and touched the Thunder Yang tree. Suddenly, Zhang Han's expression paused for a moment, followed by him laughing out involuntarily, "Your luck sure is good." After a day had passed, Thunder Yang tree would soon enter into silent, which meant that it would not be able to release out energy anymore. However, soon means that Thunder Yang tree still had not yet entered into silent yet. "Housekeeper, seems like I will have to use up some capital." Zhang Han lightly took in a breath, then pressed both his hands onto the Thunder Yang tree. Spiritual strength continuously gathered within Thunder Yang tree. Suddenly, a strand of white crystal water droplets floated out from Thunder Yang tree. The water droplets were like a string of necklace, floating towards the forehead of the Chinese rural dog. When the water droplets reached the dog's forehead, the water droplets turned into dots of starlight as it entered into the dog's forehead. Under the nourishment of the pure yang water, the broken bone of the dog's back leg was slowly reconstructing back together. At this moment, the dog felt immeasurably refreshing and pleasurable, as it closed its eyes pleasingly. However, if the dog wanted to upgrade its essence, it still needed to suffer a great amount of pain. Origin. A light flickered in Zhang Han's eyes. Bang! A thundering sound rang out, and a green color lightning could be seen being shot out from within Thunder Yang tree. This was the Thunder Yang tree's strength of origin. Although there was only a trace, do not forget that Thunder Yang tree was a rank 5 spiritual treasure. What was the concept of rank 5 spiritual treasure? Even a rank 1 spiritual treasure true yang water was able to recover the dog's broken leg, so what about a rank 5 spiritual treasure? It must be known that every increasing rank of a spiritual treasure was not a matter of being 2x or 3x stronger than the previous rank. That simple. Just thinking about that alone, it could be seen just how scary rank 5 spiritual treasure was. The green color lightning entered into the dog's body in an instant, causing the dog to go AWOO, then followed by the twitching of the dog's body. It was truly a moment heaven and the next moment hell. The transformation of essence is very difficult. I hope you will be able to persevere. Zhang Han lowered his head and looked at the Chinese rural dog. Zhang Han was also not sure if the dog would be able to persevere on. If it was able to persevere on, it would be able to be reborn anew. But if it was not able to persevere on, then perhaps its life would come to an end. The heavenly law was fair. If one wanted to be out of the ordinary, then they must endure pain that was out of the ordinary. The number of cultivators that had a smooth and steady journey like Zhang Han was very little. Also, even when Zhang Han's growth was relatively fast, in the end, didn't he still attracted the ninth heaven god thunder, which was rarely seen even once in 10,000 years. Back to the Chinese rural dog. After being struck by the green lightning, its entire body starting trembling, and even its eyes also rolled backward. The dog's tooth trembled unceasingly, letting out a bunch of crackling sounds. After trembling for less than 5 seconds, all of its teeth started falling off, the somewhat filthy hair all started falling off strand after strand, in the end revealing out the dog's delicate skin. The dog's bones could be heard crackling continuously, as if firecracker was being set off within the dog's body. The dog's body, which was the same size as a Samoyed dog, was continuously growing bigger. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. Only a minute had passed and the doggy's body size had already become the size of a fully grown Tibetan Mastiff. Speaking from direct observation, its height was 1 meter plus tall. When it stood up, it could easily reach Zhang Han's shoulder, and Zhang Han's height was 1.8 meter. The dog's forelegs were very thick too. Its body seemed just like an enlarged version of how it was a few moments ago before it was struck by the green lightning. At the same time, the teeth in its mouth all started growing back out. It opened its mouth and started panting in pain. From the small cracks of its mouth, its sharp fangs could be seen. Those teeth were most probably the kind of teeth that was able to chew through any food and even be hired for a toothpaste commercial. Very quickly, the dog's hair all started growing back out. The hair was the same color as of how it was before, but there was, however, a change in the essence already. The black color hair on the dog's body was just like ink, incomparably pitch black. The length of the hair was also 2 times longer than it was before. The few gold color hair on the dog also became as resplendent as gold. Before, it was gold-white color, but right now it was pure gold color. The hair in the inner side of its ears, in the inner corner of the brows above its eyes, the lower part of its face, chin, 2 small regions under its stomach, and the lower half of all of its legs were all gold color. Its claws were still black in color. The intertwining of black and gold color gave the dog a kind of luxurious feeling. After dog's hair finished growing out, its transformation had also come to an end. The dog lied on the ground and groaned 2 times, displaying out a look as if it was on the brink of death. But when it saw Zhang Han took a step forward and was about to leave, it immediately jumped up and started running and jumping around Zhang Han. Looking at the dog's vigorous look, where was it even the Chinese rural dog before that could be slaughtered by just any person? Right now, the dog looked just like a prince within the world of dogs. From now on, let's call you Xiao He. Zhang Han lightly smiled, as he stretched out his hand to stroke the dog's head. Xiao He, literally means little black, small black. Knowing that it now had its own name, Xiao Hei's tail started swaying back and forth, displaying out a very happy look. It should be the smartest dog in this world right now, right? Zhang Han muttered to himself for a while, then pointed to the meat grass that was far away and said, "Go pick one over." Upon hearing that, with a swoosh sound, Xiao Hei's body ran towards the meat grass. Its speed was very fast. After biting one meat grass, it started running back very quickly, then sat in front of Zhang Han, awaiting Zhang Han's next order. "You can eat it." Zhang Han shook his head, and not caring if it could understand or not, he said, "From now onwards, you are the small housekeeper of this place. Looking after this place well and do not allow others to come up here." Zhang Han stretched out his hands and gestured a few times. Woof woof, Xiao He barked at Zhang Han 2 times, expressing that it understood. "Let's see who can run faster." Zhang Han slightly smiled. The spiritual strength within Zhang Han's body gathered within his legs. When the extremity of his foot touched the ground, his entire body shot out just like an arrow. If one was to look closely, they would discover that the extremity of Zhang Han's foot did not touch the ground at all. Just after lightly tapping on the grass, Zhang Han's body was already moving forward. If a martial expert was here, he would definitely say out those 3 words with astonishment. Flying above grass. Upon seeing that, Xiao He followed after Zhang Han quickly. Every step it took, it was able to move forward 3 meters. Following closely behind Zhang Han, it ran imposingly, just like a lion that was whistling forward. After running all the way to the jeep that was below the mountain, Zhang Han opened the car and took out a bottle of mineral water, then casually poured the water onto the roadside. After he finished pouring, Xiao He then finally ran up to here. After running down a distance of 1 kilometer, Xiao He did not even gasp for a single breath at all. Its physical strength had become much stronger. "Let's run back." I will let you run ahead for 300 meters first. Go. Zhang Han spoke, wanting to test if Xiao He understood him or not. However, right after he finished speaking, Xiao He immediately turned around and ran. Xiao He's reactions made Zhang Han slightly went into a daze. Seems like, the evolution of its brain was pretty good. Zhang Han felt somewhat unexpected. There are different types of dogs and each of them has different intelligence too. Let's say, for example, Golden Retriever which had an intelligence ranking of rank 4. The intelligence of a fully grown Golden Retriever was equivalent to a child in the age of 7 to 8. A rural dog's intelligence was not that strong, but with the help of a trace of origin of the Thunder Yang tree and pure Yang water, Xiao He's intelligence had most likely raised up quite a number of levels. After running back to the Thunder Yang tree, Zhang Han first stroked Xiao He's head, then pressed both of his hands onto Thunder Yang tree. The spiritual strength penetrated out of Zhang Han's body, then directed Thunder Yang tree to absorb the pure Yang water within the cave below it. After the first transformation, the spiritual water in the ring-shaped cave became ample, and even the pond above and ponds for the poultry and pets were filled with spiritual water. There was a lot of spiritual water, but there was very little pure Yang water. The amount of pure Yang water that was available was only about 9 to 10 liters. Just the amount of pure Yang water that was given to Xiao He to use was already a liter. Right now, there was probably still 9 liters of pure Yang water left. Zhang Han used the mineral water bottle to fill up 600 milliliters of pure Yang water. This was prepared for Meng Meng to drink. Pure Yang water was able to improve a person's physique. However, continuing drinking pure Yang water after drinking until full was a waste. The amount of energy a person's body was able to absorb was limited. A bottle of pure Yang water was far too much for Meng Meng to drink alone. Zhang Han intended to let Ziyan drink the rest of the pure Yang water. No matter what, Ziyan had indeed gone through 10 months of pregnancy to give birth to Meng Meng after all. After filling up the bottle with pure Yang water, Zhang Han went down the mountain. From the edge of the forest, he waved towards Xiao He, instructing Xiao He to look after the domain, then drove the car and left. Currently, the sky had gradually become dark. Zhang Han first drove to the restaurant. Within the restaurant, renovation was still continuing on like wildfire. Within a day, half of the floor tiles on the first floor had already been spread, the wall bricks in the kitchen had also more or less been spread. On the second floor, the floor tiles had already all been spread and the workers were currently renovating on the walls and other objects and decorations. Returning back to the first floor, Zhang Han revolved his spiritual strength towards his nose and used his treasure-smelling nose. From the floor tiles, wall bricks, up to the jadeite television wall, he sensed that all of the objects were real, and thus Zhang Han was also reassured. Seems like this Zhao Kai was an honest merchant. After speaking a few sentences, Zhang Han left the restaurant and found a nearby hotel to stay at. On that night, he received a call from Ziyan. The words were simple, simply telling Zhang Han to meet at the entrance of Ocean Park during tomorrow morning 10 a.m. A night without words. Next morning, 9 a.m. Fei Fei, is this look of mine really okay? What if someone recognized me? Ziyan looked at the mirror and said in a somewhat nervous tone. As a celebrity, one cannot go out that casually. Ziyan still remembered back when she was super popular, there was a time when she was recognized at a shopping mall and was stuck there for more than an hour. Although today was not the same as the past, Ziyan still subconsciously felt worried. Please, my big sister Yan, don't you believe my makeup skill? Zhou Fei said helplessly, I guarantee no one will be able to recognize the current you. If we met on the street and you looked like this, even I would not be able to recognize you, let alone others. Really? Ziyan looked at herself through the mirror. Gold color short hair, with a bob hairstyle. This was the wig that she wore. Her bright jet black long hair was plaited above. If one did not look closely, they would not be able to discover that. On the upper body, she wore an ordinary white short-sleeved shirt, and on the lower body, she wore cowboy shorts, revealing out her white and slender long legs. On her legs, she wore a pair of sneakers, revealing out a trace of pink-color socks near her ankle. This style of dressing was poles apart from that kind of insight but unattainable feeling when she was on stage. This style of dressing had a trace of unruliness and cheerfulness. Looking at her face, on her white cheeks, there were 2 moles that Zhou Fei had drawn. The 2 moles were each on the middle of both of the cheeks. Her eyelashes were very long. On both the outer corner of her eyes, a line that was slightly raising upwards was drawn. The blue color contact lens was worn on her eyes, and her willow brows were also drawn comparably coarse, each forming into a single line brow. Fei, those two moles are too ugly already. How about we remove the moles? Ziyan said extremely awkwardly. Zhou Fei rolled her eyes petulantly and said, if you don't want anyone to recognize you, remaining like this is the best. But, Ziyan hesitated. Although this makeup gave her another kind of flavor, but it also made her a bit uglier. Women who love to look pretty naturally like to dress up themselves prettily. No buts. This will do. Let's quickly set off. Zhou Fei pouted her mouth as her gaze looked towards the bedroom and shouted, Meng, quickly come, we are setting off now. Coming. Meng ran out with a happy look on her face. She was drinking milk in the bedroom just now. Currently, there was still a drip of milk in the corner of her mouth. Little princess's attire was also very fashionable. A white color fashionable capri pants, light blue short-sleeved shirt and small sneakers. Running over, she hugged Ziyan's long legs and called out, Mommy, hug. Ziyan bent down and carried Meng. The little princess was currently 15 kg. With Ziyan's weak physique, carrying Meng for a while was still fine. But if she carried Meng for too long, she would become tired. After coming downstairs, Zhou Fei drove the car towards Ocean Park. After sending off the mother and daughter, she was intending on going to the company to work. Where is Daddy? People come and go at the entrance of Ocean Park. Meng's gaze was looking around, wanting to find her daddy within the crowd. Mommy, give Daddy a call. Ziyan's right hand carried Meng with difficulty, while her left hand searched her bag for her phone. Ah, Daddy is here. Little princess's eyes were very sharp. When Zhang Han walked towards them from another side, the little princess immediately saw her daddy who she yearned for day and night. Thus, she started wriggling in Ziyan's embrace as she stretched out her little arms to request her daddy to hug her. My little darling, have you missed Daddy? Miss. Meng lightly kissed onto Zhang Han's cheek. How much did you miss Daddy? Zhang Han smiled. Very much. Meng surrounded her arms around Zhang Han's neck, her little cheek sticking to Zhang Han's cheek. Ha. Zhang Han laughed out brightly, then swayed the 3 entrance tickets in his right hand and said, I have bought the tickets, let's go in. Alright, go play. Play the very tall Ferris wheel. Meng raised both of her hands happily. Zhang Han took a look at Ziyan who was keeping silent at the side. She was wearing a large-size sunglasses, and her expression couldn't be seen. However, when Zhang Han talked to her, his tone was not as gentle as when he was talking to Meng. His voice became somewhat indifferent as he said, let's go in. After finished speaking, he carried Meng and walked towards the entrance. Ziyan went into a daze for a while, then felt angry in her heart. What was the meaning of that? Using that kind of indifferent tone when speaking to me. Although she wasn't dressed as pretty as she was back then, she was still a through and through big beautiful woman. Could it be that you were blind? There was not even a sentence of praise at all. Humph. Blinded and crude rigid brain. Ziyan snorted and followed up after them. Shangjiang's Ocean Park was a world-class theme park which gathered both sea and land animals, motorized games and large-scale performances all into one places. It was the most popular in the world and was one of the theme parks that had the highest visits. Ocean Park and Disneyland were the 2 big characteristic amusement location in Shangjiang. Ferris wheel, let's go play Ferris wheel. Little princess made a racket to go sit the Ferris wheel. Every time, Meng would often see the tall and big Ferris wheel on the television, and had always wanted to play the Ferris wheel, but her mommy had never brought her to Ferris wheel to play before. Alright. We will go play the Ferris wheel. Zhang Han smiled and said. Zhang Han carried Meng and straightforwardly went towards the direction of the Ferris wheel, not even caring if Ziyan who was behind him would be able to follow after him, and furthermore also did not turn his head over once to check. This kind of attitude had truly made Ziyan felt incomparably angry in her heart. Ungrateful little thing. Ziyan petulantly rolled her eyes at Meng. It was fine if her daddy's heart was big, but how could she also forget about her after entering into Zhang Han's embrace? Ziyan was very angry, and thus the aftermath was very grave. She immediately slowed down her pace, intending to see when they would finally notice her. If they did not notice her, humph, I will go play on my own. Fortunately, when queuing up, Meng's big clear eyes looked around left and right. Where is Mommy? Daddy, we have lost Mommy. Meng Meng said with a nervous face. Within her tone, there was urgent and afraid. Zhang Han looked around, and spotted Ziyan's figure at 10 meters away behind them, then said. We did not lose your mommy. She is at there. You take a look. While speaking, Zhang Han raised Meng Meng above his head. The taller one stood, the further one was able to see. After Meng Meng was raised up, she immediately saw Ziyan who was at the back and shouted. Mommy, mommy, I'm here, quickly come. Humph. Ziyan lightly snorted, then squeezed through the crowd and came over. I thought that you had already forgotten about your mommy. Ziyan said petulantly. I did not forget about mommy. Mommy hug hug. Meng Meng stretched out her little arms. Ziyan carried the little princess over into her embrace, then did the gloominess in her heart disappeared. After finished queuing up, they took the staircase and came to the bottom part of the Ferris wheel. Under the staff member's indication, the three of them quickly entered into a small cabin. Clang! The staff member closed the door and the Ferris wheel slowly departed from the entrance stop. The speed of the Ferris wheel was not fast, and would also not stop. People were able to adapt to its speed to enter and exit the cabin. Within the small cabin, there was a crescent-shaped sit, and in the middle, there was a supporting disc. The surrounding glass was very clean. When looking out through the glass, the clarity was very high. Zhang Han and Ziyan sat face to face, while Meng Meng sat within her mommy's embrace, as her big eyes looked around with a very happy look on her face. However, as the height slowly increased and reached the middle of the Ferris wheel's height, Meng Meng felt somewhat afraid and stopped exclaiming, as she said pitifully. Daddy, I'm scared. Meng Meng, don't be scared. Come, let Daddy hug. Zhang Han carried Meng Meng over and said with a comforting tone, don't be scared, everything is all right. It is very safe here. Look at the scenery there, look at the big sea, look at those birds. Zhang Han continuously scattered Meng Meng's attention. At the start, the effect was still quite good. But as the Ferris wheel got higher and was about to reach the peak, the wind outside of the cabin began to get bigger, blowing the cabin and causing the cabin to sway slightly. The axis of rotation that connected the cabin to the Ferris wheel also started to make a crackling sound. Sitting within the cabin, the sound could be heard clearly, giving people a kind of psychology feeling that the cabin was not sturdy, and subconsciously thinking that an accident would happen, causing them to feel even more scared. Don't say Meng Meng, even a lot of adults would have this kind of psychological fear. For example, say, a certain adult that was sitting face to face with Zhang Han. Ziyan's eyes, which were hidden under the sunglasses, were already shut closed. She pursed her lips and grabbed onto the sit with her hand. In her heart, she was scared to death, but at this time, no one came to comfort her. Zhang Han was only paying attention to Meng Meng, who was extremely nervous. Without choice, he lifted up his own white short-sleeved shirt and covered Meng Meng's head, and starting playing peekaboo with her. After playing for a while, Meng Meng then got over being nervous and once again began to giggle. All the way until the Ferris wheel went past the peak region and was near to reaching the ground, Zhang Han then let the little princess out from his shirt and said lightly. See, we are reaching back down already. Wah, Daddy, there are so many people down there. Daddy, you look at there are so many balloons. Daddy, you look. Meng Meng forgot about being afraid and was very excitedly pointing in different directions for Zhang Han to see. Phew, Ziyan also opened her eyes, then exhaled out a long and deep breath. Her tense heart also became relaxed. Unknowingly, her back had already been wet by her sweat. At the same time, towards Zhang Han, she felt a trace of dissatisfaction in her heart. Why did he only focused on comforting Meng Meng and did not came to comfort her even once? After coming down the Ferris wheel, Zhang Han carried the little princess and went towards the next stop, Ocean Spectacle Aquarium. At Ocean Spectacle Aquarium, there was a kind of feeling that one was walking towards the depth of the ocean from the Blue Dream Palace, which the little princess liked a lot. Zhang Han and Ziyan each helped each other took a few joint photos with Meng Meng. While they were taking photos, suddenly, a woman who was in her 20s that was beside them came up and said with a smile. How about I help you family of 3 take a joint photo? If you all can take a joint photo after coming out on a trip together, how regretful would that be? Oh, Ziyan, who was holding the camera, slightly went into a daze, then passed the camera over to the women. Come, have a smile. You all can come a bit closer. The little princess is so adorable. That's right, just like this, all right. The woman helped took 3 photos very passionately. This seemed to be the first joint photo of this family. Ziyan's heart was feeling a bit complicated. After giving thanks, the passionate woman also left. Continue moving forward. The place that shocked Meng Meng the most in the aquarium was the revolving pond, where a bunch of silver milkfish continuously swim around to feed, seemingly just like a silver fog rotating around, giving one a feeling that they entered into a fantasy world. After strolling finished the aquarium, the time had also come to afternoon 1 p.m. Ziyan suggested going to Ocean King Dragon Restaurant to eat and rest. Ocean King Dragon Restaurant was within the aquarium, letting the customers be able to enjoy the scenery in the aquarium while eating culinary delicacies. Looking at the surrounding environment, Zhang Han was considering if he should make a real ocean park for Meng Meng to play at. When it was time to eat, Zhang Han took out the mineral water bottle that was filled with pure yang water from his back. Meng Meng, drink this bottle of water. Zhang Han opened the cap and was prepared to let Meng Meng drink. Meng Meng also did not care what it was and opened her mouth to drink. Upon seeing that, Ziyan was shocked, and said, "Hey! What is in this bottle? You are just giving it to Meng Meng like this. This is good stuff." Zhang Han lightly smiled. Glug, glug, glug. Meng Meng drank 1/3 and her small mouth left the bottle. Patting on her stomach, she said in a cute voice. I drank full already. You drink the remaining." Zhang Han passed the bottle over to Ziyan and said. "Who wants to drink your rotten water?" Ziyan's words were rejecting, but her body was very honest, as she immediately extended out her hand and took the bottle. When she drank the first mouth, Ziyan felt a sweet fragrant taste. This is not milk. Ziyan slightly went into a daze. This sweet fragrant made her couldn't help but finish the remaining water in the bottle. After finishing, she still felt somewhat wishing to continue, as she said. "What water is this?" "A kind of water that is beneficial to the body." Zhang Han answered indifferently, then stood up and carried the little princess as he walked towards the back. "Where are you going?" Ziyan asked. "Bathroom." Ziyan wanted to ask Zhang Han why he was bringing Meng Meng if he was going to the bathroom, but at the next moment, the overwhelming feeling in her abdomen made her knew the reason. This bastard. Could it be laxative? Ziyan clenched her teeth as she stood up and ran towards the bathroom. Pure yang water was able to improve a person's physique. As everyone knows, within a person's body, there would more or less be some places which were not healthy, like say for example dense blood, weak kidney, impotence, premature ejaculation and so on. After drinking down pure yang water, those unhealthy places could be changed by, just like being given new life. Since there was poison within the body, then the way to expel poison was to have diarrhea. In the bathroom, Ziyan continuously cursed Zhang Han. She felt that her entire body was numb and tingling, and even her skin was too. After staying in the bathroom for close to 20 minutes, then she came out. When she was washing hands and saw herself in the mirror, her complexion slightly changed. Her cheeks were extremely smooth, the foundation that she used on her face in the morning and the 2 moles were gone, seemingly as if she had not used any makeup. Her skin was soft and tender, as if water could be pinched out. Furthermore, she felt entirely refreshed and clear-headed, the exhaustion that she got from strolling around for 3 hours had all been swept away. That water is really good stuff. Ziyan was curious. Walking out of the bathroom, she saw that Zhang Han and Meng Meng was currently tasting the delicacies that just got sent up. "Zhang Han, what is the thing that you gave us to drink?" After sitting down, Ziyan asked. "It can be counted as a tonic." Zhang Han replied, "You take a look, didn't your skin become much better?" "Then why did Meng Meng not have any changes?" Ziyan asked, feeling confused. "I have changed. Meng Meng has become pretty." Meng Meng mumbled indistinctly while eating. Meng Meng is still small, and her skin was already good originally. How big are you already, yet you still keep using cosmetics? The foundation that you apply on is all harmful towards your skin. When talking about cosmetic, Zhang Han had a somewhat dislike-sounding tone. A beautiful woman who has beauty capable of causing the downfall of a city did not need to put on makeup. Those who needed to wear makeup to become beautiful were also not called a true beautiful woman. Speaking about makeup, Ziyan immediately felt angry and said petulantly, "You still have the cheek to say. I normally only put on light makeup, and all those makeup that I used were all high-end international brand makeups. Just because I wore makeup, you told Meng Meng to not kiss me. What is the meaning of that?" Seeing that Ziyan had the intention of criticizing him, Zhang Han shook his head. Being too lazy to argue with a woman, he thus said indifferently, "Let's eat. After finish eating, we will go to the mountaintop park." Humph. Ziyan lightly snorted, then began to start eating the delicacies in front of her. In Ocean Park, there was two big park area, at the bottom of the mountain was the seaside park, and at the mountaintop was the peak park. After finish eating, the family of three sat on the sightseeing cable car to go towards the mountaintop and played at the peak park for an entire afternoon. When the sky gradually became dark, the family of three left Ocean Park. To speak as a whole, today's outing was enjoyed to the fullest, and Ziyan's exhaustion due to her work and tensed nerve also became relaxed. You only just came to Shangjiang and you already have a car. Seems like your life is not as terrible as I thought out to be. At the back of the car, while Ziyan carried the little princess who had gotten tired, she couldn't help but mumbled. The car is rented. Zhang Han replied a sentence, then after thinking, he opened his mouth and said, I will send you home. Nonsense. If not, did you expect to let me and Meng Meng grab a cab? Ziyan said petulantly. I am saying that I send you home, and Meng Meng comes with me. Zhang Han added. Upon hearing that, Ziyan's brows wrinkled and her tone became cold. What do you mean by that? You are busy with work and do not have time to take care of Meng Meng. Zhang Han thought for a bit, then said, my meaning is that, let me take care of Meng Meng. When you have the time, you can just come and visit her. Alright, Meng Meng wants to be together with daddy. When talking about this, even though Meng Meng was tired, she still raised up her hands and cheered. Compared to letting Wang Wan look after her, she of course preferred much more to be together with her daddy. No, without even thinking at all, Ziyan rejected with a stiff tone. Why not? Zhang Han's brows twitched. Meng Meng is mine. Ziyan glared at Zhang Han and said without the slightest bit of intention of giving in. Zhang Han looked at Ziyan who was being fiercely protective of her own children and couldn't help but laughed. His tone became gentle as he said, I am not wanting to snatch Meng Meng away from you. Meng Meng will always be your daughter. I only want to prepare some nutritious food for her, so that she grow up healthily and happily. Also, I have already more or less prepared everything. Mommy, can we be together with daddy please? When Meng Meng who was small but clever saw that a chance came, she began continuously pleading within Ziyan's embrace. You are only making food for her to eat? Ziyan asked. Currently, there was already hesitation within her tone. Seeing Meng Meng's look, she somewhat couldn't bear to reject her. Her time was also indeed not a lot too, and would not have a lot of time to accompany Meng Meng. Especially in the coming period where she most possibly had to go to other places that were outside of Shangjiang to shoot for her MV. Zhang Han replied. Not right. Ziyan glared at Zhang Han and said, you are lying to people again, anyone is able to make food that is nutritious. When did I ever lie to people before? Zhang Han slightly went into a daze. From small to big, he had never lied to anyone before. He had always done whatever that he said he would do. There was no such thing of him lying. However, Ziyan's answer made Zhang Han somewhat not to know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't the paradise land that you talked about last time counted as lying to Meng Meng? Right now, you say you want to make nutritious food for Meng Meng. Couldn't Aunt Wang make food that is nutritious for Meng Meng? Ziyan lightly snorted and said. Changed utopia to paradise land as paradise land sounds better and fits better for, Shi Wai Dao Yuan. Daddy lie people, there is no paradise land. Meng Meng blinked her eyes, and felt somewhat broken-hearted, having a look that she was about to cry at any moment. There is paradise land, how could daddy ever possibly lie to you? If you don't believe, I will bring you to there to take a look alright. Zhang Han said hurriedly, then took a look at Ziyan somewhat with blame. Meng Meng's expression very quickly turned from gloomy to clear and said, really? Really, daddy bring you to go take a look now alright? Zhang Han said with a smile. Alright. In a moment, Meng Meng was happy again. Upon seeing that, Ziyan slightly went into a daze and felt puzzled in her heart. Looking at this fellow's confident look, could it be that there is really a paradise land? Looking at Zhang Han driving towards the direction of Crescent Gulf, Ziyan felt that he seemed to have really made out something. Where are you bringing us to? In the end, Ziyan couldn't resist the curiosity in her heart and opened her mouth to ask. Go paradise land. Meng Meng snatched first to reply. Ha ha ha. Zhang Han laughed while shaking his head, and said, you will know when we reach the place. Humph, act what mysterious. Ziyan pouted her mouth and moved her gaze towards outside of the window. Bamboo District's distance was not far from Crescent Gulf, driving car only took about 20 minutes. When the car passed by Crescent Gulf and continued towards the direction of Crescent Mountain, Ziyan wanted to ask again, but her lips wriggled 2 times and in the end, she did not ask. She knew that even if she asked, it was also no different from not asking, this rigid brain would definitely not say anything. When they reached the bottom of Crescent Mountain, the car came to a stop. "We have reached the place, let's get off the car." Zhang Han clapped his hands and said. "You are not serious, right? After all this, you brought us to this desolate place." Ziyan opened her eyes wide. "You will know when you get off." Zhang Han smiled mysteriously and got off the car first. Ziyan carried Meng Meng and curiously got off the car. After walking forward for 2 minutes, they reached the borderline area of Crescent Mountain. The sky had already become dark, the moonlight of the bright moon sprinkled on the ground. Even if there was no radiance, the scenery of the surrounding area could be seen clearly, but the forest in front was however a piece of total darkness. The trees were in great number and crowded together, thus blocking out the moonlight. A piece of pitch black made Ziyan felt somewhat terrified in her heart. "Where are we going?" Ziyan asked with a slight trace of nervousness. "Up the mountain," Zhang Han answered shortly and simply. "Up the mountain," Meng Meng shouted out excitedly. However, she was also somewhat afraid of the dark. Looking at the forest in front of her, she said in her small and cute voice, "Daddy, it is too dark in front." Meng Meng is scared. "Come, Daddy carry you and you will not be afraid anymore." Zhang Han took over Meng Meng who was stretching out her little arms from within Ziyan's embrace. After carrying Meng Meng for a few minutes, Ziyan was also indeed somewhat tired, thus she straightforwardly placed Meng Meng into Zhang Han's embrace. "Daddy call out a playmate for you all right?" Zhang Han carried the little princess and asked. "All right, what playmate?" Meng Meng said with an adorable expression. Currently, even Ziyan was also somewhat curious, not knowing just what Zhang Han was trying to do. It could be seen, Zhang Han took 2 steps forward then shouted, "Xiao Hei!" Woof, woof, the sounds of the barking of a dog came from the top of Crescent Mountain. Dog. Ziyan slightly went into a daze. Within less than 2 minutes, a bunch of rustling sound could be heard from the underbrush in front of them. Suddenly, a black figure jumped out from the underbrush in high speed. Xiao Hei's body size was that of a fully grown Tibetan Mastiff. In a moment, Ziyan did not see clearly what the black figure was and opened her eyes wide as she let out a cry in fear, "Ah! Wah!" Upon hearing her mommy's shouting sound, Meng Meng also shouted out from being nervous. Whoa, oof! The 2 shouting sounds scared Xiao Hei and caused him to quiver. His quick speed immediately came to a stop as he lied his body down on the floor and crawled forward. On his face, a bit of small grievance could even be seen. If he was able to open his mouth to speak, he would definitely say, "What are you all doing? I came to welcome you all with good intentions and you all actually let out such a frightening sound. What kind of dog is this?" Ziyan grabbed onto Zhang Han's sleeve with both of her hands and asked. "Chinese rural emperor dog," Zhang Han lightly replied. "Emperor dog?" Ziyan went into a daze. "Wow, what a beautiful dog." Meng Meng said with her eyes full of hearts, "Daddy, can I touch him?" "Sure, go on and touch." Zhang Han lowered his body, allowing the little princess to be able to reach Xiao Hei. Upon seeing that, Xiao Hei happily shook his tail, got up on his legs, and slightly lowered his head as he moved closer to Meng Meng. "Meng Meng, you cannot touch it," Ziyan said, "we still don't know whether if it bites or not. Moreover, there are a lot of germs on the body of doggies, so you cannot touch them." Although Ziyan also was very fond of hairy dogs, it was still a fact that there were a lot of germs on dogs, therefore children cannot be intimate with dogs. "It's okay," Zhang Han lightly smiled and said, "his name is Xiao Hei. He had also drunk the water that you all drank just now. Right now, there are no germs on his body, and he would also not drop hair normally. There's no odor on his body, and even his mouth is not smelly too. So, you all can play with him at ease. Ziyan, you can also try touching him." While speaking, Meng Meng who was within Zhang Han's embrace had already touched Xiao Hei's head a few times. "You are lying to people again, where is there this kind of dog in this world?" Ziyan lightly snorted and said. In her tone, there was somewhat of a trace of a woman's charm which even she herself did not notice. "I lie to you for what?" Zhang Han said somewhat speechlessly. "I will believe you for once then." Ziyan smiled towards Zhang Han, which happens very rarely. Stretching out her hand and touching Xiao Hei's head a few times, she felt that Xiao Hei's hair was extremely soft and smooth, making it feel very comfortable to touch. Alright, let us go up the mountain. Xiao Hei, lead the way. Zhang Han opened his mouth and said. Upon hearing his master's order, Xiao Hei straightened his chest and raised his head as he shook his tail and butt and walked forward proudly. Xiao Hei slowly walked forward, leading the way for the family of 3 behind. Zhang Han carried Meng Meng, while Ziyan grabbed onto Zhang Han's sleeve as they entered into the pitch-black forest. It felt dark outside, but when inside, it could be discovered that it wasn't that dark at all. The trees around could be seen clearly with the help of dim moonlight. After walking for 5 minutes, the view in front suddenly became wide. Ziyan and Meng Meng also became the first batch of visitors to visit Crescent Mountain. Wow, what a beautiful place! Ziyan said, somewhat pleasantly surprised. From here, the scenery of the front of the mountain could be seen. Pieces of green and verdant grass and the clear air made Ziyan actually felt somewhat longing for this kind of countryside lifestyle in her heart. However, the sky was after all somewhat dark, and she was also not able to clearly see the bunch of flowers at the other side. If she was able to clearly see it, Ziyan's mood would most likely be a few times more excited. After all, women all extremely loves beautiful things like fresh flowers. Wow, 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 what a beautiful place. Meng Meng imitated Ziyan's tone and said exaggeratedly. Suddenly, the little princess line of sight saw the extremely cool and dazzling Thunder Yang tree which was at the mountain peak. Daddy, you look at there, what a big tree. Meng Meng stretched out her little arm and pointed towards the direction of Thunder Yang tree. Ziyan's gaze moved to the direction Meng Meng was pointing and immediately let out a bewildered sound, then said, what is this tree? This is so strange. This is called Thunder Yang tree. Zhang Han introduced simply. Thunder Yang tree, why have I never heard of this name before? Ziyan asked confusedly. Let's go up and take a look. Zhang Han did not answer anymore and walked forward while carrying Meng Meng. When they came under Thunder Yang tree, the line of sight here became extremely wide. From here, the scenery of the ocean can be seen from afar. Even the beach at Crescent Gulf could be seen clearly, and also the city of Crescent Gulf under the night, which was dazzlingly beautiful. From nearby, the beauty of the area at Thunder Yang tree could already be discovered. A circle-shaped open space, which was practically filled with green lawn, and at the back, there were a few ponds of different sizes which reflected the bright moon. This place is so beautiful. Ziyan exclaimed sincerely. Zhang Han slightly smiled and did not reply. This was only still Crescent Mountain during the night. If they were to come during the day, the scenery here would be a lot better. Ah, Daddy, Mommy, you all look there are so many small houses. Meng Meng pointed to the direction of the back of the mountain and said. On top of the small houses seems to be tree leaves. Ziyan stared at the little houses for a bit. After all, it was nighttime currently, and Ziyan could not see clearly from afar. Let us go over there to take a look. Zhang Han smiled and said somewhat slightly proud, how is Meng Meng? Is the paradise land that Daddy built for you nice? Nice. It is very nice. Meng Meng like it. Daddy is so good. Meng Meng happily clapped her hands and pouted her little mouth and kissed onto Zhang Han's cheek. Ha ha ha, Zhang Han laughed out happily, and led towards the back of the mountain while saying, this is still not the finished product, in the future, it will become more beautiful, and when that time comes, it will become a true paradise land. At the mountain peak, Daddy will build a few big houses, at the back of the mountain, I will raise some animals to accompany you to play. At the back, Ziyan looked at the scene in front of her, and her gaze became slightly blank. Zhang Han has changed already. Ziyan mumbled in her heart. In those 5 years, she had also paid attention to Zhang Han before. Towards some news of Zhang Han, she knew it all. She never thought that after bringing Meng Meng back, it would actually make Zhang Han change so much. Not only did he left Shangjing, he even really built a paradise land for Meng Meng. Furthermore, only how many days had he been at Shangjang up till now? Meng Meng has also become much more cheerful than before. From Meng Meng's smile, it could be seen that she had become much more cheerful. Also, even if Ziyan did not want to admit, children indeed really needs a father's love. Children who grew up in a single-parent family since they were young were indeed somewhat pitiful. Be it a father's love, or a mother's love, it would be a regret to lack either one of it. Only a complete and happy family would be able to give children the best growth, no matter if they were poor or rich. Wow, it is real tree leaves. Mommy, you quickly come and touch it. Meng Meng's shout pulled Ziyan back from her thoughts. It is real tree leaves. Ziyan slightly went into a daze. Walking forward, she touched the tree leaves that was on the top of an exquisite small house. How did you manage to make those? Ziyan looked towards Zhang Han confusedly. Simply by covering the leaves on the small houses. By covering, Ziyan went into a daze again. Those bunch of neatly arranged leaves, how long had he took to make it? Meng Meng, those small houses in this area are for doggies, cats and other pets. The small houses at the other side are for ducks, chickens, and gooses. The bigger houses are for pigs and sheep. The much bigger houses are for dairy cows. Those few small ponds are for all the animals to drink and swim at. The big pond that there is, Zhang Han began introducing the place to Meng Meng. After finish hearing, Meng Meng was extremely happy, looking forward to the scenario where there would be a lot of small animals. And as for Ziyan, she remained silent beside Zhang Han. Everything that Zhang Han did had truly been extremely thorough. At that side, there was actually even a planting area, where he intended to even grow wheat and rice by himself. He was speaking the truth, he really wanted to make some pure green nutritious food for Meng Meng. He also truly wanted to take good care of Meng Meng. Regarding the healthy growth of Meng Meng's body, Ziyan also cared a lot about it. Therefore, right now, in her heart, she was already somewhat agreeing to temporarily let Meng Meng be taken care of by Zhang Han. Thus, after thinking a bit, she asked, "You do not have a place to stay at. Where will Meng Meng stay at if she comes with you?" "I have a place to stay at." Zhang Han knew that, if he wanted to let Meng Meng stay with him, he must first convince Ziyan. Thus, he said with a very gentle tone, "Let me bring you go take a look at the place." "Meng Meng, it is late now, we have to go back already. We can only move and stay over here after this place has been built finish." "Oh," Meng Meng pouted her mouth and nodded her head. Looking at Xiaohe who was wandering around at her side, she said in her small and cute voice, Xiaohe, bye-bye." "Woof, woof," Xiaohe barked a few times gloomily. After sending the family of 3 to the edge of the forest while swaying his big tail, he then turned around and went back. Ziyan and Meng Meng sat in the back seat. Meng Meng was somewhat tired already, lying down on the back seat and sleeping soundly. Zhang Han drove the car towards the restaurant at Crescent Gulf. Not right. Suddenly, Ziyan glared and said, "Zhang Han, you are lying to people again." "When did I lie to people again?" Zhang Han's expression froze. When this woman doesn't open her mouth, everything was calm, but when she opened her mouth, she immediately startled people. "Wasn't that Crescent Mountain just now? How could you make so many things at the mountain? Humph. Furthermore, with just the time of a few days. I say, it must be just a random place you found to deceive me, so that you could swindle Meng Meng away from my side." Ziyan said in a bad tone. "I am truly impressed by your brain." Zhang Han took a look at Ziyan from the rear-view mirror, then took out a bunch of documents from the glove compartment box at the front passenger seat and passed it over to Ziyan. "Take a look yourself, this Crescent Mountain is rented by me." Ziyan took over the documents and casually took a few looks, then discovered that it was really rented by him. Thus, she, petulantly took a glare at Zhang Han. "If it was rented, so be it then. Why do you have to speak so stiffly? Rigid brain." Ziyan's heart was somewhat dissatisfied towards Zhang Han. Why was he so gentle towards Meng Meng, but when speaking to her, he would always be somewhat stiff? It was true that if there was no comparison, there would be no harm. Upon reaching outside the restaurant, Zhang Han pouted his mouth towards the restaurant and said, "This place has been rented by me. Within a week, the renovation will be finished. The materials used for the renovation are all environmentally friendly, so it can immediately be lived at after the renovation finish. It is very dusty inside, so there is no need to go inside to take a look now." "Retail house?" Ziyan asked. "You are intending to open a restaurant?" "More or less. You are renting both the mountain and the retail house. Where did you get so much money from?" Ziyan's brows slightly frowned. She had seen the contract for renting Crescent Mountain. The rent was 10 million RMB, and she reckoned that the rent of this retail house was more or less around 3 million RMB. The total of renting both of the mountain and retail house was more than 10 million RMB. "I sold the house at Bamboo District," Zhang Han said lightly. "Sell house?" Ziyan slightly went into a daze, she felt somewhat unexpected. Zhang Han shook his head and said, "Where do you stay at?" East District, Mingguang Street's Union Garden. Ziyan answered. Zhang Han immediately turned and drove towards the direction of East District. There were no words during the whole journey. When they reached East District, Zhang Han opened the navigation system and drove to Union Garden. Upon reaching downstairs, Ziyan lightly carried Meng Meng. Being moved, Meng Meng muddle-headedly opened her eyes. "Where is Daddy?" Meng Meng looked around somewhat muddle-headedly and nervously. Meng Meng saw Zhang Han, who came out of the car to open the door for Ziyan and stretched out her little arms as she said feebly, "Daddy, hug hug." Zhang Han stretched out his hands and carried Meng Meng in his embrace, then followed Ziyan to the elevator door. "All right, Daddy will send you up to here. After the restaurant's renovation finished, Daddy will come and pick you up." Zhang Han lightly kissed onto Meng Meng's adorable cheek and passed Meng Meng over to Ziyan. Meng Meng went into a daze. Only now then did she knew that her daddy was only sending them off, and not going up with them. "Boo-hoo, don't, Daddy, don't go." Meng Meng pursed up her small mouth and started crying. "All right, Meng Meng, didn't you hear what your daddy say? We will go and find your daddy to play in a few days, all right? Be obedient," Ziyan lightly consoled. But no matter how Ziyan coaxed, Meng Meng did not stop crying, and was even struggling desperately within Ziyan's embrace. When the little princess struggled around, after carrying Meng Meng for 2 minutes, Ziyan felt that her arms became very tired, thus she placed Meng Meng into Zhang Han's embraces and said petulantly. "All right, all right, all right. Will it do if your daddy comes up with us? Meng Meng, don't cry already, won't it do after mommy promise you already?" Meng Meng hugged onto Zhang Han's neck, with her head leaning on his shoulder. After hearing Ziyan's words, she gradually stopped her crying and said pitifully, "Daddy, you cannot go, you have to accompany Meng Meng." Zhang Han sighed in his heart. If it was during normal times, he who was somewhat male chauvinist would not randomly stay at Ziyan's house. But seeing Meng Meng's pitiful look, Zhang Han simply did not have the heart to reject her. "Daddy will accompany you, Daddy won't leave," Zhang Han said with a smile and lightly patted Meng Meng's back. Following Ziyan into the escalator, after Ziyan swiped her escalator card, the button for the 12th floor lighted up. This building only had 17 floors, but because it was a duplex apartment building, and the height of each story was not low, the building was even higher than a normal 35 stories high building. In each story, there were 2 elevators, 2 stairs, and 2 households, thus coming up and down was very convenient and there was really no need to wait very long for elevator most of the time. Arriving at the 12th floor, they came to apartment 21 and Ziyan opened the door, then gave Zhang Han a pair of disposable slippers. Normally when there was a guest, they would be given this kind of slippers, which could be thrown away after use, and guests would also felt that it was hygienic. Zhang Han could only be counted as half a guest, and the other half was, of course, the identity of Meng Meng's father. Right now, Ziyan's heart was feeling somewhat complicated. She felt somewhat awkward bringing Zhang Han into her house. "Welcome back, miss," Wang Wan walked over and said with a smile. Ziyan nodded her head. "This Mr. is?" Wang Wan asked hesitatingly. In a moment, Ziyan was somewhat bashful, feeling somewhat embarrassed to introduce Zhang Han's identity. Although Ziyan was embarrassed, there was a little princess who was not embarrassed. It could be seen, Meng Meng said with great joy, "He is my daddy. He is called Zhang Han." Ziyan introduced in a low voice. "Ha ha ha." Wang Wan went into a daze, then laughed afterward and greeted hurriedly, "Hello Mr. Zhang." Zhang Han nodded his head, then walked into the living room while carrying Meng Meng and looked around. The decoration style was quite unique, similar to the villa that Zhang Han was satisfied with at the intermediary company. The decoration style belonged to modern style and slightly leaned to comfort, with most of the colors being white and crossover of blue and green. Oh! Suddenly, an astonished screech appeared. Zhou Fei could be seen slowly walking down from the 2nd floor. After seeing Zhang Han, she was truly stunned as she screamed out loudly, "Oh my god, a rare guest. The wretched big young master who has a smelly bad temper came to honor us with your presence at this humble home." Zhou Fei had observed Ziyan being angered by Zhang Han back then, thus she also. "Bad Aunt Fei Fei, you cannot talk badly about my daddy." Zhang Han did not have any expression, but Meng Meng herself was not happy about it as she said towards Zhou Fei with an angry face. "You this little traitor." Zhou Fei petulantly rolled her eyes, redrawing back the words that she wanted to continue ridiculing Zhang Han with. "All right, Xiao Fei, don't mess around already. Ziyan rolled her eyes at Zhou Fei. Taking off her wig and sunglasses, she undid her hair bun, dispersing her long hair, then shook her hair. Long fluttering hair, adding on her with eye-catching body, it made even Zhang Han raised his eyebrows. Indeed very beautiful, Zhang Han couldn't help but muttered in his heart. Wow, oh, mommy is so beautiful. The little princess praised with her small voice, not knowing when she would also be to shake around with her long hair. You are also very beautiful. Ziyan stroked Meng Meng's head with a smile, then took a look at Zhang Han and said, let's go upstairs. Upstairs is where Meng Meng, I, and Zhou Fei sleep at. At the first floor, other than Aunt Wang's room, there is still 2 guest room available. You can stay in one of the guest room today. Zhang Han nodded his head, then followed Ziyan upstairs. The space on the second floor was not small, there was a big living room. A carpet was spread on the staircase and below the handrail of the staircase, fence that was the shape of a net was installed. Daddy, put Meng Meng down. Upon coming upstairs, Meng Meng began wriggling around within Zhang Han's embrace. After Meng Meng stood on the floor, her expression was very happy, as she ran forward excitedly. On the sofa, there were a bunch of small rag dolls, and on the coffee table that was at the front of the sofa, there were also a lot of toys. Daddy, come quickly. Meng Meng began sharing each of her toys with Zhang Han. Wow, this one is really pretty. Wow, this big tiger is really scary. What is this? Mickey Mouse. With a slightly exaggerating tone, Zhang Han played around with Meng Meng. Meng Meng chuckled non-stop. Pretty isn't it? Does it look like Meng Meng? Daddy, I tell you, this tiger won't bite people. You see, Daddy, this is not Mickey Mouse, this is Donald Duck. Daddy is so silly. Tisk. He sure knows how to coax a child. At the door of the room that was in the back corner, Zhou Fei curled her lips and mumbled. You cannot speak badly about him in front of Meng Meng anymore in the future. Right now, Meng Meng is very fond of him. Ziyan, who was changing inside the room, opened her mouth and said. Big Sister Yan. Zhou Fei walked into the room, closed the door, and then asked in a small voice, why did you let that fellow come here? Ziyan slightly went into a daze, then replied, because Meng Meng was crying very badly, so I let him come here. Meng Meng's crying was perhaps only the small part of the reason she let Zhang Han come to her house. The bigger part of the reason was because Ziyan saw the things that Zhang Han did for Meng Meng, saw his change, and also the abundant of fatherly love he had on him. Towards Meng Meng, he had truly done his utmost effort. She herself also never thought that only after seeing each other for a few days, Zhang Han would actually be that doting towards Meng Meng. Perhaps this was the family love of the so-called, blood is always thicker than water. Big Sister Yan, this won't do. Zhou Fei said with a trace of nervous in her tone, if you let that fellow come in touch with Meng Meng for too long, what will you do if he snatches Meng Meng away? You do not have much time to accompany Meng Meng because of your work. It won't be good if that fellow took the opportunity to snatch Meng Meng away from you. Big Sister Yan, you think about it, what if he finds a stepmother for Meng Meng in the future? Towards someone who was not her own child, that stepmother will definitely not treat Meng Meng well. After Zhou Fei finished speaking, Ziyan's gaze congealed. Ziyan began letting her imagination run wild. When the image of Meng Meng being beat by the stepmother appeared in her mind, her body couldn't help but trembled. With a resolute tone, she said, no, I will definitely not allow this kind of situation to happen. Oh, that's right. Zhou Fei rolled her eyes around, then said, there is a method that is feasible. What method? Ziyan asked. If worst comes to worst, Big Sister Yan, you will just have to sacrifice yourself for a bit and get together with that fellow. This way, since the both of you are Meng Meng's biological parents, there will be no more worries. Zhou Fei said while holding back her laughter. What are you anyhow talking about? Ziyan petulantly gave Zhou Fei a push, then rolled her eyes and said, I do not like Zhang Han this kind of rigid brain. The Prince Charming in her heart was the kind of gentle that was both handsome and refined, and must also be multi-talented and have a kind heart. Zhang Han was far apart from the Prince Charming in her heart. I think so too, he is not even comparable to that Prince Li. Zhou Fei nodded her head, agreeing deeply with Ziyan. Don't anyhow say. Ziyan's brows slightly wrinkled. From the bottom of her heart, she somewhat disliked Prince Li, that kind of flirty person. After changing into a relaxing night clothes, Ziyan walked out of the room and saw Meng Meng was currently happily playing with Zhang Han. carrying the little princess into the bedroom by force. After helping Meng Meng change into her night clothes, when she let go of her hand, Meng Meng immediately rushed out of the bedroom to continue playing with Zhang Han. If it was normal times, this house would not be very noisy. Even more, at this timing, the little princess would have already fallen asleep. But because of Zhang Han's arrival, this house immediately became lively. In the living room, it was filled with Meng Meng's bell-like juvenile laughter, and also Zhang Han's bright laughter occasionally. Even Aunt Wang, who was in the bedroom on the first floor, was able to hear their laughter. All the way until 11:30 p.m., the little princess was still playing happily, but she was however told by Ziyan solemnly to go to sleep. Humph, bad mommy, Meng Meng still haven't played enough, the little princess said angrily. Ziyan was helpless towards Meng Meng, thus she glared at Zhang Han. Under Zhang Han's persuading, then did the little princess agree to go to sleep, but her daddy has to tell her a bedtime story first. Thus, Zhang Han walked into Ziyan's and Meng Meng's bedroom. Meng Meng's bed was a small bed, and Ziyan's bed was a normal bed. There was a small and big bed, but both of the bed had the same characteristic, which was that there were quite a few hairy dolls on both of the bed. Seems like Ziyan still had the heart of a young girl. Zhang Han lightly smiled. After telling story to Meng Meng for a while, Meng Meng deeply fell asleep. After gently covering Meng Meng with her small quilt, Zhang Han walked out of the bedroom quietly. Just after opening the door, he heard Zhou Fei's somewhat angry words coming from the living room. We have already finished choosing the song, so I went to the manufacture department, but in the end, the people in the manufacture department said that the quality of the song was not good and will not spend too many resources and energy to shoot the MV, and can only shoot a simple and ordinary MV. This is truly angering me to death. After that, I went to see the old witch. But do you know what happened in the end? She didn't even care at all and even said, if you are not satisfied with the MV's quality, you can spend your own money to go and hire a good team. What kind of words are those? Are you not one of the company's performing artists? Ziyan's brows slightly wrinkled, as she said lightly, I will go and find Big Sister May to try and talk about it tomorrow. Big Sister Yan, even if you go, it will also be useless. You are no longer favored by that old witch anymore. Furthermore, the people in the manufacture department are right too, the quality of the song is indeed not good. How about you reconsider about the album? If we don't release the album and continue dragging on, there won't be any chance coming to us too. Ziyan shook her head. She had also somewhat understood some things. The company temporarily did not intend to spend resources on her. Perhaps it was because has-been celebrity was hard to make a comeback, or it could also perhaps be that princely meddling about. No matter what reason it was, the end result was that Ziyan will be not getting any resources anytime soon. Rather than dragging on, she might as well just straightforwardly release out an album first. Although the quality of the song was a bit lacking, at the least, by releasing the album, it would be able to awaken others' memories of her. Furthermore, Zia believed in her heart that her huge amount of fans in the past were still fond of her. Release album. Zhang Han sat on the corner of the sofa, took a look at Ziyan and said, didn't you change from a singer to an actress? Why do you still need to release an album? I have not appeared in people's view for 5 years already. I'm not as popular as I am back then now. Isn't all this because of you? Ziyan rolled her eyes at Zhang Han and said. Zhang Han became speechless. This woman always seemed to be eating gunpowder when talking to him. If your album song is not good, how about? Zhang Han still hasn't finished speaking and Ziyan's face immediately became cold as she said, I don't need you to care about my matters. After finished speaking, Ziyan stood up and walked towards her bedroom. Seeing Ziyan's expression, she seemed to be panting with rage. Tisk, who told you to shoot your mouth off, serves you right. Zhou Fei curled her lips and said, then walked towards her bedroom. Zhang Han's brows slightly wrinkled as he stood up and went downstairs. While walking down the stairs, he mumbled. Truly, good intentions being treated as donkey liver and lung. If you were not Meng Meng's mother, I would not even bother to ask you anything. How Shindang Shang Lu Gan Fei good intentions being treated as donkey liver and lung. During ancient time, donkey lung and liver were not worth anything. Not sure about now though. Zhang Han originally had good intentions when he asked Ziyan about her album. The development course of this life was slightly different from his previous life. Some celebrities totally did not appear in this life at all. But Zhang Han was somewhat familiar with the works of some of those celebrities. Adding on, he also had knowledge regarding music. Therefore, it was not very hard to reproduce the songs from his previous life that did not appear in this life. Originally, he wanted to give Ziyan a small help, but the other person didn't seem to be interested at all. Thus, Zhang Han felt that there was no need for him to stick his warm face to a cold butt. Ri Lian Tai Leng Pai Gu sticking warm face to a cold butt, to describe warm feelings meeting with cold rebuke. However, how would Ziyan have known Zhang Han's thoughts? Ziyan still very clearly remembered the words Zhang Han said during the last time they quarrel. She thought that the words Zhang Han was going to continue saying were, "How about you just immediately retire and forget about it? What is good about being an actor on the television screen?" Ziyan subconsciously did not want to talk to Zhang Han about this topic, and also disliked talking about this topic with Zhang Han, therefore she coldly interrupted him just now. Even more, when Ziyan returned to her bedroom and lied down on her bed, she still mumbled some words angrily in a small voice. Those words were simply words like, scoundrel, rigid brain, bad temper, and so on. Zhang Han walked into the spare bedroom that was downstairs. The structure of the bedroom was similar to that of a hotel. There was a bathroom, and the bedding and other items were brand new. Zhang Han took off his clothes, then lied down on the bed and fiddled with his phone. After a while, he also deeply fell asleep. Originally, with his way of thinking, he was not willing to stay here. His identity was relatively awkward. He was not Ziyan's husband, but he had a child with Ziyan. In this kind of situation, he also felt somewhat awkward spending the night at Ziyan's house. However, he wanted to bring Meng Meng out to play during the next day, thus he endured the awkwardness and stayed the night here. Next day, morning 8 a.m. Wang Wan already prepared breakfast. The breakfast was relatively simple. There was the sweet potato porridge which Meng Meng and Ziyan liked to eat, a plate filled with 7 boiled eggs, some small steamed bun which was bought at the supermarket and some salted vegetables. Zhang Han sat in the living room that was on the first floor and casually watched the television. When it was 6 a.m. plus, he had already woke up, but there was not a bit of movement upstairs at all. All the way until 8 a.m., then did the two muddle-headed adults and Meng Meng came downstairs. "Daddy!" Meng Meng rushed forward while jumping and running, then threw herself into Zhang Han's embrace while with a look of happiness on her face. This was still the first time she had experienced waking up from bed and being able to see both her daddy and mommy together at the same time. Ayo, what a little traitor. Ever since she had met up with that fellow, she wouldn't even let Aunt Feifei kiss her. Tisk, tisk, Zhou Fei said with a face of jealousy. Daddy, Meng Meng have been obedient, I have not kissed Aunt Feifei. Mommy also has been obedient, only after showering nice then will she let Meng Meng kiss her. Hearing Zhou Fei's words, Meng Meng then remembered. After finished speaking, she waited for her daddy's praise with full of expectation. Regarding this aspect, Zhang Han had never let the little princess be disappointed before. Zhang Han could be seen saying with a smile, Meng Meng is so obedient. Daddy will reward you with an ice cream later on, alright. Alright, Daddy is the best. Meng Meng giggled with a happy face. Zhang Han, what is the meaning of this? This is truly angering me to death. Zhou Fei glared at Zhang Han and said, where would people teach children like this? I have watched Meng Meng grow up since she was small. You only came for a few days and you are already teaching children about bad things. Alright Xiao Fei, let's eat. After finish eating, we still have to go to the company. Ziyan pursed her lips and said, also, I feel that what Zhang Han said is quite true. Kissing onto makeup foundation is indeed not very good. Ah, hearing that, Zhou Fei went into a daze, then opened her eyes wide as she said in an exaggerated tone, alright. You family are coming together to bully me. Big sister Yan, I have truly misjudged you. Zhang Han has only come for 2 days and you are already just like a woman who follows along with her man. What are you anyhow talking about? Ziyan rolled her eyes at Zhou Fei. He, let's eat. Zhou Fei laughed and ran to the front of the dining table. Let's go eat. Zhang Han carried Meng Meng to the dining table. Daddy, that tall chair is mine. Meng Meng said as she pointed to the tallest chair. Zhang Han placed Meng Meng on the chair, then sat on her right side, intending to feed Meng Meng. Originally, feeding Meng Meng was Wang Wan's daily work, but seeing Zhang Han was intending on personally feed Meng Meng, Wang Wan slightly smiled and went back to the kitchen to tidy up. Mommy, come and sit here. Upon seeing Ziyan sitting in front of her, Meng Meng was somewhat dissatisfied, thus she pointed to the chair on her left side and commanded. Alright, listen to you. Ziyan slightly smiled, then took the tableware and sat on the left side of Meng Meng. Seeing that the left side was her mommy, and the right side was her daddy, Meng Meng raised her little arms with a happy and blessed face. Come, Meng Meng, have a mouth of porridge. Have a mouth of milk. Eat the egg yolk, don't be picky about food, egg yolk has the most nutrition. Don't eat the salted vegetables, it is not good to eat too much of salted vegetables. Zhang Han sat at the right side and did not start eating first but instead started feeding Meng Meng a mouthful by another mouthful. The trace of tenderness in his expression was caught by Ziyan's eyes. Having her parents accompany her, Meng Meng was truly very happy. Even the egg yolk which she usually did not like to eat was now eaten by her eagerly. Also, after coming into contact with Zhang Han, Meng Meng had also become cheerful. A father's love was truly very important. Ziyan once again thought to herself as she slightly sighed in her heart. She and Zhang Han both had their own respective life and social circle. It was uncertain if they would be able to be together in the future. Who knows how long this kind of happy period of time would last for Meng Meng. Just thinking about it was enough to make Ziyan feel at a loss, because when that time comes, Meng Meng would definitely be very broken-hearted. Should I really get together with Zhang Han? This question has recently been lingering in Ziyan's heart. Zhang Han was once a second-generation rich, and was currently down and out. Although Ziyan had seen Zhang Han's gentle side, he was still not the type of guy Ziyan was looking for in her heart. Love cannot be compromised. Ziyan shook her head once again. For this kind of thing, there was no other choice but to take a step forward step by step and see how things go with every step. Furthermore, it was going to be very busy in the coming days, so there was no time to think about personal matters. Ziyan thought in her heart. If Zhang Han was to know her thoughts, it was reckoned he would definitely curl his lips and say, I haven't even say that I was going to get together with you and you are already thinking about it. Moreover, how can getting together with me, Han Yang immortal monarch, be counted as you sacrificing? However, Zhang Han did not know Ziyan's thoughts and Ziyan would also not say out her current thoughts. Who could even be sure about what would happen in the future? After finish eating, Ziyan and Zhou Fei stood up and left. They intended to carefully alter those songs that they have chosen for a bit, and the workload for that was not small. Furthermore, Ziyan wanted to ask Mei Qi about the matter regarding shooting the MV. After they left, the little princess also more or less finished eating. Zhang Han simply ate a few mouthfuls, then carried Meng Meng to sit on the sofa on the first floor to rest. After Wang finished tidying up the dining room, she walked over and asked with a smile. Mr. Zhang, where are you from? Shengjing. Zhang Han replied. Is Mr. Zhang used to being here? Wang asked. She knew that Ziyan was a big celebrity in the past, and thus was somewhat curious about Zhang Han in her heart. However, even though she was curious, her evaluation towards Zhang Han was not high. She felt that men who came to live at a woman's house had no big capability. Ziyan stayed in such a big house, and furthermore, a house which was in Shangjiang, thus Ziyan was definitely wealthy. Wang was somewhat worried in her heart that Zhang Han was the kind of scum male who would come find Ziyan to ask for money. After all, there were too many such cases in the society. However, seeing how things were currently, Zhang Han was quite conforming to the norms of society. But that wasn't enough to dispel Wang's bit of vigilance. Thus, she intended to simply ask about Zhang Han's situation. Still okay, Zhang Han faintly replied, not having the intention to chat with Wang. He carried Meng Meng who was watching the television on the sofa. Aiya, smelly daddy, Meng Meng is watching the television. Meng Meng said with an unwilling face. Meng Meng, daddy bring you to go out play. Zhang Han kissed onto Meng Meng's cheek and said. Meng Meng's eyes lighted up and stopped watching the television as she turned her head towards Zhang Han and said happily, really? Daddy bring you to Paradise Land which we went to yesterday alright? Zhang Han said gently. Oh yay, alright, go out play. In a moment, Meng Meng became extremely happy. Normally when mommy was not home, Meng Meng was not able to go out play and was only able to stay at home. Now when daddy was here, he was able to bring Meng Meng to go out play. This straightforwardly made Zhang Han's figure in Meng Meng's heart became much taller. Mwak. Meng Meng kissed a few times onto Zhang Han's face. Daddy bring you to go change clothes first. Zhang Han smiled and carried Meng Meng to the second floor. When going out to play, it was only natural to not wear pajamas. At this time, Wang Wan's expression froze for a moment. Normally when Ziyan was not home, she did not allow others to bring Meng Meng out to play. Of course, Wang Wan herself was an outsider, and she also subconsciously took Zhang Han as an outsider too. She was after all hired by Ziyan. If there was anything, she naturally had to ask Ziyan. Thus, she took out her face, walked to the kitchen and dialed Ziyan's phone. "Hello, miss, Meng Meng's father wants to bring her out to play." Out where? She originally thought that Zhang Han would leave by himself today during the morning since he still had that mountain he needed to tend to, and the restaurant was still renovating. The important thing was that, within Ziyan's complicated heart, she did not want to let Meng Meng come into contact with Zhang Han every day. She was still really afraid that in the future, there would come a day when Zhang Han would take Meng Meng away from her. "I don't know, I only heard him saying that he was bringing Meng Meng to Paradise Land or something. They are currently on the second floor changing their clothes," Wang Wan said in a low voice. "That place?" Ziyan's brows wrinkled and said, "Go to that place for what? That place is sunny during the day. Let Zhang Han go by himself." "Alright, Aunt Wang, I have to go to work already." After finished speaking, Ziyan hanged up the phone and straightforwardly walked towards Meiqi's office. At another side, Zhang Han helped Meng Meng change into her clothes. A thin jacket, with a short-sleeved shirt worn on the inside, and on the lower part of the body was a blue-colored trendy jeans. "Let's go." Meng Meng stretched out her little arms while within Zhang Han's embrace and said in high spirits. "Let's go." Zhang Han smiled while shaking his head. Coming down to the first floor, he saw Wang Wan silently standing right at the door. Just when Zhang Han was intending to change his shoes, Wang Wan smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry Mr. Zhang, I just called and asked the miss, and she said that she did not want to let Meng Meng go out as the weather outside is somewhat hot. Therefore, Mr. Zhang, if you are busy." From her words, it could be seen there was somewhat of the intention of seeing a visitor out. "No, I want to go out play with daddy." Upon hearing that, Meng Meng said very angrily. "She told you that?" Zhang Han took a look at Wang Wan. "Yes." Wang Wan nodded her head. "I will talk to her about it then." Zhang Han took out his phone, wanting to call Ziyan to ask her what the matter was. But, after calling 3 times, Ziyan still did not pick up the phone. "Never pick up." Zhang Han kept his phone, not intending to continue calling. Taking a look at Wang Wan, he said indifferently, "You tell her later on that, no matter where I want to bring Meng Meng to play, I don't need to obtain her consent." What kind of joke was that? If I want to bring my own daughter out to play, I still have to first ask for her approval. Even with Zhang Han's indifferent temperament, he still felt somewhat unhappy right now in his heart. If this situation was substituted with the Zhang Han who was still a hedonistic young master, it was reckoned he would have exploded right from the start. Right now, Zhang Han did not want to bother about any things, did not want to care about fame and fortune, did not want to pay attention to things of the world, and did not want to get into any dispute. He only wanted to take good care of Meng Meng and enjoy the carefree and worry-free country lifestyle. This, Wang Wan's face became bitter. Zhang Han did not pay attention to her. After helping Meng Meng wore a pair of white-color small sports shoes, and wore his leisure shoes, he was intending to leave the house next. Upon seeing that, Wang Wan hurriedly moved her body to block Zhang Han and said with a bitter smile, "Mr. Zhang, please don't make things difficult for me. If I were to let Meng Meng go out, Miss will blame me when she gets back home." "Oh, you afraid of her blaming you and not afraid of me blaming you?" Zhang Han's gaze congealed. "You really cannot bring Meng Meng out, Mr. Zhang." Wang Wan still wanted to persuade Zhang Han, but Meng Meng interrupted her angrily, "Old witch, you quickly move away, you are blocking the path. Careful, I let my daddy beat you." A child's learning ability was extremely strong. Zhou Fei said, "Old witch," in the house a few times and Meng Meng was able to remember it. Wang Wan's expression froze. She was rather helpless, she also did not want to be the bad person. But she had no choice, she must follow her miss's words. "It will be all right, you can be at ease, Ziyan, she will not blame you." Zhang Han smiled faintly, as he intends to go around Wang Wan's body, but who knew, Wang Wan moved and blocked him again. "Mr. Zhang, please understand, it is also very difficult for me," Wang Wan said bitterly. This time, Zhang Han's complexion became indifferent. "A tiger doesn't show his might and you take me as a Hello Kitty." He gazed at Wang Wan with a tranquil look, but he was just like an emperor gazing at a commoner. It was seen, Zhang Han indifferently said out 2 words. Move aside. The words were ordinary, but Wang Wan felt an astonishing pressure. This kind of pressure was the kind of pressure she felt before on those people who had stayed in the upper position for a long time. Also, the pressure she felt from Zhang Han was the one which had the biggest pressure, there was no other. She herself was also not sure why Zhang Han was able to give her such a big pressure. Wang Wan was slightly somewhat absent-minded, and in the end, she moved her body aside. Zhang Han faintly took a look at her, then carried Meng Meng and went out. Sigh. Wang Wan took a sigh. Although the pay for working in the house of a big figure was high, it was also not simple. After Zhang Han left, Wang Wan dialed to Ziyan's phone number for a few times, and finally, on the 6th time, the call went through. Wang Wan said bitterly, "I'm sorry miss, I was not able to stop Mr. Zhang, he brought Meng Meng out to play." I got it. Ziyan said, then hung up the phone. She was currently walking back to her own office. At Mei Qi's office, she had confirmed about the matters regarding the shooting of the MV. Mei Qi could arrange a team for her, but the team arranged could only be a secondary team, as the best team was currently helping Xu Ruiyu. Furthermore, Mei Qi had also persuaded her to release her album a bit later on, there was no need to be in such a rush. However, Ziyan straightforwardly rejected it. Sometimes, she was just like Zhang Han, both having their own obstinate, and wouldn't turn their head back even if they bumped into the south wall. Nanchang South Wall. South wall refers to the spirit screen, which is also called spirit wall or screen wall. Yingbai Chang spirit screen, used to shield an entrance gate in traditional Chinese architecture. When Ziyan returned back to her office, she dialed Zhang Han's phone number. At this time, Zhang Han and the little princess just came to the first floor. Seeing that the phone call was from Ziyan, Zhang Han straightforwardly rejected the call. Reject my phone call. Ziyan felt angry in her heart and continued dialing Zhang Han's phone number. After ringing for less than 2 seconds, the phone call was once again rejected. This time, when she dialed Zhang Han's phone number again, she was notified that the phone was turned off. Scoundrel, this rigid-brained scoundrel. Ziyan clenched her teeth angrily. Since Meng Meng was already brought out, Ziyan also did not want to say anything else, and only wanted to just remind Zhang Han to pay attention and not let the sun shine too much on Meng Meng. After all, that crescent mountain was a large area of blank space. Zhang Han was very straightforward, turning off his phone and placing the phone into his pocket with a calm face. He thought that Ziyan was calling him to criticize him violently. Not caring about those, he intends to carry out Zhang family's education to Meng Meng. Meng Meng, does that Aunt Wang treat you well normally? Zhang Han asked with a smile. Still okay, Meng Meng answered. Then why did you call her old witch? And even wanted daddy to beat her? Zhang Han asked lightly. Because she did not let Meng Meng go out play, so Meng Meng don't like her. Meng Meng pouted her small mouth and said. Meng Meng. Zhang Han looked at the little princess and said sternly, you cannot be like this in the future, you have to learn to respect others, you understand? I understand, Meng Meng said with a somewhat gloomy tone. This was still the first time daddy scolded me. Humph, I'm not happy. Daddy is also not scolding you. Although they are all insects, but you have to respect those who treat you well. Towards people who don't treat you well, you can scold them however you want. Even more, you don't have to open your mouth and daddy will put that person in order for you. Zhang Han said with a smile. Daddy, I understand. Who knows if Meng Meng understood or not? Meng Meng pouted her mouth and nodded her head with a serious expression. Meng Meng is so obedient. Daddy will buy an ice cream for you in a while. Zhang Han patted Meng Meng's head. All right, I want a big ice cream. Meng Meng wants to eat it together with daddy. Meng Meng giggled happily. Zhang Han carried the little princess and placed her at the back seat, then drove the car, departing away from Union Garden. Meng Meng, you have to remember what daddy told you just now. Zhang Han was scared that Meng Meng would forget and couldn't help but said it again. There is a saying, people respect me 1 foot, I return them back 10 feet, which means that when people give you a foot of respect, you have to respect them back 10 feet. This was counted as Zhang Han's standard of conduct. Back when he was at the Cultivation World, when other people show incomparable respect to Zhang Han would tip them with enough money for them to spend for hundreds of years. However, Zhang Han turned the topic and said with a trace of domineering aura, at the back of the saying, there is another sentence, which is, people destroy a grain of mine, I will destroy 10,000 dough of theirs. The meaning of this sentence is that, when people destroy a bit of your thing with malice, you should straightforwardly destroy a thing of theirs which is worth 10,000 times more. The original sentence was, people destroy a grain of mine, I will destroy 3 dough of theirs. But at Zhang Han here, it straightforwardly became, I will destroy 10,000 dough of theirs. Ren Jing Wo Yi Kai, Wo Hai Ren Yi Zhang, Ren Wei Wo Yi Su, Wo Mie Ren San Do. People respect me a foot, I return them back 10 feet. People destroy a grain of mine, I destroy 3 dough of theirs. Dough. 1 dough is roughly 7,200 gram. Just like back when Zhang Han destroyed those 10 super sects, it was because those 10 sects corporate together to wipe out the treasures at one of Zhang Han's palace when he was not around. At that time, because Zhang Han did not show his strength much in the cultivation world, no one really knew how high his cultivation was. Thus, Zhang Han let everyone took a clear look at his cultivation, destroying the 10 super sects with incomparable strength. There were very few people who were able to attain this kind of accomplishment. The sentence that Zhang Han said was quite profound and Meng Meng did not really understand the sentence, but she still nodded her head with a serious expression and said in her small voice, I understand, Daddy. Zhang Han smiled slightly and said, good. However, you must also remember this sentence, okay? The sentence is, you insects, when you respect me 1 foot, I will return you 10 feet, but when you destroy a grain of mine, I will destroy 10,000 dough of yours. Come, try saying it 1 time. You insects. Meng Meng remembered those 2 words quite clearly, but somewhat could not remember the words afterward and kept on not being able to say out the words while having an anxious look on her face. Zhang Han told Meng Meng word by word. Meng Meng then said in her small voice, You respect me a foot, I will return you 10 feet, you destroy a grain of mine, I will destroy 10,000 dough of yours. Correct. Zhang Han laughed heartily. Just so happens that they were passing by a parking lot. Zhang Han thus stopped the car at the roadside and said, Daddy, carry you go buy an ice cream. That is your price for being well behaved. Wah, alright, eat ice cream. Meng Meng giggled happily while she raised and shook her small hands around. Zhang Han carried the little princess and bought an ice cream. Meng Meng ate 2 bites from the ice cream happily, then passed to her daddy to let him have a few bites. Zhang Han straightforwardly took 2 bites and finished off 2/3 of the ice cream. Meng Meng looked at the ice cream which was left with only 1/3 and went into a daze. So delicious, Meng Meng, you eat it too. Zhang Han held in his laughter and said. Oh, Meng Meng blankly nodded her head and began eating the ice cream one small bite by another. Ha ha ha, looking at Meng Meng's adorable look, Zhang Han laughed brightly. Actually, he did not really like eating things like ice cream which was overly sweet. The reason he ate 2/3 of the ice cream was because he did not want Meng Meng to eat too much of it. Driving the car, Zhang Han headed towards South District's seed breeding base. At Shangjiang, rice, flour and other ingredients were normally imported. There were very few ingredients that were grown in Shangjiang. During the early morning, Zhang Han only found a seed breeding base after searching on the internet for half an hour. Zhang Han intends to begin planting green ingredients today. With the help of the spiritual soul and spiritual water, the growing period of every ingredient would be reduced by a lot. Also, after the ingredients finished growing, even if the ingredient were not harvested, the ingredients would still be able to maintain its most perfect state, all the way until it was harvested. This was one of the strongest function of spiritual water and spiritual soil. Hello mister, can I ask what do you intend to buy? A middleman came up and asked. Seed breeding base, not only does it grow its own crops, it was also at the same time Shangjiang's biggest distribution factory. All kind of food were sold here. The venue was at the inner side of South District, built leaning against a mountain. At the back was a big piece of land and there were quite a few vast tents there too. I want to buy some seeds. Buy seeds. The middle-aged man went into a slight daze. He originally thought that Zhang Han came to distribute food and never thought that Zhang Han was here to buy seeds. Normally when people came here to buy seeds, they wouldn't buy a lot too. After all, at Shangjiang, people normally did not have a really big piece of land to use for growing crops. Therefore, the smiling expression in the middle-aged man lessened somewhat. What kind of rice seeds do you all have here? For the relatively better one, what brand do you all have? Zhang Han asked. Miser, are you intending to grow it yourself? N. We have a lot of different brands of seeds here, no matter if it is mainland brand or overseas brand, we have it all. Let me go take the list to show you. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned around and took a list from the counter. Zhang Han took a look at the list simply. He had not heard of most of the brands listed in the list, but he saw a name and straightforwardly pointed to it and said, I will take Wuchang Dalwashang rice. Oh, an expert The middle-aged man smiled while feeling unexpected, then said, seems like Mr. has some knowledge towards rice. Wuchang Dalwashang rice is one of mainland H province general rice. The middle-aged man introduced, the Wuchang Dalwashang rice we have here is Dalwashang rice number 2. This rice possesses fragrant, sweet, good texture and so on other merits. Dalwashang rice belongs to long-grain rice and even the rice seedlings would emit out a kind of fragrance. The rice is also very fragrant. When cooking the rice, a sweet fragrant smell would be accompanied by it. This Wuchang Dalwashang rice is renowned through the whole nation, and is currently one of the most superior quality rice. Zhang Han lightly nodded his head. After the middle-aged man finished introducing, he said, however, the price of Wuchang Dalwashang rice is also a bit higher. In mainland, Dalwashang rice that is real cost 20 RMB for every caddy. Even at H province, it also costs 10 RMB and above for every caddy. As for our Shangjiang, it costs 50 RMB per caddy. Furthermore, it will only do if you are able to buy the real goods. Right now on the market, most of the Dalwashang rice have other rice mixed into it. Contrariwise, if Mr. You grow the rice yourself, it would be the most reassuring compared to buying the rice from other places. The price does not matter, you can just directly sell me the seeds. Zhang Han nodded his head and said. Sure. The middle-aged man took out a piece of paper and pen, then said, what is the quantity that you want? Roughly for 200 square of land. Zhang Han thought and replied. The amount of land left out for rice was around 200 square, a relatively small land. For wheat, there was also around 200 square of land. Rice and wheat were first in priority to grow. 200 square, that is not small A trace of astonishment flashed through the middle-aged man's face as he said, 200 square is also roughly a third of a mu. A mu is about 666 square. For a mu of Dalwashang rice, the harvest is roughly about 800 caddy. 200 square can more or less harvest about 230 caddy of rice. In that case, I will bill you according to 200 square. At Shangjiang, the places with good efficiency can mature the rice 3 times a year. That's right, mister, are you intending to grow the rice in the coming days? We also have the seedlings of Dalwashang rice here. After buying the seedlings, you can straight away plant it at your land. The goods are all 100% guaranteed to be real, just that the price is slightly expensive. Mu, 1/15 of a hectare. I will take the seedlings then, the price doesn't matter. Zhang Han replied. Alright, I will give you the quantity of 200 square then. The middle-aged man nodded his head and said. Other than rice, I also want some wheat seeds. Zhang Han thought and said. You also want wheat? What kind of brand? How many quantity? The middle-aged man's brows lighted up. 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man wrote down another bill for 200 square of wheat seeds. I also need some corn seeds. Zhang Han opened his mouth and said. Corn. For corn, there are ordinary corn, sweet corn and sticky corn. The middle-aged man opened another bill for all 3 kinds of corn. The quantity was much lesser, roughly for around 50 square. I also want some soybean seeds. Zhang Han added. All right boss. The smile on the middle-aged man became much denser. He originally thought that Zhang Han was a small customer and didn't expect that Zhang Han was actually a big customer. The youth in front of him not only bought a lot, but he also picked the best seeds to buy. Seems like he is the kind of people that enjoy eating green ingredients. Zhang Han requested a total of 4 kinds of crop. Zhang Han intends to plant those crops today. Any more crops and he would also not have the time to deal with it. What's more, you cannot eat till you're fat in one single breath. The range of the domain was very big, and the number of things that were intended to be planted was quite a lot too, so it was not possible to finish planting everything that Zhang Han wanted in a single day. After telling the middle-aged man to give him a call when he has finished preparing, Zhang Han left the place. Returning back to the car, Meng was still using Zhang Han's phone to watch cartoon at the backseat. Daddy, what took you so long? Meng Meng pouted her mouth and said. Daddy bought some ingredients that we will be eating in the future. Daddy picked the ingredients relatively seriously, thus came back a bit later. Zhang Han sat in the driver's seat and said with a smile. But, you took too long. Meng Meng waited until she was not happy. Meng Meng said in her small voice. Then how about Daddy bring you to the beach to play? Zhang Han took the phone back and asked with a slight smile. Beach, alright, go play at the beach. No matter where it was, as long as it was going together with Zhang Han to play, Meng Meng would be very happy. Meng Meng was currently 3.5 years old. In the past, she had never come into contact with her father and had also never talked on the phone with Zhang Han. Thus, she was full of expectation towards a father's love. After meeting with Zhang Han, although she was not really happy during the first 2 days, and even felt a bit grievance. But ever since after that car racing, Zhang Han had been a qualified good father, and Meng Meng was also more dependent on him. If the position was changed, whereby it was Zhang Han who raised Meng Meng for a few years, and the little princess suddenly met her mother, the little princess would also most likely want to be with her mother constantly. After driving for about 20 minutes, they had arrived at Crescent Gulf. After parking the car, Zhang Han carried Meng Meng and walked towards the beach that was at Crescent Gulf. Crescent Gulf, nicknamed as the #1 gulf under the heaven. The scenery of the beach here was very beautiful and was one of the big traveling spots in Shangjiang. When they were preparing to go to the beach, Zhang Han tied a ponytail for Meng Meng. Meng Meng's hair just barely did not go over her cheeks and her fringe was right above her brows. When leaving the house, Zhang Han did not help Meng Meng groom her hair, thus Meng Meng left the house with a somewhat messy bob hair. Zhang Han was worried that Meng Meng would feel hot when they were at the beach, thus he casually took out a rubber band, gathered all of Meng Meng's hair upwards and tied the hair with the rubber band. Immediately, a messy pigtail that was like a crest was tied. Fortunately, Meng Meng was good looking, if not, there was no way she would be able to dominate this kind of strange hairstyle. After getting off the car, Zhang Han bought 2 swimsuits, then rented a parasol and 2 recliners. Bringing Meng Meng to the beach, there was a lot of people here. There was a lot of females, but there were much more males here. Slightly paying attention, it could be seen that the gaze of quite a lot of males was looking at the various beautiful females who were in their swimsuit. After playing at the beach for a while, Zhang Han brought Meng Meng to the recliner to rest. Wow, what a pretty little child. 3 people came to the recliners that were at Meng Meng's left side, 2 females and 1 male. When one of the females just sat down on the recliner, she immediately saw Meng Meng who was on the right side. The beautiful woman had an enchanting figure, wore a white color bikini, had an oval face and wore a pair of sunglasses. Meng Meng's exquisite face was just like the princess in a fairy tale, pretty to the point that it would attract fondness from others. Besides Meng Meng's messy hair, all else was extremely perfect. Upon seeing Meng Meng, the woman couldn't help but ask with a smile. Little fellow, what is your name? My name is Zhang Yumeng. My daddy calls me Meng Meng. Meng Meng answered. What an adorable name. How old is Meng Meng? The woman lied down on the recliner, used her hand to prop her head, and leaned sideways to look at Meng Meng. I am 3 years and a few months old. Meng Meng counted with her little fingers and said. PFF'd, the woman couldn't help but laughed. Even the slightly obese woman and the short-hair male who was 1.6 meters tall laughed too while saying, what an adorable child. The white-color bikini woman chatted with Meng Meng for a bit, then took a bottle of cold green tea from the tray that was at the side and passed it over to Meng Meng as she said. Meng Meng, big sister give you a bottle of beverage to drink. Thank you big sister. Meng Meng smiled shyly as she stretched out her little arms to take the beverage. At this time, Zhang Han who was at the side opened his mouth. Meng Meng, don't take things that other people give to you. Upon hearing that, with a swish, Meng Meng pulled back her little arms and looked at Zhang Han confusedly. Zhang Han sat himself up, carried Meng Meng into his embrace and said, we cannot take things that other people give to us. No matter if it is food or drinks, we won't take it, understand? Why? Meng Meng pouted her mouth and asked. Zhang Han thought for a bit, then replied, because, what if the food or drink that other people gave you had poison in it? Just like the story of Snow White, if Meng Meng ate the food and passed out, then wouldn't Daddy not be able to see Meng Meng anymore? Meng Meng was shocked upon hearing that. She squeezed into Zhang Han's embrace and said. Meng Meng won't take things from other people in the future anymore then. That's right. Just when a trace of smile appeared in the corner of Zhang Han's mouth, the voice of the white bikini beautiful woman suddenly appeared. Uncle, there is no need to go that far, right? The cap of the beverage is not even opened yet. Aren't you too oversensitive already? The white bikini woman seemed to be at the age of around 22, and Zhang Han was but only 26 years old too. To be able to make the woman straightforwardly call Zhang Han uncle, it could be seen how dissatisfied she must be feeling. Forget it, Meng Qi. Good intentions being treated as donkey liver and heart. Just ignore him. The slightly obese woman who was beside the white bikini woman lightly snorted and said. Exactly. The moment the male who was with the two female opened his mouth, it immediately let others knew that he was a sissy. The male could be seen charmingly twisting his body for a bit as he curled his lips and said, Meng Qi, you are just too kind-hearted already. What do other people being thirsty or not have anything to do with you? It was fine when this male did not open his mouth, but when he opened his mouth and Meng Meng, who was originally not happy, heard his eccentric tone of voice, she was thoroughly unhappy. Didn't even need to wait for Zhang Han to provide guidance. Meng Meng, who was in her daddy's embrace, said angrily. Humph. You insects, don't bark in front of me and daddy. Upon seeing that, Zhang Han smiled and patted on Meng Meng's little head very encouragingly. Oh, the sissy opened his eyes wide, looked towards Zhang Han and said while feeling dissatisfied, Uncle, is this how you teach a child? With the way you are teaching, aren't you just going to teach out a little devil? After the sissy finished talking, Zhang Han's phone rang. The dialer was an unfamiliar number. It should be that the seeds he bought are ready to be sent over. Thus, Zhang Han carried Meng Meng and stood up. Before he left, he faintly took a look at the sissy and said indifferently. So what if I taught out a little devil? When I Zhang Han do things, there is no need for me to explain to you. After Zhang Han finished speaking, he did not pay any attention to the three people who were opening their eyes wide and straightforwardly turned around and left, while at the same time picking up the phone. Hello, send the things to Crescent Mountain. What kind of people is this? The sissy looked at Zhang Han's back and twisted his body around incessantly as he said, this is angering me to death. PFF'd, the slightly obese woman couldn't help but laugh. Even the enchanting woman who was called Meng Qi also couldn't stand his look and said with a face of dislike, could you not be this lowly? Alright, you all are instead attacking me now, huh? The sissy glared at the two female. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing that there were strangers coming, Xiaohe immediately started acting up. Ever since his body and bones had grown, he still has not gone out to show off. Right now, seeing that there were strangers coming, he naturally had to show off his fangs. When the pockmarked face male and the few other subordinates saw Xiaohe's sharp fangs, they were scared pale and their legs couldn't help but retreat backward. While they were retreating, Xiaohe slowly walked towards them step by step, with a gaze that was more ferocious than a wild wolf, displaying a look as if he was going to eat someone. This made the heart of the few people to raise up to their throat. Boss, the pockmarked face male looked at Xiaohe with a terrified look as he softly called out to Zhang Han. Xiaohe. At this time, a small and cute voice rang out. The voice belonged to the little princess who had just finished drinking her Nutri Express. Meng Meng could be seen stretching her little palm towards Xiaohe. Xiaohe's expression immediately changed, turning into an amiable expression. His big tail also started swaying around left and right as he stuck out his tongue and slowly moved his head towards Meng Meng's little palm. This kind of lively expression was just like the gif of Jumen.Tdu, smoking that was on the internet. Just Google the Chinese words and go to image and click the second image if you want to see the gif. That image is most likely the gif. Phew, the pockmarked face male and the few subordinates let out a deep breath. Boss, what kind of dog is this? The pockmarked face male asked cautiously, will he bite people? He is a normal dog. He won't bite people. Zhang Han slightly shook his head. If that is the case, I can put my heart at ease. That's right, boss, is everything here planted by you? The pockmarked face male furthered himself from Xiaohe and went to Zhang Han's side as he looked at the surroundings and exclaimed. Zhang Han nodded his head. What kind of grass is this underbrush? Even the soil also cannot be seen. The pockmarked face male asked curiously. Normal grass. Are those flowers cultivated out by you? Why do I feel like those flowers are different from the ones that are outside of this place? There is nothing different, those flowers are also normal flowers. What tree is this? It is so pretty, I also want to plant this kind of tree. Normal tree. The corner of the mouth of the pockmarked male face twitched slightly. He felt that the way Zhang Han spoke was too simple already. Not talking about others, just talking about the underbrush alone. If the underbrush were taken outside to sell, it was reckoned that people who want to buy underbrush would fight over it crazily. If those flowers were to be taken out, it was reckoned that pretty much just any person would like it. Also, this tree which could shock the heart of others, it truly made others felt intimidated just by seeing it. Before coming here, he had never once imagined that the existence of a tree that was just like the world tree that was within a game would exist in this world. Isn't this just too spectacular already? Walked under the tree, the pockmarked face male looked up at the Thunder Yang tree and let out a heartfelt exclaim. Standing right here and surveying the surroundings, there was nothing more beautiful that could be imagined. Meng Meng was playing with Xiaohe. Zhang Han's tender gaze was looking at the little princess. After the few subordinates put down the seeds, seedlings and various kinds of farm tools, they started looking around at the surroundings. This place is truly beautiful, it is just like the world within a fairy tale. One of the males, who was a middle-aged man, shook his head repeatedly. That's right, I have never seen such a beautiful place before in my life. Could it be that I have arrived in a paradise land? That's right, that's right. At this time, Meng Meng stretched out her little arms happily and said rather proudly, this is paradise land. This is the paradise land that Daddy built for Meng Meng. Paradise land that was built, the pockmarked face male sighed, then looked at Meng Meng and said enviously, little friend, I really envy that you have such a powerful father. To be able to build out a place like this is truly impressive. He, my daddy is the most powerful, he. Hearing other people praise her daddy, Meng Meng was extremely happy as she raised up her little arms and jumped around. Seeing how happy Meng Meng was, Xiaohe also followed and jumped around for a bit, displaying out an expression as if he was saying that, I am a high-grade playmate. I even feel like not wanting to leave this place. The pockmarked face male shook his head bitterly. He looked towards Zhang Han and said, Boss, can I take a few photos here? This place is just too beautiful already. If I don't take a few photos, I will really regret it for my entire life. That's serious. Zhang Han couldn't help but laugh, then waved his hands and said, go ahead. However, don't tell others the location of this place. Without me bringing them, others who come here will be bitten. After Zhang Han finished speaking, Xiaohe turned his head and looked towards the pockmarked face male. His gaze once again became ferocious as he opened his mouth and revealed out his sharp fangs. Seemingly as if he was saying, those good teeth of mine are not used to bite people, but instead, used to eat people. Ah, the pockmarked face male's body trembled and he said while nodding repeatedly, sure, I will definitely not say out the location of this place. Go on and take the photos then. Zhang Han nodded. Thanks, boss. The pockmarked face male's face became happy. Taking out his phone from his pocket, he stood under the Thunder Yang tree and let one of his subordinates took a 360-angle photo of him. After taking a photo under the Thunder Yang tree, he went to the underbrush to take a photo, then afterwards went to the flower area to take a photo. Even more, he wanted to take a photo with the adorable Meng Meng, however, he was too embarrassed to request something like that. It was not only the pockmarked face male who took photos, even the few other subordinates also took quite a few photos. In the end, after passionately bidding farewell to Zhang Han and Meng Meng, they then went down the mountain, while turning their head back every 3 steps. This is truly a paradise land. This boss is truly a godly person. If it was during normal times, I would totally not be able to imagine that someone would be able to build out such a beautiful place. Standing at the edge of the forest, the pockmarked face male took a last look at the beautiful scenery, then left reluctantly. At Crescent Mountain, under Thunder Yang tree. After playing with Meng Meng for a while, Zhang Han stood up and said, Meng Meng, Daddy is going to go work for a bit. You can stay here and play with Xiaohe first. Meng Meng went into a daze, then asked, Daddy, where are you going to work? Right there. Zhang Han pointed to the paddy field at the mountain back and said, it is about to reach afternoon already, the sun will be a bit hotter. You can just stay under the shade to play first. I want to play at Daddy's side. Meng Meng doesn't feel that it is hot. Meng Meng pouted her mouth and said, all right then. Zhang Han smiled while shaking his head. Approaching afternoon, the temperature here at Shangjiang was very high. Walking outside for a bit would cause one to sweat profusely. However, at Crescent Mountain, the temperature was basically maintained at around 23 degrees and the relative humidity was around 55%. This temperature and climate were where the human body would feel the coziest. Adding on with the fresh and clean air, and the beautiful environment, this place could basically already be counted as a vacation holy land for normal people. And all of this was possible because of Thunder Yang Tree. Zhang Han knew that the temperature was fine, but the sunlight was still very intense. Staying under the sunlight would still cause one's skin color to become bronze color. Therefore Zhang Han subconsciously wanted Meng Meng to play under the shade. However, since Meng Meng was that clingy and wanted to follow along with him, Zhang Han nodded his head and agreed to it. It was 11 a.m. plus right now. To transplant rice seedlings to a 200 square meter paddy field, with Zhang Han's speed, it was reckoned that he would take about 2 hours. Whereas, a normal person would normally need 3 hours to transplant rice seedlings to Q 200 square meter paddy field. Of course, with Zhang Han's current physique, if he wanted to be faster, he could finish transplanting the rice seedlings in an hour time. However, he did not want to do that because, firstly, he wanted to transplant the rice seedlings seriously, and secondly, he wanted to enjoy the country lifestyle. Arriving at the paddy field, Zhang Han slapped onto his face and mumbled, "I forgot to buy boots." No matter how strict you were, there would always come a time where you would mess up. Even with how completely prepared Zhang Han was, when it was time to work, he still discovered that there was something that he had not paid attention to. "Forget it, I will go in with my bare feet." Zhang Han took off his shoes and socks, pulled up his pants, took the seedlings and walked into the paddy field. Daddy, do you need Meng Meng to help you?" At the other side, Meng Meng who was sitting on the underbrush shouted out to Zhang Han. Ha ha ha, seeing Meng Meng volunteering to help, Zhang Han laughed out and replied, "Don't need, you can just play with Xiao He. Wait after Daddy finishes planting the seedlings, we will go out to eat." Oh, Meng Meng nodded her head obediently, then turned her head around and threw herself towards Xiao He who was lying down on the ground. Meng Meng's little hands continuously rubbed on Xiao He's head and body. Sometimes when Xiao He was scratched painfully, he also did not dare to move, being afraid that if he exerted any force, he would cause the little princess to be flung away. He could only bear with the occasional pain and continue playing with Meng Meng who was quickly turning into a little devil in his eyes. His eyes would take a look at Meng Meng from time to time, as he thinks to himself just when she would stop her ravaged little hands. "Don't move, Xiao He, don't move," Meng Meng instructed. Xiao He's body stretched out as he lied down on the ground motionless. "Xiao He is so obedient," Meng Meng praised solemnly, then took a stride with her little legs and sat down onto Xiao He's body. Set off," Meng Meng raised her little arm and pointed forward as she said with her small voice. "Woof, woof woof," Xiao He followed the way Meng Meng spoke, then stood up and walked forward. However, Xiao He's hair was extremely smooth. When he moved, Meng Meng's body slipped sideways. Seeing that Meng Meng was about to fall on the floor. Woof, Xiao He was scared to the point that his heart was pounding and his body was tingling. Glaring his eyes wide, he quickly turned his body around. Thump, a light depressed sound. This was the sound of Xiao He's body falling onto the ground. His stomach was facing upwards, meeting with Meng Meng who almost fell down onto the ground. It was fortunate that Xiao He's speed was fast enough. In the end, Meng Meng fell down onto Xiao He's soft stomach and did not hurt herself. Previously, Xiao He's nerves were stretched taut, and even his breathing also stopped. When he saw Meng Meng landed onto his stomach, then was he finally able to feel relax. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao He let out a few breaths as if he was relieved from a burden as he stuck out his tongue and had a helpless look on his face. This kind of humane expression, along with his body which was twice the size of a Chinese rural dog, the Xiao He right now could truly be called a Chinese rural emperor dog already. You are so stupid, Xiao He. Meng Meng lightly snorted, then stretched out her little palm and pat onto Xiao He's belly. Woof, woof, Xiao He shouted out 2 times with a grievance look on his face. At this time, Zhang Han who was transplanting rice seedlings at the paddy field laughed and said, "Meng Meng, Xiao He is your friend, you cannot bully your friend." "Ah, I know, I did not bully Xiao He." Meng Meng stroked on the place that she just slapped on just now and said, "We are good friends." "Xiao He, you say, am I right?" Woof, woof, Xiao He nodded his head solemnly. "Xiao He, you quickly stand up, let's try again." Meng Meng crawled off from Xiao He's belly, stood up on the underbrush and instructed. "Awu," Xiao He shook his big tongue, turned his body around and lied down on the floor. After lying down on the floor and waited for Meng Meng to sit on his back, Xiaohe started crawling forward. This time, Meng Meng did not slip to the side and began laughing happily. Seeing that, Zhang Han smiled slightly. His expression was very gentle. This kind of life, wasn't it what he had always yearned for? After looking at Meng Meng for a while, Zhang Han began to start working. Transplanting seedlings was simply planting the seedlings into the paddy field. Zhang Han's knowledge of growing crops was learned right before he was going to work on the paddy field. He knew about assembly line and also knew that the density for producing excellent quality rice was around 30 centimeters by 20 centimeters. Thus, Zhang Han reckoned the distance and planted the seedlings into the paddy field one by one. After 2 hours, the paddy field was filled with seedlings. It must be said that the professionalism of the seller was good. After asking Zhang Han about how big the paddy field was, the number of goods he packaged was just nice. Right now, only 4 or 5 more seedlings and the entire paddy field would be completely full. After finishing with the paddy field, it was already about afternoon 1 p.m. Meng Meng's energy was exuberant, she was still continuously running around the underbrush with Xiaohe. Meng Meng, let's go eat lunch first. After finish eating then we will come back here to play. Zhang Han used the water of the paddy field to wash his feet. Taking a look at his own body, he immediately didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He forgot another matter, which was that he should have changed into another clothing for farm work. But after thinking about it, Zhang Han shook his head. It seems that he also did not have clothes to wear for farm work specially. Daddy, what are we going to go eat? Meng Meng is currently still not hungry. Even though Meng Meng was already full of sweat, she still did not play enough with Xiaohe. It must be said that Xiaohe was truly a high-grade playmate, being able to play crazily with Meng Meng. When Meng Meng slipped down from his body, he would rush forward in a blink of an eye to act as a pad for Meng Meng. Afterward, Meng Meng would purposely slip down from his body, or when she was not able to catch up to Xiaohe, she would make herself fall down on the ground. This truly made Xiaohe extremely dazed. However, he also truly extremely likes to play with his little master. Let's go, Daddy bring you to go eat Western food. Zhang Han tidied up simply, then walk over, carried Meng Meng and said with a smile. Western food, oh, okay then are we coming back to play after finish eating? Meng Meng nodded her head obediently, then asked. We will come back to play after we finished eating. Zhang Han smiled and kissed onto Meng Meng's cheek. Ayaya, it is all saliva. Meng Meng stretched out her little palm and lightly wiped her cheek. Actually, it was Meng Meng's sweat. After being kissed by Zhang Han, the sweat stuck onto Meng Meng's skin, making her felt ticklish. Meng Meng actually dislikes Daddy already, Daddy feels so sad. Zhang Han curled his lips and feigned a broken-hearted expression. Doesn't dislike, Meng Meng doesn't dislike. Upon seeing that, Meng Meng hurriedly moved her cherry lips over and kissed a few times onto Zhang Han's face. Mwak, 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 Meng Meng would never dislike Daddy. Ha ha ha, Zhang Han laughed out heartily without restraint. He felt that ever since he had the little princess, it seemed as if a sun had been hung up in the endless dark night, brightly lighting up the entire world. The dark night was Zhang Han's 500 years of loneliness, emptiness and other negative emotions, and Meng Meng was that bright sun which gentled his heart. After driving for 20 minutes, they arrived at a Western restaurant named Bombana, that was at Crescent Gulf. Entering into the restaurant, the decorations was gorgeous and even the waitresses were all tall and slim, foreign female. Hello sir, welcome to Bombana, table for 2. Xian Sheng Nin Hao, Huan Ying Lai Dao Kan Ting, Qing Wen Shi Liang Gei Ren Yang Kan Ma. If I put Chinese words with bracket at the back, it means the language is being spoken in English in the novel. A beautiful waitress walked up and said with fluent English. What are you saying? Do you know Chinese? Zhang Han asked. His English level was only grade 3.5. If someone was speaking English slower or spoke a simple sentence, Zhang Han would be able to understand. But if the person speaking English was speaking fast and all the sentence was stuck together, he would somewhat not be able to understand. Just by chance, 2 local middle-aged males walked by. After they heard what Zhang Han said, there was a trace of a sneer in their gaze when they looked at Zhang Han. Just a look and I can tell that he is a mainlander. To speak English is a characteristic of this restaurant. Entering the restaurant without even understanding the rule, only mainlanders would be able to do this kind of thing. One of the crew-cut hairstyle middle-aged man used English to speak with his companion. Truly a disgrace. His companion also used English and mumbled. The both of them thought that Zhang Han was not able to understand what they were speaking about and spoke unrestrainedly. Even the beautiful waitress was able to clearly hear what they said. Hearing what they said, the waitress only smiled slightly. Zhang Han did not understand what they were talking about, but the little fellow in his embrace understood. With an angry face, Meng Meng pointed to the two males and said loudly with extremely fluent English, "You insects, don't bark in front of me. Ni men jie lu yi bu yao zai ben zun mian qian quan fei." When Meng Meng spoke, the expression of the two males froze and they quickly left with a somewhat red face. Speaking badly about others in front of them and being heard by them was after all not any good thing. Also, locals like them felt that children who knew how to speak English were children who had underwent higher education and would look highly on them. "What's the matter, Meng Meng?" Zhang Han asked with a smile. "They are bad guys. They are talking badly about Daddy." Meng Meng angrily told Zhang Han about what the two of them said about him. Zhang Han stroked Meng Meng's head and said with a faint smile. "Meng Meng, those people, no matter how highly they think of themselves, they are but still insects, you don't have to pay attention to them. Let's go eat." Meng Meng is so powerful, to be able to speak English that well. When we are outside ordering food, Daddy will have to depend on Meng Meng. Really? Hearing that, Meng Meng immediately became happy, feeling that she finally had a chance to be useful in front of her daddy. "Of course, Meng Meng, you are the most powerful." Zhang Han smiled and rubbed Meng Meng's little cheek, causing the little princess to giggle and laugh. In the end, with the help of Meng Meng's translating, Zhang Han successfully ordered a relatively sumptuous Western meal. When eating the Western food, Zhang Han pondered to himself in his heart, "Seems like I will have to take some time to learn other languages soon. English, German, French, Opa, Yamate, all of those, I have to learn it all." How could mere languages be a problem for the renowned Hanyang immortal monarch? After finish eating, Zhang Han brought Meng Meng back to Crescent Mountain. Meng Meng continued playing on the underbrush with Xiao He, while Zhang Han began planting wheat and other crops. Wheat was planted on a flat land. The process of planting wheat was to use a tool to sweep the soil to both sides, sprinkle the seeds, and then cover up the seeds. As for corn and soybean, both of them needed furrow. At the furrow, the seeds will be planted at the protruding area. On Crescent Mountain, Zhang Han was doing farm work, Meng Meng and Xiao He was playing at the side, causing a comforting atmosphere to linger at this paradise land. Imperial Entertainment Company, Ziyan's office. Big Sister Yan. Zhou Fei walked in from the outside and sighed as if she was relieved from a burden, then said. "That which gave you some face in the end. Although the team that will be shooting the MV is not really that good, but in any case, a team has at least been set up. The final refinement of the songs has also been finished. Let's go to the recording studio then. We will go shoot the MV after we finish with recording the songs in the next few days." Ziyan stood up and said. "Big Sister Yan, there is no need to be this hurry, right? You are also quite exhausted from those past few days, so how about we take a break this afternoon?" Zhou Fei raised her brow and said. "No, we don't have much time. I heard that Shu Ruiyu is already rushing her MV. After finish recording the MV, there is still a need for manufacturing and publicize. There is not much time. Also, I want to quickly finish with everything and properly accompany Meng Meng." Ziyan shook her head and said. "All right." Zhou Fei curled her lips and said with an approving tone, "You should really properly accompany Meng Meng already, if not that little brat who has no conscience is going to be snatched away by Zhang Han. You see, when you didn't allow Meng Meng to go out today, that Zhang Han just ignored and straightforwardly brought Meng Meng out. If this carries on, who knows what will happen." Humph. Ziyan took the lead and walked out. On the way, she lightly snorted and said petulantly, "Tonight when I go back I want to have a talk with him. Not even a few days and the guest wants to act as the host, dream on. Dream on, hee hee, tonight I will chase him out." Zhou Fei had always been someone who loves watching shows and didn't mind big troubles. Hearing Ziyan's words, she herself, on the contrary, had a smiling look. The workload during the afternoon was much bigger. Zhang Han was only able to finish planting those seeds after bustling until 6 p.m. Meng Meng was playing with Xiao He at one side. When they were tired, they would sit on the ground to rest, and after resting enough, they would continue playing. "All right Meng Meng, the sky is getting dark, let's go back." Zhang Han washed his hands at the pond. Since his clothes were already dirty, he just wiped his hands on his clothing. Daddy, can we bring Xiaohei back? Meng Meng asked with a somewhat small expectation. Just a day had passed and Xiaohei, who assumed the role of high-grade playmate, had already captured Meng Meng's heart. Meng Meng had already considered Xiaohei as her playmate and wanted to bring Xiaohei back home to continue playing together, and also so that she would be able to share her toys with Xiaohei. Hearing that, Xiaohei immediately sat up and faced against Zhang Han as he shook his tail and stuck out his tongue, revealing an expression of him wanting to follow Meng Meng back home to play. Zhang Han smiled slightly and shook his head, that won't do. Meng Meng, Xiaohei still has to stay here to watch over this place. You see, Daddy just finished planting that much ingredients. If someone were to come and destroyed those ingredients, we won't have anything to eat. We will come here again tomorrow to accompany Xiaohei, okay? Humph. Meng Meng pouted her mouth and snorted lightly, all right then. Meng Meng is so obedient. Zhang Han carried Meng Meng and kissed onto her tender cheek. Xiaohei, I will come back tomorrow. I will bring you toys and delicious food tomorrow, okay? Meng Meng waved her small arm at Xiaohei. Woof, woof, Xiaohei jumped around happily. Seeing that, Meng Meng started giggling. Zhang Han carried Meng Meng to under the Thunder Yang tree. After placing the farm tools on one side, he turned his head and took a few looks at the surrounding. The rice that was planted during the afternoon have already grown twice its size, and the wheat that was first planted have already grown out its green bud. The growth efficiency here was unreasonably fast. Of course, just think about it carefully and it would be understandable. The nutrients that those crops were all absorbing were after all the nutrients of spiritual soil and spiritual water. It would instead be weird if they were growing slowly. Seems like the crops would be matured within 4 to 5 days. Zhang Han muttered to himself. At other places of Shangjiang, those crops could be matured 3 times a year, but at Crescent Mountain, mature weekly, could be used to describe the situation. Furthermore, with the existence of spiritual soil, even if the crops were matured and weren't harvested, they would still be able to maintain their perfect condition. Dairy cow, poultry, fruit, vegetables. Zhang Han was thinking about what else was still lacking, and a flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind. That's right, sheep milk is also not bad. It is said that the nutrients of sheep milk is also very high. Drinking it in turn with cow milk would be able to entirely replenish nutrients. Zhang Han remembered that he drank sheep milk a few times before when he was small. The taste of sheep milk had a somewhat smell of goat meat. However, Zhang Han did not really understand about sheep milk, so there was no need to rush to get a sheep. Carrying Meng Meng down the mountain, Xiaohei stood at the edge of the forest while having a somewhat slightly lonely expression because his big master and small master were leaving and he had to stay at the mountain alone again. Upon seeing that, Zhang Han's expression froze for a bit as he suddenly recalled of a sentence. If you do not love, please do not harm. There are many important people in a person's life, but a dog only has his master in his entire life. Dogs were faithful, it was so even in the cultivation world. For example, fully grown dogs which were in the gold pill realm like Snow Serene Dog, Three-Headed Dog, Burning Sun Dong and so on other dogs, once they have determined their own master, they would follow after their master for their entire life. In the cultivation world, there were also a lot of touching stories of dogs who died protecting their master. Thus, Zhang Han was quite fond of dogs. Seeing Xiaohei's look, Zhang Han muttered for a bit, then smiled and waved his hand. Xiaohei, tomorrow I will bring you some little fellows to accompany you, you can go back first. Go back first. Meng Meng imitated her father's tone and said, go back to your nest and sleep, I will come to see you tomorrow. Woof, woof, Xiaohei stood his body up, shook his head twice at Zhang Han and Meng Meng and started walking back. When he walked into the forest, he turned his body around and watched the car drove off. All the way until he could not see the car anymore, he then turned his body around and walked back towards the mountaintop. Driving the car back to Union Garden, Zhang Han coincidentally met with Ziyan's car at the entrance. Ziyan's car was parked at the underground garage and Zhang Han's jeep was parked below the building. Why are you in such a sorry figure? At the front of the first floor elevator, Ziyan took a few looks at Zhang Han and asked somewhat bizarrely. Daddy was working. Daddy worked for a day and planted many things. Meng Meng stretched out her little arms and answered. Oh my God, the down and out young master actually knows how to work. Wasn't it always him stretching out his hands and there would be clothes, open his mouth and there would be food? Zhou Fei couldn't help but ridiculed a bit. Bad Auntie Fei Fei. You cannot talk badly about my daddy. With a solemn look, Meng Meng glared at Zhou Fei. Tisk, little ungrateful fellow. Zhou Fei pouted her mouth and didn't open her mouth anymore. In her heart, she was indeed helpless towards this little fellow who was protective of her father. At this time, Zhang Han opened his mouth and answered, I planted some rice and wheat. Oh, Ziyan nodded her head. I won't be going up today. Meng Meng, Daddy will come to pick you up tomorrow, okay? Daddy will go buy some little animals today, that way, tomorrow they will be able to play with you. Zhang Han smiled and rubbed Meng Meng's head. No, no, Meng Meng's smiling face immediately became anxious as she hugged Zhang Han's neck with her little arms, not willing to loosen her grip at all. To her, although she likes little animals, however when compared to Zhang Han, it was definitely Zhang Han who was more important. The little princess was incredibly attached to Zhang Han right now. Daddy, don't go, Meng Meng wants Daddy to accompany her, all right. There was already grievance and choking in Meng Meng's tone. It was reckoned that if Zhang Han was to reject her, she would immediately start crying. Okay, your daddy is not going. Ziyan rolled her eyes at Meng Meng petulantly, then looks towards and sighed lightly, you follow us up. Just nice, I want to have a good talk with you later on. Zhang Han nodded his head and carried Meng Meng into the elevator. It must be said that the mood of a child comes and goes quickly. When they were in the elevator, Meng Meng was still pouting her mouth, but when they left the elevator, Meng Meng once again had a happy look on her face. Having her father and mother accompanying her, Meng Meng was really happy. After walking into the house, Wang Wan greeted with a smile and helped to prepare the slippers for them. At this time, Zhang Han lightly patted on Meng Meng's little arm and said, Did you remember what Daddy talked to you about during this afternoon? Meng Meng had a confused face and revealed out a pondering expression. Ziyan, Zhou Fei and Wang Wan who was at the side looked at Meng Meng curiously, not knowing what she was thinking of. When you see Granny Wang, Zhang Han reminded. Oh, I remember. Meng Meng's eyes lighted up, pouted her mouth and looked towards Wang Wan as she said with her small voice, Granny Wang, I'm sorry, Meng Meng was in the wrong. PFF'd, it was Ziyan's first time seeing Meng Meng's this kind of adorable look and couldn't help but laughed out and asked, Meng Meng, what did you do wrong? I should not have called Granny Wang old witch. Meng Meng said in a low voice. Ziyan's expression froze for a moment. Thinking about the origin of the word, witch, Ziyan turned her head around and rolled her eyes petulantly at Zhou Fei who was laughing secretly. However, what Meng Meng said next made Ziyan's expression became stiff on the spot. Daddy said that, Meng Meng must respect people who treat Meng Meng well, and towards those who treat Meng Meng badly, I can scold them whatever I want. Also, there is one more sentence, you insects, you respect me 1 foot, I will respect you 10 feet, you destroy a grain of mine, I will destroy 10,000 dough of yours. Meng Meng pondered, then said out the sentence intermittently. In a moment, the place was quiet. Other than Zhang Han, the other 3 adults were dumbstruck. Wang Wan was somewhat dazed, not knowing what kind of education style this was. Zhou Fei first went into a daze, then started laughing at one side as she sighed in her heart at Zhang Han this down-and-out young master's formidable education. Whereas Ziyan, her eyes gradually opened bigger, with her expression filled with fierce murderous aura, she looked towards Zhang Han and said with a fake smile, Zhang Han, you come with me for a bit, I want to have a good talk with you. Oh, Zhang Han lightly nodded his head and placed Meng Meng onto the floor. I also want to go, I also want to talk together. Zhang Han followed Ziyan upstairs, while Meng Meng ran slowly at the back. Meng Meng, you stay downstairs and wait for a while. Bo obedient, Ziyan said with a somewhat strict tone. Oh, humph, smelly mommy. I don't like you anymore. Meng Meng pouted her mouth and said with an unhappy face. Come, Auntie Fei Fei play with you. Let's not care about those 2 bad guys. Zhou Fei walked towards Meng Meng with a smile. Humph. You are the bad one, bad Auntie Fei Fei. You this little heartless fellow. Zhou Fei's face became angry as she stretched out her hands and played around with Meng Meng. Upstairs, Zhang Han came to Ziyan's bedroom. How did you teach Meng Meng? As a father, how can you be that improper? Can you keep away that big young master temperament of yours? What was that about insects? What if Meng Meng said that outside? Won't Meng Meng be deemed as someone who has no inner quality and no education? Ziyan wrinkled her brows and said coldly. Zhang Han took a few looks at Ziyan and muttered in his heart. Why does this woman always seem to have eaten explosive whenever she speaks to me? Moreover, ordinary people are indeed insects, there is nothing wrong, right? Zhang Han's outlook was very high. As someone who came back from the cultivation world, and was a tribulation realm expert back then, his outlook was of course very high. Within the eyes of cultivators, there was really no difference between ordinary people and insects. This was not meaning that they completely despise ordinary people, but was that it was a fact. How to educate Meng, I of course understand. Zhang Han did not want to quarrel with Ziyan and said with a calm tone. Of course understand. Ziyan sneered and said, not mentioning about this matter for now, what was that all about during this morning? Don't you know how hot Shangjiang is during the afternoon? Do you think that it is good to bring Meng to that mountaintop to get shined by the sun and blown by the wind? When you look at Meng's face which was filled with sweat, could you even bear it? The temperature at Crescent Mountain is not high at all. Zhang Han answered calmly. You are bluffing again. Zhang Han, you should at least have some basis when you try to bluff people, right? The temperature in all of Shangjiang is hot, yet only the temperature at your Crescent Mountain is not hot. Ziyan said indignantly. You will know next time when you come to Crescent Mountain. Zhang Han said calmly. Thinking for a bit, he then added, the previous time you came to Crescent Mountain was during the night, so naturally you were not able to feel anything. You will know when you come to Crescent Mountain during the day. Furthermore, during the day at Crescent Mountain, you will be able to see things that are much more beautiful compared to during the night. Ziyan's expression paused for a moment, the corner of her mouth wiggled, with her tone becoming somewhat lighter, she said out a sentence, so is this your invitation to me? But Zhang Han said something which spoiled the mood. It can be counted as my invitation to you, I guess, whether you come or not depends on you. Humph. Ziyan glared at him for a bit, took off her cowboy jacket, revealing the white color small garment inside, which immediately highlighted her graceful figure. Sitting on the chair, she fixed her eyes onto Zhang Han and said, you changed. What of me changed? Zhang Han sat onto the chair beside Ziyan. Ziyan took a look at his somewhat dirty clothes, then took a look at the chair which might have been dirtied. If it was someone else, she would definitely stop him, but towards Zhang Han, she did not say anything, but instead muttered for a bit, then slowly opened her mouth and said. You were one of the 4 young masters in Shengjing back then. I heard about some things regarding you. My friends which were in Shengjing all said that you were aggressive, very haughty, would always cause trouble and beautiful women were constantly at your side. Young and frivolous, just relatively childish during that period, that's all. Zhang Han shook his head. Remembered that there was this saying, the older generation would say towards the arrogant young generation, young people, don't be too insolent, and the younger generation would immediately retaliate, not being insolent, is that still called young people? This sentence spoke out many people's thoughts. Everyone all had a time when they were young. Young people were hot-blooded, sensitive, and paid extreme attention to the spirit of loyalty. When a friend was bullied, young people would immediately rush up and stand beside their friend no matter what reason, not considering any consequences that would come after. And as people grow older, people began to have bindings and would think before they did something. Even if they had the intentions to help, but if they did not have the capability, they would not take the initiative forcibly. Of course, there was no absolute in all things, there were still many adults who would be fired up all day long. Returning back to the topic, hearing Zhang Han's words, Ziyan smiled slightly and said. Later on I heard that you had an accident and was driven out of Zhang family. Originally, I thought that with your temperament, you would change a place to live at, but I never would have thought that you would obstinately stay at Shengjing, and even stayed for 5 years. Seems like this young master still has his own backbone. The things that I feel that I must do, no matter if I was to knock into the south wall, no matter if there was no turning back, I would still do it. Zhang Han faintly laughed. At this time, the atmosphere of the two people was somewhat subtle, seemingly like the first time of two friends having a heart-to-heart talk, but it appears that it was still really the first time that the two people have chatted like this. That's right, you were so popular back then, why did you choose to retire and give birth to Meng? Zhang Han asked. He did not really understand Ziyan's actions, because, in this era, it was very normal to have an abortion. Even when you go to the hospital to have an abortion, you would have to line up. And Ziyan, who was immediately going to be able to achieve the title of Best Actress, instead chose to give birth to the child. There was indeed a somewhat strange feeling. Ziyan's expression paused for a moment, her expression somewhat desolate. She said, I fell sick when I was small. The doctor said that I might not be able to be pregnant in the future, and if my luck was good, I could get pregnant once. That time with you, after that accident, I found out I was pregnant later on. I had also thought of aborting the child, but I did not dare to gamble. Speaking up to here, Ziyan did not continue speaking, and Zhang Han finally understood everything. Why did you not tell me about it at that time? Zhang Han asked calmly. Tell you for what? Ziyan snorted and said, we were but an accident, and we don't even know about each other, so why would I tell you? Even if I told you, do you feel that you would leave Shangjing? Hearing that, Zhang Han remained silent. After a while, he nodded his head and said out one word, will. Ziyan slightly went into a daze and did not say anything else. The room fell into silence. After a while, Ziyan looked at Zhang Han and said lightly, thanks. Zhang Han was confused. Thank you for everything you did for Meng Meng. Ever since Meng Meng came into contact with you, she became much more cheerful and smiled much more happily. You don't have a place to stay at during this few days, right? You can stay here for the time being first. Ziyan said with a trace of bashfulness. Don't mention it, she is my daughter. Zhang Han casually answered. What do you mean by that? Ziyan's brows twitched, and said with a dissatisfied tone, hearing your tone, it seems that you want to have Meng Meng to your own. Let me tell you, Zhang Han, Meng Meng was raised big by my own hand, and you have only came into contact with her for a few days. It is impossible for you to try to snatch Meng Meng away from my side. Why is the hole in your brain that big? When did I say that I was going to snatch Meng Meng away? Zhang Han said with an astonished face. Speaking with a woman was really a troublesome matter. The tone in your voice just now obviously said that. Ziyan glared at Zhang Han and said. I really don't know what to do with you. If you were not Meng Meng's mother, I would really be too lazy to even talk to you. Zhang Han slightly shook his head. I would be the one that is too lazy to even pay attention to you. Ziyan snorted and said, quickly go change out of your dirty clothes, it is uncomfortable just looking at it. Zhang Han nodded his head, stood up and left. Ziyan lightly snorted towards his back. After he left, she also went to look for her night clothes to change into. On this night, Zhang Han accompanied Meng Meng to play until 11 p.m. again. Meng Meng only went to sleep after being urged by Ziyan. The next day, after eating breakfast, Ziyan and Zhou Fei went to work. This time when Zhang Han brought Meng Meng out, Wang Wan did not stop him anymore, and instead even saw them off to the door with a face full of smile, then took out a blue-color circled-shape elevator card and said. Mr. Zhang, take this elevator card with you, it will be more convenient when coming up and down. All right, Zhang Han kept the elevator card and nodded his head. Coming downstairs, after placing Meng Meng at the back seat, Zhang Han drove the car and left Union Garden. Daddy, you are so stupid, you went to the wrong direction. Meng Meng looked at the surroundings of the street and said with her cute voice. She remembered the road well and knew that this was not the way that went towards Crescent Gulf. We are going to buy some pets. Yesterday we promised Xiaohei to bring some playmates for him. Zhang Han said with a smile. Buy pets, alright. Aiya, Meng Meng suddenly cried out. What's the matter Meng Meng? Zhang Han asked with a smile. I forget to bring toys for Xiaohei, Meng Meng said with an anxious and guilty face. It's alright, we will go back home to take the toys alright. Zhang Han immediately drove the car to the left side, preparing to turn around and go back to Union Garden. The little princess immediately became happy when she heard that and said repeatedly, alright, daddy is the best. Seeing her attitude, if she was in Zhang Han's embrace, she would definitely give him a mwah. Returned back to Union Garden, the little princess picked 10 small stuffed dolls, then went back downstairs happily with her father. Zhang Han drove the car to a pet store which was called Pamper Pavilion that was located at the East District. The shop front of the store was not small. Inside the store was a hall of the size of 100 square. At the lateral side, there were some dog cages and cat cages. Inside those cages were some fully grown pets. Walking into the house, a somewhat strange smell could be smelled. After all, the pets were all in this house, thus the smell was unavoidable. Hello mister, do you need anything? A 25-year-old spectacled male walked up and greeted with a smile. Buy pets, Meng Meng said in her cute voice. Oh, such an adorable little girl. The male praised Meng Meng with a smile, then looked towards Zhang Han and said, not sure what pet mister you would like to buy. Buy some dogs first. Zhang Han's gaze swept through the pets in the cages. There were quite a lot of different breeds of dogs. There were Alaskan Malamute, Husky, Samoyed Dog, Golden Retriever, Chow Chow, Poodle and so on others. Zhang Han was somewhat knowledgeable about the temperament and characteristic of those dogs. For example, he had raised before Alaskan Malamute and Golden Retriever. Alaskan Malamute was clever, extremely intimate to its master and had a very high obeying nature. Golden Retriever was famous for being docile, no matter if it was towards its master or outsiders. They were very friendly, and they were also very clever. When they saw that their master's expression was amiss, they would immediately lie down on the ground and act pitiful. And as for the other different breeds of dogs, Zhang Han also more or less knew what kind of temper they had. Back then when he brought his dogs out to walk, he would always come across some other people who were walking their dog too. After coming into contact with others for a while, he would more or less also understand the temper and characteristic of the other person's dog. Let's say the poodle who would fuck here and there for example. If it was possible, it was reckoned that it would even dare to fuck the sky. Actually literally translate to fuck in the raw. Too lazy to rephrase and make it less vulgar. Context. Poodle seems to tend to climb onto other dogs and, you know. Not really sure though. Not sure what kind of dog mister you would want to buy. The dogs that we sell here are all roughly a year old and have all already finished taking 3 injections. We also have some purebred ones and have the certificate to prove it too, just that the price would be somewhat more expensive. The male said with a smile. We are going to buy a lot of dogs. Meng Meng blinked her bright big eyes and said. We will roughly be buying dozen of dogs. Zhang Han added. The male slightly went into a daze, then immediately became extremely happy. Seems like he was going to be able to open a big bill today, thus he looked towards the female who was sitting at the counter and said, Big Sister Zhao, I will bring the customer to pick the dogs. Go ahead. The female nodded her head. Mister, come this way, the small pets in our store are all at next door. The male took the lead and walked out. At next door, small cages could be seen inside. Within the small cages were all dogs that were a year old. Mister, those blue cages that are at the inner side are all purebred. The label and price are all on the top side of the cage. The cages that are at the outer side are all normal dogs. The male introduced. Zhang Han nodded and straightforwardly walked towards the inner side. In the end, there were still some differences between purebred and normal dogs. If not, the price of purebred dogs would also not be much more expensive than the normal dogs. No matter was it the build or appearance, purebred dogs were slightly better looking. This and this. Zhang Han pointed at a male and female Alaskan Malamute. The male Alaskan Malamute was 8K and the female one was 8.8K. Alright. The spectacled male's face became happy as he quickly took out the 2 cages where the male and female Alaskan Malamute were in and placed it on the aisle. Just those 2 dogs alone were able to be sold for 16.6K, and he would also be able to take some commission too. This and this. Zhang Han pointed at a male and female pug. 5K and 5.6K, another 10K RMB. This and this. Zhang Han pointed at 2 beagle. 2 dogs, price of 5.5K and 6K, 11.5K bill. The male's face became much happier. This and this. Every few steps Zhang Han took, he would point at 2 dogs. Zhang Han further on bought the shining white Bichon Frise, black and white intertwining border collie, Pomeranian, purebred teacup poodle which was worth 10.8K, sheepdog and poodle. Choosing up till here, they had already strolled through half of the place. Meng Meng who was within Zhang Han's embrace said somewhat anxiously, Daddy, it's my turn to choose. Alright, it is Meng Meng's turn to choose. Look at this is known as husky, commonly referred to as silly husky. Huskies are much mischievous when they are small, and when they grow big, they would be much sillier instead. Husky also has a nickname which is, disappear once let go. It is quite an interesting dog. Meng Meng, you can choose 2 of them. Zhang Han pointed at the 8 huskies in front and said. Context of, disappear once let go, seems like when you let go of the husky's leash, the husky would always run off. Oh, Daddy, they are all the same. Meng Meng hesitated for quite a while, not knowing which 2 to pick. In the end, she chose the 2 most active huskies in the cage that were continuously sticking out their tongue, wanting to lick her little palm. Oh, this, and also this. Meng Meng pointed at the two most active huskies. Meng Meng, those two are both female dogs, you have to change one of them to a male one. Zhang Han couldn't help but smile. What do we need a male dog for? Meng Meng did not understand. If there is a male dog and a female dog, they would be able to give birth to baby dogs. Zhang Han stretched his hand out and pinched onto Meng Meng's cheek. All right then, is that one a male dog? Meng Meng pointed to the best-behaved husky among the huskies. Correct, this one is a male. We will take this too then. After choosing the huskies, Zhang Han carried Meng Meng to choose the next different breed of dog. Small and exquisite Chihuahua, docile and adorable Golden Retriever, Welsh Corgi which has small legs, Meng Meng liked all of them very much. After choosing for a very long time, then did she finally manage to pick out two from each of the different breeds. However, when they reached the area where the dachshunds and bull terriers were at, Meng Meng's little mouth pouted and said, I don't want those, they look so fierce and not nice looking. Zhang Han smiled and carried Meng Meng to the back to continue looking. Seems like the dogs that they were followingly going to be buying were bound to be dogs that were adorable and attractive looking which little girls were fond of. At the back, they chose two Japan's purebred Akita which was worth 30k each, Japanese Spitz which had hair that was like snow, Samoyed dog, Shar-Pei, and the aloof Chow Chow. Roughly those first for now. After finished choosing, Zhang Han turned his head around, took a look at the spectacled male and said. It could be seen, the male was currently excited to the point that even his hand was trembling. With a face full of excitement, the male said trembling. Mister, you bought a total of 36 purebred dogs. The total is 235.8 KRMB. While speaking, the male looked at Zhang Han's expression both excitedly and scared at the same time, being afraid that the expensive price would cause this customer to give up on buying the dogs. Zhang Han could be seen nodding his head indifferently, having no billows in his expression at all, seemingly as if spending 200k was like spending 20 RMB. Mister, how do you want to pay? The male asked excitedly. Credit card. Alright, this way mister. The male brought Zhang Han back to the main store. The female at the counter took a look at the bill and immediately went into a daze. She totally did not expect that a bill alone would be able to sell out 36 dogs. 230k RMB, this was not a small bill. Thus, her smile became passionate in every possible way. After helping Zhang Han swipe his credit card, she said sweetly. Mister, can I know where is your address? We will send the dogs that you bought to you in a little while. That's right, mister, do you need to buy some other things like pet foods and toys? Toys? Meng Meng went into a daze for a while. Looking around with her big eyes, at the most left side, she discovered a row of cupboards where a bunch of dog toys was arranged. Upon seeing the dog toys, she raised her little arms and cheered happily, all right, buy toys. Buy toys for Xiaohei and the adorable dogs to play. Let's go choose the toys. Zhang Han smiled and carried Meng Meng to the pet toys area. Meng Meng wriggled around within Zhang Han's embrace, hinting her father to place her down on the floor. Zhang Han placed Meng Meng down on the floor and with a whoosh, Meng Meng went to pick the toys for the dogs. There were rubber ball, twine ball and so on other things. This, and also this, I want them all, Daddy, what do I do? Meng Meng began choosing the toys happily, not knowing which one to choose. We will buy all of them then. Zhang Han laughed faintly. Really? Meng Meng's eyes lighted up. Of course. Zhang Han rubbed onto Meng Meng's head and smiled. Wow, hooray, which this many toys, the doggies will definitely be very very happy. Meng Meng giggled happily. You can buy a bit more then. Zhang Han nodded his head, then looked towards the female beside him and said, those few toys, give me 20 of each of them. Sure thing mister. Because you bought that many dogs, those toys will be treated as free gifts. Not sure where you would like us to send the dogs to? The female asked passionately with a smile. You can send them to Crescent Mountain. You all can start heading there 2 hours later. Before you all begin heading there, do give me a call first. Zhang Han said after muttering to himself for a while. Alright mister, can I know what is your phone number? XXXXXX. After leaving his phone number, Zhang Han carried Meng Meng and left. You are truly incredible. Your bonus this year is most likely going to be able to reach 5 digits. The female stuck up her thumb at the spectacled male. He. Zhang Han drove towards the livestock farm which was located at the South District. This was the second location that he wanted to come to today. Zhang Han originally wanted to buy some cats at the pet store, but after thinking about it, after spending 230 KRMB, there was only 450 KRMB left in his bank card. He still needed to buy some other things, thus he could only give up buying the cats for now. Of course, Meng Meng also thought of this problem. She suddenly exclaimed, then said, "Daddy. We seem to have forgotten something." "What is it?" Zhang Han laughed faintly and asked. Those adorable kitties." Meng Meng reminded. "Kitties is it?" Zhang Han shook his head and said, "Kitties will have to wait for a while first. We will buy the kitties after the doggies have grown up and become more sensible. If not, wouldn't the doggies and kitties fight every day?" "Fight? Then let's not buy the kitties first, let's listen to Daddy." Meng Meng imagined the image of the kitties and doggies fighting together. Her complexion shrunk as she patted on her own chest and said, Don't buy the kitties first, we will go buy some other things first, like cow, sheep, pig, chicken, duck and goose." Zhang Han said. "Alright, buy, let's go buy," the little princess said very happily. Spending money would let one feel delighted, no matter was it an adult or a child, especially females. Under the circumstances where one have money, spending money with no misgivings would always let one feel good. Although the things that they were going to buy next were not the toys that Meng Meng likes, she still felt very happy. After driving for about half an hour, they arrived at the livestock farm which was located in the South District. This place was not far from the house that Zhang Han just bought recently. "What do you want to buy?" The person receiving Zhang Han this time was a 40+ years old middle-aged man. "Cow, sheep, pig, chicken, duck, goose, I am intending to buy a few of each, recommend me some relatively better ones." Zhang Han lightly nodded his head and said, "We want the most best ones." Meng Meng imitated Zhang Han and said, "Alright, I will give you the best ones, pretty little brat." The middle-aged man laughed brightly and said, "The best cow we have here is the Japanese black. If the Japanese black is fed well, there is a probability of it becoming Kobe beef. I presume that Mr. Yu should have eaten Kobe beef before, right? A 500 kilograms Japanese black only have 6 kilograms of grade A5 beef, and the price of each kilogram exceeds over 1.5 KRMB. Grade A5 beef, huh?" Zhang Han muttered to himself. Zhang Han had of course eaten Kobe beef before. He remembered that he had seen before a piece of news that reported about 200 grams of Kobe beef being sold for the high price of 888. The output of Kobe beef was very less, but the taste was exceptionally good. And if this Japanese black was fed well, there was a probability that it could become Kobe beef. What does it mean by being fed well? At Crescent Mountain, each and every Japanese black could become Kobe beef, and all the meat of the cow would definitely be grade A5. Incorrect, the meat would be in existence that surpassed grade A5. No choice, the environment at Crescent Mountain was just that formidable. Eat rank 1 spiritual treasure meat grass, drink spiritual water, move about on rank 1 spiritual treasure sweet scent grass, and the soil underneath was actually spiritual soil. Growing up in this kind of environment, grade A5 beef was but a joke only. "How much does one Japanese black cost?" Zhang Han asked straightforwardly. 8 KRMB each. The middle-aged man replied. "Give me 10 of this Japanese black first then." Zhang Han said, "Recommend dairy cow for me too. If it is dairy cow, then it should be Holstein Friesian cattle. In a year, it can produce milk for 300 days, and there would be a dry period of 60 days. The 60 days is 2 months before the cow give birth. After giving birth, it could be able to produce milk for 300 days again. However, after the cow gave birth, artificial insemination will be needed for 60 days. A cow can be milked 2 to 3 times a day, with every time being 10 to 15 minutes. On average, a cow can produce 30 kilograms of milk every day." The middle-aged man introduced. "Oh, give me 2 female cows and 1 male cow then. Separate the 2 months dry period of the female cows for me." Zhang Han muttered to himself for a while, then said, "Sure thing." The middle-aged man noted down, then said, "However, I recommended Mr. Yu to buy only 2 female cows. When you need your female cows to receive sperm, you can just contact me again during that time. If you buy a male cow back, I'm afraid you would also not know how to handle it properly." "Alright, give me 2 female cows then." Zhang Han nodded his head and said, "Introduce sheep and pig for me too. If it is sheep, we have ordinary white bighorn sheep. The best sheep we have here is Ujimkan sheep. If it is pig, the tasty one would be the black pig. At here, we have Taihu black pig which is quite good. The middle-aged man introduced. For Ujimkan sheep and Taihu black pig, give me 10 of each. Also, give me 2 dairy sheep. Zhang Han opened his mouth and said. All right. The middle-aged man noted down again. Give me some chicken, duck and goose too. For the chickens, I want some chickens which can lay eggs. Zhang Han said. Chicken, duck and goose, I only have fully grown ones here, and they have all been fed fodder. I reckon that Mr. You would not want those. At the most inner side of this street, there is a farmer's market. There is a lot of home-reared chicken, duck and goose there. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Oh, I will take all those for now then. Let me calculate for you. 10 Japanese black, 2 Holstein Friesian cattle, 2 dairy sheep, 10 Ujimkan sheep, 10 Taihu black pig, the total is 198 KRMB. The middle-aged man counted and said. 198 KRMB for 22 animals, approximately equivalent to 10 KRMB for an animal. Furthermore, the animals that Zhang Han bought were young animals. If he were to buy fully grown ones, it would be more expensive. However, all those were things that he had to buy. Zhang Han had no concept towards money. There was never a time where Han Yang immortal monarch was in lack of money. Although he had just been reborn and was not rich currently, Zhang Han believes that it won't be long before he would be able to become extremely rich again. After paying the bill and telling the person the address to deliver the goods to, Zhang Han drove the car towards the end of the street. The time was currently 10 a.m. After driving for 10 minutes, Zhang Han saw the farmer's market. There was a lot of people at the farmer's market. Although the busiest period was over, there was still a lot of people entering and leaving the farmer's market. It seemed that it would require some effort to drive the car into the farmer's market, thus Zhang Han parked the car at the roadside, then carried Meng Meng and walked towards the farmer's market. All sorts of things were sold at the market. There were melon seeds, mineral spring water, clothes, pants, canvas shoes, cooked food, vegetables, and so on other things. The variety of things sold here was very wide. As everyone knows, markets have been circulated down from the ancient time up to this day and had never been cut off. Just that, along with the gradual development of science and technology, the number of markets had also become much lesser. Compared to the younger generation, the older generation likes to go to the market more. After all, the market was a place that was linked to tens of years of their memories. Whereas the young people these days like to go to supermarkets that were diverse to buy their life necessities. There are so many grandpas and grandmas here. Meng Meng mumbled within her father's embrace. The little princess did not saw the stalls at both sides of the road, all she could see in her sight were adults that were walking. After walking into the inner side of the farmer's market for 5 minutes, Zhang Han finally saw the person who sold free-range chickens. This was a 50-plus years old woman whose hair was ash-colored. The woman was currently chatting with the elderly lady who was in charge of the vegetable stall beside her. How much is one free-range chicken? Zhang Han coughed lightly and asked. You have a customer. The stall owner was chatting enthusiastically and did not hear Zhang Han talking. Only after the vegetable stall owner reminded her, then did she turn her head around, took a look at Zhang Han and replied. 200 RMB each. I want 30, Zhang Han said. How many? The stall owner slightly went into a daze. We want 30, Meng Meng replied for her father. That many? A smiling expression appeared on the stall owner in an instant as she said, you will have to follow me to my house to get the chickens. Zhang Han nodded his head. Uriah, help me look after my stall for a while, I'm going back home to get the chickens for him. The stall owner said, then brought Zhang Han towards the house area at the side. While walking, she looked towards Meng Meng and said with a smile, oh my, this child sure is adorable and pretty. Young man, you are truly blessed. Haha, she is my daughter after all. Zhang Han grinned and laughed. At outside, when others praise your own child, as a parent, one would feel very happy. No matter if the praise was real or formality, it was still nice listening to the praise. This child is your biological child. Doesn't seems like it though. The stall owner sized up and down and said. Zhang Han's smiling expression immediately became stiff. What do you mean by that? Saying that I am ugly. The corner of Zhang Han's mouth slightly twitched as he said, she is my biological child. Ha ha ha, the stall owner also realized what she said didn't seem right. After laughing awkwardly, she said, the child resembles her mother I suppose. Her mother must be really pretty. My mommy is especially pretty. My daddy is also very handsome too. Meng Meng said with her small voice. Yes, your father is indeed actually quite spirited. The stall owner smiled and said. Following the stall owner to her house, the stall owner's house was like a siheyuan, there was quite a lot of free-range chicken raised at the back of the house. Siheyuan. Siheyuan. A siheyuan is a historical type of residence that was commonly found throughout China, most famously in Beijing and rural Shaanxi. Throughout Chinese history, the siheyuan composition was the basic pattern used for residences, palaces, temples, monasteries, family businesses, and government offices. Zhang Han bought 30 female chickens and 1 male chicken. The chickens he bought were all fully grown. After bringing those chickens to Crescent Mountain, they could start laying eggs immediately. However, speaking of the constitution of the chickens, they were definitely not comparable to the chickens that would, later on, grow up at Crescent Mountain from when they were only chicks. However, Zhang Han also prepared to spend some capital. He intends to feed the dairy cows, dairy sheep and those chickens some pure yang water to improve their constitution. After thinking for a bit, he bought 30 chicks. At Crescent Mountain, their growth speed would be very high. In all likelihood, after the first batch of chickens had been eaten finish, those chicks would also have grown up. Zhang Han also wanted to buy ducks and gooses, so he asked the stall owner where he could buy them. With the stall owner guiding him, he bought 30 ducks and 30 gooses, with all them being young animals. The amount of pure yang water was limited and could not be used excessively. If not, Zhang Han could have just bought fully grown ducks and gooses and just fed them pure yang water. Because he knew that he could not swipe card, Zhang Han withdrew some money in advance. After finish paying, the stall owner found a truck driver. After placing the chickens, ducks, and gooses in the truck driver followed along the jeep that Zhang Han drove towards Crescent Mountain. After reaching Crescent Mountain, because there was only a truck driver that helped deliver the goods, Zhang Han had no other choice but to do the work himself. The fully grown chickens had their legs tied up and placed into a bag, and the small ducks and gooses were placed in a paper box. Making a few trips back and forth, Zhang Han placed the chickens, ducks, and gooses in their respective area. At the start, having arrived at an unfamiliar environment, they were running all around the place. Upon seeing that, Zhang Han waved his hand and called over Xiao He who was playing toys with Meng Meng. Xiao He, come here. Zhang Han pointed to the respective area of the chickens, ducks, and gooses and said, this is their place, don't let them run all around the place. Woof. Hearing that, Xiao He's eyes lighted. It was time to act cool. Xiao He revealed out his fangs and ran out at the speed of lightning. Originally, there were some chickens, ducks, and gooses which wanted to go to other places, but they were scared stupid by the imitating Xiao He. After a few times, they all were conscious of their own living space. Although their living space was a circle formed by holly trees, but the size of this circle was just like the size of a small public square, which was big enough for them to play and move around as they like. Daddy, I am still waiting to play with Xiao He. Meng Meng played by herself at one side for a few minutes and saw that Xiao He was still not coming back and thus pouted her mouth and said dissatisfiedly. Alright, Xiao He, you can go back and play with Meng Meng. Zhang Han laughed lightly and said. Hearing that, Xiao He grinned and once again let out a deep and low threatening sound towards the chickens, ducks, and gooses, as if he was saying. All of you better be honest for me, this Chinese rural emperor dog, if not I will eat you all. After howling finish, Xiao He turned around and ran towards Meng Meng. Xiao He's expression also immediately changed. The look on Xiao He was that of a very well-behaved dog. Right now, Xiao He had already realized that he must fawn his little master, as the little master had the most speech authority. Xiao He and Meng Meng played together, while Zhang Han sat on one side, took out his phone and continued learning a foreign language. The spiritual strength continuously converged at Zhang Han's head, enabling him to reach a state close to being able to remember something with just a look. Adding on with listening to some foreign spoken words, it caused Zhang Han's learning speed to be incredibly fast. The 2 hours of learning yesterday night and the learning in the morning had already made Zhang Han's English reached level 6. Seems like that a person whose English was level 8 would appear soon. Furthermore, after finish learning English, Zhang Han still intends to learn other languages. In front of Meng Meng, he must be multi-talented and proficient in everything. After learning for an hour, the delivery personnel of the pet store called Zhang Han's phone. Meng Meng, the pets that we bought have arrived, let's go and receive them. Zhang Han stood up and said. All right, Meng Meng immediately stood up. She patted Xiao Hei's head and said, Xiao Hei, I picked lots of little friends for you. Woof, woof, Xiao Hei barked out 2 times happily. At Crescent Mountain, it was boring if it was just him alone. How stifling would it be if others were not able to see such an almighty emperor dog? But it was all good now, with new companions coming, wouldn't he be able to show off how almighty he was whenever he wants? Wouldn't he be able to act cool whenever he wants? Arriving at the bottom of Crescent Mountain, the delivery guy was currently placing dog cage after dog cage at right beside the jeep. Oh my god, what is this thing? The delivery guy, who was a youth, suddenly saw Xiao Hei and was scared. Don't need to be scared, he won't bite. Zhang Han gave him a reassuring glance. He really won't bite. Don't this dog seem to have grown too big? The youth said while feeling somewhat afraid. You can be at ease. Zhang Han laughed lightly. After waiting 5 seconds and seeing Xiao Hei's haughty expression, which was just like that of an emperor who was overlooking the world and did not pay any slight trace of attention to him, the youth was then able to feel at ease. The youth took a few looks at Xiao Hei attentively and said, This dog seems to be a Chinese rural dog, how did it grow so big? Chinese rural dog shouldn't be able to grow this big. Furthermore, it is even this pretty. What kind of dog is this, Mr. Chinese rural emperor dog? Meng Meng patted on Xiao Hei's head and said. FK, it is the first time that I have seen a Chinese rural dog have this kind of physical appearance, it is truly inconceivable. For a Chinese rural dog to be able to grow up this well, if this was spread outside, it is most likely that it would cause quite a stir, this is practically a miracle. The youth said with a surprised face. You can let the dogs out of their cage and take back the cages, I don't need the cages. Zhang Han took a look at the dogs which were anxious to get out of their cage and said. There is so many dogs here, if they were all let out, they would definitely run around, and just the 2 of us won't be able to look after them. The youth hesitated and said. 30+ dogs that were worth a total of 230k RMB, if a few of them were to actually ran away, just thinking about it would make one feel heartache. It's all right, you can feel at ease and let them out of their cage. Zhang Han shook his head slightly and said. All right then. The youth laughed bitterly and walked to the cages. When he opened the first cage, inside the cage was a husky, famous for being, disappear once let go. Upon leaving the cage, the little fellow ran towards one side happily. Woof! Xiao Hei's expression became fierce-looking. It was time to establish prestige. After barking 1 time, just like a lightning, he dashed to the front of the little husky in a few steps and bit towards the little husky. The sharp fangs caused the delivery guy's heart to jump. If the husky was to be bitten by those fangs, the life of that little husky would definitely be gone. However, the following image caused the youth to be dazed. The sound of thunder was big but the rain was small. Xiao Hei's fierce bite only held the little husky in his mouth. After holding the little husky in his mouth, Xiao Hei shook his head and straightforwardly threw the little husky to the front of the cage. Plop! The little husky fell onto the ground and rolled 2 times before standing up. Shaking its dizzy head, the little husky did not know just what actually happened. Woof! 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 Xiao Hei fiercely barked a few times towards the dogs that were in the cages, immediately scaring the dogs to the point that they were shivering and had an afraid look on their face. The youth looked at Xiao Hei with a somewhat stupefied and sluggish expression. Only after Zhang Han reminded him then did he came back to his senses and continued letting the dogs out of their cage. This time, the dogs were all honest and there was none that dared to run towards one side. Note: about just what dog Xiao Hei is. I swear to God, finding out and confirming what dog Xiao Hei was extremely triggering because, in the raw, the name of what dog Xiao Hei is kept on changing, and there is also no direct translation of the names of the dog in English. After searching the Google for quite a while, I have confirmed what dog that Xiao Hei is. So, Xiao Hei is basically a 4-eyed Chinese rural dog, aka, in the raws, Xian Tai Bao Jin Xiao Tu Go, Tai Bao Jin Tu Go, Zhang Hua Tian Yuan Quan, Tu Go. It is also written that Xiao Hei is a Chinese rural emperor dog, aka, in the raws, Tai Bao Jin Di Wang Go, which is basically a non-existent species, adding that, emperor, was most likely author way of saying Xiao Hei is special or something. Also, in a few chapters back, I wrote that Xiao Hei is a Tibetan Mastiff, which was wrong, and I have corrected it. So if anyone was confused about what dog Xiao Hei was, hope this helped. Mister, you have really raised a god dog. Before the delivery guy left in his vehicle, he took a look at Xiaohei and praised. 30+ dogs, under Xiaohei's prestige, all of them lined up properly and went to the pet area obediently. Only until Xiaohei went to play with Meng Meng, then did they start running around. Fortunately, the pet area was very big and the dogs did not have any thoughts of running outside. After half an hour, the livestock were delivered to Crescent Mountain. The number of delivery personnel this time was 6, and even the amount of vehicles that were driven was 5 vehicles. When they delivered the livestock up the mountain, same with the previous batch of people, they were just like Granny Lu visiting the Grand View Garden and exclaimed in admiration for quite a while. After finished taking photos, they turned around and left. Zhang Han stood under the thunder yang tree and swept the surroundings with his eyes. At the livestock area, the fully grown free-range chickens were inside their house, fiddling with their nest. The small ducks and small gooses were playing around back and forth, running around the underbrush in a moment, swimming in the pond in another moment, and running to the meat grass which was at the left side to eat in another moment. The fully grown dairy cows were unhurriedly strolling around in its domain. The Japanese blacks were relatively lively, continuously sizing up the new environment. The dairy sheep, Ujimkan sheep, and Taihu black pigs were strolling around in their own respective area. They all knew that the meat grass was their food. However, even if they did not know what the meat grass was, when they smelled the rather enticing smell that the meat grass emits out, they would not be able to help but go up to the meat grass and taste the meat grass. Fortunately, the meat grass was a rank 1 spiritual treasure. After eating finish, the meat grass would be able to mature within a few days. With this cycle continuing back and forth, there was enough meat grass to use. Looking at the planting area, the rice paddy was somewhat taller than yesterday, and the wheat, corn, and soybean were also growing rapidly. If the person who sold the seeds and seedlings was to saw this scene, he would surely be shocked. This kind of situation, only the word, unimaginable, would be able to describe it. However, Zhang Han had long been accustomed to this kind of situation. Within Zhang Han's eyes, Crescent Mountain was not even really counted as a treasure land. If it was really a treasure land, how could it be this simple? The pet area was much lively. Meng Meng sat on the underbrush and threw the toys to the doggies. Within her embrace, there was a hairy teacup poodle. At her side, the 2 boot-licking golden retrievers snuggled up on her. The aloof Chow Chow lied down on the ground lazily, and the other dogs were gathered together, playing with the toys as much as they liked. Where was Xiaohei? He, of course, could not let go the chance of establishing his prestige. Glaring with his eyes wide and surveying around the surroundings, Xiaohei was just like an emperor looking at his own people. Every time when there was a dog who wanted to go to other places, Xiaohei would first observe the dog, and when the dog was about to run out of the pet area, Xiaohei would bark one time and rush towards the dog, bite the dog up, shake his head, and throw the dog into the air. Thump, thump, thump. The dog would drop down on the underbrush. Although it was not painful, the dog would also become somewhat dazed. Gradually, the dogs also became honest, and did not ran towards the area outside the pet area, and instead revolved around Meng Meng and played together. After Zhang Han finished looking at those, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Same with the plan, the domain had to develop slowly, and right now, the domain was already beginning to take shape. Soon after, Zhang Han picked up a milk bucket and filled it up with 2 liters of pure yang water. After feeding the dairy cows, dairy sheep and fully grown chickens true yang water, Zhang Han came to the pet area and accompanied Meng Meng to play. Close to noon, Zhang Han brought Meng Meng down the mountain to eat, and at the same time go and take a look at the restaurant. Because the house was undergoing renovation, there was dust inside the house, thus Zhang Han did not bring Meng Meng inside and went inside on his own. Taking a look, the renovation was about to be finished. The vivid and lifelike Lotus jadeite television wall had been completed, and even the surroundings of the Lotus had been installed with color lights. When the lights were turned on, the image of the Lotus jadeite television wall would definitely be extremely beautiful. The pattern on the roof was half completed, and the floor and wall had all been completed. Mr. Zhang, you have come. After Zhao Kai saw Zhang Han, he came up and welcomed Zhang Han with a smile. The pace is pretty good. Zhang Han nodded his head, feeling somewhat satisfied. Of course, since Mr. Zhang you have opened your mouth, I definitely had to do the job well. In probably about 2 days, everything will be complete. That's right, Mr. Zhang, about the board outside this restaurant of yours, do you want to also change it? Zhao Kai said. I have to change it indeed. Zhang Han also forgot about this matter. Muttering to himself, he pondered about what name would be nice to name the restaurant. I have a relative who does boards. Mr. Zhang, you can think of a name for the restaurant and I can make a board for you for free. Zhao Kai laughed while scratching his head. For the name, it will be Meng Meng's Leisure Restaurant. Towards picking a name, Zhang Han had always been casual about it when thinking of a name. Alright, Meng Meng's Leisure Restaurant. Do you have any request for the color and font? Zhao Kai asked. Normal black and white will do. At the front of Meng Meng's Leisure Restaurant, add a cartoon design there. I will pass you the design later on at night. Make the board a bit more refined too, I will give you the money as per normal. Zhang Han thought for a bit and answered. Alright, I will have to thank Mr. Zhang then. Zhao Kai laughed and said. After finishing this matter, Zhang Han drove the car and brought Meng Meng back to Crescent Mountain. Meng Meng very happily went to play with the doggies, while Zhang Han sat beside the little princess and learned English. Only using 3 hours, Zhang Han more or less finished learning English. Looking at a level 6 English video, he was able to totally understand the video, then looking at a level 8 English test paper, it was easy for him. Thus, Zhang Han began to learn another language. The entire afternoon passed by very quickly. Xiaohe kept on moving around the pet and livestock area, waiting for his chance to establish his prestige and act cool. However, after a few times, the doggies and livestock all learned their lesson and Xiaohe did not have any more chance to establish his prestige and act cool. Thus, Xiaohe ran to Meng Meng's side, changed into a boot-licking expression and started playing together with Meng Meng and the doggies. All the way until the sky became slightly dark, Zhang Han then picked up the milk bucket and other tools and went to squeeze milk from the dairy cows and dairy sheep. After going through the purification of pure yang water, the physique of the dairy cows and dairy sheep had reached a perfect state, just like after Meng Meng and Ziyan had drunk the pure yang water, their body's health had improved quite a lot and their immunity and other elements had also increased quite a lot. This was the benefit of pure yang water. When the milk was squeezed out from the dairy cows and dairy sheep, a very strong milk fragrance could be smelled. Meng Meng, it's time for us to go back. Say goodbye to Xiaohe and the others, we will come back tomorrow to accompany them. Zhang Han carried 4 buckets of milk. 2 big bucket and 2 small bucket. The big bucket one was cow milk, seemingly to be around 15 kilograms, and roughly 30 kilograms for 2 buckets. For the small bucket, it was sheep milk, with each bucket seemingly around 2 kilograms each. The output of cow milk was relatively higher. A dairy cow could produce 30 kilograms of milk in a day, by squeezing the cow each time during the morning and night. The output of sheep milk was relatively lesser, a dairy sheep could only produce 4 kilograms of milk in a day. Returning back to the topic, after Meng Meng heard her daddy, she stood up and patted on her butt, then said obediently, all right, we will come back tomorrow. Xiaohe, and, and everyone, goodbye, see you all tomorrow. After the little princess finished speaking, she ran to the front of Zhang Han and said with her small voice, Daddy, there are so many doggies, what should I call them each one of them? Zhang Han slightly went into a daze, after muttering to himself for a while, he said with a somewhat helpless tone, just call them by their name I suppose. For example, the male gold retriever will be called Big Gold Retriever, female gold retriever will be called Small Gold Retriever, the male husky will be called Big Husky, the female husky will be called Small Husky, and so on. He, Big Husky, Small Husky, so adorable. Hearing that, Meng Meng started giggling. Going back, when walking past the Thunder Yang tree, Zhang Han took out a mineral bottle and filled the mineral bottle with 500 milliliters of pure yang water. A total of less than 10 liters of pure yang water was only left with about 5 liters now. It must be said that the consumption speed was somewhat quick. Zhang Han drove the car and headed straight towards the direction of Tongluo Gulf. Before heading there, Zhang Han gave Zhang Li a call. When Zhang Han called Zhang Li was preparing to go to work, but hearing that Zhang Han was coming over soon, she stayed at home and waited for Zhang Han instead. 20 minutes later, Zhang Han and Meng Meng arrived at Zhang Li's house. Hello big brother Zhang. Ayo, what an adorable little girl. Li Anna ran over and opened the door. Upon seeing Zhang Han, she greeted him sweetly, and when she saw the little princess who stood beside Zhang Han's leg, she was really stunned by how adorable Meng Meng was. Brother, what is it that you are carrying? Milk. Zhang Li walked over and asked curiously. The big bucket one is cow milk, and the small bucket one is sheep milk. All those fresh milk and for you all to drink. Before drinking it, you will have to first boil it yourself. Zhang Han placed 2 buckets of milk at the kitchen. Ayo, brother, we still have some Wandishan milk in the fridge, why did you went and buy milk? Although Zhang Li said that, but in her heart, she still felt warm. It was a kind of feeling of being cared for by your family. This milk that I am giving to you is not any normal milk, this is milk squeezed by the dairy cows and dairy sheep that I am currently raising, how could it even be compared to some Wandishan milk? Zhang Han laughed lightly and said, don't treat it as something that is not good, this milk can't be bought by other people even if they wanted to. I'm really envious that Xiao Li has such a good big brother. Li Anna smiled slightly and said, Brother Zhang, she is your. Li Anna pointed to Meng Meng and asked with hesitation. I am called Meng Meng, I am daddy's daughter. Meng Meng replied with her cute voice. Daughter. Li Anna slightly went into a daze, then laughed and said, Brother Zhang, you already have a daughter. Zhang Han lightly nodded his head, then passed the mineral bottle that was in his hand over to Zhang Li and said, drink it. What for? I am not thirsty. Zhang Li was confused. Just drink it when I am asking you to drink it. Quickly. Zhang Han squeezed the mineral bottle into Zhang Li's hand. Quickly drink it, and, after drinking it, you will have to go to the toilet. Meng Meng blinked her clear eyes and said. Alright, I will drink it. Zhang Li opened the cap. Originally, she wanted to drink 2 mouthfuls to deal with her overbearing brother, but who would have thought, after drinking the first mouth, she immediately wanted to drink another mouth. Gulp, gulp, in one breath, Zhang Li finish the entire bottle. What is this? Not milk, why do I feel that this is even tastier than beverage? Zhang Li asked curiously. This is diarrhea water. Meng Meng snatched first to answer. Zhang Li laughed and did not mind what Meng Meng said, but in the next moment, her stomach started rumbling. Brother, you actually gave me laxative. I will remember you for this. Zhang Li opened her eyes wide and shouted, then rushed to the restroom. Upon seeing that, Zhang Han smiled and shook his head. After saying goodbye to Li Anna, he carried Meng Meng and went down. 20 minutes later. Ayo, why was there so much? Zhang Li walked out from the restroom dispiritedly. Ah! Upon seeing Zhang Li, Li Anna screamed. What is it? You gave me a shock. Zhang Li rolled her eyes petulantly at Li Anna. Li Anna opened her eyes wide and ran to Zhang Li's side, then pinched a few times on Zhang Li's cheek. My god, how did your skin become so much better? The mole on the left of your face is also gone too, just what happened? It became like this just after going to the toilet. Li Anna said with an astonished look on her face. What are you talking about? Zhang Li looked at her bizarrely and walked to the front of a mirror to have a look. Upon seeing herself in the mirror, her eyes also gradually opened bigger. Looking at her white and rosy skin, as well as the mole that had disappeared, an inconceivable expression filled Zhang Li's eyes. Oh my god, what happened? Could it be that diarrhea water? Zhang Li exclaimed. It is definitely that water. That water is definitely a good thing. Xiao Li, you, Li Anna suddenly became somewhat shy and said softly, can you ask Brother Zhang to also give me a bottle of that water? Let me ask. Zhang Li quickly took out her phone. When the call went through, Zhang Han had just reached Union Garden. Brother, what is that water that you just gave me drank? Zhang Li asked loudly. It is definitely something good. If not, could your brother have given you ordinary water to drink? Zhang Han laughed lightly and said. That water is that good. Being able to make my skin become good, and also make my mole disappear. Is it true or fake? Zhang Li somewhat did not dare to believe it. If not for seeing it with her own eyes, she would definitely not believe this kind of thing. Alright, whether it is good or not, you will slowly understand. Also, about the milk, although it is not as good as the water I gave you just now, it is also this world's best cow and sheep milk. There is nothing else, right? I have to go up already. Zhang Han replied. There is nothing else. Oh yeah, that's right, brother, do you still have that kind of water? I want to give a bottle of that water to Li Anna. Zhang Li slowly said. You think my water is Chinese cabbage? You still want to give it to people? There is no more, we will talk about it next time when I have it in the future. Alright, I'm going up already. Zhang Han shook his head and immediately hung up the phone. There were only about 5 liters of pure yang water left now, how could he anyhow give it to other people? If Zhang Han had the strength of Tribulation Realm right now, and still he had that much treasures, casually giving pure yang water to other people for them to bathe in it it was not a problem, but right now, all in all, he did not have those conditions. After going up, Ziyan and Zhou Fei were currently sitting in the first floor's living room. Mommy, having not seen each other for a day, the little princess missed her mother very much. Running over happily, Meng pounced into Ziyan's embrace. Did you miss mommy? Ziyan smiled and asked. I have. Then, did mommy miss Meng? What do you think? Ziyan kissed onto Meng's little cheek and said tenderly, I, of course, miss you. He, Meng laughed happily. At this time, Ziyan saw Zhang Han, who was carrying 2 milk buckets and walking towards the kitchen, and asked somewhat curiously, where did you get the fresh milk? I bought dairy cows and dairy sheep. Zhang Han replied and walked into the kitchen. Fresh milk had to be boiled before it was drinkable. Upon seeing that, Wang Wan wanted to come over to help boil the milk but was rejected by Zhang Han. When boiling the fresh milk, the heat must be controlled well, and Zhang Han did not feel reassured to leave it to other people. Zhang Han took out a pot, placed it on the stove, poured the cow milk into the pot, and turned on the stove. While waiting for the cow milk to boil, Zhang Han stood at the side and looked at his phone, while at the same time looking at pot 2. When the cow milk started boiling, Zhang Han immediately turned off the stove. After a while, he turned on the stove again, and waited for the cow milk to boil. Zhang Han stopped after repeating it 4 times. Boiling the cow milk like this was able to guarantee that the quality of the milk would be the most. During the period when Zhang Han was boiling the cow milk, the entire house was filled with a milk fragrance. This cow milk seems to be quite fragrant. I have boiled fresh milk before in the past too, why wasn't there such a strong fragrance during that time? Zhou Fei closed her eyes and took in a deep breath, then said somewhat surprised. Could it be? Ziyan squinted her eyes, as she thought about that bottle of magical water Zhang Han gave her to drink. After drinking the water, not only did my makeup disappeared, that day when I came home, Zhou Fei even looked at me for half a day because my skin distinctly became better. Could it be that the milk that he brought over this time is also a very good product? Ziyan indistinctly became curious about Zhang Han. Why did after this fellow left Shangjiang, he changed and somewhat started giving her a strange and mysteriously feeling. It smells so good that Meng is feeling hungry already. Daddy, Meng wants to drink the milk. Meng shouted out with her cute voice. You can drink it after it has finished cooling down. Zhang Han laughed and answered. After the cow milk had been boiled finish, Zhang Han began boiling the sheep milk, immediately filling the entire house with a smell that sheep milk distinctly has. A bit of the smell of mutton odor, but the fragrance was still very strong, different from the pure fragrance of cow milk. This made Ziyan and Zhou Fei, who rarely drink sheep milk, felt somewhat wanting to drink the milk immediately. Finally, after waiting for Zhang Han to finish boiling the milk, Ziyan asked Wang Wan to quickly cook dinner. When eating dinner, each person had a glass of cow milk and sheep milk. All of them drank it very infatuatedly, claiming that they had never drunk such tasty milk before. After eating, Meng, Ziyan, and Zhou Fei played at the second floor's living room, whereas Zhang Han took a pencil and a piece of paper and sat at the side, and started to draw an adorable small cartoon design of Meng. After finished drawing, Zhang Han took a picture of the drawing and sent it over to Zhao Kai, informing him to add this design at the front of the board. Zhao Kai replied an okay gesture to indicate that he understood. Ayo, the down and out big young master actually knows how to draw, this is truly unimaginable. Zhou Fei suddenly saw the paper within Zhang Han's hand and clicked her tongue in wonder. Ah, Daddy, why didn't you call Meng to draw with you when you were drawing? Meng placed the toy in her hand onto the floor, ran over to Zhang Han's side, grabbed over the paper within Zhang Han's hand and took a few looks at it. What an adorable little child, Daddy drew it so beautifully. Meng extremely gave face and exclaimed. Come, let mommy take a look. Ziyan stretched her head over and took a look. Immediately, she laughed lightly and said, I must say, the drawing quite resembles Meng. Ah, is it Meng? Was Daddy drawing Meng? Such a good-looking little child as Meng. Meng ran to Zhang Han's side and asked with a face filled with expectation. Of course it is, you look at the people in this house, other than Meng, who else is this adorable and beautiful? Zhang Han laughed lightly and stroked Meng's little head. Now knowing that the smile of the two women became somewhat mild after hearing what he said. However, Zhang Han also did not care about those and started playing around with Meng. After playing until 11 p.m., Meng went to sleep with Ziyan. During the time in the next 3 days, Zhang Han and Meng Meng left early and returned late. During this period of time, at Crescent Mountain, Zhang Han planted some spring onions, potatoes, eggplants, tomatoes, green beans, garlic chives, big chilies, small chilies and so on other things. Also, Zhang Han would bring some fresh milk for Zhang Li every day, causing the fridge in her rented apartment to be completely filled with milk. Without choice, Zhang Li could only give some to her friends. In this 3 days, Ziyan finished recording all her songs and was prepared to go to mainland to film the music video for her song. On that night, Zhang Han talked to Ziyan about the restaurant's renovation being completed, and him wanting to bring Meng Meng over there to stay. Ziyan pondered for a while, and upon seeing the incomparable expectation on Meng Meng's face, she agreed to it, and furthermore personally packed 2 big suitcases that were filled with Meng Meng's stuff. Because, she faintly felt in her heart that, this time when Meng Meng went over to Zhang Han's place to stay, it would probably be quite a while before Meng Meng comes back Union Garden. Also, I myself am going to extremely busy until the 15th, so during this period of time, I will just let Zhang Han take care of Meng Meng I guess. During the night, Ziyan and Zhang Han chatted again for a while. She told Zhang Han about every specific detail of how to look after Meng Meng. Evidently not very reassured towards Zhang Han, this convenient father. After chatting till it was late, Ziyan then went to rest. The second day, after Meng Meng said goodbye to her mommy, she followed Zhang Han downstairs with an excited face. Meng Meng, look and see what the board says. Zhang Han stopped the car at the front of the restaurant and said with a smile as he pointed to the board. Meng Meng attentively and seriously looked at the board, then said somewhat hesitatingly, Meng's leisure. You are correct, however, one word was still missing. What is the word at the front of the word leisure? Meng Meng mumbled for a while, then said somewhat shyly, I don't recognize the word. What is this that we are opening? Zhang Han pointed to the house and said, what is the place that we eat food at called? Restaurant. Meng Meng seemed to have remembered. With her eyes lighted up, she said, Meng Meng's leisure restaurant. Correct. Zhang Han laughed brightly. Upon seeing that, the little princess also started giggling, while saying, Meng Meng's leisure restaurant, hooray, it is my restaurant. Let's go in and take a look. Zhang Han carried Meng Meng and walked into the house. The house was swept very cleanly. This was thanks to Zhao Kai, who had specially looked for cleaners to clean the house after the renovation of the house had finished. Only after entering into the house then was one able to feel how beautiful the house was. The round dining table was surrounded by 4 crescent-shaped wood carvings. There were 4 entrances, with each facing against the north, south, east and west. The wood carvings were openwork, and on the top of the wood carvings, there were all sorts of designs. Furthermore, the wood carvings were only half a meter high and were pleasurable to look at. At the right side, against the wall, there was a small stage. On the small stage, there was a black luxurious Steinway Model O grand piano. At the somewhat outer side place, there was a small bar counter. On the small bar counter, there was a white color Apple MacBook. At each corner of the house, a high-quality sound system was set up. Looking at the inner side of the house, there was a small round table for eating snacks and drinking drinks. The ball chairs that were at the small round table were filled with a kind of characteristic. Whereas, the white color sofa and coffee table had a kind of family feeling. The most eye-catching was the television wall at the front of the sofa. The jadeite lotus on the wall was vivid and lifelike, and also very beautiful. However, Zhang Han's gaze was sizing up the kitchen that was on the left side. At the outside of the square-shaped open kitchen, it was a bright white color. The entrance was at the inner side and there was a sliding door at the entrance. The stove and range hood was top-grade brand. At the inner side of the kitchen, there was a customized oven, microwave oven, rice cooker, and steamer. At the bottom side was a cupboard to place the utensils. On the surrounding walls, 2/3 of the walls were filled with various kinds of flowers. On the upper part of the walls, which was the remaining 1/3 of the walls, there were 800 cm by 800 cm photo frames filled on the walls. Within the photo frames, the photos of some cartoon characters were casually placed in some of the photo frames. Zhao Kai knew that Zhang Han was definitely going to place his daughter's photos in the photo frames. With the boost of the house as a whole, even the 3 small white tables and 6 chairs that were situated by the left window also seemed to be of high quality. Comparably speaking, the second floor was somewhat lacking compared to the first floor. However, the style of the second floor was much comforting. Light blue wallpapers were pasted on all the walls. The sofa, television, coffee table and other furniture were also all chosen by Zhang Han himself, thus the standard of the furniture was naturally not low. So good looking, so pretty. Meng Meng ran upstairs and downstairs a few times and said with an extremely excited face. This is still nothing, wait until Daddy finishes building Paradise Land, you will immediately know what place is the most beautiful. Zhang Han stroked onto Meng Meng's little head. Daddy is the best. Meng Meng stretched out her little arms and moved into Zhang Han's embrace. Mwak, mwak, mwak. Meng Meng kissed quite a few mouths onto Zhang Han's face. Ha ha ha. Zhang Han laughed without restraint. All those that he did, it was all for Meng Meng. Seeing that the little princess was this happy, a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment was filled within Zhang Han's heart. This piece of happiness was something Zhang Han never had even during the time when he had countless treasures. As it turns out, after having a child, everything was truly different. Towards this kind of life, Zhang Han was very fond and infatuated. Even so much that he doesn't want to think about other things already. Even if he was not able to cultivate to immortality, even if he was not able to search for treasures, it all didn't matter, as long as he has Meng Meng in this life, it was enough for him. Daddy, Daddy, I want the toys that are in the suitcase. After running around for a few times, Meng Meng ran to the front of Zhang Han and said. Alright, 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 I will take out your toys for you. Zhang Han laughed and shook his head. Opening one of the suitcases, within the suitcase, it was filled with all kinds of Meng Meng's toys, with most of the toys being hairy small dolls. Meng Meng placed some of the hairy small dolls at the living room and bedroom of both the first floor and second floor. Until that, no matter where she was, she would be able to stretch out her hand and grab onto her toy, then did Meng Meng leaked out a satisfied smile. Let's go, Meng Meng, Daddy bring you to go to the supermarket. Zhang Han said. Alright. Go to the supermarket. Hug hug, Daddy carry Meng Meng to the supermarket. No matter where she went, as long as she was together with her daddy, Meng Meng would be very happy. Zhang Han carried the little princess, left the house and locked the restaurant's door. After driving for 5 minutes, they arrived at a supermarket that was nearby. After finish parking the car and just got off the car, there was a disabled person on the street that was at the lateral side of the supermarket. The disabled person lied down on a 4-wheeled skateboard, did not have both of his legs and only had one arm. There was a small iron bowl in his only arm, and within the small iron bowl, there were small changes. Ah, Meng Meng who was within Zhang Han's embrace was shocked upon seeing that. Hiding her head at the side of Zhang Han's neck, she said softly, Daddy, why don't he have hand and foot, he is so pitiful. Don't be afraid Meng Meng. Zhang Han stretched out his hand and stroked onto Meng Meng's head and looked at that person indifferently. Do a good deed, the male mumbled in a low voice. However, Zhang Han did not pay attention to him and straightforwardly walked past him. Meng Meng, we don't have to pity other people, because other people may not necessarily need pity. Zhang Han said lightly. But, he don't have any hand and foot, Meng Meng pouted with her small mouth and said. It is his own matter that he doesn't have hand and foot. In this world, there is no pitiful people that became pitiful for no reason, therefore, if Meng Meng were to see this kind of thing again in the future, just don't pay attention to it will do. Zhang Han said unhurriedly. Oh, I understand. Zhang Han carried Meng Meng and walked into the supermarket. The supermarket was a synthesis shopping mall. 1 to 6 floor was various kinds of clothes and jewelry, 7 floor was food, 8 floor was entertainment floor, and the supermarket was at the first layer underground. Taking the lift to the underground, at the entrance, there were a bunch of trolleys. The trolley had a customized seat for little children to sit on, thus Zhang Han placed Meng Meng on the seat and began pushing the trolley and strolling around the supermarket. Oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar definitely needed to be bought. When heading towards the condiment area and passing by the snacks area, Meng Meng's eyes lighted up. Daddy, I want to eat that, Daddy, I want to eat this. Meng Meng pointed to various kinds of fried potato chips and other snacks and said. Alright, Daddy will take for you. Zhang Han smiled slightly and took 10+ bags of snacks in one go. In a moment, Meng Meng was extremely happy. Zhang Han did not doubt the slightest bit at all that if the little princess was in his embrace right now, she would definitely give him a mwak, 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 again. Seeing that Meng Meng still wanted to get more snacks, Zhang Han shook his head and said in advance, "All right, Meng Meng, snacks cannot be eaten too much, all those snacks are enough already." Meng Meng slightly went into a daze. With her mouth pouted, she said in her cute voice, "Just all those? Just those are not enough for Meng Meng to eat. Wait after you finished eating those snacks, Daddy will buy it again for you." Zhang Han stroked onto Meng Meng's little head. "Oh, all right then." Meng Meng agreed reluctantly. The little princess was not like some brat who would cry when their parents did not buy something they wanted. Also, it was possible that it was because Meng Meng did not have a father since small. All the way until she was 3+ years old, then did she return to her father's side now, so naturally, she treasured her father 100 times more and was very obedient. Meng Meng's mood improved very quickly. After only a few steps, she started humming a song softly, with a very happy look on her face. Arriving at the condiment area, Zhang Han's gaze swept back and forth. He was clear about the condiments that he needed, but he did not know what brand to get. However, Zhang Han also did not bother about those, basically buying anything that was the most expensive. Oyster sauce, cooking wine, hoisin sauce, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, white vinegar, mature vinegar, ketchup, sticky chili bean sauce, dark brown sugar, white sugar, 13 spices. Zhang Han took a few of each of every condiment. Staple food like rice and flour, of course, did not need to be bought. Crescent Mountain had the best rice and wheat in this world. Soybean oil, salad oil, corn oil and so on were also bought. Adding on some garlic, ginger, and other assisting ingredients, the condiments that Zhang Han wanted to buy was more or less all bought. Thus, Zhang Han paid the bill and brought all those things back to the car, then went back to the supermarket to undergo another round of purchase. This time, he was looking to buy kitchen utensils. Pots, bowls, ladles, and basins were of course absolutely necessary. For porcelain bowls and chopsticks, Zhang Han just bought a few, and for disposable meal boxes and disposable chopsticks, Zhang Han bought quite a few of them, intending to let the customer use it if there was any. In addition, for things like refrigerator magnets, wall stickers, broom, mop, towels, bath towels and so on other household goods, he also picked the best after strolling all around the supermarket. Right now Zhang Han was pushing the trolley to the counter. At the vegetable area that was at the front left side, a small boy who was more or less the same age as Meng Meng was also sitting in the trolley. The person who was pushing the trolley was a cold and elegant young married woman, and at the woman's side, an old man whose hair was ash-colored and seemed to be 50+ years old was currently picking bok choy. While the old man was picking, all of a sudden, his complexion became green and he seemed to be somewhat dizzy. Holding onto his chest with his right hand and panting heavily, he felt like coughing, but no matter what, he just wasn't able to cough. Just like this, as he kept on trying to cough, he collapsed sideways onto the floor. "Ah!" The female cried out in fear, "Father, what happened? What happened? Father, please wake up." The female panicked and shouted out with fear, "Someone, save him please." The staff members who were on the other side heard it and immediately ran over. A trace of anxiousness flashed across one of the manager's faces. He said in a deep voice, "Don't touch the old man's body. Pinch onto his philtrum point first and press onto his chest. Quickly, I will call the ambulance now." While speaking, the male took out his hand and dialed the ambulance hurriedly. Two staff members who were present started doing what the male said. One of them gave pressed onto the old man's chest, and the other person pinched the philtrum point. However, the person who was pressing onto the old man's chest evidently did not dare to use any force, cowering back and forth. The cold and elegant woman and the little boy started crying due to feeling too anxious. What should I do? What should I do? Even if she was already a mother, right now, the cold and elegant woman did not know what to do at all. "Daddy, hug hug." Feeling somewhat afraid, Meng Meng stretched out her little arms and requested Zhang Han to hug her. Zhang Han carried Meng Meng into his embrace with one hand and pushed the trolley forward with the other hand. "Daddy, what happened to that grandpa?" Meng Meng pouted her mouth and asked softly. "He perhaps fell ill," Zhang Han replied. Although Zhang Han was only in the chi refining realm right now, but through the contact of his hand, he could also transmit a little spiritual strength out and could help check the old man's body, and know just which part of the old man's body had a problem. But Zhang Han did not intend to meddle into other people's business. Within the depths of his pupil, there was an indifferent towards living being, as if saying, his life and death is not related to me in the slightest bit. Zhang Han had cultivated for 500 years and had seen too much of life and death. Ordinary people were just an insect-like existence. A high-realm cultivator was able to destroy a planet with a palm. On a planet, there were countless people, and there was a lot of people who didn't deserve to die, but they all died within the hands of the high-realm cultivator, all because their existence was as weak as an insect, and their life and death was merely within a thought of a high-realm cultivator. Although Zhang Han did not do destructive things like destroying a planet, he had still seen quite a few of those happen. When Zhang Han was passing by next to the group of people, suddenly, the two staff members who were pressing the old man's chest and pinching the old man's philtrum point suddenly said in shock. His breath is getting weaker and weaker, and his legs and hands are also starting to become cold. What do we do? Hearing that, the manager's face turned pale, and he was feeling somewhat scared in his heart already. If the person was to die, no matter if the old man had any relation with him, he would also be affected by it. I am a doctor, let me take a look. A 40+ years old spectacled middle-aged man squeezed into the crowd and said. When he opened his mouth, the crowd hurriedly let out a path for him. The middle-aged man walked to the old man's side and squatted down. The middle-aged man pushed open the old man's eyelid and took a look at the old man's pupil, then felt the old man's neck and wrist for a bit. Lastly, he pressed 2 times onto the old man's chest. The middle-aged man's brows gradually wrinkled. How is my father? Doctor, how is my father? The cool and elegant woman asked while crying. The situation is not so good. The symptom could be heart and lung failure. If the ambulance does not arrive in 5 minutes, then, sigh, the middle-aged man shook his head and said. Ah, the cool and elegant woman shouted out in sorrow, then started wailing. Boo-hoo, Grandpa, Grandpa, the little boy that was sitting on the trolley finally understood that his grandpa could be passing away and started crying out with grief. A solitary and cold atmosphere immediately filled the place. Light sighs could be heard coming from within the crowd time to time. Zhang Han carried Meng Meng and pushed the trolley forward. After walking a few steps, he discovered that Meng Meng was not moving at all and thus lowered his head and took a look. Immediately, he discovered Meng Meng who was on the verge of crying. Meng Meng, the corner of Zhang Han's mouth paused for a moment. When he just opened his mouth, Meng Meng's little arms circled around Zhang Han's neck. Daddy, Meng Meng said while choking with sobs, Daddy, you have to be healthy, you cannot fall ill, Meng Meng cannot not have you, they are so pitiful. Tears started falling down from Meng Meng's eyes, not because she was scared by the old man's state, but because seeing the little boy's sad look caused Meng Meng's mood to change. Little did anyone know, because of Meng Meng's tears, it saved the old man's life. Daddy won't fall ill, Meng Meng don't have to worry. Alright, don't cry, be obedient okay. Zhang Han stroked onto Meng Meng's head and muttered for a bit. Zhang Han shook his head and said gently, Meng Meng don't cry, how about Daddy go wake up that grandpa? Alright. Okay, Meng Meng said pitifully. Zhang Han shook his head, placed the trolley at one side, turned around and carried Meng Meng towards the crowd. At the same time, Zhang Han slightly sighed in his heart. Meng Meng was still too kind-hearted already. But it also still made sense. A person's first nature was originally benevolent. There was not a single person who was an evil person right after they were born. A person's growing environment and the kind of education the person had received had a very huge impact on what kind of person he or she would become in the future. Remember that there was a specialized organization who said that, from the moment when a child was born up to they were 7 years old, was the period where their temperament was basically decided. Thus, it was obvious that a child's education was very important when they were small. However, Zhang Han felt that if a person was too kind-hearted, then they would bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. To pity every pitiful person, then that would be somewhat over the top already. Seems like I still have to find a time to let Meng Meng take a look at society's true appearance. Zhang Han thought to himself while walking towards the crowd. Pushing aside people and squeezing into the crowd, the elegant and cool woman and her son were crying harder, and the complexion of the old man was also getting paler and paler. Even the 2 staff members also gave up on the first aid treatment and stood at one side helplessly. Let me take a look at him. Zhang Han took a look indifferently at the elegant and cool woman, and not waiting for the woman to answer, after finished speaking, he placed one of his hand onto the old man's wrist, while carrying Meng Meng with his other hand. Spiritual strength moved from Zhang Han's vessels to his fingers, then penetrated into the old man's body and started swimming around. 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, after 20 seconds, Zhang Han discovered the location of the abnormality. At this time, Zhang Han's expression was tranquil. Zhang Han stretched out his hand and placed his palm onto the old man's chest, then immediately clapped downwards. Bang! A dull sound rang out and immediately gave the entire crowd a shock. The old man's situation was already very terrible, and this guy actually dared to beat onto the old man's chest with that much. Everyone did not understand just what happened and glared at Zhang Han, who had a tranquil face. Even that cool and elegant woman was also somewhat dazed. Just when she was about to open her mouth. Peef, cough, 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 pfff. The old man who was on the ground suddenly started coughing and phlegm was spat out from his mouth in quick succession. Ah, father, father, how are you? Father, how are you? The cool and elegant woman was pleasantly surprised as she asked while shedding tears of joy. Pant, pant, the old man took a few deep breaths, and said lightly, Ayo, I felt so stuffy just now. I'm feeling better after spitting out the phlegm. I'm fine. Upon seeing that Zhang Han saved the old man, the crowd couldn't help but start clapping. A bunch of surprised gazes was looking at Zhang Han, and incessant words of praise could be heard coming from the crowd. Zhang Han did not have any expression, but the little princess within his embrace was extremely happy. On the little princess's face, an incomparably proud radiance sparkled, as if saying, Look, my daddy is awesome, right? Thank you, mister. Thank you, mister. After the cool and elegant woman saw that the old man became well, she ran to Zhang Han's side and thanked him repeatedly, and said somewhat incoherently, I also don't know how I can repay you. Can you leave your contact details? You don't have to repay me, I simply did not want to see my daughter's tears. Zhang Han shook his head and said indifferently, Ask your father to smoke less, eat lesser greasy food, and exercise when he has the time in the future. That way, perhaps he will be able to live a bit longer. After finished speaking, Zhang Han turned around and left while carrying Meng Meng, leaving the cool and elegant woman who had a complicated expression. Wait, mister, please wait a moment. The middle-aged doctor who took a look at the old man just now ran over and asked lightly with a respectful expression, Mister, how were you able to make out the old man's situation? Zhang Han took a look at him and said indifferently, You can try learning more about traditional Chinese medicine. After finished speaking, he pushed the trolley and walked forward. Try learning more about traditional Chinese medicine, okay? Meng Meng imitated Zhang Han's tone and said solemnly towards the middle-aged man. This sentence was, of course, a random sentence that he made up to deal with the middle-aged doctor. However, Zhang Han also knew that, if an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner was here, they would also be able to make out the old man's situation. However, what Zhang Han did not know was that, because of this sentence of his, it caused that middle-aged doctor to become known as a highly skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in several years in the future. When it was time to pay the bill, just when half of the goods had been scanned, the manager of the supermarket walked quickly towards Zhang Han. The manager decided that he would excuse Zhang Han's bill to express his gratitude towards Zhang Han. After the manager spoke some words of gratitude and the cashier had packed everything, Zhang Han nodded his head, carried the goods and left the supermarket. Daddy, you are my hero. Meng Meng said with a worshipping look. Ha ha ha, Zhang Han laughed and used pure English to reply, Darling, I only want to be your hero. No, no, no. There is also mommy too. Meng Meng pouted her mouth and said. Alright, I will count her too then. Zhang Han used fluent English to reply. Daddy, how did you know how to speak English? Meng Meng asked, feeling puzzled. I learned it, of course. For Meng Meng, Daddy has to, of course, be an omnipotent daddy. Zhang Han replied with English. Ayo, Daddy, you are already my hero. With an adorable expression, Meng Meng replied with her small voice. Zhang Han carried Meng Meng and walked towards the car while conversing using English. The number of people that were at the entrance of the supermarket was quite a lot. When those parents who brought their child saw that, those who knew English was still okay, while those who did not know English had a face of envy, jealousy, and hate. Seemingly, the grudging voice of a woman could be heard saying. Look at other people's father and children, then look at you two, one old food eater, and one small food eater. Only know how to eat, and eat. Other than eating whole day, you all don't even do anything else. Driving the car and returned back to the restaurant, Meng Meng sat on the white sofa and played with her own toys, whereas Zhang Han prepared to tidy up the kitchen and store the kitchen utensils after washing them. However, before doing that, he decided to first play some music. It was actually not bad to listen to music while working. Thus, Zhang Han opened the Apple MacBook, opened the Kugo software, and pressed the hot music radio station. Songs started playing. Zhang Han began tidying up the kitchen while listening to the music. As he listens to the music, his brows gradually wrinkled. What is going on? There was not much nice music within the hot music. More than half the songs that were played were not the type that Zhang Han likes, they were all somewhat overly raucous. Thus, Zhang Han stopped whatever he was doing and walked to the MacBook and started searching the songs that he liked listening to in his previous life. He didn't know if he didn't search, but upon searching, he was shocked. There was no whatsoever data of many of the songs that Zhang Han likes. Even two of the singers that he relatively likes listening to also did not appear before. For example, one of the singers that did not appear was the high-pitch genius, Deng Qi. Furthermore, some of the songs that famous singers had written and sang by themselves had also not been released. Take this Joker Shui for example. Although songs like Ugly Child, Cho Ba Gui, Within Your Circumference, Fang Yuan Ji Li, What Do You Still Want Me to Do, Ni Hai Yao Wo Zhen Yang, Animal World, Dong Wu Shi Jia, and so on other songs still existed, but songs like Actor Yan Yuan, Serious Snow, Ren Zhen De Shui, and Ambiguous I May were missing. It must be known that Serious Snow was one of Joker Shui's well-known song during Zhang Han's previous life. Also, the song, Actor, was even famous all over China and received a lot of fame. However, there were also some singers that Zhang Han had not heard of before in his previous life and was very popular right now. Furthermore, the songs of those singers were also pretty good. After picking here and there, Zhang Han chose 50 songs, with 32 songs being the songs that he liked listening to in his previous life, and the rest of the songs being the songs of those singers that he did not know about. Zhang Han was satisfied with the quality of the songs this time. Thus, after playing the playlist he made, he went to tidy up the kitchen. While walking towards the kitchen, he mumbled. Since I, Han Yang immortal monarch was reborn on Earth, to have caused the development track of the Earth to become disordered a bit was also quite normal. Sigh, after all, my strength back then was just too high. Tribulation Realm cultivators was able to effortlessly destroy a planet with just their palm. Not talking about the Earth's development track, even if a country was to disappear, Zhang Han wouldn't even be astonished in the slightest bit. Actually, I can sell the songs that have not appeared in this life to those singers. Zhang Han muttered to himself. Just nice that right now I don't have much money left. If anything was to come up, a few 100,000 also seems to be not enough to use. What would be an appropriate amount to sell the songs for? Forget about it, since it is their songs anyway, each song for 100,000 will do. Zhang Han decided after pondering for less than a minute. Little did he know that, in this age where pirating was rampant, 100k for a song was already counted as a high price. However, the songs that Zhang Han spoke of were all well-known and successful songs, and the value was far more than what 100k could compare to. Looking at the situation from a different angle, this price was also at the same time very cheap. After tidying up all the way until noon, all the things that Zhang Han bought were sorted out. Kitchen utensils, towels, and other products were all washed once. However, since there were no ingredients, Zhang Han decided to bring Meng Meng out to eat lunch. Just when they were preparing to leave, the first wave of customers came. 3 formally dressed girls who seemed to be the age of 20+ years old walked into the restaurant curiously. They were attracted over by the board which had Meng Meng's Leisure Restaurant written on it. They, of course, did not know that Meng Meng was the little princess's pet name and was curious as to why this restaurant was Meng Meng Da. Men Men Da. Meng Meng Da, Chinese slang for adorable. In addition with after taking a look at the inside of the restaurant, the unique renovation and tidy and clean restaurant furthermore attracted them. Thus, they walked into the restaurant. Boss, what kind of Meng Meng food do this Meng Meng restaurant of yours have? One of the ponytailed girls asked with a smile. I am Meng Meng, the restaurant is not Meng Meng, I am Meng Meng. Meng Meng blinked her clear big eyes and explained to the 3 big sisters. Meng Meng also means adorable. Oh, what an adorable little girl. What an interesting restaurant name. So fun, it is the first time that I have seen a restaurant's renovation to seem just like home. It is quite warm. The 3 girls laughed and said, we are not open yet. Suddenly, Zhang Han opened his mouth and a splash of cold water was splashed. Ah, the restaurant is not open yet. The 3 girls went into a daze for a while, then pouted their mouth and left. Originally, they wanted to have their meal here and did not expect that the restaurant was still not open yet. Without choice, they could only leave while feeling sort of a pity. Let's go eat lunch. Zhang Han laughed lightly, carried Meng Meng and walked out of the restaurant. While walking, he asked, Meng Meng, what do you want to have for lunch? Eat, barbecue. Meng Meng thought for a while, then replied. Alright, we will go eat Korean cuisine then. Zhang Han smiled and brought Meng Meng out. After eating lunch, Zhang Han did not return to the restaurant and instead headed towards Crescent Mountain. Upon arriving at Crescent Mountain, Meng Meng happily went to play with the doggies. Whereas Zhang Han picked up the farm tools and began harvesting the rice. Zhang Han harvested 1/3 of the rice paddy. There would be more or less 50 kilograms of rice after the rice have been processed. It was enough for them to eat for a period of time. Other than rice, Zhang Han also took some spring onion. Soon after, he came to the chicken coop. After a few days, there was currently about 100 eggs. The shell of the egg was very smooth and round and was 2 times bigger than normal eggs. If the chicken eggs were a bit bigger, they would be able to catch up with the size of a goose egg. Zhang Han carried the rice in succession to the bottom of the mountain. During the last trip, Zhang Han brought Meng Meng along. After checking the phone number of a truck driver, he called over a truck driver, then headed towards a food processing factory. Mister, where is this rice grown at? The master who was in charge of processing the rice picked up a rice stalk and sized up the rice attentively. The more he looked at it, the more astonished he was. The outward appearance of the rice was very good. The connoisseur recognizes the artistry while the layman simply enjoys the show. The processing master had been working at the factory for a very long time and had processed a lot of rice, and had also seen before finished products that were very good. But, never had he before seen rice that was plump to this degree. The rice ear presented a gold color, and the rice grains of the rice connected to each other in succession, appearing very neat and tidy. Even without processing the rice, a faint rice fragrance could still be smelled. To the master, all those things were somewhat bizarre. Upon hearing that, Zhang Han shook his head and did not reply. This is dalwashang rice number 2, right? The master asked in wonder. Zhang Han nodded his head. Ah, this is the first time that I have seen rice that has such a good physical appearance. The master exclaimed, then began operating the machine. However, after the rice was processed and grains of white smooth and round rice was processed out from the rice fragrance which could cause one to be infatuated made the processing master became more astonished in his heart. How could it be this fragrant? Just how fragrant would the rice be after it had been cooked? This rice is truly dope. The processing master looked at each grain of rice and praised without ceasing. There was 2 sacks of processed rice, with each sack being 30 kilograms. What are those 2 sacks? Zhang Han pointed to the 2 sacks of fine power state thing and asked. Those are the rice husks that were processed out. They could be used as livestock's feed. The processing master said with a smile. I don't want the rice husks, you can have it. How much is the processing fee? Zhang Han said casually. Since you gave me 2 sacks of rice husks, there is no need for the processing fee. The processing master smiled and waved with his hand. The amount of rice that was processed out was very little and did not need much money anyway. Zhang Han nodded his head slightly, carried the 2 sacks of rice and walked out of the factory. Returned back to the restaurant, Zhang Han placed the 2 sacks of rice in the cabinet. The time right now has not even reached 4 p.m., and thus naturally, it was still not yet time to eat dinner. Zhang Han sat down for a while and suddenly remembered about him wanting to bring Meng Meng to have a look at society's true appearance. I almost forgot about this matter. After muttering for a while, Zhang Han had an idea. He remembered that a few days ago, he saw on the news that, at high-grade clothing specialty store, some attendants would look down on those people who seemed very poor and mock and ridicule them. Let's wear clothes that are a bit damaged and bring Meng Meng to a high-grade clothing specialty store. Upon deciding what to do, Zhang Han immediately sprung to action. Zhang Han went upstairs, took out a set of white casual clothes, and then took out Meng Meng's light blue cowboy outfit. Lastly, he took out a scissor from the drawer. Snap, snap, snap. With a few cuts of the scissors, the 2 set of clothes immediately became in tatters. There were different kind of holes in the shirt and pants. However, as the clothes were brand new, having holes in the clothes made it seemed as if a new style of clothes. It will seem real if the clothes are a bit dirty. Zhang Han took the 2 set of clothes and came downstairs. Meng, let's go, Daddy bring you to go out play. Zhang Han laughed lightly and said. Alright, go out play. Daddy, where are we going to play? Meng asked happily. We will go to Crescent Mountain first. Zhang Han carried Meng and said. Yay, Meng stretched out her little arms and swayed her little arms around happily. Driving the car for 10 minutes, they arrived at Crescent Mountain. Meng happily went to play with the doggies, whereas Zhang Han came to the side of a pond. Zhang Han rubbed the two set of clothes back and forth on the soil. After rubbing for a while, Zhang Han finally revealed out a trace of satisfied smile. Now, the clothes were truly in tatters and dirty. Not bad. After settling with the clothes, Zhang Han came to under the Thunder Yang tree. The growth of the heaven fragrant wood that was at the side was pretty good. The heaven fragrant wood was more or less as thick as a thigh and was close to 1.5 meters tall. After using a sickle to cut off 10 centimeters of heaven fragrant wood, Zhang Han carried Meng and went back to the car that was below the mountain. Daddy, we just arrived here a while ago. Meng still hasn't played enough. Meng pouted with her small mouth and said with an unhappy tone. We will come back again tomorrow to play, okay? Let's change our clothes, Daddy will bring you to go experience the true appearance of society. Zhang Han changed his own clothes, then moved to the backseat to help Meng change her clothes. Aiya, Daddy, the clothes are so dirty, Meng doesn't want to wear it. Meng was very fond of being clean, although she would always make dirty her own clothes. We can only go play fun things after wearing the clothes. Zhang Han said. What fun things? Meng blinked her clear eyes, looked at Zhang Han and asked curiously. You will know in a while. Daddy will bring you to go experience life. After experiencing finish, we will go back to the restaurant, and Daddy will cook something delicious for you. Zhang Han laughed and said. Okay then, but Meng doesn't want to wear those clothes are too dirty. Meng pouted her small mouth and said softly. We can only experience life after wearing the clothes. Come, Daddy will help you wear the clothes. With a smile, Zhang Han helped the unwilling little princess to change into the dirty clothes. If Ziyan was here, she would definitely reprimand Zhang Han, this improper person. Other people's family would be the children being the naughty one, and in this family, Zhang Han seemed to have become the naughty one. However, if was just a kind of reverie, and there was no way Ziyan could be here. Zhang Han brought Meng to Crescent Gulf's integrated shopping mall. Meng, in this society, without money and power, other people will look down on you. When you wear like this and go buy clothes, the store attendants wouldn't even let you touch their clothes. You have to know that, in this world, aside from Daddy and Mommy who sincerely treat you well, other people could be fake. Before entering into the shopping mall, Zhang Han said towards Meng. Oh, not sure if Meng even understood what Zhang Han said. Meng could be seen nodding her little head obediently. The stores in the shopping mall were all international brand, and everything that was sold was all high-end goods. Thus, the number of people in this shopping mall was not as much as a normal shopping mall. However, even though there were not that many people, Zhang Han and Meng, strange, appearance still attracted countless gazes. The gazes were either surprised, confused or couldn't help but laugh. Facing those gazes, Zhang Han did not mind the slightest bit at all. Towards the gazes of ants, why would an anteater care about it? And Zhang Han was equivalent to that anteater. Meng, on the other hand, she did not understand that much. Blinking with her clear big eyes, she looked around the shopping mall, causing people to turn their head to look at her adorable look. After entering the shopping mall, Zhang Han straightforwardly walked into a Gucci shop that was close by. Hello mister, welcome to Gucci. May I ask what kind of clothes do mister you want to buy? A 25-years-old female shop attendant walked up and welcomed Zhang Han. When the female shop attendant saw Zhang Han's and Meng's appearance, she first went into a daze for a while. However, her smiling expression was still kept on her face as she asked passionately. I will casually have a look around. Zhang Han replied indifferently as he carried Meng and looked around the shop. This shirt seems quite nice. Zhang Han's gaze swept the price of the shirt, 19.8 KRMB. As he picked up the shirt and praised, while he was talking, he also observed the shop attendant's expression at the same time. Who knew, the shop attendant's expression did not change at all. Her face was just like a zombie, maintaining a sweet smile all the way. Even more, she passionately introduced to Zhang Han, this shirt is very suitable for you mister. However, since Mr.'s figure is very good, I reckon that most shirts would also be suitable for Mr. How much is it? Zhang Han intentionally held the shirt near to his own dirty clothes and measured it on his body for a bit. While doing that, his gaze was fixed onto the shop attendant, waiting for her to show an expression of impatience or dislike. This shirt is 19.8 KRMB. The shop attendant replied with a smile. Daddy looks good in all kind of clothes. Daddy is handsome, Meng Meng praised. It is too expensive already, will 908 RMB do? Zhang Han bargained with an experienced look on his face. 908 RMB. The shop attendant went into a daze for a while, then shortly after, she immediately hung up a smile on her face, and explained with a calm face, Mister, I'm really sorry, the price of the goods in our shop are all fixed. How about I introduce to Mr. you some other shirts that have a somewhat lower price? There is no need. Looking at the shop attendant's zombie face which had a smile on from the start to finish, Zhang Han felt meaningless and defeated. Carrying Meng Meng, he turned around and left the shop. The female shop attendant shook her head while smiling and placed the shirt back. Daddy, why didn't you buy the shirt? Didn't we? We came here to buy. Meng Meng asked with a confused face. Meng Meng, we did not come here to buy today. The reason we came here today is to experience life. Zhang Han smiled. Experience what? Meng Meng was curious, not knowing just what kind of game her daddy wanted to play. You will know in a while. After finished speaking, Zhang Han hastened his steps and came to the Dior shop that was at the opposite side. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Han walked out of the shop with a helpless face. The shop attendant inside the Dior shop was the same as the shop attendant at the Gucci shop, having a smile from start to finish. Upon seeing that it was hopeless, Zhang Han left the shop. Taking a few steps forward, Zhang Han prepared for his next round of attack. The shop this time was a trend shop. After entering the shop, Zhang Han came out of the shop much faster this time. Within less than 3 minutes, Zhang Han walked out of the shop with a light sigh. The next shop, before 3 minutes, Zhang Han walked out of the shop with a rigid expression, and Meng Meng's expression was already somewhat confused. Next shop, Zhang Han took a deep breath. I don't believe it, are the inner quality of all the shop attendants this high? Next shop again, quote. Finally, at the 15th shop, the shop attendant finally had a somewhat normal reaction. Mister, your hands seem to be somewhat dirty. How about I bring you to go wash your hands first before you touch the clothing? Is that okay with you? The shop attendant's expression was not that good. Slightly frowning, the shop attendant said with a somewhat urgent tone. Zhang Han's hands were indeed somewhat dirty and the clothing that he was about to touch was a white color fur clothing. What did you say? Zhang Han immediately became spirited as he gazed at the shop attendant and said with expectation, you said that my hands are dirty. Then, what will happen if I touch the clothing? Do you intend to force me to buy the clothing or compensate you all? After the beautiful woman said something like, you, of course, have to take reasonability if you dirtied the clothing, Zhang Han was intending to have a good debate with her, and give Meng Meng a lesson. However, before the woman who was frowning slightly replied, a steady voice came from the other side. If you touched it then so be it, we will of course not ask you to compensate, those clothes here are all sample clothes anyway. Zhang Han turned his head around, and a capable and experienced-looking woman who seemed to be 30+ years old walked up and said passionately. Hello mister, this clothing is woman clothing, so I presume that mister you are buying it for your wife, right? Seeing that your child is this adorable and pretty, her mother must also be very beautiful. Thus, I feel that this clothing will definitely be suitable for your wife. Mister, you can casually pick up the clothing and have a look at it. My mommy is very beautiful. Meng Meng pouted with her small mouth and said, Daddy is also very handsome. Daddy, you have never buy clothes for mommy before, this clothing looks very nice, can you buy it for mommy please? Hearing that, Zhang Han took a few looks at Meng Meng. In the end, he said with a somewhat helpless tone, I will take this clothing then. In the end, Zhang Han carried a brand new fur clothing and left the shopping mall. Zhang Han was not going to try anymore, he had admitted defeat. He felt that the plan today had failed already. Manager, your eyes are indeed vicious. I really did not expect that person would be able to just casually buy the clothing that costs 28 KRMB. In the start, I still thought that the person was just coming in to casually have a look. The shop assistant sighed repeatedly. I say, you have to learn a bit more. No matter what is it, you have to observe first. You look at that adorable and pretty little lady, do you think that a normal person would be able to give birth to such a child? With a look, and I knew that the mister was just here to look for fun. People like this are normally big shots who really have nothing better to do. If you were to have deeply offended him, just think about what kind of consequence would follow you after on. The manager earnestly guided the shop assistant. Manager, you are right. When they returned back to the restaurant, the sky was also becoming dark. Zhang Han was intending to prepare a meal for Meng Meng for the first time. Just when he was about to cook the rice, Zhang Han went into a daze for a while. Meng Meng, we have to take a trip back to Crescent Mountain. Zhang Han opened his mouth and said. Meng Meng slightly went into a daze, then became overjoyed at the unexpected good news as she said, all right, go play with the doggies. Thus, Zhang Han brought Meng Meng back to Crescent Mountain. The reason for coming back to Crescent Mountain was because Zhang Han thought of a matter, the water for cooking the rice. Zhang Han did not want to use tap water to cook the rice. After thinking about it, he decided to use spiritual water to cook the rice. Although the rice was already at the highest quality, although using spiritual water to cook the rice could be considered as decorating something that was already perfect, but Zhang Han just wanted to use spiritual water to cook the rice. Zhang Han was just this willful. Under Thunder Yang Tree, Zhang Han's spiritual strength revolved, and connected to Thunder Yang Tree, causing a branch to come out from the Thunder Yang Tree. Like a tap, the spiritual water that was within the underground winding corridor-shaped cave flowed upwards and flowed out from the branch. Zhang Han filled 2 milk buckets with spiritual water, then called out for Meng Meng. The little princess was currently playing happily and did not hear Zhang Han's voice. Upon seeing that, Zhang Han let Meng Meng play for another 10+ minutes. The sun was gradually getting darker. Normally at this timing, at mountains where there were lots of underbrush, there would be quite a lot of mosquitoes. However, there was no need to worry about things like mosquitoes at Crescent Mountain. The sweet scent grass's function was not merely being beautiful and emitting out a sweet scent. Sweet scent grass also had the function of driving insects away. No matter was it mosquito, housefly or grass-eating insects, sweet scent grass would drive them away from Crescent Mountain by emitting a smell that was targeted against them. How does the sweet scent grass differentiate what kind of pests to drive away? Because this area was Thunder Yang Tree's domain, when the domain was constructed, it used Zhang Han's thoughts to define what insects were counted as pests. Standing under Thunder Yang Tree, Zhang Han's gaze swept through the vegetable area. The vegetables were planted a few days late and were still not yet mature right now. I will just have to wait a few more days. The ingredients that were available right now were rice, chicken eggs, a few spring onion and other ingredients that were bought from the supermarket, for example, carrot, onion, tomato and so on. What should I make tonight? Stir-fried onion and egg, stir-fried tomato and egg. Thinking back and forth, only eggs were available to eat right now, thus Zhang Han muttered to himself for a while, and decided to make egg-fried rice tonight. Egg-fried rice was a common delicious food and was also something that most people knew how to make. Sometimes after finish eating a meal, there would be some rice left over. When waking up on the second day, a plate of egg-fried rice could be made with the leftover rice. It was economical and tasty at the same time. It was relatively simple to cook egg-fried rice. After preparing the ingredients, just a few minutes was enough to cook egg-fried rice. Also, not only egg-fried rice, there were other fried rice dishes that were very simple and convenient too. Say, for example, Yangzhou fried rice, soy sauce fried rice, sausage fried rice, shrimp and vegetable fried rice, and so on. There were even roadside stalls that sold fried rice specially and were loved by people. Zhang Han wanted to make something better for Meng Meng to eat. But the ingredients that were available right now was not able to support Zhang Han. Furthermore, the planting area at Crescent Mountain had only just taken form and was still far from being complete. After deciding, Zhang Han stood up and walked to Meng Meng's side. Meng Meng, the sky is dark already, we have to go back to eat dinner. Zhang Han said with a light laugh. Iya, alright then, Xiaohei, bye-bye, big golden retriever, small golden retriever, big husky, small husky, big chow chow, small chow chow, big poodle, small poodle. Meng Meng one by one said goodbye to the doggies. The doggies also very gave face, gathering to the front of Meng Meng and shaking their tongue in response to Meng Meng. Xiaohei personally saw off Zhang Han and Meng Meng to the bottom of the mountain. All the way until the jeep left his line of sight, then did he turned around and headed back to the mountain top. Perhaps before Zhang Han transformed him, he treated Zhang Han as just a passerby. But after Zhang Han transformed him, he treated Zhang Han as his master for the rest of his life, and also the master which he firmly believed that he had to protect for his entire life. Returning back to the restaurant, Zhang Han placed the little princess on the sofa, opened the television and switched it to the children channel, then went to begin making the first meal he would be making for the little princess. Zhang Han cooked the fresh cow milk first. Taking out a rice cooker, the rice cooker was bought by Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai knew that Zhang Han was opening a restaurant, thus the rice cooker he bought was quite big. Zhang Han used the tap water and washed the rice 2 times. Washing the rice 2 times was more or less enough. Rice cannot be washed more than 3 times. If the rice was washed more than 3 times, a lot of the nutrients of the rice would be washed away, and the fragrance of the rice after it has been cooked would also be less fragrant. During the 3rd time, Zhang Han poured the spiritual water into the rice cooker. The rice to spiritual water ratio was roughly 1:1.2. Using a hand was enough to measure it. Pressing down your palm onto the rice, the amount of water just has to be slightly a bit more than the rice, with the water being the same level as your palm. Zhang Han learned all those small general knowledge just only recently. After all, there was Meng now. Zhang Han had to start learning all kind of things. The cow milk finished cooking very quickly. Although the range hood was very impressive, a faint milk fragrance still filled the house. What a fragrant smell! A customer entered into the restaurant through the door. After she smelled the milk fragrance, she couldn't help but swallowed her saliva. She felt that she had never smelled before milk that has such mouthwatering milk fragrant in her life. It must be known that she didn't really like drinking milk, and had never thought that milk would be able to emit a fragrance that would make her want to immediately drink it. Boss, what food does this restaurant of yours have? Give me a glass of cow milk first, It's you, the female said as she took 2 steps forward. When she saw Zhang Han's appearance and the appearance of the little princess who was on the sofa, she immediately opened her eyes wide. She was the white-color bikini beautiful woman that was at the beach at Crescent Gulf who gave Meng a beverage a few days ago, Liang Mengqi. She did not had any impression of Zhang Han, but she remembered Meng's appearance very vividly. Meng was very pretty. Without a need for any question, it was because of inheriting Ziyan's excellent genes. Even when Liang Mengqi returned home, Meng's figure would still flash in her mind time from time. Big eyes, long eyelashes, white and delicate face, Meng was just like a little princess that was in a fairy tale. Who are you? Zhang Han took a look at Liang Mengqi indifferently. Oval face, big eyes, wearing leisure clothes, short sleeves, and short pants, a pair of long and slender legs, and sandals worn on her feet. It must be said that this was a beautiful woman who was above 88 points. Although the person was beautiful, Zhang Han did not have any impression of her. Hey, uncle, I am the kind and beautiful woman who was declined by you when I gave your daughter a beverage to drink. Liang Mengqi said loudly. Oh, Zhang Han replied indifferently, not having any interest on his face. Big sister, hello. Meng stretched out her little palm and greeted. Hello, sweetie. Liang Mengqi smiled and walked to the front of the sofa, wanting to sit down and play with Meng for a bit. The white color chair that is in front of the window there is the place for customers to sit at. Zhang Han said indifferently. Liang Mengqi's expression froze. Hey, say, why are you so insensible? Liang Mengqi glared at Zhang Han and said. However, Zhang Han did not pay attention to her. Humph. Liang Mengqi snorted lightly, conveying the discontent in her heart. However, in the end, she didn't sit on the sofa. After all, since the owner did not allow her to sit on the sofa, thus she would also not force it. Turning around, she walked towards the white-color small dining table. While walking, she opened her mouth and asked, "What food do you have here? Give me a menu to look at." "No menu. There are only egg fried rice and cow milk today," Zhang Han replied. Egg fried rice and cow milk. Liang Mengqi went into a daze, her expression somewhat astonished. Not talking about this restaurant's renovation which did not look like how a restaurant should be, even food was not prepared. What kind of restaurant was this? Liang Mengqi even had the thought to turn around and leave the restaurant. However, the milk fragrance that she smelled earlier on cut off that thought of hers. "Give me a plate of egg fried rice and a cup of cow milk then," Liang Mengqi said petulantly, then sat on the small chair that was in front of the window, took out her phone and started using her phone. "Wait for a while then." Zhang Han replied. After chopping up the green onion on the chopping board, Zhang Han took out 4 chicken eggs that were each roughly the size of a goose egg, cracked the eggs into a big bowl and stirred well, then placed the bowl on one side. After thinking for a bit, he took out a small carrot and cut it into small cubes. At this time, the rice was also cooked. When Zhang Han opened the lid, the steam immediately came out, and the rice fragrance drifted around the house. Liang Mengqi, who was currently playing a phone game, suddenly smelled the rice fragrance, and couldn't help but exclaimed. The smell of the cow milk was already that fragrant already, so how could the rice be this fragrant too? It shouldn't be possible. Could it be that I am hallucinating because I am too hungry? Liang Mengqi was confused in her heart. She carefully sized the inside of the house and immediately felt that Zhang Han's taste was quite good. She knew that the cost of the Steinway Model O grand piano and that jadeite television wall was at least above $1 million. He knows how to play the piano. I reckon it is only a decoration. Liang Mengqi mumbled to herself. Daddy, it smells so nice. Meng Meng is hungry already. Meng Meng wants to eat rice. Even Meng Meng was attracted by the fragrance of the rice as she turned her head around, looked at Zhang Han and urged him. It will be ready in 10 minutes, wait for a while, okay? Zhang Han laughed lightly and replied. While talking, he used a rice scooper to mix the rice around, and placed the rice at one side to let it cool down. Afterward, Zhang Han took out the heaven-fragrant wood. Revolving the spiritual strength within his body to his palm, he lightly pressed onto the heaven-fragrant wood. Bang! A subtle depressed sound rang out. The heaven-fragrant wood was still that heaven-fragrant wood, there was not the slightest change at all. However, when Zhang Han took out a rolling pin and lightly tapped the rolling pin on the heaven-fragrant wood, in a moment the heaven-fragrant wood turned into fine powder. Zhang Han rolled the rolling pin onto the fine powder for a few times, then placed the fine powder of the heaven-fragrant wood into a seasoning bottle. Heaven-fragrant wood was colorless and tasteless. Heaven-fragrant wood's function was raising the fragrance of the essence of an ingredient. Although heaven-fragrant wood was only a rank 1 spiritual treasure, it was basically the best seasoning on earth. Just when Zhang Han just placed the heaven-fragrant wood seasoning into the seasoning bottle, 2 more customers came into the restaurant. Not sure what was going on, the 2 customers were again females and seemed to be around the age of 20. This was the 3rd batch of customers already, and furthermore, the females were all of the same suits. Could it be that this restaurant attracts females? The 2 females seemed somewhat non-mainstream. Their hair was dyed yellow-purple, which looks very bright, and their dressing was also somewhat wild, seemingly to be females in their rebellious phase. Hey, boss, give us the menu. One of the females, which had a pointy face, said loudly. No menu, there are only egg fried rice and cow milk today. Zhang Han replied after packing the heaven-fragrant wood. Nani? The pointy-faced female opened her eyes wide and sneered. With some sneer in her tone, she said, what kind of joke is this? If you only have egg fried rice, why did you even bother opening a restaurant? What other people sell in their restaurant has nothing to do with you. The pointy-faced female's companion patted on her, then turned her gaze to Zhang Han and said, how much do your egg fried rice and cow milk cost? Without a menu, they naturally did not know the price too. Thus, she asked. Upon hearing that, Zhang Han slightly went into a daze. He had never thought about the price before. After muttering for a while, he looked towards the female who asked him and said, how much do the egg fried rice and cow milk at other places cost? The female's brows wrinkled slightly. She felt that this restaurant was becoming more and more unqualified. If not for the restaurant being very clean, she would even suspect that this person did not even have a business permit. Normally for restaurants like yours, a plate of egg fried rice normally costs around 28 RMB, and a cup of cow milk would cost 8 RMB. Normally for small restaurants and peddlers, each plate of egg fried rice would only cost 12 RMB, and a cup of cow milk would only cost 3 RMB. But for Zhang Han's restaurant, which was this clean and graceful, the price would be higher a bit, which was pretty close to what female said. Oh, then, my egg fried egg will be 280 RMB per plate, and the cow milk will be 80 RMB per cup. Zhang Han nodded his head and replied. Little did he know, his words caused the expression of the 2 female customers to change. Even Liang Mengqi also took a look at Zhang Han somewhat bizarrely, not knowing where he got the confidence from to dare to sell 10 times the price. Are you mad? The pointy-faced female's tone became sharp, as she said, what kind of business are you doing? A plate of egg fried rice for 280 RMB. Kitchen god Wang Long's egg fried rice can be sold for 5,000 RMB, but do you think that you are him? If you were him, would you still be opening a small restaurant here? Wang Long was Shangjiang's famous chief god. His title of chief god was absolutely not undeserved. His cooking skills were very high, and even Zhou Qi's movie, The God of Cookery, was filmed using his foods as a model. Furthermore, Wang Long had worked as a chef in many famous five-star restaurants that were in Shangjiang and was deeply liked by the higher society people. Even furthermore, many big shots whose name could shake an area were also his frequent customers. Thus, he was able to sell a plate of egg fried rice for 5k RMB. Even more, the 5k RMB egg fried rice was always mentioned by others and had been on the lead news for quite a number of times. Many people knew about that, but Zhang Han did not understand any of that, and also did not have the interest to understand. If you are not eating, then leave. Zhang Han frowned slightly when he saw that Meng Meng was somewhat afraid because of that female's sharp voice, and said with a deep voice, also, I don't know whatever Wang Long or Li Long. If he sells it for 5k RMB, I will sell it for 50k RMB then. You. The pointy-faced female was just about to start fuming but was pulled back by her companion that was beside her. Although her companion was dressed quite wildly too, it could still be seen that she was still the relatively tender type. Although she was unhappy in her heart, her tone was still calm. Mister, the price that you are selling is indeed somewhat excessive, to the point that we can go to the Consumer Association to complain about you. Furthermore, Wang Long sold a plate of egg fried rice for 5k RMB, but the rice he used is Thailand rice, and the rice was even dried for a year. Not anyone can sell a plate of egg fried rice for such a high price. Oh, Zhang Han took a look at the woman and said with a trace of disdain in his tone, let's not talk about drying the rice for a year. Even if he dried the rice for 100 years, his rice would also not be comparable to my rice. Regarding ingredients, in this world, there was no rice that could be compared to the rice that was grown at Crescent Mountain. Whatever Thailand rice, Australia rice, North America rice, they could not be compared against Zhang Han's rice. On Earth, martial arts world or cultivation world may perhaps exist too, and they would perhaps also have high-grade rice. But who could confirm it if no one has ever seen it? And even if there really were other high-grade rice, don't forget that Crescent Mountain was still able to continue growing. Crescent Mountain had only just taken form. After Thunder Yang Tree finishes constructing Crescent Mountain for 3 times, at that time, Crescent Mountain would thoroughly transform into a true treasure land. At that time, the ingredients that were grown in Crescent Mountain would definitely be matchless. You, truly unreasonable. Let's go, the female said angrily. Fearing that the pointy-faced female would start raging, she grabbed the pointy-faced female and left the restaurant angrily. Gaddy, they are so fierce. Meng Meng said softly. They are but insects who have no insight. You don't have to care about them. Gaddy will start cooking now, we will be able to eat in a while. Zhang Han smiled slightly. Oh, alright, don't care about the insects, N. Meng Meng replied, then turned her head around and continued watching the television. This scene caused Liang Mengqi's expression to immediately become stiff. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly as she sighed in her heart at Zhang Han's unusual teaching method. Just when Zhang Han was beginning to cook, Liang Mengqi opened her mouth and asked. Hey, you are not really intending to sell a plate of egg fried rice for 50k RMB, right? In Liang Mengqi's point of view, a plate of egg fried rice for 50k RMB was really a bit over the top. Although 50k was not much to her at all, but no one would want to anyhow spend their money away like this. 280 RMB. Zhang Han replied without raising his head. In Zhang Han's point of view, it was reasonable even if he sold the egg fried rice for 50k RMB per plate. But after thinking about it, there was no need to make others feel too astonished, just the price of 10 times more than a normal plate of egg fried rice will do. Oh, Liang Mengqi nodded her head and curled her lips. Faster a bit, I'm feeling super hungry. Faster a bit, Meng Meng is also feeling super hungry. Meng Meng pouted her mouth and urged. Alright, it will be ready in a while. Zhang Han laughed lightly and began cooking the egg fried rice. There were quite a few methods to cook egg fried rice. One of the methods was to mix the beaten egg with the rice. That way, the egg fried rice that was cooked would be gold color, with every grain of rice being coated by the egg. However, Zhang Han did not intend to cook it this way, and instead intended to cook the egg and rice separately. Thus, Zhang Han poured the eggs into the pan and stir-fry it. After stir-frying the eggs into small pieces, he took the eggs out of the pan. Eggs cook very quickly and were not suitable for stir-frying for too long. If the egg was overcooked, the taste of the egg would not be as good. Zhang Han poured some soybean oil into the pan, added in the carrot cubes, stir-fry it for a while, and added in the rice. After stir-frying it well, he added in the eggs and sprinkled a bit of salt and 13 spices. When the egg-fried rice was about to be done, Zhang Han sprinkled the heaven-fragrant wood seasoning. Immediately, the fragrance of the egg-fried rice became somewhat stronger. After cooking finish, Zhang Han split the egg-fried rice into 3 portions. Zhang Han and Meng used porcelain plate for the egg-fried rice and glass cup for the cow milk. While Liang Mengqi was given disposable utensils. Zhang Han placed the 2 plates of egg-fried rice and 2 cups of cow milk on the dining table and opened the crystal chandelier on top. Immediately, the lighting in the house became brighter. Meng, come, time to eat. Zhang Han carried Meng and walked towards the dining table. After sitting down, he took a look at Liang Mengqi indifferently and said, "You go take yourself." Liang Mengqi slightly went into a daze and felt somewhat indignant in her heart. In this restaurant, the customers still have to take the food themselves. Humph, I will see if this egg-fried rice of yours is worth 280 RMB or not. Liang Mengqi knew that she would not be able to change Zhang Han's mind and thus snorted lightly and walked towards the kitchen unwillingly. Seeing that the utensils were all disposable products, this treatment caused Liang Mengqi's expression to become somewhat rigid and felt discontent in her heart. But in the next moment, the fragrance that assailed her nostrils immediately dispelled all the discontent in her heart. It smells so nice. Liang Mengqi sighed in her heart as she felt her stomach starting to grumble. She immediately took a plate of egg-fried rice and walked back to the dining table that was in the front of the window. She used 2 times her normal speed to open the disposable chopsticks. When she was about to start eating, she stopped. It was her habit to not rush when eating good food and leave the best for last. Thus, she picked up the paper cup, intending to have a mouth of the cow milk first. However, when she took a mouth of the cow milk, her eyes immediately opened wide. It was the first time that she had tasted such tasty cow milk. Other fresh cow milk, they would taste somewhat bland if you don't add sugar, and even more, if the milk wasn't cooked well, there would be a slightly sour taste. And when you add sugar, it would change the taste of the milk. Whereas this milk that she just drank, there was no taste of sugar at all, but when drank, it still tasted incomparably sweet and rich. The milk fragrance was ample and was extremely rich. As she drank it, she even forgot about the time and where she was, all the way until she finished drinking the cup of cow milk. "Boss, why is this cow milk this fragrant?" Liang Mengqi couldn't help but ask. "This is the world's purest fresh milk." Zhang Han did not turn his head at all as he replied. "Oh." Liang Mengqi nodded her head endearingly. Her gaze was somewhat excited as she looked towards the egg-fried rice. Since the cow milk tasted that good, the egg-fried rice must definitely also be good. Liang Mengqi wanted to use the chopsticks, but after thinking about it, she picked up the plastic spoon at the side. Liang Mengqi picked up a spoonful of egg-fried rice and ate it. The egg was soft and tender, the rice was soft and a bit sticky, and the carrot cubes were a bit crispy. While eating the egg-fried rice, the texture was ample. The fragrance of the rice, fragrance of the egg, and a bit of the fragrance of the carrot lingered in her mouth, making her couldn't help but close her eyes and savor the taste. Is this still even considered egg-fried rice? Is there such tasty egg-fried rice in this world? This egg-fried rice is 100 times, no, 1,000 times better than Wang Long's egg-fried rice. Liang Mengqi was thoroughly astonished. She was expecting the egg-fried rice to give her a surprise, but she had absolutely never thought that the surprise would actually be this huge. Fragrant, only this word was able to describe it. This egg-fried rice was really fragrant, even to the point that she felt that the egg-fried rice she ate in the past were all fake. She had eaten before the dishes that Wang Long cooked and had also tasted before the 5K RMB egg-fried rice. At that time, she thought that Wang Long's egg-fried rice was one of the best in this world already. Long's egg-fried rice, compared to this egg-fried rice, was truly the difference between earth and heaven. After eating a few mouths, Liang Mengqi took the chopsticks that were at the side, picked up a grain of the rice and took a few looks at it attentively. The grain of rice was plump and snow-white. She tried biting onto the grain of rice, and the sturdiness of the rice made her exclaim repeatedly. Seems like what this boss said was true, even if that Thailand rice was dried for 100 years, it still wouldn't be comparable to his rice. Soon after, she picked up a small piece of egg and tasted it. When she tasted the egg, it actually gave her a feeling that she had never tasted egg before. When she tasted the carrot cube, she finally regained back her conscious. This carrot is real. Liang Mengqi's gaze was somewhat in a daze. The taste of the carrot finally made her felt that she found a familiar taste. This fried rice is truly worth 50k RMB. For the boss to sell it for 280 RMB, he is really a merchant who has a conscience. Liang Mengqi sighed for a bit. She suddenly thought of the two females. If they were to know the taste of the egg fried rice, they would most likely regret that they left the restaurant. Liang Mengqi started eating the egg fried rice mouth by mouth. As she eats, she gradually forgot about everything. In her eyes, there was only the egg fried rice in front of her. All the way until she finished eating the egg fried rice, Liang Mengqi still subconsciously moved the spoon to the plate. When she realized that there was no more food, a sense of loss actually welled up in her heart. She turned her head around and took a look at the inner side. She saw that Meng Meng and Zhang Han had finished eating and the little princess was currently praising that the food her daddy cooked was really delicious. Boss, Liang Mengqi called out softly. About that, Liang Mengqi said somewhat shyly, I'm still not full yet, I want another plate of egg fried rice and another cup of cow milk. Zhang Han nodded his head and walked to the kitchen counter. There was still a plate worth of egg fried rice left. After placing the egg fried rice onto a plate and pouring a cup of cow milk, he wanted to carry it over to Liang Mengqi, but discovered that the girl was following behind him and looking at him anxiously. Thus, Zhang Han just straightforwardly placed the plate and cup on the kitchen counter. As if obtaining a treasure, Liang Mengqi carried the food very carefully to the dining table. Daddy, Meng Meng still wants to eat, but I am already full. Meng Meng sat on the chair and said with a somewhat perplexed expression. On her plate, there was still 1/3 of egg fried rice left. You cannot eat any more if you are full. Daddy will cook for you again tomorrow morning. Zhang Han walked over and laughed as he patted onto Meng Meng's little head. Humph, but why can big sister eat 2 plates? Meng Meng lightly snorted and said. Because when a person grows up, their appetite will also become bigger. Then when can Meng Meng grow up? Meng Meng also wants to eat. With her eyes not leaving the egg fried rice that was left on the plate, Meng Meng pouted her mouth and said. Meng Meng will slowly grow up. Zhang Han said as he took the plate away and placed it in the kitchen sink. Not being able to see the egg fried rice, Meng Meng's thoughts of it diminished somewhat. Zhang Han carried Meng Meng and sat on the sofa that was at the side of the piano. Daddy, what are we sitting at here for? Meng Meng still wants to go play toys. Meng Meng asked curiously. We have to rest for a while first after we have finished eating. Listen to Daddy play for you 2 pieces of songs first. You can go and play after finish listening, okay? Zhang Han said with a slight smile. Some people would say that after eating, one has to walk 100 steps to be able to live to 99 years old. But little did they know that this saying was incorrect. Normally after a meal, one has to rest for at least half an hour, and it would only do if they sit down for a short period of time before exercise. If a person was to start exercising immediately after they just had their meal, it would affect their digestive system. When Meng Meng heard that she could not play, her little mouth started pouting. But when she heard that Zhang Han was going to play the piano, she immediately became interested as she raised her little arms and welcomed her daddy to present his piano skill. Zhang Han sat on the piano chair, opened the piano cover and dragged his finger from the left side of the piano key to the right side of the piano key. Hearing the piano's tone, Zhang Han nodded his head in satisfaction. The piano was tuned well. Seems like that friend of Zhao Kai's was indeed a professional. I dedicate variations on canon to my adorable darling Meng Meng. Zhang Han spread out both of his hands, and before playing, looked towards Meng Meng and said with a laugh. This sentence caused Meng Meng to be delighted as she said with her small voice, Daddy, you are the most handsome. Ha ha ha, Zhang Han laughed lightly as he shook his head. After lightly taking a breath in, his fingers started pressing down on the piano keys. A classic piece which had been passed down from ancient times, variations on canon, began playing. At this time, Liang Mengqi also finished eating the egg fried rice. She patted onto her stuffed belly and sighed while shaking her head. Isn't this fried rice just too delicious already? Even Liang Mengqi's picky tongue was also able to finish 2 plates of egg fried rice. This alone was enough to show just what kind of existence Zhang Han's egg fried rice was to a foodie. I really don't know how he is able to cook out such a tasty egg fried rice. Liang Mengqi drank a small mouth of cow milk, slowly savoring the pure fragrance of the milk. Suddenly, a piano sound came pouring into her ears. She couldn't help but turned her head around and looked towards the source of the piano sound. He even knows how to play the piano. Liang Mengqi felt somewhat curious in her heart. This is unexpected. He also seems to be able to play the piano quite well. Liang Mengqi looked at the side of Zhang Han's face. Right after her tongue had finished enjoying, another enjoyment was here for her ears. In a moment, she was somewhat dazed and lost in thought. There was some difference in the tempo of the variations on canon that Zhang Han played. The tempo was occasionally fast and occasionally slow. Although the piece of music was still canon, the occasional fast and slow tempo seemed to make the canon become alive. The music was occasionally lively and occasionally melodious. But no matter what, this shows that Zhang Han's piano skill was already at a certain level. He is a master pianist. Liang Mengqi looked at the side of Zhang Han's face and thought to herself. She understood a bit about pianos and also liked listening to a lot of piano songs. She knew that, when a person did not need a musical score and was able to control the tempo of the piano song and not be controlled by the musical score, it means that the person was already a master pianist. Just like the China genius pianist, Liang Zong. Liang Zong was this world's first-rate pianist master. Before returning back to his country, he conquered the conductors of 10 symphony orchestra, conquered the master pianists who were still alive in this world and conquered his teacher, the president of Curtis Institute of Music, Gary. Curtis Institute of Music was one of the top 3 within the world's classic musical academy. But ever since Liang Zong became famous worldwide, Curtis Institute of Music had been ranked first in successive years. When Curtis Institute of Music got those honor, the people in the country still did not know who Liang Zong was. Remember that, there was a time when he came back to the country, and because he had no reputation, the organization requested to change out Liang Zong. This action immediately caused the conductor of the world's top-rate symphony orchestra that was accompanying Liang Zong to fly into a rage on the spot and criticize the organization to be as blind as a bat, to not even know one of the world's top pianists. Why do I feel that he is more formidable than Liang Zong? As Liang Mengqi listens to Zhang Han play the piano, this kind of feeling suddenly bubbled up from her heart. Even she herself was somewhat surprised at this feeling. It must be known that Liang Zong was one of this world's renowned top pianists. If Zhang Han was to know Liang Mengqi's thoughts, he would definitely laugh lightly in his heart. If you had 500 years, you would also be able to be this good at the piano. This piece is finished. I will now dedicate Joe Hisashi's Summer for Meng Meng, Zhang Han laughed lightly and said. Daddy is so awesome, Meng Meng said with a worshipping look on her face. Although she was somewhat in a daze when listening to the piano song her daddy played, but seeing her daddy's fingers moving at lightning speed on the piano keys, she felt that her daddy was very awesome. Liang Mengqi sat on the chair, having no thoughts of leaving. She somewhat acknowledged Zhang Han in her heart, although the first meeting they had wasn't pleasant. Just when Zhang Han was about to begin playing the piano again, another batch of customers came to the restaurant. The customers this time was finally males. 4 young guys who seemed to be of the age of 17 walked into the restaurant. Boss, what food do you have here? One of the young guys opened his mouth and asked. Seeing this, Liang Mengqi lightly sighed in her heart. She felt that the boss was going to start working since there were customers now, thus she also intended to leave. Just that, out of her expectation, Zhang Han did not even turn his head around and replied indifferently. We are sold for the day. Oh, the few young guys turned around and left. This caused Liang Mengqi to could not help but slightly went into a daze, as she once again felt how formidable Zhang Han was. If she had not already eaten 2 plates of egg fried rice, she would think that this was a fake restaurant. Where would people open a restaurant like this? Conveniently selling 2 plates of egg fried rice when he was cooking for his daughter, and not selling any more afterward. What a strange person, Liang Mengqi mumbled to herself. At the next moment, the melodious piano sound rang out once again. The lively tempo of Joe Hisashi's Summer was played well by Zhang Han. After finishing playing this piece, Zhang Han closed the piano cover and ended his performance. Awesome, awesome, Meng Meng praised. Clap, clap, clap. Liang Mengqi couldn't help but applaud. What is your name? Liang Mengqi looked at Zhang Han and asked somewhat curiously. My daddy is called Zhang Han. I am called Meng Meng. Meng Meng replied with her small voice. Zhang Han. Liang Mengqi laughed and said, you played the piano quite well. Zhang Han nodded his head slightly. The egg fried rice that you made is much tastier, and the cow milk is also super delicious. How did you make those? Is it because the original ingredients are good or something? Liang Mengqi asked extremely curiously. My ingredients cannot be eaten at any other place. Zhang Han laughed slightly and replied. Cannot be eaten at any other place. What do I do? My mouth has already been raised picky by you. After eating your rice, I don't even want to eat the rice of other restaurants. Liang Mengqi muttered for a while, then asked hurriedly, what time do your restaurant normally open for business? Depends on my mood, I guess. Zhang Han had also never considered about the operating hours for the restaurant. However, he only intended to sell food when he was cooking for Meng Meng. Seems like I have to make a sign at the door to prevent people from entering during the time when I am not open for business. Zhang Han stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Depends on your mood. Liang Mengqi slightly went into a daze. It was still the first time that she had seen such a restaurant. However, after thinking about the taste of the egg fried rice just now, she actually had no more interest in any other food and was already thinking about coming here the next day to eat. Thus, she asked, then, do you have any specific time where you will be open for business? I still want to come here to eat egg fried rice tomorrow. While talking, Liang Mengqi's expression changed into a pitiful look, seemingly as if saying that if she can't eat the egg fried rice, she would be unhappy. Probably morning, noon and night. Morning 7 a.m. to 8 a.m., noon 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., night 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. The restaurant will be opened for business at those times. After thinking about it, Zhang Han gave the precise timings where he would be open for business. Besides egg fried rice, are there any other foods? Liang Mengqi asked. There are. There will be more foods in the future, and the foods will only get better and better. Zhang Han said with a calm tone. Towards his first customer, Zhang Han decided to reply to some of her questions. That's great. Then, will the dishes be as delicious as the egg fried rice? A trace of excitement appeared on Liang Mengqi's expression. Of course. Zhang Han took a look at this beautiful foodie and said with a slight smile. I look forward to eating your food. I had a great time eating today. Here is the money for the food, you don't have to give me the change, I will come again tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Liang Mengqi placed a few $100 bills on the table and said to Zhang Han with a smile. Afterward, she looked towards Meng Meng, stretched out her hand and said, Meng Meng, see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Meng Meng stretched out her little palm and waved. Liang Mengqi waved her hand and left with a smile. Zhang Han walked to the table and picked up the money. There was a total of 800 RMB on the table. Liang Mengqi got 2 plates of egg fried rice and 2 cups of cow milk. According to the price that Zhang Han gave, it was 720 RMB. Originally, with Zhang Han's temperament, he would just charge it as 700 RMB. Seems like that Liang Mengqi had quite an enjoyable meal. Zhang Han casually placed the money in the drawer of the table which the laptop was placed on. Within the drawer, there was roughly 70k plus cash, and within the car that Zhang Han drove, there was also roughly about 60k plus cash. After placing the money in the drawer, Zhang Han originally wanted to play with Meng Meng for a while, but when he turned his head, he discovered that the little princess had already ran to the sofa and was currently playing with her toys on the sofa. Zhang Han smiled and shook his head. After muttering to himself for a bit, he decided to begin writing out those songs. Thus, Zhang Han first went on the internet and searched for a bit. There is quite a lot of negative news regarding Joker Shui He. When Zhang Han opened the web page, at first sight, he saw Joker Shui's news on the popular search. Since he had nothing to do, he clicked into the news and took a few looks. After looking at the news, he discovered that Joker Shui's circumstance was not that good. When a person became popular and attracted attention, all sorts of news regarding them would surface from time to time. Every popular celebrity had a lot of negative news regarding them. Recently, there was a lot of negative news regarding Joker Shui and the situation had gotten more and more problematic. Being afraid of being affected, variety shows, commercial performances and so on all cancelled their collaboration with Joker Shui. Joker Shui will be forcibly holding a concert at Linhai on the 15th. Zhang Han saw another news. The editor who wrote that news seems to be a fan of Joker Shui. At the bottom of the news, "Your fans still love you," was written. There were also some photos attached to the news, and the news was more or less saying that his fans have not abandoned him. The tickets of the concert were all sold out within an hour and right now, and the price of scalper tickets had already increased 5 times of the original price. Which also means that, right now, the price of an ordinary ticket was already at 3k RMB plus and the price of a VIP ticket was already over 10k RMB. This kind of situation was evidently rarely seen. This situation may also have some relation with that things would develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. Joker Shui's popularity was high, and right now, all of the news was about negative things regarding him, which caused his fans to be indignant. Just nice, Joker Shui was going to hold a concert on the 15th and many fans felt that, although the sponsors had abandoned Joker Shui, they would not abandon him, and thus the tickets were all sold out very quickly. Wu Jibai fan. Things would develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, meaning like, when a bad thing becomes incredibly bad, it can become good turn out to have a positive effect. Something like that I think. Zhang Han muttered to himself for a bit. I can write the song, actor. Although Zhang Han had never chased after celebrities, but there were some singers that he liked listening to, and Joker Shui was one of them. Joker Shui's songs were quite nice, and the voice of Joker Shui was deep and pleasant to listen to. Talking about the song, actor, it could be counted as one of his most famous songs. This song had once obtained champion on the world's Chinese music chart. This song had the root of a sad love song. The lyrics interpreted the love, hate, and entanglement of a romantic fable. I will write this song I guess. Zhang Han took out a paper and pen from another drawer, sat on the chair that was in front of the piano, opened the piano cover, closed his eyes and began recalling the accompaniment of actor. The accompaniment was not complicated. The goodness of this song was completely reflected through Joker Shui's singing skill. Very quickly, Zhang Han recalled the piano accompaniment and tried playing it once. After discovering that the piano accompaniment was the same as the accompaniment in his memory, he took the pen and wrote it down. I still have to finish the complete version of the accompaniment. Zhang Han muttered to himself for a bit. On the internet, he searched for a recording studio that was nearby Crescent Gulf, intending to go there to finish making the music. After searching the location, Zhang Han carried Meng Meng and left the house, and came to a recording studio that was at Crescent Gulf. Although Zhang Han did not understand much about the equipment of the recording studio, music was within one's heart. Through the tuning master's 3 hours of hard work, the background music of actor was manufactured. 3 hours at the recording cost Zhang Han 1.2k RMB. After finishing with those, it was already 10 p.m. night. Returning back to the restaurant, Zhang Han recorded the piano song of actor with his phone and began writing down the lyrics on the file. Simply, talk simply. Please ignore the recent state of mind. You aren't an actor. Don't make up any of those plots. No motives. I only just want to see how you justify your expression of discomfort like an actor of no skill that the audience discern at first glance. The lyrics were written out very quickly. After finishing everything, and furthermore indicated the matters to take note of, Zhang Han arranged everything into a file and sent it over as an email. At this time, Meng Meng who was waiting at one side was somewhat impatient already, mumbling about when was it time to go sleep. Zhang Han hurriedly carried Meng Meng and walked towards the bedroom that was on the second floor, preparing to coax Meng Meng to sleep. Meng Meng wanted to listen to a story and thus Zhang Han told a story for her to listen to. All those Snow White and so on, Meng Meng had already listened before. Even stories like Alice in Wonderland and Frozen, Meng Meng had also listened to it multiple times. Ziyan knew about stories like those and thus told Meng Meng about those stories a lot of times. There were only stories that Zhang Han did not know, and no stories that Ziyan could not tell. However, Zhang Han had his own ways. He could tell Meng Meng stories about him searching for treasures. Do you know how Han Yang immortal monarch got the heaven connecting tree? Let me tell you, the story about how he got it is quite complicated. At the same time, at a high-level apartment that was located very nearby to Zhang Han. Yawn. Manager Li Fan took off the high-quality headphones and took a yawn. Taking a look at Joker Shui who was playing the guitar and looking for a feeling, he mumbled, sigh, just what are those songs that were delivered to us? They are practically a bunch of freaks. Some of them even said that they don't need any money, but in the end, the songs that they made were all like nursery rhyme. Hearing that old Shui you want to open a concert and intend to release a new song, everyone wants to try their luck. Not anyone can write out a classic song, and also not just anyone is able to sing out the classic song. It doesn't matter if there is no good song, I can just sing old songs during the concert. Joker Shui smiled slightly and replied. That's true, rather sing old songs than allowing a lousy song to affect the quality of the concert. I am still too rushed already, how can receiving a good song be that simple? Li Fan shook his head and a trace of smile appeared on his face as he said, that's right, those allegation news of yours are very favorable for you. Right now, the public opinion are already leaning towards us. Your fans also did not let you down, the tickets of the concert this time had already raised like crazy. Did the scalpers hoard the tickets? Joker Shui frowned slightly and said, contact the organizer and tell them that I do not want to see my fans having to spend a very huge sum of money to be able to see my concert. If things like them cooperating with the scalpers arises, I will not work together with them anymore in the future. Alright, I will contact them tomorrow. Li Fan opened a bottle of cocktail, drank 2 mouths, then said, other people would rather hope that their tickets would sell for a higher price, while you are the exact opposite. Without the fans, the me right now would not exist. We cannot place the cart before the horse. Joker Shui said very seriously. Ben Mo Daoji, place the cart before the horse, to neglect the fundamental and instead pay attention to secondary things. Understood, I will ask them properly tomorrow. Li Fan nodded his head solemnly. Not talking about other things, just talking about Joker Shui's attitude towards his fans alone, Li Fan sincerely admires Joker Shui. The current celebrities right now, quite a lot of them would act like they were a big shot, but they had forgotten that the source of them being able to be a big shot was their fans. Lin Hai, as the East Pearl of China, Lin Hai was naturally very developed. Lin Hai's nightscape was very beautiful. At the beach, on a boat. Ziyan was currently shooting the MV for her song. The current scene she was shooting was her looking deeply in love with a male. The background was the twinkling East Pearl, and that male was Prince Li Chang, who was requested over by the director. This scene of having to look passionately at Li Chang made Ziyan felt very awkward. This was already the 5th shot. Although Ziyan was currently looking at Li Chang, in her mind, she was trying hard to think of Meng Meng's figure. Only by doing that, then could she make her expression become somewhat gentle. However, while thinking about Meng Meng, Zhang Han's figure would float past her mind, which made her felt somewhat baffling. Alright, we are done with this scene, let's shoot the next scene. Ziyan, you will stand at the edge of the boat with Prince Li. It will still be this angle. After looking at each other passionately for 2 seconds, the two of you will begin kissing. Remember, the kiss has to be a bit lifelike. Kiss scene. Ziyan's brows wrinkled. Didn't we said that there will be no kiss scene? Zhou Fei, who was standing at one side, opened her eyes wide, looked towards the director and said loudly, the script of the music video that I saw previously didn't have a kiss scene in it, right? Why was a kiss scene added in at the last moment? What about the script? The name of this song is called Light Kiss, so isn't it normal to have a kiss scene? As a celebrity, is there not a single bit of this attainment at all? Towards Zhou Fei's questioning, the director's expression sunk. Hey, I have previously told you about not having a kiss scene. Don't tell me that the promise of yours at that time was a fart. Zhou Fei was somewhat angry in her heart. She knew Ziyan's temperament. Not talking about that, Ziyan would not accept a kiss scene in the past. Right now there was Meng Meng and she was also unclear with that Zhang Han, thus the more that she would not accept kiss scene. Therefore, Zhou Fei's tone was already somewhat cold. Oh, hearing that, the director felt angry in his heart as he glared and said in a very loud voice, do you want to shoot the MV or not? Ah, still want to get angry with me? Was it you all who requested me to help you all shoot the MV, or was it me who requested you all? I will just ask you one sentence, do you want to shoot the MV or not? If you all do not want to shoot the MV, leave immediately. You. Zhou Fei's brows twitched. Just when she was about to counter back, Ziyan, who was wearing a gown, opened her mouth and said, shoot, but we won't shoot the kiss scene. Ziyan's tone was cold. There was also no expression on her face, making others not able to make out what she was feeling in her heart. Li Cheng, who was at Ziyan's side, looked at the scene with the eye of a bystander from the start to finish. However, there was a trace of profound smile in the corner of his mouth. Ziyan was the woman who he had his eyes on, thus he, of course, had to use some tricks. At Imperial Entertainment, no matter who he had his eyes on, there was not a time that Li Cheng had failed. Upon hearing Ziyan's words, the director turned over, looked at her and said with a sneer. Ziyan, oh Ziyan, don't you have any bit of idea just what state you are in right now? How can a has-been celebrity become famous again without paying some price? Not talking about a mere kiss scene, even if it is a passion scene, you also have to accept it. As an older generation in the entertainment industry, don't tell me that you don't even understand this bit of logic. Hearing the director's words, which were just like a reprimand, a trace of light smile flashed through the depth of Li Cheng's eyes. Ziyan's expression was still the same. With a cold tone, she said, I understand this logic, but I won't shoot the kiss scene. Also, the reason the company let you come here is to coordinate with me to shoot the MV, not for you to teach me how to do things. If you insist on adding the kiss scene, I don't mind not shooting this MV. What did you say? The director's expression became thoroughly gloomy. However, in a moment of time, he also did not have any idea in his heart. He never thought that Ziyan would be this tough. At a loss, he secretly looked at Li Cheng, wanting to see what Li Cheng wanted to do. Seeing that the situation became cold, Li Cheng finally opened his mouth. Ziyan, how about I place a protective membrane on my lips for the kiss scene? What do you think about it? A protective membrane was like a plastic membrane, which would sometimes be used when filming a kiss scene. However, most of the time, for the kiss scene to be lifelike, the protective membrane wouldn't be used. Also, within Li Cheng's mind, protective membrane, that kind of thing was able to be removed easily. During the kiss scene, just fiddle with it for a bit and it would fall off. At that time, wouldn't it be the same as having to kiss for real? Looking at Ziyan's delicate face and alluring figure, Li Cheng's heart immediately became somewhat hot, especially Ziyan's red lips, which he looks forward to very much in the next scene. However, Ziyan's answer caused him to be dazed. I won't shoot any kiss scene. Ziyan rejected coldly and stiffly. Her tone was extremely resolute. No one suspected that if the director was to insist on the kiss scene, Ziyan would definitely not shoot the MV. It won't do even with a protective membrane. Li Cheng somewhat couldn't control his expression anymore. Under everyone's gaze, Ziyan's continuous rejection made him felt somewhat losing face. In any case, Li Cheng was the prince of the member of the board of directors, possessing a high position, and Ziyan was but a has-been celebrity. If not for having a good face, he wouldn't even pay attention to her. However, she actually didn't give Li Cheng any face right now. How could Li Cheng not felt angry about this? Won't do. Ziyan rejected coldly once again. In the past, she did not shoot passion scene because she did not want to shoot it. And right now, she had Meng Meng, which was one more reason for her to not want to shoot passion scene. Alright, Li Cheng's gaze sunk as he said with a fake smile, you can shoot the MV however you like. After finished speaking, Li Cheng left in large steps. You, the director glared at Ziyan, humph. Shoot it yourself then. After the director spoke, he turned around and followed with quick steps towards the direction Li Cheng left. We will shoot the MV ourselves then, who do you even think you are? Idiot. Zhou Fei took a look ferociously at the director and said loudly, come, listen to my command and shoot the MV. With or without that director, it is still the same. Upon hearing that, the director who was leaving almost tripped over. After turning around and glared at Zhou Fei, he stormed off in a huff. Liang Mengqi stayed at a luxurious high-level sea-view apartment. The neighborhood she stayed at was the same neighborhood as Joker Shui. Just that, Joker Shui's apartment was bought by himself and Liang Mengqi's apartment was rented. Currently, Liang Mengqi was lying down on her bed, using her phone, and just sent a message to a WeChat group. Guess who I met today? A handsome guy. A person who was called, I am very beautiful, replied. The profile of, I am very beautiful, was a guy. He seemed quite delicate and pretty, but anyone who had heard him spoke all knew that he fitted with the name very well. Because this guy was that sissy that Zhang Han met at the beach. Incorrect, it should be that you met your ex-boyfriend. A person with the internet name, I am very cool, replied. This, I am very cool, was the other female within the three of them. She had short hair and seemed somewhat like a tomboy. Also, her temperament was very candid. What ex-boyfriend? Do you all remember the little lady who I was going give a beverage to at the beach? Liang Mengqi replied. I am very pretty, I remember. I, of course, remember such an adorable little baby. I am very cool, can you not be this lowly? You are disgusting me to death. Mengqi, could it be that you ran into that little girl? That's right, I ran into that father and daughter. Hee, you all take a guess at what that guy work as. Liang Mengqi replied. I am very pretty. Looking at that harsh look of his, could it be that he is an artist from the slum? I am very cool. I guess, a gang person who looks after a place. Although he was somewhat harsh, his manliness was ample. He is much stronger than a certain sissy. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Upstairs is correct. 7-second fish. Upstairs is correct. There was a total of 10 plus people in the WeChat group, they all belong to the same friend circle. The people who were typing in the chat most of the time were only Liang Mengqi, Sissy, and the short hair woman. Other people would only occasionally type in the chat group. The main reason for that was because that within the three of them, Liang Mengqi had no job, and the sissy and short hair woman had short work time, and thus was relatively free. Where did you all guess to? That guy opens a restaurant. Liang Mengqi snorted lightly, not intending to keep them in suspense. She typed very quickly with her fingers, let me reveal it to you all. He opens a restaurant that is called Meng Meng's Leisure Restaurant, and his daughter is called Meng Meng. I feel that he has so much love. I am very beautiful. He has so much love. Oh, oh, oh. So that fellow is the boss of a small restaurant. Humph, his restaurant is very unique. It was even the first time I have seen it that kind of restaurant. The decor inside is just like that of a household. Also, you must not think that he is a small boss. His television wall is made with jadeite and there is also a Steinway Model O grand piano there. Each of it costs above $1 million. I am very pretty, Aiya. So he is a rich man. Oh. Rich man, I request for a hug. I am very cool. Truly disgusting, damned sissy. 7-second fish. Truly disgusting, damned sissy. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Truly disgusting, damned sissy. This is not the main point. Liang Mengqi replied, the main point is that the rice that he cooked was really, really, really fragrant. The important thing is that I said really 3 times. From I was small to big, this was the first time that I had eaten such fragrant rice. Aiya, just thinking about it now is making me hungry. My saliva is about to drip too. I am very beautiful. Is that true or fake? Big miss, your mouth is so picky that I have never seen you give such an evaluation like this. 7-second fish. What kind of rice? What kind of rice? Quickly say. Egg fried rice. Liang Mengqi replied. I am very cool. PFF'd, you are trying to make me laugh. I am not joking. Liang Mengqi replied. His egg fried rice is really, really, really fragrant. There is also cow milk too. The cow milk is the most delicious cow milk I have drank. Do you all know? This boss's temperament is really unique. He only opens for business during the time when he is cooking for his daughter. I was only able to eat the egg fried rice after waiting for quite a while. Also, a plate of egg fried rice cost 280 RMB and a cup of cow milk cost 80 RMB. But I personally feel that, don't say 280 RMB, even if his egg fried rice cost 2.8k RMB, I would also not hesitate to buy it. The egg fried rice is just too delicious already. Liang Mengqi typed out a bunch of words. This made the few others felt slightly dazed. I am very cool. True or fake? Is it really that delicious? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Sticking out tongue 280 RMB for a plate of egg fried rice and 80 RMB for a cup of cow milk. It is so expensive. I am very beautiful. Humph, why do I not believe it? No matter how it is made, isn't egg fried rice still egg fried rice? Is his egg fried rice stir-fried in heaven? I am a dog if I bluff you all. Liang Mengqi snorted lightly and replied, believe it or not is up to you all. In any case, I'm preparing to sleep right now. I'm afraid that I will not be able to wake up at 7 a.m. If I were to miss his egg fried rice, I will not have the appetite to eat anything else. I am very cool. 7 a.m. is it? I will come too. I am very beautiful. Me too. You two give me a call before 7 a.m. then. I will go sleep first. Liang Mengqi replied and was intending to go sleep already. Ring. The phone suddenly rang. Liang Mengqi picked the phone up and discovered that it was actually her brother, Liang Hao. Brother, what are you calling me for during this late? Liang Mengqi asked. Mengqi, are you at Shangjiang right now? Liang Hao laughed and asked. That's right, I am also going to go to Shangjiang. Liang Hao said unhurriedly. Ah, Liang Mengqi slightly went into a daze and asked, what are you coming here for? You are not going to care about the 2 companies in Singapore. I am currently preparing to hand it over to second uncle and the others. I took over the companies for 2 years and it is already enough that the market value of the two companies has been doubled. I will be coming to Shangjiang to take a long vacation next. Liang Hao laughed and said. Tisk, it is truly strange that those people at home would release you out. It is fine if you come too, just nice. I am also quite bored being alone here. I am not going there to play this time. I am going there this time to find Ziyan. Liang Hao smiled slightly. Right now, his tone was somewhat gentler. Ziyan. Liang Mengqi slightly went into a daze and said, find her for what? I am already 26 years old. The family kept on wanting to find a marriage for me, but I did not agree. Our father allowed me to settle my girlfriend problem within a year. After thinking back and forth, I feel that Ziyan suits me the best. Also, I heard that her circumstance at Shangjiang is not that good. I can try to help her when I come to Shangjiang too. Liang Hao said unhurriedly. When are you coming to Shangjiang? Liang Mengqi asked. The earliest would be in a month time, I guess. I have not decided on a specific time yet. I will come to Shangjiang after I have settled the company's affairs. Liang Hao replied. Oh, all right then, I'm hanging up. I still have to wake up early tomorrow to go eat egg fried rice. Bye-bye. After speaking finish, Liang Mengqi hung up the phone. Before sleeping, Zhang Han's figure and his graceful posture when he played the piano ineffably floated past her mind. That fellow is actually quite handsome too. Liang Mengqi muddle-headedly mumbled and gradually fell asleep. The next morning 6 a.m. plus, Zhang Han and Meng Meng woke up and finished washing up. Coming to the first floor, Zhang Han opened the Apple MacBook and played songs that were pleasant to listen to. Preparing for the breakfast, Zhang Han cooked the rice and beat the eggs well. 7 minutes before it was 7 a.m., the restaurant received a customer, or more precisely, an employee from the stir-fry restaurant next door. Boss, can I ask what food do your restaurant sell? An ordinary-looking female who seemed to be the age of 30 plus asked curiously. There are only egg fried rice and cow milk for the time being. Zhang Han turned his head around, took a look at the woman and replied. Mainlander. The female slightly went into a daze. From Zhang Han's Mandarin, she could make out that he was a mainlander. In her gaze, a trace of disdain couldn't help but flash through her gaze. Zhang Han took a look at her indifferently and did not pay attention to her. When a mainlander spoke Mandarin, there would always be some Shangjiang natives who would reveal out expression of disdain. This was not really discrimination and was instead a kind of dislike. Remember when Zhang Han chat with Zhang Li spoke about this matter. After coming to Shangjiang for a few years, she also understood why the natives dislike the mainlanders. She said that a lot of mainlanders would use various kinds of methods to give birth in Shangjiang's hospitals, forcing quite a lot of native pregnant women to have to go to private hospitals that were more expensive. Gradually, the spots of private hospitals were also snatched. You think that you are rich? Sorry, mainlanders are much richer than you. It was so serious to the point that later on, Shangjiang's government released out a statute that restricts mainlander pregnant women to come to Shangjiang to give birth. This statute was met with various kinds of protest. Every time when it was the weekend, especially during public holiday, large quantities of mainlanders would go to Shangjiang to shop. During that time, there would be mainlanders who don't queue up, shout loudly, crossing road during a red light. There would also be a lot of goods being bought frenetically until it was sold out. Due to various reasons, Shangjiang natives dislike mainlanders. But in actual fact, when a forest became big, there would be all kind of birds in it. In every place, there would be both high and low inner quality people. There were also a lot of scums who were Shangjiang natives too. Just that, there was just too many mainlanders who goes to Shangjiang. However, towards this kind of gaze, Zhang Han had always chosen to disregard it. Why would an anteater care about the gaze of a mere ant? Don't talk about Shangjiang natives, even if it was foreigners, aliens, or cultivators, Zhang Han wouldn't care too. Just those two. I will have a plate of egg fried rice and a cup of cow milk then. The female took out her wallet and asked, how much is the total? A plate of egg fried rice is 280 RMB and a cup of cow milk is 80 RMB. Zhang Han said, if you want to eat, you will have to wait for half an hour. That expensive? Forget it then. The female put away her wallet very quickly. After taking a look at Zhang Han very disdainfully, she turned around and left. After leaving, she went back to the Chuangxiang restaurant that was next door in quick steps. The decor and layout of the inside of the restaurant were quite good. The restaurant's focus was spicy Chuan dishes, and the chef was also hired from Sichuan with a high price. Because there was not much business in the morning, therefore it was quite idle, and the attendants were only in charge of cleaning the restaurant in the morning. Right now, the restaurant's manager and 5 attendants were sitting on a round table that was situated beside the door. Manager, I went to take a look already. The restaurant at the side is opened by a mainlander. The female returned hurriedly and said as she sat down on the chair. Opened by a mainlander. Another mainlander who wants to come to Crescent Gulf to fish for a quick buck. Quote. The few attendants discussed for a bit. The manager muttered to himself for a bit and said, "What food does that restaurant sell?" The female's expression paused for a while, with a trace of laughing in her tone. She spoke out 3 words, egg fried rice. Everyone first went into a daze for a while. Soon after, they all burst out laughing. There is also cow milk too. The female quickly added on, guess how much he is selling those 2 items. A plate of egg fried rice cost 280 RMB and a cup of milk cost 80 RMB. Those words immediately made the few attendants went into a daze. Haha, has he gone mad from thinking about earning money? A 20+ years old male sneered. Is he even opening a restaurant? It would be strange if he can even have customers. That's right, does he think that he is a chef god? To sell the food that expensive, he is not trying to be funny, right? While discussing spiritedly, the few people could see the trace of sneer in each other's eyes. Although they didn't say it out, in their heart, they felt that there was definitely a problem with the boss's mental. This is really interesting. The middle-aged manager laughed and shook his head. I was wondering why the customers that went into that restaurant during the past 2 days all left in less than 2 minutes. So it was a problem with the price. As he spoke, the manager couldn't help but laugh out. Looking towards the female, he asked, why didn't you try and see what the taste of an egg fried rice that costs 280 RMB tastes like? I am also not sick. The female curled her lips and laughed. In her heart, she felt that eating a plate of egg fried rice that costs 280 RMB was the action that a sick person would do. If it was according to her statement, right now, 3 feet sick, people had arrived at the front of Zhang Han's restaurant. Boss, when will the rice be done? Liang Mengqi walked into the restaurant with a smile. 20 minutes. Zhang Han took a look at her and replied. We will wait for a while then. Liang Mengqi said. When she saw that the sissy was walking towards the big dining table that Zhang Han uses, she hurriedly reminded, hey, this side is where the customers are supposed to sit at. What? We cannot sit wherever we want. The sissy slightly went into a daze. What did you think? That place is the place the boss and his daughter eat at. Liang Mengqi rolled her eyes at him and took the lead to sit on the chair that was at the dining table where the customers were supposed to sit at. The short-hair female did not say anything and straightforwardly sat at the opposite of Liang Mengqi. Such a small dining table. Shoot, Mengqi, you are not trolling us, right? Where do I sit at if you 2 sit here? The sissy said indignantly. Isn't there space at the table beside us? Don't dawdle and quickly sit down. If not, you can go and wait outside. The short-hair female glared at him. All right, I will sit at the side, okay. Gosh, I will tell you all, if this egg fried rice here doesn't suit my taste, I am going to shoot abuses in the street. The sissy snorted lightly. You are truly lowly to the point that my scalp is going numb. The short-hair female rolled her eyes. Ha ha ha, the 2 of you, a sissy and a muscular woman, what a truly matching pair. Liang Mengqi laughed lightly. The sissy's name was Zhao Dahu, a very strong-willed name, but a very sissy person. The short-hair female's name was Yu Qingqing, a very gentle name, and she has a very candid temperament. What was more interesting was that, this Zhao Dahu had been persistently chasing after Yu Qingqing, and had already chased after her for close to 2 years already. Who is matching with him? I don't like this sissy at all. Yu Qingqing said petulantly. Humph, I just like masculine women. Zhao Dahu mumbled to himself. Soon after, he sized up the inside of the restaurant and said, does the decor of this restaurant even looks like that of a restaurant? Just 3 small tables for customers, I reckon that fellow doesn't even have the sincerity to open a restaurant. What does the restaurant's decor have anything to do with you? Can you not be so nosy? Yu Qingqing turned her head and slapped onto Zhao Dahu's shoulder. Alright, I won't say any more, okay. Zhao Dahu twisted his body for a bit and said, although this restaurant doesn't seem like a restaurant, the decor of this restaurant is quite unique. There is actually really a jadeite wall there, huh? I must say, the Steinway Model O grand piano is very cool, just that, I don't know if that is purely a decoration item or not. Let me tell you, Sissy Zhao. Liang Mengqi pouted her mouth towards Zhang Han and said, his piano skill does not pale in comparison to Liang Zong's piano skill. True or fake, he is that good, Yu Qingqing said somewhat amazed. Oh, Mengqi, from what I see, could it be that you have fallen for that old man? Bragging so much about that guy, tisk, tisk. Zhao Dahu said eccentrically. While talking, his nose suddenly smelled something, and said bewilderedly, Is this the smell of sheep milk? It smells so fragrant. That's right, this milk seems to be very pure. Yu Qingqing also spoke about the smell of the cow milk. Turning her gaze towards the direction of the smell, she saw that Zhang Han was currently pouring out 2 glasses of goat milk, and within the pot, there seems to still some goat milk left. The goat milk was piping hot and the milk fragrant drifted about in the restaurant. Grumble, grumble, Liang Mengqi's stomach grumbled as she subconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked her sexy lips and mumbled, I'm almost at my limit already. After waiting urgently, finally, the torturing 20 minutes had passed. Mang, let's go eat. Zhang Han placed the breakfast on the dining table, walked to the sofa and carried Mang, who was still watching the cartoon with great interest. Time to eat. Mang raised her little arms while she was within Zhang Han's embrace and cheered. When she sat at the dining table, she finally saw Liang Mengqi and the 2 other people. Big sister is here. Mang waved her little palm. Good morning Mang. Liang Mengqi smiled sweetly. When she smiled, on the right side of her cheek, there was a small dimple. Good morning Mang. Zhao Dahu and Yu Qingqing also smiled and greeted. Good morning. Humph. Mang first greeted them politely. Soon after, she remembered the words that the 2 of them spoke at the beach, and thus snorted lightly, then turned her head back, picked up her spoon and began eating the breakfast. The utensils are on the counter. The rice is inside the rice pot, go get the rice yourself. The big pot beside the rice pot is cow milk and the small pot is sheep milk. Zhang Han said towards the 3 people. All right. Liang Mengqi stood up and walked towards the counter excitedly. Yu Qingqing slightly wrinkled her brows. Opening a restaurant, yet making the customers get the food themselves. This was still the first time she had met with this kind of thing. It was fine if you opened a buffet, but the crucial point is that you are actually a small restaurant that sells egg fried rice. Humph. Zhao Dahu rolled his eyes at Zhang Han and walked to the counter while swinging his hips. It is actually really just purely egg fried rice. There are only egg and rice, and the chopped onion in the egg fried rice is also this less. However, the smell seems to be still okay. Zhao Dahu took a sniff. After the 2 females had taken their egg fried rice, he also took a plate of egg fried rice for himself. For the cow milk and sheep milk, the 3 of them all chose the sheep milk since they had often drunk cow milk and rarely drank sheep milk. Just that, after Zhao Dahu and Yu Qingqing finished pouring the sheep milk, they were dazed when they turned around. It could be seen that Liang Mengqi walked back to the dining table in quick steps, and right after she placed her breakfast on the dining table, she immediately began devouring the egg fried rice. Looking at the way Liang Mengqi ate, the 2 of them somewhat felt that she seemed to have not eaten for 3 days. Is it really that delicious? Yu Qingqing and Zhao Dahu took a look at each other and mumbled. Let's go and try how it tastes. Zhao Dahu said, and the 2 of them quickly walked back to the dining table. After sitting down, Yu Qingqing looked at Liang Mengqi, who didn't even raise her head and felt somewhat dazed again. Snapping out of it, she took a spoon of egg fried rice and placed it into her mouth. The immediate moment when she tasted the taste of the egg fried rice, her eyes gradually became bigger and bigger. Is this really egg fried rice? Suspicion actually arose within Yu Qingqing's heart. She closed her eyes and chewed a few times. After she swallowed the egg fried rice, her entire body immediately felt relaxed. Remember that a chef god once said this, the joy in culinary delicacy is that it could make a person's heart and soul be absorbed into it when they eat it, just like entering into a wonderful trip of gustatory delight. Yu Qingqing was just like that right now. She was incomparably enchanted with eating the egg fried rice. Faintly, she seemed to have heard Zhao Dahu's sobbing sound from behind. Boo-hoo-hoo, this is too delicious already, this is really too delicious already, this isn't even egg fried rice, this is practically life. Boss, I want another plate. Yu Qingqing only felt that she was much hungrier after eating that plate of egg fried rice, thus, without even thinking about it, she said out the sentence. Go get it yourself then. Without turning his head, Zhang Han replied indifferently. Oh, Yu Qingqing nodded her head. When she stood up, she saw that Liang Mengqi had already gotten another plate of egg fried rice and another cup of milk and was walking back to the dining table. Oh, that's right, I haven't drank the sheep milk yet. While Yu Qingqing was eating the egg fried rice, she completely forgot about the surroundings and had even forgotten about the sheep milk that was beside her plate. Thus, Yu Qingqing hurriedly picked up the cup of sheep milk. Drinking it in one gulp, Yu Qingqing couldn't help but close her eyes and experience the taste of the sheep milk. After drinking it, the taste still lingered in her memory. Qingqing, Liang Mengqi had after all eaten a plate already and her consciousness was back to normal at the moment. Calling out to Yu Qingqing, she couldn't help but reminded her, there is only a plate worth of egg fried rice in the rice pot. If you want to eat it, you have to be quick. Ah, Liang Mengqi's words pulled Yu Qingqing back to reality. After coming back to her senses, she rushed to the counter with lightning-fast speed and immediately transferred all the remaining egg fried rice that was in the rice pot to her plate. There was no more sheep milk, so she poured herself a cup of cow milk instead. After finishing all those, she walked back to the dining table leisurely. After placing down her plate and cup, she took a look at Liang Mengqi and discovered that Liang Mengqi was eating very slowly. After thinking about it for a bit, she came to an understanding. There was only those egg fried rice left, so naturally, she would have to eat it slowly and properly enjoy the taste of the egg fried rice. After they had finished eating, the two of them faintly heard a sobbing sound coming from Zhao Dahu's direction. The two of them stood up and walked to the front of Zhao Dahu. Upon seeing Zhao Dahu, they discovered that Zhao Dahu was actually really crying. What are you crying for? Yu Qingqing said petulantly. Boo-hoo, Zhao Dahu ate the egg fried rice while sobbing at the same time, it is too delicious already. If it is delicious, then it is delicious. What is there to cry for? Liang Mengqi said while laughing. I have to leave for a business trip next week. Once I leave, it is going to be for half a year. It was already very hard to not be able to see my Qingqing for half a year. But right now, after eating such a delicious egg fried rice, I'm afraid that I will starve to death when I leave for my business trip. Zhao Dahu said very sadly. Look at you, this sissy look. Didn't you want to change a company since long ago? If you don't want to leave for the business trip, you can just resign. Yu Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. Although Zhao Dahu's name seemed very strong-willed, his temperament was quite indecisive and was relatively sissy. Adding his tone with his originally delicate and pretty looks, it made him seem even more sissy. This made Yu Qingqing felt really anxious in her heart. If he was to be a bit more strong-willed, wouldn't I have accepted him long ago? Tisk, who would accept him? Yu Qingqing spat at herself in her heart. That's right, if you were to leave for the business trip for half a year, after you come back, I reckon that Yu Qingqing would have already been chased by someone else. Liang Mengqi teased. What? Zhao Dahu went into a daze. His eyes looked around for a while, and after a while, with a red face, he said resolutely, I will and resign later on then. Eat. I will eat 3 plates of egg fried rice today. After eating finish, I will go and find the head and have a good talk with him. Humph. PFF'd, when Liang Mengqi saw Zhao Dahu speaking such resolute words in such an effeminate way, she couldn't help but laugh. A dog can't stop himself from eating sh*t. Yu Qingqing's tone was filled with helplessness. Pulling onto Liang Mengqi's hand, she went back to the dining table and slowly tasted the cow milk. Mengqi, the food here is really as delicious as you described. How could an egg fried rice be cooked this deliciously? I totally can't imagine it at all. Don't say 280 RMB, even if it was 2.8 KRMB, I would also feel that it was worth it. Yu Qingqing drank small mouthfuls of cow milk while sighing at the same time. When I ate it for the first time, I myself also couldn't believe it. But the fact was that, the food here was just that delicious. Furthermore, when Liang Mengqi spoke halfway, 2 middle-aged men suddenly walked into the restaurant. Excuse me, what breakfast do you have here? The cultured and refined-looking middle-aged man asked. We are sold out. After Zhang Han used the wet towel to wipe his hands, he turned his head around and said. You are sold out that fast? Won't it do if you cook another breakfast on the spot? The middle-aged man asked confusedly. No time, Zhang Han replied indifferently. When Zhang Han said that, everyone who was present all slightly went into a daze. You open a restaurant and yet you tell your customers that you don't have the time to cook. Those words also made the expression of the two middle-aged men to become somewhat stiff, and evidently revealing out a dissatisfied expression. However, the two of them did not say anything and just left while slightly wrinkling their brows. At this time, Liang Mengqi took a look at Yu Qingqing, whose gaze was somewhat sluggish. Laughing slightly, she continued, "Furthermore, the boss's restaurant is only open for business when he is cooking for his daughter. The restaurant isn't open for business during normal business hours. You should know how hard it is to eat his food now, right?" "Yes, is it very hard?" A trace of grave expression appeared on Yu Qingqing's face as she said, "Seems like we will have to come on time next time. If the egg fried rice was to be tasted by other people, it will be very bad." "What do you mean by that?" Liang Mengqi asked curiously. Such good food like this, there was most likely no foodie who would be able to resist it. Not being able to eat the restaurant's food could be even counted as a kind of regret. Letting other people taste the food of the restaurant and blessing the foodies, isn't it quite a wonderful thing? "You think about it," Yu Qingqing said with a heavy expression, "if other people were to know how delicious the food here is, with just the tiny amount of food that the boss cooks every time, wouldn't it cause us to not be able to have enough to eat?" Ah, Liang Mengqi's expression changed slightly and was shocked by just thinking about it. Thinking about having to queue up when she comes to the restaurant to eat in the future, yet not being to eat a single grain of egg fried rice after queuing for half a day, just the thought of it was enough to make her feel afraid. "It won't do. We will have to come the earliest in the future, we cannot let others be in front of us," Liang Mengqi said anxiously. "Actually, I have a method to solve this problem." Yu Qingqing's eyes shined as she said with a mysterious smile. "What method?" Liang Mengqi asked hurriedly. "That is," Yu Qingqing stretched her head to the front and said in a small voice, "wouldn't it do if you chase until that fellow? You can get an adorable daughter for free, and we would also be able to eat such fragrant food every day. Furthermore, you look at him, he is actually quite handsome, isn't he? Also, he has good taste, knows how to cook delicious food, and even knows how to take care of people. He is definitely the best choice as your other half." After Liang Mengqi listened to what Yu Qingqing said, her eyes gradually opened bigger and bigger. "What are you even saying?" Liang Mengqi's face immediately became red and her expression was somewhat shy. "Look at that blushing expression of yours. Wait for me, I will go and ask him." Yu Qingqing grinned, stood up and walked towards the dining table that Zhang Han was at. Hey, what are you doing? Quickly come back." Liang Mengqi did not know why. Upon seeing that, her heart started jumping and she became anxious. This kind of nervous feeling made her felt somewhat at a loss and helpless, and even made her to not dare to turn her head around to see what would happen next. The shyness only occupied a small part in her heart, most of it was her feeling embarrassed about this kind of thing. She felt that since the boss already has a daughter, he would definitely have a wife too, and she herself would also not go and be someone's mistress. Yu Qingqing is very candid. If she were to say anything that she isn't supposed to say, how will I be able to come to face with the boss in the future? While contemplating, Liang Mengqi stuck up her ears, preparing to listen to what Yu Qingqing was going to say. If she were to say anything that was too excessive, she will stand up and stop her. Luckily, although Yu Qingqing was candid, she was not reckless. "Boss, the egg fried rice that you cook is really delicious. It is the first time that I had eaten such a fragrant and delicious egg fried rice, you are too awesome." Yu Qingqing raised her thumb towards Zhang Han and said. Zhang Han smiled slightly. "Of course, my daddy is very, very awesome." After drinking the last mouth of milk, Meng Meng patted her small tummy and said with a proud face. "Ha ha ha, Meng Meng, since you are this adorable and pretty, your mother is definitely also very pretty, right?" Yu Qingqing laughed and asked. That's right, mommy, she is very pretty." Meng Meng giggled and said. "Boss, you are so blessed to have a beautiful wife and an adorable child, I'm so envious of you. How many years have you been married for?" Yu Qingqing asked curiously. "I haven't married yet." Zhang Han slightly shook his head and replied. After finished speaking, he carried Meng Meng. "Then, Meng Meng is?" Yu Qingqing hurriedly asked. "My blood daughter." Without turning his head, Zhang Han replied as he carried Meng Meng and walked towards the sofa. Oh, a trace of excitement flashed through Yu Qingqing's face. She hurriedly walked back to the dining table and said secretly, "Mengqi, your chance is here. Did you hear it just now? He is definitely divorced. Wahahaha, that's great. If Mengqi you were to be able to settle him, you will, in turn, be blessing us." Tisk, don't anyhow say. Liang Mengqi rolled her eyes petulantly at Yu Qingqing and said, "We will just eat our food honestly and not do anything. Let me tell you, don't anyhow try to match two people together." "How can this be called anyhow? Isn't he handsome?" Yu Qingqing said. "In the past, I didn't feel that he was handsome, but right now I feel that he is especially handsome. For a person to be able to cook such delicious food and also be able to play the piano that well, it is very rare." Liang Mengqi replied honestly. "Isn't it settled then? He's handsome and you are pretty, what an ideal couple," Yu Qingqing said with a smile. "I'm not talking with you anymore." Liang Mengqi snorted lightly. "Phew, I finally finished eating. This feels great, this feels so great. I still want to eat 2 more plates." Zhao Dahu finally finished eating now. In a moment, he felt that his entire body was relaxed and felt very great. "Eat what eat, there is no more egg fried rice already." Yu Qingqing pouted her mouth. "Ah, there is no more, I still haven't eaten full yet." Zhao Dahu immediately became stupefied. "Who told you to eat so slowly?" Yu Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. "Sigh, all right." Zhao Dahu laughed bitterly. However, in the next moment, his expression changed, as he stood up with a serious expression and said with an extremely resolute tone, "Let's go. For Qingqing, and for this egg fried rice. I have decided to go resign right now. I won't work at that company starting from today." Oh, Sissy Zhao is actually resolute now. Yu Qingqing curled her lips and laughed. Afterward, she stood up, took out her wallet, counted the money, looked towards Zhang Han and said, "Boss, pay the bill." "Just place the money on the table will do." Zhang Han was still tidying up the kitchen. Without raising his head, he replied. "All right." Yu Qingqing replied and straightforwardly placed the bill of the 3 of them on the table. "Boss, what time will you be opened for business during noon?" Liang Mengqi asked. 12 p.m. plus. Zhang Han replied. "We will come again at 12 p.m. Liang Mengqi smiled sweetly, turned around and left. After Zhang Han tidied up the kitchen, he took a cloth and came to the white-color dining table. He picked up the bunch of 100 RMB notes on the table, and without looking at all, he placed it into the drawer of the computer counter. The 3 of them ate a total of 5 plates of egg fried rice and 6 cups of milk. Yu Qingqing had a delightful meal and straightforwardly left 2.1 KRMB. If it was counted normally, 5 plates of egg fried rice were 1.4 KRMB and 6 cups of milk were 480 RMB. In total, just 1880 RMB was enough. But Yu Qingqing did not count it like that. She counted a plate of egg fried rice as 300 RMB and a cup of milk as 100 RMB, which was 1.5 KRMB plus 600 RMB, 2.1 KRMB. However, Zhang Han was also lazy to bother counting the money. To him, money was just a number. Although he did not have much money right now, Zhang Han had never worry about him not having money to spend in the future. After throwing away all the utensils on the table into the rubbish bin and wiped the table, his phone rang. Taking a look at the time, it was only 8 a.m. right now. The phone call that was coming at this timing was the time where Ziyan would call to chat with Meng Meng. "Zhang Han." Ziyan's voice sounded nimble as usual, but Zhang Han could still make out a bit of exhaustion in her voice. Every time when I call you, all you do is, Are you that not willing to talk to me?" There was some discontent in Ziyan's voice. Not knowing why, every time when she heard Zhang Han, differently, Ziyan would always feel angry. If she was at his side, without thinking at all, Ziyan would definitely reprimand him. Whereas Zhang Han himself, he would feel baffled every time. "You only call out my name when you call me, what else do you even want me to say to you?" After remaining silent on the phone for a moment, Ziyan's voice became cold as she said, "Pass the phone to Meng Meng, I want to talk with her." "Oh." Zhang Han nodded his head and walked towards Meng Meng. After muttering to himself for a bit, he decided to ask, "How is the shooting of the MV? Hearing your tone, you seem to be somewhat exhausted." "Humph, this is more like human words." Ziyan snorted lightly. Her tone became somewhat gentler as she said, "I am indeed quite exhausted. I had to shoot until morning 3 a.m. yesterday and had only slept for 4 hours. In a while, I still have to go to the outskirts to continue shooting. The MV must be finished shooting by the 10th and I will be coming back to rest for a day during the 11th. On the 12th, there is a commercial performance at Victoria Harbour, on the 13th, I have to go and look at the final manufacturing of the song, and on the 14th, I have to announce the news conference." Hearing that, Zhang Han brows wrinkled slightly and said, is there a need to work so hard? It was the information age right now. Release a few good quality songs at home, and if bored, go and open 2 concerts was enough already. For Ziyan to have to shoot MV, do commercial performance, announce news conference and so on other works, it seemed somewhat excessive in Zhang Han's eyes. If not for having drank the pure yang water, Ziyan would be feeling 2 times more exhausted right now. Furthermore, things like celebrities and money, in the end, they are nothing but floating clouds. With my identity of a cultivator, when all is said and done, in the future, I will be bringing Meng Meng and my family and depart from Earth. After all, when a person succeeds, all his people benefit too. Ziyan should, more or less be counted as a part of my family right. I also want to properly accompany Meng Meng, but I cannot, I have to earn money. I want to be able to give Meng Meng good education and let her live a worryless life. Moreover, I still have not gotten the honor of Best Actress. I had retired for 5 years, and in this age where information spreads very fast, everyone is about to forget about me already. Thus, for my comeback, I have to work much harder compared to others to be able to succeed. Ziyan said unhurriedly. Actually, she was also carrying a very huge pressure. Being in her kind of situation, no matter who was it, they would also feel a huge pressure on them. At this time, a woman would extremely need a man to help her share the pressure. But in Ziyan's eyes, with Zhang Han's temperament and his view towards show business, she felt that there was no way that he would be of any help to her. You figure it out for yourself then. When you are outside, take good care of your health. You don't have to keep thinking about earning money, with me here, the family won't be lacking money to spend. Zhang Han muttered for a while, then, very naturally, said out words of concern. Thank you. Ziyan's voice became somewhat gentler one more time as she said with a somewhat smiling tone, that's right, I heard Meng Meng saying that the food you cook is very delicious. Zhang Han replied, humph, to be so confident, seems like you really have some skills in cooking huh? Ziyan snorted with a smile and said, also, don't instill Meng Meng with whatever insects are not education anymore. If not, when I come back, I will definitely show you some colors. Alright, pass the phone to Meng Meng, I want to speak with her. Oh, Zhang Han slightly went into a daze. Unknowingly, he had stood beside the sofa and chatted with Ziyan for 5 minutes already. He passed the phone to Meng Meng who was watching the cartoon on the television, and when Meng Meng heard her mommy's voice, Meng Meng stopped watching the television and began chatting with her mommy. This chat went on for half an hour before coming to a stop, as Ziyan had to go to work. Meng Meng said goodbye very obediently, then hung up the phone. During the entire morning, 10+ waves of customers came to the restaurant in succession. The restaurant's position was not bad, and through the clear glass, the restaurant's unique decor could be seen. That crystal chandelier that was on top of the dining table, the piano which seems extremely graceful, the extremely tidy decor, and various other reasons attracted quite a lot of customers to the restaurant. But because Zhang Han was not cooking, all those people could only sigh and leave. Zhang Han muttered to himself for a bit, it is not good if it continues like this, thus Zhang Han placed a notice at the front of the restaurant's door. Opening hours. Morning, 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock, noon, 12.00 13.00, night, 18.00 19.00, not necessarily opened for business every day, do not disturb during non-business hours. Food. Egg fried rice 280 RMB per plate, cow milk 80 RMB per cup, will occasionally have sheep milk, 80 RMB per cup. The opening hours that was like a tyrant clause was already very unscientific when seen by people, but the price of the food, when seen by people, it would make those people who didn't know the truth to feel somewhat resent. Only selling egg fried rice and the price is even that expensive. Only ghosts would come to this restaurant. After Zhang Han finished making the notice, the female staff member of the Spicy Xuanla restaurant next door came to take a few looks out of curiosity. When she saw the information written on the notice, she held back her smile and went back to the restaurant. Another mocking and ridicule were about to undergo again in the restaurant next door. At the same time, Joker Shui's house. What rubbish are those? This is worrying me to death. Li Fan took off the headphone irritatedly and said fumingly, God sake, to even dare to send over a song that had been researched for less than half a year, I truly can't believe it. Forget about them sending it over, but even the music sheet is also not complete. Could it be that they are trying to play with us a game of listening to songs and filling up the music sheet? Ha ha ha. Joker Shui laughed slightly and said, I will listen to the songs during the afternoon, you can go and have a rest first. I feel that if you continue on listening, you are going to turn insane. I am already insane, I'm insanely hungry. Li Fan's stomach grumbled. He stood up and said, I will go cook a bowl of instant noodle to eat. Don't, how about we go out eat? You have been working really work during those few days, let us go out and improve our food. Joker Shui asked. It's okay, it also doesn't hold up the time for me to listen to the songs when I cook a bowl of instant noodle. The concert is only in a few more days, there is not much time left. The concert will only be counted as complete if there are 2 good songs. Li Fan shook his head. Although those sponsors, business and variety shows could not be retrieved, the public onion was no longer one-sided and the fans were also very supportive of Joker Shui. Furthermore, in those 2 days, a smile would occasionally appear on Joker Shui's face. When Li Fan saw that, he felt somewhat relieved in his heart. How about we order some food to eat then? Don't eat instant noodles anymore. Joker Shui placed down the guitar that was in his hand and took out his phone, intending to order some food. Alright, I want an 8-inch pizza, 2 medium rare steaks, and some desserts and snacks. Hearing that, Li Fan smiled and sat back down in front of the computer table. You are not polite with me in the least bit, huh? Joker Shui scolded and laughed. Li Fan had been following him for more than 4 years already. Li Fan was earnest in his work and was also responsible and diligent. The relationship between the 2 of them was very good and they would often joke around with each other in private. Where is there such thing as an employee being polite with his boss? Li Fan grinned and put on the headphone. His gaze looked towards the computer screen once again as he opened the next email. This song's name was called, Actor. I feel that the song name is okay, but I reckon the content is a bunch of nonsense again. The information is quite complete, there is even a piece of tuned piano music, N. What is this thing? This song actually asked for a price of 100k RMB. Crap, is the person insane? Li Fan shouted out loudly. Normally, within the income of a song, the songwriter would receive 5% royalty, the singer would be able to receive 20 to 40%, and the rest would go to the music company. But because of pirating, all those percentage earnings were actually not that high. Furthermore, sometimes, the copyright of good songs was bought out entirely by one side, and the price would normally be at around 50k to 60k RMB. Only those somewhat famous songwriters would be able to sell a song at the price of above 100k RMB. And Li Fan was familiar with all those songwriters who were qualified, and there was no one who was called Han Yang. For a new guy to dare to ask for the price of 100k RMB, in Li Fan's eyes, the new guy was somewhat arrogant. Oh, a 100k RMB song, huh? Play it with the stereo sound system, I want to listen to it too. Even Joker Shui himself was curious about the song. Let us listen to this so-called 100k RMB song then. Li Fan sneered, took off the headphone, plugged in the cable of the stereo sound system and began playing the song accompaniment. When the melodious and solemn piano accompaniment played, Li Fan slightly went into a daze. This is interesting. Li Fan's expression immediately became extremely serious as he began listening to the accompaniment attentively. And Joker Shui himself had already closed his eyes to enjoy the song accompaniment. Unknowingly, they listened finished to the entire accompaniment. Finally, a song that seems to be the deal. Let us listen to the tuned piano music. Li Fan said and began playing the piano music. After finished listening to the tuned piano music, Li Fan's brows twitched as he took a look at Joker Shui and said deeply, I feel that, the premium song has arrived. Take a look at the lyrics. Joker Shui hurriedly moved over. Simply, talk simply. Please ignore the recent state of mind. You aren't an actor. Don't make up any of those plots. After finished looking at the lyrics, Li Fan's expression was already somewhat excited as he said trembling. Good, good, good. The lyrics of this song is really good. This is great. I feel that if this song was to sing out by you, it will definitely be perfect. Actor, Joker Shui's gaze was somewhat absent-minded as he mumbled, this is the song that I want. Both of them listened to the piano accompaniment for a number of times. Even when the delivery man knocked on the door, Li Fan was somewhat unwilling to go and open the door. After taking the food, Li Fan placed the food casually at one side, walked back to the computer table and continued studying the song, Actor. Evidently, this song had already conquered the 2 of them and made the 2 of them completely forgot about their hunger. After studying the song for 3 hours, Joker Shui took a microphone, played the accompaniment, and began singing. Li Fan listened infatuatedly to Joker Shui's singing. Simply, talk simply. Please ignore the recent state of mind. You aren't an actor. Don't make up any of those plots. Joker Shui's deep and low voice completely interpreted out the various feelings that were in the song. It was just like that, like he had bestowed the song with a life. This was one of the reasons that this song of his could become popular. It must be said that Joker Shui's singing fundamentals were very deep. When he sang it for the first time, he was already more or less able to grasp how to sing the song. After Joker Shui started singing, he couldn't stop singing. After singing for close to 3 hours, then did Joker Shui stopped. With excitement brimming in his face, he said, Li Fan, contact him, I want to find him and ask him to personally guide me about the song. At my concert, I want to present the most perfect state of this song to my fans. Alright. After Li Fan sent an email reply to Zhang Han, the two of them took a look at each other and smiled. At this time, they finally felt that their stomach was incomparably hungry and planned to go eat their lunch, which had already become cold. Of course, those were all afterward. Meng Meng's leisure restaurant was just like its name. The atmosphere within the restaurant was very leisure, with Zhang Han accompanying Meng Meng to play. At noon 11:50 a.m., Liang Mengqi, Yu Qingqing, and Zhao Dahu came to the restaurant. Ha ha ha, Zhao Dahu said as he twisted his body and laughed lightly, it feels so great today. I straightforwardly threw the resignation letter on the director's face. This feels so great, let him always order me around, humph. Boss, cook a bit more rice for lunch, I want to eat 2 portions. I wasn't able to react in the morning and the egg fried rice were all snatched finished by those 2 heartless fellows. I can only cook that much rice with that rice pot. Zhang Han laughed lightly and replied. Meng Meng's appetite was quite small. Not counting Meng Meng, there were 4 adults present in the restaurant. Speaking according to the quantity of rice in the morning, Zhang Han had a plate, Liang Mengqi and Yu Qingqing both had 2 plates, Zhao Dahu had 1 plate, and Meng Meng had half a plate, which was a total of 6.5 plate. This amount of quantity of rice was enough to prove that the capacity of this house-use rice cooker was already counted as big. Furthermore, Zhang Han felt that it was quite good. He did not want to be like those professional restaurants which had to cook for a long very time once they were open for business. The significance of the restaurant's existence was just a place to cook food for Meng Meng and stay at. When he cooks for Meng Meng, what he sold during that time were only incidental. As for selling food to earn money, Zhang Han had never thought of it. If he had thought it, it was reckoned that the restaurant's monthly earnings would be above $1 million. Returning back to the topic, after hearing that Zhang Han said that there was only that much amount of rice, Liang Mengqi's expression immediately became very vigilant as she said hurriedly, let me tell you all, I eat 2 portions every time I'm here. Furthermore, you guys were brought here by me, you all cannot be forget back and turn back on righteousness. Wang en Fuyi, forget favor and turn back on righteousness, basically means being ungrateful. After Liang Mengqi finished speaking, Yu Qingqing turned around and smacked heavily onto Zhao Dahu's shoulder and said, Sissy Zhao, you can only eat 1 plate. Why, people also want, Yu Qingqing glared. Alright, won't it do if I promise you? Seriously, but 1 plate is not enough for me to eat. How about, we split the 2 plates of fried rice into 3 portions? Zhao Dahu tried to ask. No. 2 stiff voices immediately replied to him. The resolute tone made Zhao Dahu to not doubt the slightest that if he was to continue dawdling, the 2 women in front of him would most likely turn into female tigers. Liang Mengqi was still okay a bit since she was a lady from a wealthy family. But Yu Qingqing didn't care about all those, she was the kind of ruthless character that would get angry if she said she was going to get angry. Yu Qingqing's taekwondo black belt was not fake at all. Sigh, Zhao Dahu drooped his head dispiritedly as he sat at the table beside the 2 women and silently shed tears in his heart. As for Liang Mengqi and Yu Qingqing, they started chatting together cheerfully. When Meng Meng came down from the 2nd floor to prepare to eat, the 2 women smiled and chatted with Meng Meng for a bit. The food was done. Zhang Han carried his and Meng Meng's lunch to the dining table. There was no need to talk about Liang Mengqi and Yu Qingqing, the 2 of them straightforwardly walked to the counter to get the food themselves. The 2 of them were more straightforward this time, as the both of them straightforwardly took 2 plates of egg fried rice. After proudly taking a look at Zhao Dahu who was scowling miserably, with a victorious expression, they walked back to the dining table to enjoy the delicious lunch. How is he able to cook it this deliciously? While eating, Yu Qingqing shook her head and sighed, how will I be able to eat the rice of other restaurants in the future? Sigh. Liang Mengqi sighed along with Yu Qingqing and said, I'm finished, for me to eat 2 plates of rice in one go. If my brother was to know this, he will definitely laugh at me. Also, if I continue eating like this, I'm afraid that I am going to start growing weight in a few days. Cough, cough, about that, I'm not worried about gaining weight, I'm currently still a bit skinny. How about you two? Zhao Dahu's feeble voice came from behind. Don't even think about it. The 2 women rejected coldly at the same time. After rejecting Zhao Dahu, the 2 of them took a look at each other and laughed at the same time. After eating finish, Liang Mengqi patted onto her tummy in satisfaction. With a happy expression, she turned her head around, looked at Zhang Han who was tidying up the dining table with an admiring gaze and said with a joking tone, Boss, why is your rice that fragrant? Could it be that you added in some kind of poison? Poison. Zhang Han couldn't help but laugh and said, your imagination is truly wide. Be at ease, there is definitely no poison. My ingredients are the best, therefore the rice could be that fragrant. Also, even if you ate 2 plates, you also wouldn't gain weight. As long as you are not like a pig, the kind of person to sleep after having a meal, you won't gain weight. Humph. Liang Mengqi blinked her eyes and snorted, people is not a pig. People even do yoga every day. The word, people, is referring to Liang Mengqi herself. Oh. Yu Qingqing's eyes lighted up as she clicked her tongue and said in a small voice, to speak in this kind of tone, could it be that you have fallen in love with him? Hearing that, Liang Mengqi's face became red and rolled her eyes at Yu Qingqing petulantly. Then, she looked towards Zhang Han and said, Boss, why are you not playing the piano? Because, only when Meng Meng wants to listen to the piano, then will Daddy play the piano. After Meng Meng drank the last mouth of milk, she swayed her little arm and said, Is that so? Then, Meng Meng, do you want to listen to your daddy play the piano now? Liang Mengqi asked with a smile. I want to. Daddy, Meng Meng wants to listen to the piano. Meng Meng said with her cute voice. Alright, I will play the piano for Meng Meng. Zhang Han placed the utensils that were washed into the cabinet, took off his rubber gloves and hung it on the bottom side of the cabinet, then walked over and carried Meng Meng who was stretching out her little palms and requesting for a hug. After Zhang Han placed Meng Meng at the small sofa which was at the side of the piano, he sat down in front of the piano, opened the piano cover and after thinking for a bit, he turned around and asked, What do you all want to listen to? Castle in the Sky. After muttering for a bit, Liang Mengqi replied while feeling somewhat of a small excitement in her heart. This was the first time that Zhang Han had a bit of the genuine appearance of a restaurant's boss. In Liang Mengqi's eyes, Zhang Han's action was really like that of a gentleman. Zhang Han nodded his head lightly and prepared to play Castle in the Sky. Castle in the Sky was the theme song of one of Japan's very old animation movie. The movie was screened at Japan during the year 1986. The movie tells the story of young orphan Sheeta's adventure of discovering the mystical floating city of Laputa along with a fellow orphan named Pazu who she met, while being pursued by both Muska and the pirates, who lust for the city's myriad treasures. The theme song original name was called Carrying You, and was later on generally known as Castle in the Sky. The theme song was composed by the music master, Joe Hisaishi. Because of its elegant tune which made others shed tears, and its beautiful tuning which touched the heartstrings of others, it became well known in the entire world, and became the famous movie music which circulated down even to this day. He really knows how to play the piano. I actually thought that Steinway Model O grand piano was but just a decoration. Yu Qingqing grinned and said in a small voice, as her gaze which looked towards Zhang Han also became very curious. For a restaurant's boss to know how to play the piano, it feels somewhat odd just thinking about it. Very quickly, Zhang Han began playing the piano. There was no whatsoever musical score at all because Zhang Han was incomparably familiar with all of the 88 piano keys of the piano. Zhang Han understood the tone of every piano key very deeply. When Zhang Han began playing, the melodious melody which was at the early part of Castle in the Sky rang out. However, when it was at the middle where there was quite a sad ambiance, Zhang Han's playing speed suddenly became fast, letting this somewhat sad music to be filled with a lively atmosphere. This pleasant melody was actually able to make others become infatuated when they listened to it. Zhao Dahu just finished slowly eating the plate of egg fried rice. After finishing, he lightly placed the spoon at one side very solemnly, showing his respect towards the egg fried rice. Then, he picked up the cup of cow milk and drank a mouth. When Zhao Dahu heard the melodious music, he turned his head around subconsciously. Upon seeing Zhang Han's appearance while Zhang Han was playing the piano, Zhao Dahu spat out the cow milk that was in his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Nani, he really is a master pianist. Don't be noisy, take a mop and mop clean the area that you just dirtied. Yu Qingqing wrinkled her brows and glared at Zhao Dahu fiercely. Understood, Zhao Dahu replied in a small voice and walked towards the kitchen quietly and slowly. After carefully taking the mop, he went back to mop the floor. While mopping the floor, he looked somewhat absent-mindedly at Zhang Han who was playing the piano. In a moment, he actually also felt in his heart that Zhang Han was handsome, and even couldn't help but mumbled in a small voice. How can he be that handsome? If I was a woman, I will definitely chase after him. Castle in the Sky ended quietly under the lively tempo. You played it very well. Yu Qingqing praised loudly. Humph, humph, as I said, the boss is a master pianist, and he is even more formidable compared to Lang Zong. Liang Mengqi said somewhat proudly. Indeed, Zhao Dahu nodded his head and agreed. When I heard you said that, I didn't believe it at first. But right now, I also feel that the boss is better compared to Lang Zong. No, the boss is the most formidable master pianist that is alive in this world. Zhao Dahu originally did not like Zhang Han very much, and it was mainly because of that incident at the beach. Just that, after coming to the restaurant today, this restaurant completely toppled Zhao Dahu's notion. The egg fried rice and milk had conquered his stomach, this melodious piano music had conquered his ears, and Zhang Han, this person himself, was nearly at the point of conquering his soul. He did not understand just how could a person be this formidable. It was peaceful within the restaurant, but little did they know, a group of unexpected guests would be coming to the restaurant soon. In front of the traffic light that was at the end of the street, a white-colored Toyota Land Cruiser was currently waiting for the traffic lights. Within the car, there was a total of 5 people. Other than the person who drove the car wore a white-color short-sleeved shirt, the 4 other people all wore black-color short-sleeved short, revealing the tattoo that was on their arm. Taking a look at those, it could be easily seen that those group of people were gangsters. The 4 people who wore black-color short-sleeved shirts all had brightly colored hair, and only the person that was driving the car had a crew cut that was similar to Zhang Han's crew cut. The driver's jawline was sharp and clear, resembling somewhat like Eddie Pang Yuyan, possessing quite a handsome look. Calmness was visible in his gaze and there was an aura of a person who was in a higher position in him. Furthermore, from the respectful attitude that the few other people showed towards him, it could be seen that this person who was driving the car had the highest position within the few people in the car. This person was Zhao Feng, who was known as Madman in the underworld. Brother Feng, there are only those few small restaurants left to deal with. After we get the management fee from them, we are done with our work. The rough-looking male who was sitting in the front passenger seat said. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Sigh, this year's management fees are too simple to collect already, unlike in the previous years where there would still be some who didn't want to hand over the management fee. There would be some fun if there were still people like that. I like seeing the terrified look of those people when they yield and hand over the money, haha. I hope the next few restaurants would show a bit of resistance, if not, I'm going to be bored to death from having no fights to fight for the past few days. A yellow-haired youth curled his lips and said with a smile. Xiao Huang, you only know how to fight, and fight every day. It would be fine to act cool if you have Brother Zhao's skills, but you are thin like a fool, what do you even want fight for? Another person dissed ruthlessly. Fuck, how many people could be that awesome like Brother Zhao? Even if I am no match for people like Brother Zhao, am I no match for some weaklings? Let me tell you all, if there is any restaurant boss that doesn't agree to hand over the management fee later on, don't try to snatch him away from me. The yellow-haired youth said with an evil grin. That's enough. After the red light passed, Zhao Feng drove the car forward. While driving the car, he wrinkled his brows slightly and said, collect the management fees honestly, don't do any of those messy things. If you want to fight, go find someone from Tongluo Gulf's Xinyi gang to fight. He. The yellow-haired youth grinned and laughed, then said in a small voice, where would I even have Brother Feng's capability? Back then when Brother Feng you went and broke the hand of one of Xinyi Gang's hall master's son, in the end, that hall master didn't even dare to find you to take revenge. If it was changed to me, I reckoned I would be crippled during the night of that day. Zhao Feng took a look at him from the rearview mirror and did not say anything else. 2 years ago, Zhao Feng came to Shangjiang's South District and joined Yang Gang. Only using the time of 2 years, thanks to the help of his ruthless and resolute methods, Zhao Ping became the #1 fighter of the gang's boss, Tang Zan. There was no need to doubt Zhao Feng's strength. Yang Gang and Xinyi Gang were famous underground powers of Shangjiang. The two gangs were enemies. Xinyi Gang was the underground big shot at the area around Longtuo Gulf, and Yang Gang was the underground big shot of South District. They were both underground powers, but Yang society did things much more ruthlessly and decisively. Yang society was proficient in sex deals, gambling, and drugs. Furthermore, they even had a branch for smuggling. Zhao Feng was actually a special forces soldier, but because of various reasons, back then, he committed negligent manslaughter and was imprisoned for 2 years. Later on, the government department found him and gave him a new identity, letting him regain his freedom. The price was that he had to join Yang Gang and search for the proof of the various crimes that Tang Zan committed, then take over Tang Zan's place and properly manage Yang Gang and keep sex deals, gambling, and drugs far away from the South District. During the 2 years, Zhao Feng had gathered some evidence, but all these evidence were not enough to sentence Tang Zan. Thus, Zhao Feng took risks and hooked up with one of Tang Zan's women. Just when he was about to obtain important evidence, that woman suddenly disappeared, and he was sent by Tang Zan to come to Crescent Gulf to handle the kind of things like collecting rent. Actually, he was quite disgusted with going to every shop to collect the management fee. In addition, this so-called management fee was just basically a nicer way of saying protection fee. Collecting protection fee was one of Yang Gang's source of income. We have collected from this restaurant, we have also collected from this. The blue-color hair male who was sitting at the front passenger seat browsed through an account book. Suddenly, he pointed to the Xuanla restaurant that was beside the street and said, "This is the place. We still have not collected from this Xuanla restaurant and the 6 restaurants at the back. Let's get off the car." Zhao Feng straightforwardly stopped the car at the front of the Xuanla restaurant, and the 5 of them got off the car in succession and walked into the restaurant. The female attendant who went to check out Zhang Han's restaurant walked up and welcomed the 5 people with a smile. When she saw the manner of the few people, her expression withdrew back and felt somewhat afraid in her heart. "Call your boss to come out," the yellow-haired youth said with a rude and unreasonable tone. The female's expression was somewhat bitter as she said in a small voice, "I'm sorry, our boss is currently not here, only the manager is here." "Don't you fucking understand human words? If he is not here, call him to come here." The yellow-haired youth glared. The fierce look made the female's body tremble. "Call your manager over first." Zhao Feng waved his hand towards her and said, all right, please wait a moment." The female hurriedly turned around and ran. A few minutes later, the manager of the restaurant walked over in quick steps. The manager's face was full of smile as he said, "Good afternoon to the few of you customers, I am the restaurant's manager, not sure what the few of you. Don't speak rubbish, give your boss a call and tell him that Yang Gang is here to collect the management fee." The yellow-haired youth wrinkled his brows and said, all right, please wait a moment." The manager's face changed, and there was some fear in the gaze that he looked towards the few people. Hurriedly walking over to the counter, he used the fixed phone to call his boss. When the call got through, he spoke while nodding his head at the same time. After speaking a few sentences, he hung the phone and immediately took out 2.5 pile of money from the drawer. "There are 25 KRMB here. My boss said that the extra money here is for treating the few of you to drink tea," the manager said with a face full of smile. "Hey," the yellow-haired male snatched over the money and said with some satisfaction in his gaze, "count you all as sensible." Normally, for a small restaurant like this, the protection fee that they would collect was 20 KRMB per year. Sometimes when people like them who comes out to collect the management fee found a boss who seems good to bully, they would ask for more management fee and take the extra management fee for themselves. For this Xuanla restaurant to give an additional 5 KRMB management fee, in the eyes of the few people, the restaurant belonged to the kind that was sensible. "Let's go." Zhao Feng did not have any expression. After he nodded his head with a slight smile towards the manager, he turned around and took the lead to leave. Meng Meng's Leisure Restaurant. What an interesting restaurant name. Upon seeing the restaurant's name, the yellow-haired male sneered. "Ayo, look at the notice board, in a day, they are only open for business for a total of 3 hours. What the heck, egg fried rice for 280, milk for 80, fuck, isn't this restaurant evidently trying to cheat people?" The blue-hair male grinned and said, Brother Feng, since this restaurant's food is sold that expensive, shouldn't we also double the amount of money to collect from them? Double what money? Every restaurant's management fee is 20k. Young society's income is not earned by depending on those protection fees. Zhao Feng's brows twitched and said with a reprimanding tone, then took the lead to walk into the restaurant. Within the restaurant, Zhang Han's playing of Marriage d'Amour was already at its end. Zhang Han saw the scene outside of the restaurant, and even the words that those few people said, Zhang Han also heard it clearly too. Revolving the spiritual strength within his body to the both of his ears would enable the listening capability of the ears to raise several times. However, Zhang Han did not stop playing the piano, and Liang Mengqi, Yu Qingqing, Zhao Dahu, and Meng Meng were also listening infatuatedly to the Marriage d'Amour that Zhang Han was playing. Where is the boss? Call the boss to come out. After entering into the restaurant, the yellow-haired youth shouted just as he usually did. The shouting gave the few of them a shock. Liang Mengqi's brows wrinkled, a trace of fierceness flashed past Yu Qingqing's eyes, and Zhao Dahu blocked in front of Yu Qingqing while feeling anxious. Zhang Han's fingers that were playing the piano came to a stop, and the piano sound dissipated. With an indifferent voice, he said, Quiet down. After finished speaking, Zhang Han continued playing the final small section of Marriage d'Amour. While playing, he took a glance at Meng Meng who had a somewhat fearful expression and muttered in his heart for a bit. Should I reveal out my skills in front of Meng Meng this time? Zhang Han considered. Ever since he came into contact with cultivation, he had practically never fought and also didn't go around killing here and there. Searching for treasures to enrich one's life was the true essence. But right now, in the front of Meng Meng, Zhang Han did not mind revealing out a valiant side of his. After finishing playing the piano, Zhang Han stood up. Who is the boss? Huh, can't you guys hear what I say? The yellow-haired youth shouted with an arrogant expression. Daddy, I'm scared, Meng Meng said in a small voice. Looking at her expression, it was reckoned that if the yellow-haired youth was to shout a few more times, she would start crying from being scared. Meng Meng, don't be scared. Liang Mengqi couldn't stand looking at it anymore and walked with large steps to the front of Meng Meng and blocked Meng Meng behind her, then looked towards the yellow-haired youth and said with an angry expression, What are you shouting for? Don't you have any bit of manners? This scene caused the yellow-haired youth and the few others to go into a daze slightly. Ayo, don't say, this woman looks quite pretty, and her goods are also not small, I reckon that her goods would feel good to touch. The blue-haired male said with a lowly smiling face. Apart from Zhao Feng who was frowning slightly, the few others all started laughing. Actually, Zhao Feng extremely dislikes the personality of the few people. But he couldn't do anything about it, his identity right now was that he was one of them. If he was to act upright, and the news of that was to spread to Tang Zhong's ears, it would inevitably give rise to suspicions. Therefore, during those 2 years, even when he came across his subordinates bullying other people, he would basically not go and care about it. He had to suppress the kindness in his heart and do his job to the best that he could. But right now, seeing that the adorable Meng Meng was about to be scared to the point of crying, and seeing that the gorgeous female in front of him was being sexually harassed, Zhao Feng was already somewhat at the point where could no longer suppress the fire in his heart and was even intending to find a chance to properly give those few subordinates a teaching when he goes back. This block of Liang Mengqi made Zhang Han to somewhat look at her in her different light and felt a trace of good impression towards her raised in his heart. However, the little princess was more important, thus Zhang Han carried Meng Meng in the first moment and said gently. Meng Meng, don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Daddy, they are so scary. Within her daddy's embrace, Meng Meng felt much more at ease. However, her voice was still very small. They are not scary, they are only pretending. Didn't Daddy tell you before? What are they? One word, Zhang Han said with a light smile. Ants, Meng Meng replied after pondering for a bit. For a lion's head Snoopy, gadget. Right, they are ants. Zhang Han laughed, and extended his hand to scrape Meng Meng's face. Haha, an ant. Receiving Zhang Han's praise, Meng Meng looked at Zhang Han's smiling face, and all the fear in his heart disappeared, as he chuckled. This scene not only made the yellow hair and the others' expressions change, even Liang Mengqi was stunned. She could not understand why Zhang Han's heart was so heavy, the people in front of her were clearly hoodlums, what if they started fighting and got injured? What if he couldn't make a meal? What if he couldn't coax the child? What if I can't play the piano? Did he ever think about the consequences? Liang Mengqi felt angry and amused at the same time. As for Zhang Han, he turned his head and looked at Zhao Feng and the others. His expression was indifferent, and his tone of voice was still as gentle as before. You little ant, I can strangle you with my fingers. Does Mengmeng want to see how father will beat up those bad guys? Brat, what did you say? The yellow hair's expression turned vicious, and he stretched his hand towards the back of his waist, where his dagger was. This action caused the atmosphere to turn cold, while Yu Qingqing's body tensed up, as if he was planning to attack as well. Seeing that, Mengmeng became a little afraid, and anxiously said, I don't want to see, Mengmeng doesn't want to see Papa fight. Mengmeng knew that she would be injured if she fought, she did not want to see where Papa was injured. Fine. I don't want to fight. It's okay. Zhang Han hurriedly turned his head and coaxed her with a few words, then handed Mengmeng over to the Liang Mengqi beside him and said, help me hug him. Oh, okay. Liang Mengqi took Mengmeng and turned around, not allowing Mengmeng to see those bad guys. Zhang Han walked to the computer counter, opened the drawer and took out 3 stacks of bills. After that, he walked towards Zhao Feng and the others. His gaze became extremely indifferent, and his eyes revealed a sense of disdain, as though he was an emperor looking at his own citizens. Although Zhang Han's footsteps were slow, it gave the people in front of him quite a bit of pressure. Even Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly. It's an expert. Single quote. Zhao Feng's pupils contracted slightly. If you want to collect fees, do it honestly. Zhang Han placed the money in the yellow-haired youth's hands, laughed lightly, and said, it's not that you have a loud voice, but you're very powerful. If you dare to step in here in the future, your life doesn't need to exist. Zhang Han's words were plain, but they gave these few people a pressure as heavy as Mt. Tai. Other than Zhao Feng, the others even felt that this pressure was stronger than what Tang Zhan had come from. This was a society governed by the law, but they did not doubt Zhang Han's words at all. They felt the same way in their hearts, that if Yellow Hair came to the restaurant next time, he might really lose his life. Who was he? Why, how could he emit such a great pressure? Especially the yellow-haired youth, he felt the greatest pressure. At this moment, he actually wanted to open his mouth and say, I understand. Especially in front of Zhao Feng, if he behaved like a coward, it would be even more shameful. He even felt that if he performed well and was looked upon by Zhao Feng, then he would definitely be able to rise to the top of the society. Therefore, the youth endured the monstrous pressure. With a flushed face, he gritted his teeth and said, you. Just as the words left his mouth, suddenly, bam! With a dull thud, the yellow-haired youth's face turned from red to white. Drops of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. On his chest, a huge fist was lying there. The fist was not Zhang Han's, but Zhao Feng's fist. Zhao Feng used 50% of his strength to punch his opponent, causing the yellow hair to immediately feel unbearable pain. It was so painful that he couldn't even speak. From that muffled sound, it was clear that this punch was not light. Zhao Feng didn't even spare yellow hair a glance as he stared at Zhang Han and said apologetically, Sir, I am truly sorry that I didn't properly discipline my subordinates and scared your daughter. It was my fault. Alright, you can leave after you've collected the money. Zhang Han gave him a bland look. From his body, Zhang Han could faintly feel the bloodlust of a soldier. After he finished speaking, Zhang Han turned around and walked to Liang Mengqi's side and carried Mengmeng, then sat down at the dining table and coaxed him. Zhao Feng muttered to himself, then took out a name card from his pocket and placed it on the table. He smiled, then said, Sir, we are not randomly collecting fees, there are some local thugs here, if they are causing trouble here, then you can give me a call. Here is my business card, your restaurant is very interesting, if there is a chance, I will take care of the business, goodbye. After Zhao Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and walked out. His words were also true, at the same time collecting protection fees, they would also be in charge of the restaurant's safety. If someone caused trouble, then their people would be able to arrive at the place in less than 5 minutes to resolve the problem, but under normal circumstances they would leave behind the company's special number, but this time, Zhao Feng had left behind his private number. Because he felt that the Zhang Han in front of him was very extraordinary, to the point that he could even use the word, terrifying, to describe him. In his heart, he even felt that if he were to fight with the owner of this restaurant, he would definitely be the one to lose. But, he was one of the top 3 in the special forces back then. As for him, was it really just the owner of a restaurant? Zhao Feng was a little absent-minded as he walked out the door. Brother Feng, why did you hit me just now? The yellow hair's face turned slightly pale as he said innocently. Bam! This time, Zhao Feng did not hold back at all and kicked the yellow hair 5 meters away, falling onto the ground while covering his stomach with cold sweat. We are here to collect rent, not to cause trouble. If you dare do this again, I will break your leg and throw you out of Hong Kong. Zhao Feng's face was gloomy, his tone extremely cold. His words scared the others into silence. In the underworld, no one had ever doubted the words of a madman. The origin of his nickname was made from blood, and he never broke his word. I know, the yellow hair man grinned in pain and replied with difficulty. He knew that if he did not respond, with Zhao Feng's personality, he would probably attack again. Next one, Zhao Feng said coldly and led the way to the next restaurant. The yellow hair was helped up by his 2 companions and followed quietly behind them. After this incident, the other restaurants would probably receive quite a bit of polite treatment. Inside Zhang Han's dining room. Mengmeng, didn't I already tell you? They are just ants, we don't need to be afraid. Zhang Han said to Mengmeng with a smile. But they look too scary, Mengmeng said weakly. That's right, Mengmeng is a cute, soft girl, how can she not be afraid of those ugly people? Liang Mengqi said with a light smile. You're pretty brave. Zhang Han looked at Liang Mengqi, and shook his head with a smile. Humph, I'm not afraid of those hooligans. Boss, let me tell you, it's a good thing we're here today. Do you know what Ching Ching does? Let me tell you, Ching Ching is a black belt taekwondo expert. Liang Mengqi shook his head and said with slight complacency. Oh, is that so? That's right. Zhang Han looked at Yu Ching Ching strangely. Of course, my family's Ching Ching is very powerful. Zhao Dahu said as he shook his head. Nope. Yu Ching Ching walked over and looked at Zhang Han in surprise. Boss, just a few words and you scared those people away, I can't compare to you. The pressure just now was not only felt by Zhao Feng and the rest, but also by Yu Ching Ching and the others. On the other hand, Liang Mengqi and Zhao Dahu did not feel anything, they only felt that Zhang Han had an imposing manner, and the better the skills he had, the deeper the feeling, as if the 2 societies people could see after looking at each other for a while and could tell whether he was truly fierce or was trying to show off. My papa is the strongest. Every time others praised Zhang Han, he would feel as if they were praising himself. The pride in his heart was all displayed on his face, and the key thing was that Zhang Han still enjoyed it a lot. Which father didn't want to be high and mighty in the eyes of their children? Cough, cough. Seeing that Zhang Han was smiling so sweetly and feeling so good, Liang Mengqi felt that a chance had come. He coughed lightly and said, boss, can I ask you a favor? Quote. Yes, go ahead. Of course, in Zhang Han's eyes, there was a difference of respect for 1 foot. Just by speaking with respect, it was useless, but the way Liang Mengqi blocked in front of Mengmeng just now, Zhang Han could be considered a true respect. Therefore, facing her request, Zhang Han would consider. Boss, can you cook more rice at once? See, Mistress Zhao isn't even full yet. Liang Mengqi glanced at Zhao Dahu and said. Zhao Dahu was startled, then overjoyed, and agreed with a fawning expression. Yes, that's right, big brother boss, I really can't fill my stomach. You deserve it if you don't have enough to eat. Hearing Zhao Dahu's lowly expression and tone, goosebumps rose all over Yu Ching Ching's body as he said, Scram. Don't be so disgusting. But I really can't fill my stomach, Zhao Dahu said pitifully. The rice pot here is not big. Every time I cook, I make the most of it. Zhang Han said as he shook his head slightly. Hearing that, Liang Mengqi's expression paused, and asked hesitantly, then, why don't we change it to a different steamer? Zhao Dahu's eyes lit up, and he anxiously said, that's right, why not change the pot? I'll pay for the wok, oh no, I'll buy the wok. Quote. Looking at their expressions, Mengmeng felt that it was interesting. She raised her little palm and cheered, change the pot, change the pot. Under everyone's gazes, Zhang Han smiled and nodded, okay. Yay. Zhao Dahu jumped in joy, he said passionately, boss, go take a rest, I'll clean up this place. As long as it isn't a mess. Zhang Han did not care what they did, he only warned them and then carried Mengmeng upstairs. Don't worry, it won't be a mess even if you